I found myself, Wei Hong, thrust into an extraordinary adventure. Awakening a mysterious system that grants power through killing, I quickly realized that the path of bloodshed was fraught with danger. Instead of hunting down people, I decided to take a more humble route, becoming a butcher apprentice. Life in the butcher shop is tough but rewarding. With my background in the slums and a desire to improve my life, I embraced the hard work. Sure, I had to do all the dirty chores, from cleaning pig pens to delivering meat, but every task brought me closer to strength. My goal? To absorb vitality from the pigs I slaughter and become invincible without attracting unwanted attention. Starry night, the night is chilly, dew hangs heavy in the air, and magpies are heading south. Next to the old, sturdy city wall, a butcher shop glows brightly with candlelight. Inside, a group of 7 or 8 rough-looking guys is hard at work. One by one, they hold down fat pigs and bleed them out, the sharp cries cutting through the quiet night. The strong odor fills the air, making anyone nearby feel a bit woozy. In the corner, a burly middle-aged man in a short coat sits cross-legged, sipping tea from a purple clay pot. He glances casually at a thin young man in front of him, who looks like he's seen better days. His clothes are patched up, and his face is pale from lack of food. Despite his worn appearance, the young man's eyes shine with clarity and a calm confidence that make him somewhat likable. The middle-aged man sets down his teapot and asks nonchalantly, "Are you old Wei Tu's grandson? What's your name?" "Eldest lord, I'm Wei Hong," the young man replies, his tone respectful but not overly submissive. "I'm 16, know a bit of reading and writing. My grandpa talks about you a lot, so I was hoping to share a meal with you." "Reputation, huh?" the man snorts, spitting out some tea foam but softening a bit afterward. "No need to act all formal. I run this butcher shop now. If you're up for tough work, having you here is a way to repay my respect for your grandpa." "Thank you, stall owner," Wei Hong smiles. The middle-aged man continues, "We don't have any fancy rules here. Just a lot of dirty and hard work. You'll start at 3 a.m. and finish at 3 p.m., and we'll provide breakfast and lunch. You'll be responsible for cleaning the yard, pig pens, and latrines. You'll help with slaughtering pigs, boiling water, adding firewood, and cleaning up. When you can, you'll also deliver goods to various restaurants and help in the kitchen. Oh, and there's no pay during your apprenticeship. Rewards come only on holidays. Got it?" Wei Hong nods silently. Wages don't concern him much. Ever since he arrived in this world of immortals, he's relied on his grandpa while growing up in the slums of the Great Zhou dynasty, all the while awakening a mysterious system. This system feeds off the life force of living things. By killing people and animals, Wei Hong can absorb a bit of their vitality, boosting his own without any downsides or limits. If he were just an ordinary guy, he might be tempted to go around killing to get stronger. But Wei Hong knows this world is dangerous, filled with immortal cultivators, powerful warriors, and all kinds of evil spirits that could end his life in an instant. Those who kill will eventually be killed. How can you walk by the river without getting wet? So, he decided against that path of violence and asked his grandpa to help him find a job as a butcher's apprentice. Salary didn't matter, he just wanted to learn how to kill pigs and grow stronger as soon as possible. "Hey, when can I start killing pigs?" Wei Hong asked eagerly, eyeing the pork. "You think you can run before you learn to walk?" Shusihai, the middle-aged man, scoffed. "Pig slaughtering is a skill. You'll need to pass a 3-year apprenticeship before you can even think about it. Take your time to learn." 3 years? Wei Hong echoed, surprised. "It might not take that long," Shusihai said, patting him on the shoulder. "Our shop is part of the Huta gang, so apprentices get a chance to practice basic skills. If you work hard, you'll build up your strength. There's nothing wrong with becoming a swordsman, and you might even get a shot at joining the Huta gang." Wei Hong's eyes lit up at the thought. Finding immortals and asking them questions isn't exactly a walk in the park these days. The immortal cultivation sect is pretty elusive, and even though the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty has some immortal cultivators as followers, not everyone can just stroll in. So, for regular folks, martial arts is the way to go. If someone wants to hit up a martial arts gym, they're looking at monthly fees ranging from 12 to 80 taels. But guess what? You can actually learn martial arts by working at a butcher shop, which is a nice surprise. "Just do your best," Shusihai said, painting a rosy picture. "Sure, our pig butchers get dirty and tired, but at least there's no shortage of meat to eat. Trust me, a lot of people would be envious of you. Once you get stronger and dive into martial arts, it could really open up new paths for you." "Thanks, stall owner," Wei Hong replied gratefully. He knew Shusihai was being honest. Being an apprentice at a butcher shop is a sought-after gig, and it's not something just anyone can snag. If it weren't for his grandpa knowing the owner, he wouldn't have landed this opportunity. All right. Shu Sihai nodded with satisfaction and called over a strong young man, built like a bear and dressed in a simple linen jacket. Li Daniu, this is our new apprentice, Wei Hong. Show him the ropes. Got it. Li Daniu responded eagerly. He turned around, grabbed a broom, and handed it to Wei Hong. Hey, brother Wei, let's start by cleaning up the blood on the floor. We'll handle all the chores here. Everyone pitches in. If things are quiet, we just keep cleaning. And if someone calls for help, we jump in, got it? Sure, thanks, brother Li, Wei Hong said. Why so formal? Li Daniu chuckled, scratching his head. Just call me Daniu. I've only been here 2.5 years longer than you. We're the only 2 apprentices in the shop, so just stick with me. Soon enough, they were both busy. From cleaning the pigsty and washing blood to scraping pig hair and boiling water, they had their hands full with all sorts of tasks. They were so busy that they barely had time to catch their breath. Wei Hong and Li Daniu were definitely at the bottom of the butcher shop hierarchy. Doing hard, dirty work without pay isn't exactly glamorous, and it's a struggle that outsiders can't fully understand. Plus, after years of hunger, Wei Hong was already thin and weak. After a tough day's work, he was sweating, feeling weak, and looking pale. Brother Wei, take it easy, Li Daniu said quietly. You look super skinny. Don't overdo it, or you'll wear yourself out. Wei Hong chuckled softly. He found Li Daniu to be quite amusing. He seemed honest enough, but he clearly knew how to navigate things. I'm fine, I can handle it, Wei Hong said through gritted teeth as he continued to fetch water from the well. Whether in his previous life or this one, he'd always been a low-level person who faced struggles. Now that he had a shot at making something of himself, there was no way he was going to hold back. Thinking about his rundown home in the slums and his nearly 60-year-old grandpa, who had raised him against all odds, Wei Hong felt a surge of determination, even as his hands bled from the ropes. I want to get stronger. I want enough food. I want my grandpa to live well. The boy's expression grew resolute. Fatigue was nowhere to be seen in his bright eyes, just pure hope and enthusiasm. Mao hour and 7/4 the sky is bright and everything is coming back to life. The market street in front of Zhu Ji's butcher shop is already full of traffic. Vendors set up stalls along the streets to sell goods, and long queues formed at the city gates. Shops on both sides of the streets opened their doors to welcome customers, and every place was full of vitality. Individual customers in 2s and 3s began to gather around the meat stall to buy. The pig butchers who had been busy in the backyard for most of the night were finally able to take a break. Aunt Wang, the kitchen helper, cooked a large pot of pork offal soup with some wild vegetables from the mountains. A rich aroma suddenly spread everywhere. After all the busy work, Wei Hong was already hungry. Not only were his clothes soaked with sweat, but his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. The pain in my hands was unbearable, and a mouthful of broth only relieved the fatigue a little. Phew! My health is really bad. Eat more and take care of yourself quickly. Wei Hong was thinking in his mind, but couldn't help but frown. None of the pigs in this world have ever been castrated, and the fishy flesh can't be suppressed. Coupled with the lack of seasonings such as ginger and garlic, most people really can't get used to it. However, given his background of not having enough food, he doesn't have the right to be too picky. Little brother, you are a bit unfamiliar. Are you the new apprentice? Aunt Wang enthusiastically scooped a few spoonfuls of meat into his bowl. Come on, eat more, let's see how thin you are. Wei Hong said calmly and generously, thank you auntie, just call me Xiao Wei. I ask auntie and all the brothers to take good care of me in the future. Why are you so polite? Eat more, it's enough. Aunt Wang said with a smile on her face. But the other pig butchers didn't seem to hear it. They squatted aside and ate pancakes and broth while minding their own business. Occasionally, he made some naughty remarks and made jokes, but from beginning to end, he didn't even bother to look at him. Don't think too much, they are just like this. They didn't mean to target you. Don't take it to heart. Li Daniu stuffed 2 pancakes into Wei Hong's hands and pulled him aside to comfort him in a low voice. Although we in the butcher shop deal with pigs, cattle and sheep every day, we are actually members of the Tiger Head Gang's peripheral gang. They eat meat all day long to practice martial arts, and kill pigs and chop people in their free time. All of them have the evil spirit of the stock is something that ordinary idle men and lazy people would not dare to provoke. In their eyes, we young apprentices are just handymen and we don't deserve to be on an equal footing with them at all, so no matter how polite you are too lazy to pay attention to them. Just do your job honestly. Wei Hong took a few sips of the broth and nodded in understanding. The butcher is a figure in a gray area in any dynasty. He can afford meat to gain strength, and the butcher knife in his hand sees blood every day. How can he take ordinary poor people in his eyes? Wei Hong didn't care much about this, and there was no need to be angry. He never blends into a circle that he can't fit into. When he becomes stronger, people will take the initiative to make friends with him. Brother Daniu, can we join the Huta gang? Wei Hong asked sideways. Of course. Li Dania said with some pride, how can you afford to open a butcher shop these days without some background? Our uncle in the big stall is the leader of the Huta gang, and the butcher shop earns more than half of the money every year. Give it to Tonko. Every afternoon when the business is not busy, the swordsmen will practice kung fu to build up their strength. We can follow along and learn some pile kung fu to strengthen our foundation and strength. As long as we can lift 200 kilograms of stone blocks with one arm, we can join the Huta gang as a peripheral everyone. There is still a chance to learn superior exercises. 200 caddies? Wei Hong's eyes lit up. He wasn't too keen on joining a gang. But as long as he reaches 200 kilograms of arm strength, he should be able to become an official pig butcher. When the time comes, he can also practice superior skills. Naturally, he is very happy. Anyway, when the time comes, he will only use the name of the peripheral gang members to kill pigs with peace of mind. When you are fighting and killing people, you can hide if you can, so you won't risk your life foolishly. It's not easy to live in the city of gods. Learning to kill pigs can not only make you eat well, but also make you good at craftsmanship. You can also learn martial arts. Although it is a bit dirty and tiring, what else am I not satisfied with? Wei Hong was filled with emotion. Even if he just squatted in the corner to eat, he still ate very happily. Li Danio couldn't hold back his words. While eating breakfast, he couldn't help chatting in a low voice. Our butcher shop has 3 stalls, 15 knifemen, and the kitchen helper Aunt Lu Baoang. Oh yes. Yes, there is a family of 3 living in the innermost courtyard. Don't rush in if you have nothing to do. The master's wife and the eldest lady are both bad-tempered. Wei Hong was eager to hear more news, so he followed his words and asked, how can there be so many people in a butcher shop? Busy. Li Danio scratched his head and said, with the millions of people in Chengdu's 108th Street, the daily consumption of meat is astronomical. The pigs, cattle and sheep must be transported by ship gangs from Yuzhou, Shuzhou and other places to supply it. Get on. Meat is not easy to preserve. It must be killed and sold on the same day. Our butcher shop usually supplies more than a dozen restaurants and dozens of wealthy households in the surrounding area. We also have to deal with individual customers' purchases. We have to kill at least 20 or 30 people a day. 1 pig, 7 or 8 sheep, and they have to be doubled during the holidays. Usually, the first stall is in charge of the shop, the second stall takes a few people to the countryside to collect pigs, and goes to the water and land docks to find boat gangs to buy livestock, and the third stall is responsible for delivering goods to various restaurants in the early morning. In short, there are not enough manpower. Use it. Wei Hong secretly clicked his tongue when he heard this. He really underestimated the butcher shop business. No wonder it needs to be affiliated with the Huta gang, otherwise who can control the situation? See the dark and strong man on the left? His name is Wang Daji. He is said to be the most experienced knife man here. He not only has the strength of the leather refining realm, but also killed 7 or 8 people with a knife when the Tiger Gang and the Evil Dog Gang were fighting. Don't mess with them casually. The people sitting next to him are Lu Kong and Jiang Kuei. They like to eat, drink, gamble, and go to the brothels every time they get their monthly salary. The one who is alone on the right is Zhao Jicheng. He is the distant nephew of the third boss. He has a bad temper and is not liked by others, Li Dania muttered in a low voice like a chatterbox. Wei Hong effortlessly recognized everyone present with his sight, and secretly memorized their information in his mind. Danio, have you finished eating? Aunt Wang came over with a chicken and said casually, come and help me kill the chicken after you finish eating. The young lady wants to drink chicken soup at noon, so we must prepare it in advance. Hey, here I come. Li Dania was busy getting ready to get up and work. But Wei Hong decisively raised his hand and pulled him, saying, Brother Danio, you continue eating, I'll do it. How can I be embarrassed? Li Dania scratched his head. It's okay. Wei Hong smiled indifferently and followed without hesitation. How could he miss such a good opportunity? If I can't kill a pig, can't I kill a chicken? Beside the well, Aunt Wang held the chicken feet and wings with both hands. Wei Hong skillfully plucked the down from the chicken's neck. Then he grabbed the throat and pulled it with a knife, and the chicken blood dripped into the white porcelain bowl. Cuckoo! The old hen struggled desperately, but her strength became less and less. Seeing this, Aunt Wang couldn't help but praise, "The technique is very neat. You kill chickens a lot, right?" He. Wei Hong smiled incredulously. He and his grandfather were so poor that they couldn't afford to eat meat several times a year. How could they have the chance to kill chickens? But in my previous life, I often ate chicken. At the same time, a ball of illusory light that only Wei Hong could see. It emerged directly from the hen's body and disappeared into his body the next moment. Bite. Vitality +1, host, Wei Hong age 1647, vitality points, 3, health value, 5.3, realm, none yet, kung fu, none yet, supernatural power, none yet, skills, cooking, little success, 84 out of 100, fishing beginner, 63 out of 100, tip, 100 points of vitality can increase your lifespan by 1 year, 10 points of vitality can increase your health by 0.1, and 1 point of vitality can increase your skill proficiency by 1 point. Wei Hong looked at his illusory panel and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This is not the first time he has gained life. In the past, he has also tried to kill insects, small fish and shrimps to gain life. However, the 1 or 2 points of life gained sporadically are not enough to change the attribute version. Because his body is too weak. These vitalities penetrate into the body, just like a drop of water entering the dry earth. It will be completely absorbed by the flesh and blood everywhere in an instant. If you want to cause a qualitative change and increase attributes such as longevity and health, you will probably need a lot of vitality. Obviously, it is impossible to kill a chicken alone. However, there is hope after all, right? Wei Hong was in a good mood and raised the corners of his lips. After quickly helping Aunt Wang pluck the old hen, she continued to work with Li Daniu. Gradually, Wei Hong also figured out the scope of his work. All kinds of chores, cleaning, organizing, and moving tasks are all understood. In fact, Li Daniu could barely do all these tasks alone. Now with Wei Hong's help, the two of them were naturally much more relaxed when they shared the tasks. Occasionally, they could go to the kitchen and chat with Aunt Wang about household matters, so their life was very comfortable. After lunch, most of the individual customers at the meat stall at the door were missing, leaving only 2 knifemen selling meat. The remaining dozen swordsmen began to consciously gather in the backyard to practice. They either lift hundreds of kilograms of stone blocks to practice strength, or they were standing in various weird postures. Everyone is sweating profusely and practicing diligently. Even Wang Daji and several other skin refining realm warriors were sparring in groups of 2s and 3s, practicing fist and kick skills. They punched and punched to the flesh while shouting and shouting. It looked so fierce that the tigers were so fierce that they seemed to kill even tigers with 1 punch. Are you envious? Li Daniu teased. Envy. Wei Hong admitted frankly, Brother Daniu, when can I practice martial arts? You can do it now. Li Daniu said cheerfully, we have to kill pigs, which is a strenuous job. How can we survive such hard work if we don't practice Zhuang Kung Fu? We all practiced the Tiger Head Gang's 13 movements of the tiger to lay the foundation. This pile skill is tempered with the artistic conception of a fierce tiger. The muscles and bones of the whole body are stronger than the introductory exercises in ordinary martial arts schools. If you don't mind, I can teach you. If you are afraid that I will not teach you well, you can also wait until the 1st and 15th day of every month. I will take the time to give you some advice. Of course I won't dislike it, please, Brother Daniu. Good. Li Daniu's hands shook, and his muscles and bones rang together. He twisted his body and lay on the ground. His whole body seemed to be transformed into a tiger, showing ferociousness, and there were waves of low tiger roars and thunder sounds coming from his throat, and he continued to refine every part of his body through the cooperation of various movements. Muscle. The 13 postures of the tiger walk, as the name suggests, there are 13 postures in total. Li Daniu explained while practicing, the pile kung fu is different from the general boxing and kicking kung fu. They do not open and close, but stand, lie down, walk, twisting, shaking the body in small amounts, and doing various weird postures in conjunction with breathing to exercise the muscles. I have been practicing this Zhuang Kung Fu for just over 2 years. Although I have not yet entered the classroom, I am still able to teach you. Just wait and see. This is the first posture of tiger descending the mountain. The focus is on shaking the neck, shoulder blades, and waist muscles. The breathing is 3 fast and 1 slow, and the throat sound is used to tremble the whole body. This is the second posture of a hungry tiger attacking a sheep. The key point is to accumulate strength throughout the body, visualize the scene of the tiger attacking the food, and temper the muscles of the arms and thighs. This is the third posture of tiger roaring in all directions. The focus is on exercising the jaw, waist and abdomen, heart and lungs. You need to take a deep breath and roar, Li Dania patiently explained the drill. Let Wei Hong quickly write down the key points of these 13 movements. They are actually not complicated. After all, you only need to assume a specific posture, but they are not as complicated and difficult to understand as fists, feet, and swordsmanship. But simplicity is simplicity, and it is not easy to practice the artistic conception and figure out the subtleties. By observing and comparing the zhuanggong of other swordsmen, Wei Hong found that there were slight differences in their movements, breathing, and artistic conception details. Obviously, everyone had different perceptions when practicing the same zhuanggong. Bite includes the pile skill 13 movements of the tiger. The current proficiency level is beginner, 1 out of 100, call. Wei Hong breathed a long sigh of relief, just the system included it. As long as he shows proficiency, is he still afraid that he won't be able to push this skill to its limit? Less than half an hour later, Li Dania finally slowly finished his work. But even though he was as tall as a brown bear, he was sweating slightly at this moment, and his muscles were constantly shaking slightly. It was obvious that the tempering effect was amazing. You're a great guy. You've mastered this skill so well that even I can't help but be defeated. It seems that in a short time, you will be able to break through the 200-pound arm strength. The swordsman practicing on the side sneered in a strange way. Ha ha. Li Dania smiled and scratched his head without daring to refute, and then whispered, did you remember it? Although the movements are very simple, you have to visualize the artistic conception in addition to breathing, so it is not easy to practice well. Unfortunately, it is not easy. We are not the official disciples of the Huda gang, otherwise we can take a look at the divine intention of this skill, which will definitely be of great help to you. Can you see God's intentions only by joining the Huda gang? Wei Hong frowned. Of course. Li Dania nodded and said, but you can practice without divine intention. If you are brave, you can also go to the wild to watch tigers. The effect will definitely be better. Wei Hong's cheeks twitched when he heard this. Go to the wild to watch tigers? Do you really think I can slide and shovel? Li Dania continued to warn, in addition, if you are new to training and your body has not yet been well established, it will be difficult for you to complete 13 movements in a short period of time. Just do it according to your ability. Don't force yourself to practice. Okay, thank you, Brother Daniu. Wei Hong solemnly nodded in agreement. Next Wei Hong began to try to practice the 13 postures of the tiger on his own. He shook his hands and threw his body forward to the ground, stumbling into the posture of a tiger descending the mountain in the first posture, trying to recall the key points of Li Dania's practice just now. Spread your left hand further and retract your right foot. Remember the key points of breathing, 3 fast and 1 slow, small shakes of the neck, shoulder blades, and waist muscles, imitating the ferocious look of a tiger preparing to go down the mountain. Li Dania was patiently giving guidance. Wei Hong took a deep breath and gradually adjusted his posture. A tiger-like growl came from his throat, and he kept imagining that he was a tiger descending from the mountain. Thanks to watching many wilderness documentaries in my previous life, he could actually imagine the tiger's every move, so it was much easier for him to learn it for the first time than for ordinary people, and he could already learn it in a few moments. Not bad. Li Dania said in surprise, you are really a genius. You were so lifelike in the first practice. You are much better than me. The swordsman around also cast surprised glances. Obviously, he also saw Wei Hong's good qualities and subconsciously thought that he was a person with extraordinary talents. But in fact, only Wei Hong knew that he was not a genius, he was just a little more knowledgeable than the average person. After all, it was not easy for ordinary people in this era to see a tiger. Call. Soon. Wei Hong felt the difficulty of practicing this pile skill. This kind of pile work is somewhat similar to plank support. It requires many fine muscles in the whole body to work together, so that physical strength is exhausted very quickly. Coupled with Wei Hong's thin body, after only 10 breaths, he was already shaking, his muscles were sore, and his breathing was disordered. He couldn't help but collapse to the ground, gasping for breath from exhaustion. Ha ha ha. That's it? I thought you were so capable. There was a burst of laughter from all around. Li Dania comforted him in an embarrassed whisper, it's okay. You're still weak. Just take care of yourself for a while. Wei Hong smiled and was not discouraged. He grew up in a slum where he suffered from chronic hunger. After working for most of the day, I am already exhausted. It is normal to not be able to finish the first pose. As Li Dania said, just keep it longer. Although the butcher shop is a bit hard and tiring, there is plenty of food, oil, and water. I believe that his thin body will be strong in less than half a month, and then he will be able to train as hard as others. Now he can only simply familiarize himself with the 13 movements and imitate and memorize them over and over again. He does not expect to be able to temper his body muscles immediately, but only wants to master this set of exercises as quickly as possible. However, even simple exercises caused Wei Hong to suffer a lot. He lay tired on the ground again and again, his whole body was sore and unbearable, and his clothes were soaked with sweat as if they had just been fished out of the water. Li Dania was frightened to see him. Stop practicing. Li Dania couldn't help but persuade it again and again. The pile exercise consumes energy and blood and exercises the whole body. If the body is not strong enough to practice it forcefully, it will only break down the body. I know it well, don't worry, brother Daniu. Wei Hong continued to practice stubbornly, refusing to give up even though his hands and feet were shaking. After all, with the existence of Golden Finger, he didn't worry about his body being broken down by training. Anyway, as long as he absorbed vitality, he could replenish his energy and blood, repair his hidden wounds, and strengthen his body, so he just wanted to seize as much time as possible to become stronger. After some exercise, Wei Hong almost fainted from exhaustion several times. I practiced until my body couldn't bear it anymore, and then I decisively added 1 point of vitality to the health panel. Bite! A warm energy began to sweep through my body. It was as if Wei Hong had taken a big tonic. His sore and tired muscles were quickly relieved, and his long depleted strength was quickly restored. It's cool. Keep going. Wei Hong excitedly started practicing pile kung fu again. He didn't stop until he exhausted all his strength again and felt extremely hungry. Xiao Wei, are you hungry? Aunt Wang couldn't bear it and said in a low voice, there are still some broth pancakes left in the morning, and there is still a lot of chicken soup made by the young lady at noon. Do you want some? Is that okay? Wei Hong raised his eyes in surprise. What's wrong? It's all leftovers. Aunt Wang said enthusiastically, come sit in the kitchen, and Auntie will heat it up for you. No, I'll just eat something cold. Thank you, Auntie. Wei Hong stopped being polite and sat on the kitchen stool at Aunt Wang's signal. He scooped up a bowl of broth, grabbed a few pancakes and devoured it. Although he was very full at noon. But there is no oil or water in the stomach, and practicing exercises consumes a lot of money. Therefore, the contents of the stomach have been completely digested. He drank several large bowls of broth to relieve his hunger. Eat slowly, eat slowly. Aunt Wang muttered in distress, come here to see Auntie when you are hungry. There are a lot of leftovers in the kitchen every day. You can't lose your stomach while practicing martial arts. Thank you, Aunt. Wei Hong smiled gratefully, with waves of warmth flashing through his heart. Although the knife men at the butcher shop disdain to work with him, whether it is Zhu Sihai's help, Li Dali's guidance, or Aunt Wang's love, they are all worthy of his gratitude. It's a pity that these meals can't be taken home, otherwise Grandpa would be able to eat enough. After eating and drinking, Wei Hong did not continue to practice the 13 postures of the tiger, but endured the fatigue and started to help Aunt Wang with her work. He was very busy washing dishes and sweeping the floor. He knew that he must not sit down to rest when his muscles were sore. Otherwise, his hands and feet would be so painful that he couldn't even move after a night. Doing some work within his ability at this time can relax his muscles. It was not until 3:45 p.m. that the butcher shop finally closed. Wei Hong breathed a sigh of relief. When he dragged his tired body to go home, Zhu Sihai, who was sitting at the door smoking a pipe, blew a smoke ring and said indifferently, wait, take these scraps back. Follow his line of sight. There was indeed half a pig lung left on the meat stall, tied with a straw. Thank you, Uncle Sihai. Wei Hong was not polite and picked it up directly. The self-esteem of the poor is not worth much. Since he has received the other party's favor, he will not think that Zhu Sihai is insulting him with half a pig lung. He is just grateful. You kid. Zhu Sihai laughed dumbly, go away, come early tomorrow. Wei Hong smiled and nodded, turned around and walked towards the slums. Shuttling through the bustling streets of Chengdu, he felt a little lighter. For 16 years, he has been trembling with fear. Even if he has a golden finger, he dare not reveal it, for fear that he will be targeted by someone if he is not careful. After all, in this huge capital, anyone has the ability to crush him to death. Fortunately, he has survived the weakest period, and I believe that life will get better day by day. The light boat has passed, and the mountains are thousands of mountains. Wei Hong curled his lips and murmured. East of Anlafang, a large filthy slum is located under the bustling city of God.
The potholed muddy road is surrounded by the stinky smell of feces and urine.
A large number of hungry and cold poor people live in dilapidated shacks.
Some of them are terminally ill, and some are crippled and can only huddle in a corner and linger.
There are also children who are waiting for food with their innocent eyes open, and they are hungry and compete with wild dogs for food. In the winding alleys, the flirtatious laughter of prostitutes can be heard from time to time, and occasionally there are the noises of various shrews cursing. It can be said that there is a lot of chaos. Wei Hong turned a deaf ear to this and walked home on his own. At the same time, his eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings, carefully avoiding gang members and some shady desperados in the slums.
Xiao Hong is back? What are you busy with?
Nothing, I just came back from work at Juji Butcher Shop.
Hey, are you going to be an apprentice at a butcher's shop? This is a great event. Thanks to you. Wei Hong exchanged greetings with several aunties on the road.
Deliberately revealing that he was an apprentice in a butcher's shop immediately aroused the envy, jealousy, and hatred of many people, and even the prying eyes from around him were reduced. And when he returned home, he found the door of his shack wide open. 3 big men in gray shortcoats with bloody tigers tattooed on their bodies were yelling at their gray-haired, stooped, kind-hearted grandfather, "Maid, old Wei, don't think that we can't protect you with your old arms and legs. Go ahead, you know the consequences of not paying today. It's not that we don't want to pay, it's just that the money is too much. I really can't come up with it, old man. I don't care whether you have money or not. Don't talk nonsense. You want to be beaten, right?" A burly man with a scarred face grabbed Old Wei's collar and threatened him. When Wei Hong saw this, he quickly went over to stop him, frowned and advised, "Master Dao, please tell me what you have to say."
"Hey, Xiao Hong is back."
Scarface let go of his hand and said with a half smile, Look, this isn't me messing around, it's just that your family doesn't cooperate with the fees assigned by the boss."
It's also difficult. "Don't worry, Lord Dao, we understand the rules."
Wei Hong said calmly, "The monthly capitation fee is 3 yuan, the garbage fee is 1 yuan, and the night incense fee is 1 yuan, right?"
No, this month won't last long."
Scarface arched his hands towards the imperial city and said with a smile, "The Queen Mother is going to celebrate her birthday soon. The superiors have ordered the state governments to increase the longevity tax, and our Tiger Head gang has to pay too. Help collect the money, 2 taels per person. Your family will have to pay a total of 1 tael and 2 taels of silver."
1 tael and $2?
Wei Hong gasped in shock. Grandfather Old Wei complained even more distressfully, "Damn it, old man, I worked hard for a month and only got 1 tael and 5 cents of monthly silver.
You have to leave some porridge for us, grandson and grandson, right? You collect the first half of the month, in the second half of the month, the yamen will come to collect me, will you still let me live? Damn it, it's none of my business whether you live or not." Scarface interrupted impatiently, "If you can't complete the task assigned by your superiors, will you be punished on my behalf? Grandpa."
Wei Hong stopped the old man from continuing the theory, and tried to persuade him in a gentle voice, "Take the money." Old Wei sighed silently and took it out of his arms helplessly for a long time. Finally, he took out a piece of silver and a bunch of copper coins and handed them to Scarface. "That's right, Brother Hong still knows what's interesting."
Scarface turned around and left with satisfaction.
After a while, there was another wave of threats, curses and begging for mercy from next door. Wei Hong withdrew his gaze coldly, as he was already used to this kind of thing. The Zhou dynasty was founded 800 years ago, but it has long been in decay. "Today I will charge the door and window fee, and tomorrow I will collect the charcoal fire fee." Various gangs, large and small, are the minions of those in power, squeezing ordinary people into misery. If you don't pay, they will have 10,000 ways to force you to do so. Wei Hong had no way of knowing whose pocket the money ended up in. He only knew that his current status was not enough to fight against the rules. "These bitches." Old Wei scolded his mother in a distressed voice, "They only know how to plunder the common people, and sooner or later they will give birth to children without assholes. Say less, be careful. Walls have ears." Wei Hong advised him while helping him walk in, "Now I am doing well in the butcher shop. When I become a knife man, our life will be easier." Yes, Brother Hong is hungry after a long day of work, right?" Old Wei's face was full of kindness. "The old man is going to make dinner now. There are still 2 kilograms of brown rice in the rice vat, and half of the dried fish will be steamed for the 2 of us to eat. Good meal. I'm too full from eating in the shop today, so I won't eat dinner." Wei Hong handed the pig lungs over and said sleepily, "This is the offal given by the stall. You can cook it yourself and eat it later in the night." I still have to go to work, so I'll go to bed early.
Okay, just take a shower and go to bed when you're tired. Old Wei nodded hurriedly with a distressed look. He couldn't see how tired Wei Hong was, and he was probably suffering a lot. You don't have to save the pig lungs for me, you can eat them all, don't be reluctant. Wei Hong warned patiently, I will have enough food by working in the butcher shop, and our family will save a lot of money on rations in the future.
Okay. The old man's tone was choked, but his eyes were bright and shining. The child he had worked so hard to bring up finally had the capital to settle down and live a life.
Now that he is so filial and sensible, what else could he be dissatisfied with?
After chatting for a while, Old Wei began to clean the pig lungs and prepare for cooking. Wei Hong looked around the low, dim, cluttered shack, and the wooden bed that could barely fit 2 people, and finally sighed silently. The rice jar at home was empty, and the shack was still leaking. The weather was getting colder day by day, and the charcoal-fired cotton clothes for the winter were not yet available. Thinking about his grandfather who had to go out to beat the night watch every night at his age, and had to do odd jobs and clean up in the Dali Temple prison during the day, doing 2 jobs to support himself, Wei Hong couldn't help but feel depressed.
Just hold on a little longer, life will get better and better. I've been through 16 years, there's nothing I can't get through.
Wei Hong comforted himself while fetching water to wipe his body.
Take a bath? No way.
Where can I take a bath in such a small shack? Most people in the slums don't take a bath once a year.
When I have money in the future, I must buy a big yard.
After a simple wash, Wei Hong lay on the bed tossing and turning. Although he was tired and sleepy, the sore muscles all over his body made it difficult for him to fall asleep. In desperation, Wei Hong added a little vitality to his life value, and waited until his body was wrapped in warm energy again.
He couldn't help but close his eyes comfortably and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Early morning Zhu Ji butcher shop is as busy as usual.
Wei Hong kept cleaning up the blood and flushing the pig intestines. All kinds of work are done quickly and easily, making it impossible to find any fault. More than half a month has passed in a flash. Although he works hard in the butcher shop, he has no worries about eating and drinking every day. The once thin body has gradually gained more muscles, and his complexion is no longer as haggard and pale as it was half a month ago. His eyes have also become sharper due to martial arts training.
The whole person looks very energetic, and finally has some youthful high-spiritedness. Brother Hong, are you busy? Li Danio came back from outside pushing a trolley.
Since Wei Hong took over the handyman job, he has been sent out to deliver goods to major restaurants every day, so he is much busier than before.
You're not busy.
Wei Hong kept moving his hands, raised his head and smiled. These tasks are quite easy, and they are not as good as your busy work outside.
Hey! Don't mention it.
Li Dania poured a cup of tea from the kitchen and cursed. Last night, the Tiger Head Gang and the Blood Crow Gang went crazy for who knows what reason. They suddenly fought in the early morning, causing the city guards in the west of the city to impose martial law. I was interrogated countless times on the way to deliver the goods, and it took me until now to come back.
Oh? Wei Hong suddenly became interested.
Although Li Dania was honest, he also likes to gossip. You can always tell from his mouth what big and small things have happened in the gods recently. Wei Hong was naturally happy to chat with him, so he hurriedly asked, the Huda gang controls such a large area of Anlafang and Angsafang, how dare they provoke a gang like the Blood Crow Gang?
You don't know yet.
Li Dania lowered his voice and said triumphantly, the Blood Crow Gang has recently received the support of a certain big shot and recruited a group of strong people in the blood refining realm, which has greatly strengthened their momentum.
Otherwise, how dare you contend with the Huda gang? I see.
Wei Hong chuckled and shook his head.
This was already commonplace.
This must be another game between some big shots, and it eventually turned into a fight between chess pieces. In short, it has little to do with ordinary people. Also, the eldest son of the wealthy Li family in Lulio Street suddenly went crazy last night and killed 18 members of his family with sharp knives. It is said that even the Suppression and Evil Division was alerted. When passers-by passed by Li's house early in the morning, they were all shocked by the blood on the ground. It is said that all 18 members of the family had their skins removed. If your grandfather passes by here during midnight, remember to ask him to be careful.
Li Daniu continued to talk.
Wei Hong was shocked when he heard this.
Is this weird? He has always known that there are many evil spirits in this world.
Although the capital of the gods is the capital of the great Zhou dynasty, and the emperor has the emperor's imperial energy to suppress it, the chance of strange events happening is relatively small, but it is not absolutely safe.
Over the years, more than a dozen strange incidents have occurred every year just around Anlafang.
It can range from 1 or 2 people being killed or injured, to the worst, the whole family suffers. Most of the people are silent about this, because everyone knows that it is unpredictable and difficult to deal with. Even the suppression and evil division mostly just cleans up the mess afterwards. It's only the victim's own fault to blame.
Okay, how could the Li mansion be provoked by weirdness?
Wei Hong said in surprise, most of these wealthy families have warriors as bodyguards. It stands to reason that warriors are as full of energy and blood as the scorching sun, so they should stay away from ordinary weirdness.
Who says it isn't?
Li Dania put down the tea bowl and said mysteriously, it is said that the eldest son of the Li family went to Hongfu Temple outside the city to burn incense some time ago. Due to the heavy rain, he rested for a while in an abandoned village halfway up the mountain. Maybe Weiji provoked him at that time and brought him home. I heard from Uncle Tang, who sells braised pork next door, that he heard the babble of the eldest son of the Li family singing in the middle of the night. He didn't pay much attention to it at first, but something happened in the middle of the night. I don't know if it was tragic or not. Wei Hong's hair was on all sides and he felt a chill on his back. In this world, human life is really inferior to that of pigs and dogs, making people feel insecure. You must become stronger as soon as possible, otherwise you will really be unable to escape when encountering these dirty things. By the way, how are you doing with your pile skills?
Li Danio asked curiously.
I can barely get to the 7th position in one go. Wei Hong put down his work, went directly to the corner and grabbed a 50-pound stone lock, then took a deep breath and lifted it with all his strength. Ho! The stone lock was raised above his head in response. Although Wei Hong's arms were still trembling slightly. But compared to the helpless appearance half a month ago, there has been a huge change.
Okay, it's not in vain, Brother Fei Hong, that you practice hard every day.
Li Dania praised in surprise. In another 10 days and a half, you should be able to practice the 13 postures in one go. If you can practice it 9 times a day, basically you can reach 200 pounds of arm strength.
He. Wei Hong smiled and said nothing.
He knows how much he weighs, but his progress is actually much worse than others. Although he had grown stronger in the past half-month, it was a pity that his foundation was too poor and his talent was very average, so Li Dania still tried his best to encourage himself.
200 kilograms of arm strength is not that easy.
I heard that many rich and powerful children practice martial arts with the help of nourishing decoctions. One day can equal the work of poor people like us in 1 month. And I don't have money to buy nourishing decoctions. If I don't have enough vitality to replenish my energy, I'm afraid I may not be able to complete it in 3 years. I don't know when the pigs will be officially killed.
Wei Hong frowned in distress.
During this period, he was able to help Aunt Wang kill some chickens, ducks and geese every now and then. But it was not easy for him to kill pigs and sheep. After all, it was not his turn to do it.
Brother Hong wants to kill pigs?
Li Danio seemed to see through his thoughts, and couldn't help but teased with a smile, if you really want to use a knife, come and help me tomorrow.
Wei Hong's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help asking, Brother Danio, don't be ridiculous, do you have 200 kilograms of arm strength?
Not yet. Li Dania smiled and said, now my arm strength is only 180 kilograms at most, and I am not qualified to be a knife man, but tomorrow is the Cold Clothes Festival.
Oh? Wei Hong was surprised.
During the festival, which household will not buy meat? Li Dania continued, at that time, not only the rich and the restaurant, but even the small households will buy meat, and our butcher shop will be very busy.
Wei Hong finally understood what he meant.
Once the butcher shop is busy, there will definitely be a shortage of manpower. On weekdays, Li Danio may not be qualified to butcher pigs, but when he is busy, he, an apprentice who has practiced for 2.5 years and has a strength of 180 kilograms, naturally has the opportunity to butcher pigs.
Brother Danio, how about we work together tomorrow?
Wei Hong said with shining eyes.
Of course. Li Dania smiled innocently, these filthy animals are very strong.
It is not easy for me to hold them down by myself.
It is good to have your help.
Wei Hong was in a good mood when he heard it. It seems that there will be a chance to earn a living tomorrow. Sure enough, in the afternoon, Zhu Sihai summoned everyone and ordered them to leave work early and start work 1 hour earlier tomorrow to prepare for the Cold Clothes Festival. Large numbers of pigs and sheep were also escorted from the dock. October 1st, the weather is getting colder, and the wind is howling. Wei Hong took advantage of the night to shuttle through the streets and alleys and arrived at Zhuji Meat Shop early. It is only 3/4 after the first hour of the first month, but the meat shop is already brightly lit and crowded. Not only are all the dozen butchers here, but even the second and third heads who have been out all day have come in person.
Obviously, this cold clothes festival is an important day for the meat shop. Are all the people here? Shusihai said coldly, holding the teapot as usual. Everyone knows what day it is today. The wealthy families of the major restaurants have already paid deposits to our meat shop. At least 40 pigs and 20 sheep must be slaughtered to make up the number. If there are too many individual customers in the early morning, we may have to add more. I don't care how you usually cheat. If anyone dares to have diarrhea today and make me lose face, just pack up and get out. Our small temple can't accommodate such a big Buddha. Do you understand? Yes. Everyone agreed seriously. Even the most arrogant butchers on weekdays did not dare to offend today. Shusihai glanced over and said again, Li Dania, Wei Hong, you two will work together to kill the sheep, is it okay? Don't worry, we can do it. Li Daniu agreed on the spot. Okay. Shusihai waved his hand, work harder for me, you will get the reward, get to work. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone started to work enthusiastically. 40 pigs and 20 sheep may not seem like a lot. But if you want to clean them all up and send them to the restaurant, it is not an easy task. The kitchen maids Lu Bo and Wang Anti had boiled a pot of boiling water early. The butchers worked in pairs, dragged out the fat pigs and started to work. The white knives went in and the red knives came out, and the howling of pigs and sheep pierced people's eardrums. Li Dania pulled out a black goat from the sheep pen. While tying the sheep's legs with a rope, he threw it on the chopping board. Do you know why the boss asked us to kill the sheep? Li Daniu explained with a smile, because sheep don't need to be shaved, you only need to peel off the sheepskin to sell the meat, which is simpler than killing pigs. And sheep are more docile and weaker than pigs, so the two of us won't be unable to hold them down. Wei Hong nodded in understanding. Through long-term observation, he found that the pigs and sheep in this world are stronger than those on Blue Star. They are like evolved, with terrifying strength. A pig weighing more than 100 pounds cannot be held down by ordinary strong men. It is necessary for knifemen who have practiced standing exercises to cooperate in pairs to quickly get rid of them. Now this black goat doesn't look big, but if Wei Hong goes to the sheepfold to catch it by himself, I'm afraid it will easily be knocked out by it. It's not difficult to kill the sheep, just watch. Li Dania picked up a thin and sharp knife, rubbed it a few times, and was ready to do it. Seeing this, Wei Hong said quickly, let me do it. I have seen them fight many times in daily life. I know how to bleed. You can teach me how to skin it later. Okay. Li Dania handed over the knife happily. Wei Hong shook the butcher knife in his hand, his face indifferent. He did not help in the butcher shop for nothing. He had seen how the butchers killed pigs and sheep, how to cut, how to remove bones and cut meat, but he lacked practical experience. It's just killing sheep, not difficult. Wei Hong grabbed the goat's horn with his left hand, and stabbed the goat's throat with the knife in his right hand. Ba ba ba. The black goat struggled desperately. But because the goat's legs were tied with ropes, its struggle seemed extremely weak, and finally blood gushed out like a fountain, splashing all over the ground. Gradually, its strength became weaker and weaker. After dozens of breaths, a bright ball of light flickered and was swallowed. Ding! Life plus 12, Wei Hong's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but smile. A sheep is actually equivalent to 12 old hens. This deal is a huge profit. But where does this vitality come from? The mutton and sheep blood are still intact. Did the system devour and transform the sheep's soul? Or did it devour the illusory lifespan? Wei Hong couldn't figure it out, so he didn't think about it anymore. Li Daniu had already picked up the goat and hung it on the rack, then explained with a sharp knife, sheepskin is a good thing. It can not only be made into a coat to keep warm, but also into a felt hat, fur coat, and sheepskin boots. Sometimes it is more valuable than mutton, so you must be very careful when peeling the skin. Before peeling, you need to cut a hole in the sheep's leg, and then use a bamboo tube to blow air into the membrane, so that the skin and meat will separate, and peeling will become very easy. After that, he began to fiddle with it seriously. Although Wei Hong had seen other knifemen slaughtering sheep, he still gained a lot from listening to Li Dania's personal explanation. Finally, a skill was added to the system panel: slaughtering, beginner, 1/100. Goats are usually about 70 to 80 kilograms. After skinning, chop off the sheep's head and empty the internal organs, and the mutton can be sold on the stall. Isn't it easier than slaughtering pigs? Li Daniu asked with a smile. Wei Hong nodded in agreement. Since pigs are not skinned when slaughtered, dealing with pig hair is a delicate job. After scraping off the pig hair, the pork must be divided and sold. Overall, it is indeed more complicated than slaughtering sheep, so that after the two of them killed a sheep, the other knifemen were only halfway busy.
Next, the two continued to divide the work and cooperate to slaughter sheep. Wei Hong rushed to bleed the goat every time, so he gained life again and again. At the same time, he also began to peel the skin himself, and his butchering skills increased a lot without realizing it. Well done. Xu Sihai paced and stood by, and finally nodded with satisfaction. Whether it was Li Daniu or Wei Hong, both of them were quick and diligent. Although their strength and skills were not as good as other knife men, they were still very worthy of training. Seeing that the two of them had worked together to kill another goat, Xu Sihai raised his eyebrows and ordered, "Danio, go and pull out the smallest black pig in the pig pen, and you two can kill it." "Hey! Okay." Li Daniu was overjoyed when he heard this. The big boss said this clearly to cultivate him. Although his arm strength was only 180 kilograms, he should be able to pick a smaller pig, and Wei Hong would cooperate with him. After he practices, he will definitely be able to officially become a knife man in less than a month or two. "Congratulations, brother Daniu." Wei Hong congratulated happily. He. Li Daniu smiled and scratched his head. "Let's go. Kill the pig." As they spoke, the two went straight to the pig pen. Enduring the stench and scanning around, Li Daniu quickly locked onto a thin black pig, then hugged the pig's waist and picked it up. That's right, just hug. The way to kill pigs in this world is very simple and rough. Because big fat pigs are generally ferocious, they can easily be injured if they are dragged from the front, so the best way is to lift them up with force so that the pig cannot struggle with the force. "Brother Hong, do it." Li Daniu pressed the pig on the chopping board. The whole body was suppressed tightly, and no matter how it howled and struggled, it was difficult to break free. And this time was a good time for Wei Hong to take action. Put. When the knife goes down, blood splashes. It was Wei Hong's first time to kill a pig, but he was not very good at it after all. Although I tried my best to cut the knife to the vital part of the throat, it still missed a little. It failed to cut off the blood vessels connected to the heart. Injured, the pig naturally howled and struggled desperately. "It's off, come again. Be careful, don't get kicked by it. This beast is too strong. Hurry up." Li Daniu urged anxiously while gritting his teeth and continuing to suppress it. Put. Wei Hong calmly raised the knife and struck again. This time he finally stabbed the knife firmly into the main blood vessel of his throat. The blood splashed out and rushed into the basin of pig blood. "Help!" Li Daniu's face turned red and he squeezed out 2 words through his teeth. Obviously the pig's struggle before death was the most intense. Wei Hong quickly dropped the knife and pressed on it, only to feel an overwhelming force rolling underneath him. In just a few breaths, he almost flew away. Fortunately, Li Daniu was extremely strong and could barely suppress it. Gradually, the pig's strength became less and less. The two of them also breathed a sigh of relief before slowly collapsing to the ground. "Maid, are all the pigs in the world of immortals so fierce?" Wei Hong wiped a cold sweat with lingering fear, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No wonder a man with an arm strength of 200 kilograms is required to act as a swordsman, and he almost overturned. "Brother Hong, good job." Li Daniu grinned. "If you were slower, I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress it." He. Wei Hong smiled and said nothing. He took the time to glance at the system panel's vitality plus 18 prompt, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips. A lean pig actually has 18 points of vitality, which is equivalent to the income of 1.5 sheep. Wouldn't it be more profitable to kill other fat pigs? The future is promising. It's a pity that one bite will turn you into a fat man. Now I have the luck to kill it thanks to Brother Niu. If I rely on myself alone, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it in a short time. Wei Hong let out a long breath of exhaustion. After calming down, he started to continue busy with Li Daniu. After the pig's blood is drained, it must be shaved. One person pours boiling water on the pig, and the other person holds a knife with both hands to shave the pig's hair. Cooperation with each other is the most efficient. Li Daniu's hands and feet are as quick as any other swordsman. Wei Hong also took the time to use the butcher's knife to shave off the finer parts of the pig's hair. Unconsciously, my proficiency in butchering skills increased. Shaving pig hair is the easiest, just be patient and you can shave it clean. The next step is to disembowel the pig and cut it into pieces. Before that, cut off the pig's head and limbs. You must find the right joints and cut it quickly and accurately, slow down when disemboweling, and be sure not to cut the internal organs. If you cut the large intestine, feces will leak out. After emptying out the internal organs, cut open the spine from the back. Take a look, Li Daniu explained while using the knife quickly and accurately. A pig was quickly cut into pieces of meat in his hands. Although this was his first time cutting up pork, he usually helped others, so he was very efficient when doing it without making any mistakes. Shu Sihai stood there and watched for a while, and finally turned around and left with satisfaction.
Seeing this scene, Wei Hong smiled and joked, "The stall owner is very satisfied. Brother Dania, you are going to be promoted to swordsman." "It's not that simple. I still lack some strength." Li Dania's face was complicated, with both joy and sadness. Like Wei Hong, he is actually an ordinary person with average talent. After staying in the butcher shop for 2.5 years, I have actually learned all kinds of skills. It's just that his strength is still not up to standard, so now he can only kill thin pigs. If you want to be a qualified swordsman, you will still fall short after all. Why don't you go to the drugstore and grab some nourishing decoctions? Wei Hong suggested casually, you can earn more money to support your family by becoming a swordsman earlier. Li Dania sneered and said nothing. Apparently he was too cash-strapped to talk. A pair of nourishing decoctions in a drugstore costs at least half a tael of silver. The average person faces various tax exploitations every day and has to support his family. How can he have the money to buy decoctions and practice martial arts? Well, Wei Hong sighed silently, and finally could only continue to work hard. With a background like theirs, every step they take is very difficult. Where are there so many opportunities for trial and error? Taking the time is the right way to go. You too. Just after 9 o'clock, the third stall driver Zhao Mingjie hurriedly came over and ordered, "Hurry up and pack up, prepare to go out with me to deliver goods later, hurry up." "Yes." Li Danio quickly agreed. Wei Hong seemed a little regretful. He wanted to kill a few more sheep. But thinking about it, I knew it was unlikely. Delivery also required manpower. Everyone was busy at this time, so it was impossible to let other knifemen deliver it. Fortunately, I was very quick with my hands and feet just now, otherwise I might not even be able to drink a sip of soup. Wei Hong took the time to take a look at the attribute board and couldn't help but feel emotional. Post, Wei Hong age 16 out of 47, vitality points, 81, health value, 5.7, realm, none yet, exercise, 13 movements of tiger walk getting started, 54 out of 100, supernatural power, none yet, skills, cooking minor success, 89 out of 100, fishing beginner, 63 out of 100, slaughtering beginner, 37 out of 100, tips, 100 vitality points can increase lifespan by 1 year, 10 vitality points can increase health points by 0.1, and 1 vitality point can increase skill proficiency by 1 point. My health points have increased slightly compared to half a month ago, but it is all due to the slow increase in martial arts practice. I just killed 5 sheep and gained a total of 63 vitality points, 1 pig and 18 points, plus the 9 points I earned from helping Aunt Wang kill chickens, ducks and geese, a total of 81 vitality points. Wei Hong thought about it and decisively added 80 vitality points to his health points. Ding! Vitality 80, health points plus 0.8, current health points, 6.5, warm and powerful energy began to reverberate in his body. Wei Hong felt as if he had eaten several bowls of tonic medicine, and every cell in his body seemed to be nourished. His aching muscles quickly became comfortable, his shriveled and thin body gradually became full, he seemed to have endless strength, and his eyes became sharper. While no one was paying attention, Wei Hong casually lifted the stone lock in the corner. He was surprised to find that it was very easy for him to lift a 60-gene stone lock with one arm, and his physical fitness was obviously improved. If I can get so much vitality every day, can I become a saint in the flesh? Wei Hong murmured in surprise. Quick, don't wait. Whoever is behind, hurry up and follow. In the early morning, the door of the butcher shop opened. Crunchy, the sound of a wheelbarrow pressing against the bluestone road broke the silence all around. Zhao Mingjie, the third stall driver, personally led the team. Wei Hong, Li Danio and other 7 or 8 people each pushed a wheelbarrow loaded with pigs and sheep out of the butcher shop, preparing to deliver goods to major restaurants. At this moment, the night is blurry and dark, and there is a faint mist. There was no one in the streets and alleys, and the atmosphere seemed a bit depressing. Brother Hong, don't be nervous. Li Danio comforted with a smile. Actually, delivery is not difficult. Usually, it is delivered to various restaurants first, and then to various wealthy households. You only need to deliver it to your door according to the order. But it's not always safe at night. Although the city of Chengdu has a curfew, it can't handle the mingling of gangs. The price for dozens of pigs and sheep is as high as several hundred taels. We are afraid that some desperados will target us, so we must be smart. Good. Wei Hong nodded repeatedly and scanned the surroundings with vigilant eyes. In this kind of atmosphere, he really didn't feel safe. He always felt like someone was spying on him in the streets and alleys, which made his heart tremble and he didn't dare to relax at all. Just as he walked through a street, he ran into a group of armored city guards. They held torches in their hands and walked across the knife, their eyes looking fierce and scary.
Stop, who is it? Hey, master, don't get me wrong, don't get me wrong.
Zhao Mingjie said with a familiar smile, we are from Juji's butcher shop, we go out to deliver goods at night, we are definitely not thieves.
Oh? Really? The leader of the guard glanced at the convoy with sharp eyes, and then said with a smile, it turns out to be stall owner Zhao, why are you personally delivering the goods? Isn't this the winter clothes festival? Major restaurants want more goods.
Zhao Mingjie stuffed 2 pieces of silver without leaving a trace, and said with a smile, thank you, Master Jun. These are the guys from my butcher shop.
It's convenient for you.
Yes. The guard leader nodded with satisfaction, and then said, since you have delivered the goods, let's go, don't waste time.
Yes, thank you, Master Jun.
Zhao Mingjie happily held his hand and continued to move forward with the team.
Zhuji's butcher shop is backed by the Huda gang and has some relationship with the city patrol army.
As long as you are not on a mission to hunt down thieves or fugitives, you won't be challenged if you give them some tea money.
After a while, the motorcade stopped in front of a restaurant called Minjiwang.
This restaurant occupies a large area, and 2 red lanterns hang high at the door. Through the ajar door, you can see several young men who look like servants yawning while cleaning tables, chairs, and benches.
It seems that being a waiter in a restaurant is not easy.
Wei Hong couldn't help but sigh in a low voice.
Being a waiter in a restaurant is naturally not easy.
Li Daniu agreed, you work hard for only 1 or 2 silver a month. You wake up earlier than a chicken, go to bed later than a dog, and you often have to deal with difficult customers.
Being beaten and scolded.
Old Lu, please inspect the goods. Zhao Mingjie stepped into the door and handed over his hand to a middle-aged man in gray clothes and long coat who was dozing behind the counter. Oops, the third stall guy actually came to deliver the goods in person.
It's a rare customer.
The middle-aged man stood up and greeted him with a smile. Zhao Mingjie said helplessly, it's the holiday today, and every restaurant is fully prepared to welcome guests.
Our butcher shop can't hold back.
Your family has ordered 8 pig feet, 120 kilograms of pork, 50 kilograms of pork, 60 pounds of mutton and offal, please order.
Easy to say.
The middle-aged man called 2 boys to come over and help. In a short while, I finished counting the pork and mutton, paid for the goods, and received them. Zhao Mingjie exchanged greetings with others with satisfaction, and then waved, let's go to the next house, hurry up, don't waste time. The crunching sound of wheels sounded again.
The mighty motorcade kept marching on the street, delivering fresh meat to restaurants one after another. Before you know it,
the convoy arrived at a long street by the river. The place is filled with dense willow trees, their branches and leaves swaying in the wind, which looks particularly eye-catching in the dark night. Occasionally, you can see brightly lit brothels and boats on the river.
Waves of mist floated in the wind, making the atmosphere even colder.
Beep, bab, bab, a high-pitched and soft singing sound came from afar. In the motorcade, Lu Kong, who has been in and out of brothels all year round, couldn't help but laugh strangely and commented, this Qingping tune has a bit of charm. I don't know which young lady from the boathouse sang it.
It sounds quite seductive.
Still having fun in the early hours of the morning, these dogs really know how to enjoy themselves, shameless people. Zhang Kuei cursed and took a mouthful of thick phlegm. You two really laugh at 50 steps, how can you have the nerve to laugh at others as shameless people?
If the money hadn't been spent, wouldn't you hang out in the Hook Bar every day?
That's right, be careful not to get sick.
Ha ha, it doesn't matter.
If you get an internal disease, it will be cured. The men laughed and joked one after another, and they were even more excited when they talked about dirty things. However, Zhao Mingjie, who was walking in front, changed his expression on the spot and quickly raised his hand and said, hush, be silent.
Wei Hong was startled and noticed something was wrong.
This singing sound clearly did not come from the boat, but came from all directions. It was vaguely as if someone was singing softly in my ears.
All of a sudden, everyone just felt like they were surrounded by coolness.
It seemed like there was a pair of eyes staring at me in the dark. Unconsciously, everyone's hands and feet became a little stiff.
Not far away,
2 big red lanterns suddenly lit up at the door of a house. They were dazzling and scarlet, making people shudder.
Oh no, this is Green Willow Street.
Li Daniu was so scared that his face turned pale. Before the Richley family was weirdly exterminated, someone heard singing.
Hiss. Everyone took a breath of cold air. Zhao Mingjie was so shocked that he stepped back repeatedly. He took a few deep breaths and whispered to everyone, "Quick! Take a detour, don't talk, don't look around, lower your head and leave quickly. Hong Gor, follow me. Go faster." Everyone pushed the wheelbarrow in a panic and took a detour. It was not until they were 100 meters away that the singing lingering in their ears gradually disappeared. After confirming that no one was possessed by the weird, everyone silently breathed a sigh of relief.
Li Daniu, do you want to die?
Zhao Mingjie wiped his cold sweat and cursed, "Since you knew something happened in the Li mansion, why didn't you tell us in advance?
You want to kill everyone, right?
Third boss, I am innocent." Li Daniu defended aggrievely, "This matter has been a hot topic, I thought you knew it."
You dare to talk back?
Zhao Mingjie glared in anger.
Third boss, calm down.
Wei Hong hurriedly advised, "We'd better leave quickly. Although we don't know if there is really something strange, it's not a good thing to stay here."
"Yes, let's go."
Zhao Mingjie took the opportunity to lead the convoy away quickly.
"Damn it, it's too scary.
I won't go to Green Willow Street next time, even if I'm killed."
"That's right.
There's something strange going on at the foot of the Imperial City. How can people live like this?
Hee, we're still lucky.
I heard that several villages outside the city have been hit by strange things recently. Everyone in the village has died. The second in command and his team are always scared when they go out to collect pigs."
"What's that?"
"Qinzhou was hit by drought and famine some time ago. The land was barren and there were strange things everywhere.
I don't know how many people died.
The people who survived the disaster were talking about it, and everyone was scared." Wei Hong's face was not very good either. He didn't expect that just coming out to deliver goods would be so dangerous.
If he was unlucky, he would probably die inexplicably today, right?
We must become stronger as soon as possible. Wei Hong breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thanking himself for escaping the disaster. But just as he was about to leave, a scream came from the convoy.
"Where are Lu Kang and Jiang Kuwei? Damn it, why are they gone?"
Everyone gasped in shock. A chill instantly struck their hearts, causing their hands and feet to stiffen.
"Missing? Are you kidding me?"
Early in the morning, Zhu Ji's butcher shop, which should be noisy, turned out to be extremely dull and silent. Only Zhu Sihai's disbelieving roar echoed everywhere. Wei Hong, Li Daniu and other people who had just escaped had pale faces and were obviously frightened. "How dare I joke about this kind of thing?" Zhao Mingjie, the third stall owner, argued with a sullen look on his face. Everyone was very frightened at that time.
"If I hadn't had a tough attitude and forced them to come back after delivering the goods, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to come back.
I have to leave my car and my meat behind and run for my life."
"Is it possible that you still don't believe me? Could it be that the two of them fell behind?"
Zhu Sihai asked, rubbing his brows depressedly. "Is it normal for two people to get lost in the middle of the night?"
"That's normal."
Zhao Mingjie whispered in a low voice, "The convoy is lit with torches at night. No matter how blind you are, you can't get lost, right? Moreover, the two of them were lined up in the middle of the convoy, and in the blink of an eye, not even the people in the car were gone."
"You said this, hiss."
Zhu Sihai was also frightened and took a breath.
"Don't make any noise, send someone out to look for it first."
"Good." The two briefly discussed for a while, and Zhao Mingjie began to go out to look for people. Zhu Sihai personally took charge of the butcher shop, fearing that something would go wrong again. Wei Hong and others still looked at each other, all a little shocked.
"It's okay."
Li Daniu smiled and comforted. Maybe the two of them were just secretly looking for flowers and willows.
He.
Everyone rolled their eyes perfunctorily. No one was stupid enough to believe such nonsense. Wei Hong could not forget the chill and coldness at that time. He was sure that Lu Kang and Jiang Kuwei disappeared in the blink of an eye. This kind of weird event was difficult to reason with common sense. If it happened, only one of them would die.
"What are you doing with such a mournful face? Could something weird in broad daylight harm you? Now that you're back, it means you're safe."
Zhu Sihai scolded angrily, "Just do whatever you have to do now. I'll get off work an hour early in the afternoon and go home to rest. Before leaving, everyone should go to the stall to receive 3 pounds of offal and a reward. Do you understand?"
"Yes.
Thank you, the stall owner. The big stalls are rich." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this.
The dull atmosphere gradually became warmer.
After staying up until lunch, Wei Hong started practicing again as usual.
Call.
Oh. He struck various poses. Sometimes it crawls, sometimes it crawls, sometimes it twists its body. The muscles of the half-naked upper body were tight and sweaty. Do your best in every move, without any slack.
In the past, if he could only practice the seventh position, he would fall to the ground from exhaustion and it would be difficult to continue to persevere. But he had just increased his health today, and his blood was surging all over his body. As if he had endless strength, he actually practiced from the first to the 13th form in one breath.
Ha! Did this kid take the wrong medicine? He only practiced the 7th posture a few days ago, and now he has practiced the 13th posture?
The swordsmen who were lifting the stone blocks to practice their strength could not help but look at them in surprise. Li Daniu was also stunned for a moment.
Wei Hong just said yesterday that he had practiced the 7th form. How come he has made such great progress today? Could it be that he bought some decoction to nourish his qi and blood?
After some hard work, Wei Hong breathed a sigh of relief. As the 13th pose was successfully completed, the bones all over his body began to make crackling sounds. A sense of transparency arises inexplicably from the bottom of my heart. The boiling blood turned into bursts of warmth and began to moisten every muscle in the body. Billions of pores opened at this moment, a large amount of sweat spurted out, and a large amount of impurities were easily discharged from the body. At the same time, besides the soreness in the limbs, there is also a numbing feeling, which makes people secretly intoxicated.
Feels good.
Wei Hong silently savored the process of becoming stronger, and his fearful heart gradually became more at ease.
Li Daniu couldn't help but sigh. You can master the 13 tiger moves so quickly. Brother Hong is so awesome. It's just a fluke. Wei Hong replied humbly. Take a rest and don't work too hard. Li Daniu advised. Good.
Wei Hong pretended to be tired and panted heavily, then decisively sat aside to rest. Although he still has the energy to practice again now, even if he is tired, he can quickly recover his physical strength by adding a point to his health. It is not a problem to practice 10 or 8 times a day. But he wisely chose to hide his clumsiness. Just practicing 13 postures in a row has attracted the attention of others. If he practiced a few more times, even a fool would know that there was something fishy about him.
It's better to go home and practice again.
Wei Hong recalled the sense of transparency just now, and his mood couldn't help but feel a little better. Fortunately, I took advantage of the Winter Clothes Festival to make a fortune today. If he hadn't added some health points, it wouldn't have been easy for him to master the Zhuang Kung Fu so quickly. Now he can complete the 13 postures of the tiger in one go, and the tempering effect will naturally increase exponentially. As long as he studies hard and practices hard, he will be able to reach an arm strength of 200 kilograms in less than half a year.
Of course, this is the most conservative estimate. If you can earn more vitality every day, add some. Then it is unknown that this time will be greatly reduced.
In the afternoon, the butcher shop closed early. Wei Hong also received 3 pounds of pig water, plus a reward of 200 won.
The reward is so much? That's so generous. Wei Hong secretly smacked his tongue. What's this? Li Daniu joked cheerfully. I'm so happy that I can give you a reward of 200 won. A formal swordsman can have 500 won. They have good skills and work hard, so they deserve to earn a lot. Wei Hong said indifferently, and don't we have the opportunity to become formal knifemen in the future? That's right.
Li Daniu murmured with a face full of longing. The monthly salary of knifemen is as high as 3 taels, and the rewards during festivals are generous.
The unsold pig offal can be taken home at will.
I dare not dream of such a good thing. Wei Hong laughed dumbly, and he also had longing in his heart. Compared with the monthly silver of the waiters and night watchmen in the restaurant, which is just over 1 tael, and the hard-earned money of the aunties in the slums who help people wash clothes every day, 3 taels of monthly silver is definitely a high income. At least if you save a little money, it is not difficult to support a family of 3.
The future is promising. Wei Hong sighed. Please vote, squeak. Pushing open the simple door, Wei Hong returned home with the pig offal. He saw his grandfather mending clothes at a glance. He squinted his cloudy eyes and used the weak light. He was struggling to mend an old coat that had already been worn out. Grandpa, let me do it.
Wei Hong put down the things in his hands and rushed to help.
Brother Hong is back?
Old Wei said with a smile. Why did you get off work so early today? It's a holiday, so it's natural to get off work early.
Wei Hong sewed skillfully, and said without raising his head, business is good today.
The boss gave me 200 coins and 3 caddies of pig offal. I bought 40 caddies of brown rice from Lou's rice shop on East Street, and the shop gave me 2 caddies more.
Grandpa, please tidy it up. Hey, good. Old Wei glanced at the rice bag, and his face was even more happy.
With these brown rice, we don't have to worry about the next 3 months.
How can dozens of caddies of brown rice last for 3 months? Grandpa, don't drink porridge every day to save food. Wei Hong complained dissatisfiedly. If so, what if your body collapses? No, no.
Old Wei smiled. Old people don't eat much.
Today is a holiday, let's have a good meal.
After speaking, he stood up with a hunched body. First, he poured the brown rice into the rice jar, and then turned over the pig offal. There is still a small jar of pickles, half a salted fish, 2 pieces of tofu, and a handful of wild vegetables at home.
Old Wei said non-stop, why don't we make some soup? No hurry.
Wei Hong said without raising his head,
you cut some offal and send it to Grandma Wang and Uncle Lu.
We only need to keep 1 pound of the 3 pounds of pig offal, otherwise it will be a waste if we can't eat it.
Okay.
Old Wei nodded and agreed hurriedly.
Although this slum is a mixed bag, there are also many honest neighbors.
Wei Hong and his grandson were taken care of by others in the past. Now that life is easier, they naturally want to help their neighbors. Meat is not easy to preserve, and the grandson can't eat 3 pounds in one meal. There is not much salt at home for pickling, so it's better to give it to others.
Old Wei cut 2 pounds of offal neatly and went out with them.
Wei Hong sewed the torn jacket in a few seconds,
washed his hands and started to prepare dinner. However, there was no soy sauce or seasoning at home.
There was only a small bowl of lard and half a can of salt. In this case, even if Wei Hong was a good cook, it would be difficult to make delicious food. He thought about it and could only use a clay pot to wash the rice and stew a can of rice.
After a while, the small shack was filled with smoke.
Wei Hong was busy with ease. He threw half of the salted fish into the rice and steamed it together. The pickles and lard were simply stir-fried to make a small dish to go with the rice. The tofu was cut into pieces and thrown into the pot with wild vegetables, and water was added to boil. Finally, the cleaned pig offal was added, and a simple pot of wild vegetable tofu and pig offal soup was cooked. Without ginger, cooking wine and other seasonings, the taste is always a bit worse.
Wei Hong frowned regretfully. But it is not easy to be full, and now I am not qualified to ask for too much.
After cooking, while his grandfather was still here, he placed the food on the broken wooden table and put the unburned charcoal in the stove into a jar. The residue after burning firewood can be sealed in a jar to obtain the most common stove charcoal. This kind of charcoal is very humid, and it will produce thick smoke and fly ash easily when burning. The rich and powerful will disdain to use it, but it is the most important heating treasure for ordinary poor people in winter.
Hong, are you done?
Towards dusk, Old Wei pushed the door open with a cold body.
Wash your hands and eat.
Wei Hong set up the bowls and chopsticks, and asked casually, Grandpa, how much charcoal do we have stored?
There should be 100 to 180 kilograms of stove charcoal.
Old Wei thought about it and shook his head in distress, but this winter may be colder. Without 1,000 kilograms of charcoal, we may not survive this winter. When I bought rice just now, I took a look at the price of charcoal. Wei Hong sighed worriedly. This year, even the cheapest stove charcoal costs 1 tael and 8 cents per 1,000 kilograms, and ash flower charcoal costs 5 taels and 3 cents per 1,000 kilograms.
How can we afford to buy charcoal? The winter in Chengdu has always been cold.
Without enough charcoal to keep warm, it is indeed a big problem to survive the winter. In addition to stove charcoal and ash flower charcoal, there are also more expensive silver bone charcoal and gold thread silver bone charcoal on the market, but those are things that only dignitaries can afford.
Wei Hong's family can't even afford the cheapest stove charcoal. Let's eat first.
Old Wei smiled awkwardly, picked up the bowl, and said twitchingly, I'll go outside the city later to see if I can chop some firewood.
Don't!
Wei Hong hurriedly stopped him. How can you chop firewood in your health? Besides, the mountains and forests within 100 miles of the divine capital have been cut down by people. There are forests in the royal forest garden, but civilians who dare to cut them down will be beheaded.
You'd better save your energy.
That's right. Old Wei looked a little depressed. These days, it's not just the grandfather and grandson who need charcoal to survive the winter. There are millions of poor people in the entire divine capital, and the mountain people in various villages are cutting down trees on a large scale. It is very difficult to find firewood during this time of winter. Old Wei has already done 2 jobs, and he is powerless to make more money. Wei Hong doesn't have to worry about food and drink in the butcher shop, but he doesn't have wages.
It seems that I have to think of a way.
Wei Hong slowed down his chewing and thought about it and only thought of 2 ways: either go to the water and land dock to carry a big bag, or go fishing.
Because of the memory of the previous life.
When Wei Hong was 4 or 5 years old, he would go to the river outside the city to catch fish and shrimps. When he was older, he would cast a net to catch fish to supplement the family income. So at this time, the first thing he thought of was naturally fishing. In addition, Wei Hong's strength increased greatly because of martial arts training, barely comparable to that of an ordinary adult. At this time, if he was willing to go to the water and land dock to carry a big bag and work hard after work, in a month, even if it was a part-time job, he could make a lot of money.
There are constant boats at the water and land dock.
I heard that diligent people can earn 2 or 3 taels of hard-earned money in a month. If I work hard every day, it shouldn't be difficult to earn some money for charcoal, rice and noodles.
In addition, fishing is my old skill.
At the very least, I can cast a few nets, but I can't be short of food and drink. The more Wei Hong thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense, so he took the opportunity to say what he thought. Old Wei was both relieved and ashamed, and smiled bitterly. It's only you who have to work hard, Hong. If you hadn't been sensible these years, we would have been frozen to death or starved to death.
Grandpa, what are you talking about? You raised me when I was young, so how can I not take care of you when you are old?
Wei Hong picked up a piece of salted fish for him and solemnly assured him, "Don't worry, we will be able to live a good life soon."
Okay.
Old Wei was so relieved that he couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear, and couldn't help but sigh. "Hong, you are filial, and our family will always have a future."
It's a pity for your grandmother Wang and Uncle Lu's family, alas.
Please vote. Talking about the current situation of the neighborhood. Old Wei's head was full of sighs and sighs. Your grandma Wang's family has had a very difficult time in the past few years. She worked hard to raise her 2 granddaughters. When they were young, they were worried that they would be targeted by kidnappers. When they were older, they were worried that they would be bullied by ruffians. The 3 of us, my grandfather and my grandson, spend their days helping people wash clothes and make a living.
The money they earn is not enough to pay the head fee.
They weave cloth shoes by starlight every night. It hurts their eyes.
They were too embarrassed to accept the pig sesame that I sent over just now.
They had to persuade me to accept it. The 2 girls are so thin that they wouldn't be able to pick up the slightest bit of meat. Wei Hong listened patiently and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He was very familiar with Grandma Wang's family and had received a lot of care from her when he was a child.
Her 2 granddaughters are just younger than herself.
There is no need to mention how miserable the 3 women lived in the slums, where they were like wolves and tigers.
Our family's life is pretty good.
Please help if you can in the future. Wei Hong agreed casually.
Yes. Old Wei nodded happily and continued to sigh. Uncle Lu, you are also quite miserable. When you were young, you were a well-known figure in the yamen.
Unfortunately, you offended someone and you were dismissed from your post.
His left leg was also injured. Interrupt abruptly. Now that my wife and children are separated, I am all alone. Anyone can step on me.
I make a living every day by pulling night scents for the dung gang.
I have long lost the energy of my youth. Wei Hong fell silent again.
In his impression, Uncle Lu was an agile and high-spirited policeman who often hated evil and punished evil and promoted good. In the past, he even protected the surrounding neighbors righteously.
But once it lost momentum, it fell into the quagmire.
The villains he once dealt with often took pleasure in bullying him.
How can such a variety of lifestyles not make people sigh?
Such tragedies are common in slums. Everyone in the world is suffering, let's take care of ourselves first. Wei Hong sighed and advised, "Grandpa, you should go to bed early. Weird events have been happening in Green Willow Street in the past few days, so stay away late at night."
Okay.
Lao Weitu said with a distressed look on his face, "Brother Hong, you should wash up and rest early. You have to go to work later." After saying that, the old man started to clear away the dishes.
Wei Hong didn't rush to help.
He looked at the sky and saw that it was still early, then looked at his small shack, and simply ran to a nearby remote alley to practice martial arts. I didn't have enough fun practicing in the butcher shop today. Plus the excitement of strange events. Wei Hong felt upset and restless, so he simply practiced qigong to divert his attention. He took off his shirt and lay naked on the dirt road in the alley. He gritted his teeth and began to practice 13 postures of the tiger.
Call. Ha!
The first style of the tiger coming down the mountain.
The second style of the hungry tiger pounces on the sheep.
The third style is like a tiger roaring in all directions. Wei Hong continued to exercise at the rhythm of 99 and 81 breaths in each posture without any hurry or slowness. Every muscle in his body was trembling under the high-intensity exercise, and sweat poured out from his pores.
Call. Call.
Wei Hong gasped for air. Once again, I experienced the full feeling of being slightly strengthened and my muscles becoming stronger after being extremely exhausted.
This feeling is really addictive and enjoyable.
At the same time, he completely threw away the uneasiness in his heart, and his heart only felt peaceful and comfortable.
Continue.
Wei Hong gritted his teeth and once again immersed himself in crazy training. The journey of martial arts is nothing more than strengthening the muscles through physical exercise and absorbing the energy in food to strengthen oneself. Every practice of 13 postures of the tiger requires a huge amount of energy and blood. After the second round of practice, Wei Hong finally collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Not only was he too tired to move, his stomach was empty and hungry.
I'm so tired.
With my current physique, practicing 3 times a day is still a bit reluctant.
It would be great if I could kill pigs and sheep every day to earn a living. Wei Hong couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart.
After enduring the exhaustion, he got up from the ground, added another point of vitality to his health, and allowed his body to gradually regain some strength. Then he raced home to wash up and rest. Fortunately, I am full of energy after practicing martial arts.
Sleeping for 2 or 3 hours a day can help you stay energetic.
Otherwise, Wei Hong would not dare to squeeze himself so hard. Late at night, Wei Hong went to the butcher shop on time to work as usual. As soon as I arrived at the shop, I found that the atmosphere was not right, and everyone was full of anxiety and panic.
Lu Kang and Jiang Kuei are really dead. Li Danio came over and whispered.
Hiss.
Wei Hong took a breath.
Although I had been mentally prepared for it, I was still a little shocked when I heard the news.
Li Dania continued, they died in Li's mansion. No one knows when they entered.
They only know that the Yamen discovered the bodies at the crime scene of Li's mansion. It is said that the blood in their bodies seems to have been drained, and they have a satisfied smile on their faces, as if they were having fun with others before they died. Now everyone is very panicked, for fear that everyone who went to deliver goods together yesterday will be troubled by the strange.
Wei Hong's eyebrows beat wildly when he heard this.
If he encounters this kind of weirdness now, I'm afraid he won't get any benefit at all. Soldiers come and cover up the water and the earth. Wei Hong comforted with a wry smile, life and death are determined by fate.
We may not be so unlucky to be targeted. 2. Li Danio could only comfort himself in this way. While talking, Zhu Sihai came over with a stinky face and scolded, what are you yelling about?
The matter of Lu Kang and Jiang Kuei will be handled by the Evil Suppression Division. Why don't you work faster?
You don't want your wages, right?
Everyone didn't dare to say much and started to work. It's just 2 lives, who really cares?
Life should go on as it should, as long as it doesn't involve oneself, it's just a few sighs. Danio, you will be the butcher from today.
Zhu Sihai suddenly arranged.
Me? Li Danio was full of astonishment. Big boss, are you kidding? What a joke, there are not enough people now, who will take over if you don't take over?
Zhu Sihai snorted coldly, I know you don't have enough strength, but it doesn't matter.
You will only be responsible for killing sheep in the future, is it okay?
No problem, absolutely no problem.
Li Danio's eyes were shining with excitement.
The wish he had been looking forward to for a long time was fulfilled in advance, so how could he not agree?
Wei Hong couldn't help but secretly surprised when he heard this.
He didn't care whether Lu Kang and Jiang Kuei died or not, but he was happy to see Li Dania take over as the butcher because of their deaths and the shortage of staff in the butcher shop. Because in this way, he could make a living by slaughtering sheep under the pretext of cooperating with Li Dania, which was obviously much better than working hard for several years before he could officially slaughter pigs. I will find 2 more apprentices to do odd jobs in a few days. Zhu Sihai turned to look at Wei Hong and said, you have to work harder these days, and you have to take over Dania's previous work.
Is that okay?
Okay.
Don't worry, boss.
Wei Hong readily agreed. Zhu Sihai nodded with satisfaction, and his frown relaxed a little.
Brother Danio, congratulations.
After Zhu Sihai left, Wei Hong immediately handed over his hand and congratulated him.
The swordsmen around also cast kind eyes on Li Danio.
After all, from today on, he is no longer an apprentice who can be driven around by others, and he can naturally gain the respect of others.
He.
Li Dania scratched his head with a smile, and said a little at a loss, I am just lucky, otherwise I would not have become a swordsman so quickly.
It doesn't matter.
Wei Hong comforted casually, whether it's bad luck or not, it's always good to be a swordsman. At worst, when you get your first monthly prescription, I'll buy a few decoctions to replenish it. 200 pounds, isn't it easy to break through with arm strength?
2. Li Dania then smiled happily.
Brother Danio, I want to discuss something with you. Wei Hong lowered his voice and said straight to the point, I like to play with knives.
Can you let me bleed all the pigs and sheep you are responsible for in the future? Hey, this is not a big deal.
Lidania said nonchalantly, if you like to use the knife, you can do it.
You can also help me, but can you handle the chores by yourself? Must be able. Wei Hong's face was full of determination.
He doesn't care whether it's hard work or not for a person to do odd jobs. As long as he could kill people every day to earn a living, he would have to keep doing it no matter how hard or tiring it was.
Good.
Lidanio didn't say much and went directly to the sheepfold to catch the sheep.
After a while, a black goat was tied up with its legs and thrown on the chopping board.
Wei Hong took the time to sharpen the butcher's knife and stabbed it with the sharp knife.
Put!
Warm blood splashed out. The black goat died quickly in a fit of convulsions. Wei Hong silently enjoyed the killing pleasure for a while. Without hesitation, he turned around to boil water and do chores, leaving Lidanio alone to skin the goat. In this way, Wei Hong earned a living without delaying his work.
Lidania didn't mind if someone helped him bleed. The two of them hit it off immediately and each got what they needed, and they cooperated inexplicably.
Bite. Vitality plus 12, bite. Vitality plus 13, bite.
Vitality plus 11 system prompts kept ringing.
Wei Hong felt a sense of relief, and the smile on his lips never stopped.
Isn't this kid out of his mind and crazy?
Lidania felt a chill and couldn't figure out what his bad taste was.
It's just killing a sheep. Are you so happy?
I have never heard of butchers who killed too many people and were plagued by sins, fearing that they would fall into the 18th level of hell after death.
How could I have ever seen Wei Hong who was happy to kill like this? Brother Hong, why don't you take it easy?
Lidanio couldn't help but advise, I heard people say that killing too many animals will not bring good retribution. Heaven is unkind, and all things are pigs and dogs. Wei Hong raised his eyebrows and chuckled, if you don't kill me, someone else will come to kill you. What we butchers do is killing, so why should we care too much? As long as you live well in this life, it doesn't matter whether you will be blessed in the next life.
2. Lidanio scratched his head, not knowing how to refute. Let's not talk about this for now.
Wei Hong asked while throwing firewood into the boiler for boiling water, my family has been in a tight situation recently.
I was thinking about going to the land and water dock to carry big bags. Do you know how to do it? Lidania didn't feel surprised when he heard this.
He thought about it and said, with your current strength, you can barely get off work and carry big bags, but you probably won't make much money.
Really?
Wei Hong raised his head in surprise. I heard people say that you can make a lot of money by carrying big bags at the dock. If you work hard, you can earn 2 or 3 taels a month.
How can I not make any money?
I'm afraid you don't know, but there are particularities to carrying big bags at the pier. Lidania knew this very well and talked eloquently. The water and land pier is the only docking place for various states in the capital. During the day, there are all kinds of cruise ships and sailing boats, building ships, and even rivers can be blocked, and cargo ships often choose to dock at night or early in the morning. If you are willing to stay up late to carry a big bag and work hard, it will not be difficult to carry 2 or 3 taels of silver in January. A strong person can even carry 4 to 5 taels of silver.
But where can you find work after work in the afternoon?
And even if there is work, the dock gang still has to take a commission, so how much will it get if it falls into your hands? I also wanted to carry the big bag before, so I might as well not mention it in the end. The more Lidania spoke, the darker his face became. Obviously the bowl of rice at the dock is not so delicious.
Wei Hong is a person who listens to advice.
After thinking about it, he felt that it made sense. The butcher's shop ends at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the city gate closes at 5 o'clock.
I only have 1 hour and 2 quarters.
Wei Hong thought in his mind, excluding the time on the road and back, there is still half an hour at most.
It seems that it is not enough. Carrying big bags.
Finally, he smiled helplessly. Since carrying a big bag isn't an option, the only option is to go fishing. Half an hour is enough for him to toss around the river for a while. With his skills, the fish will definitely be good. Whether he delivers it to restaurants or lets his grandfather sell it in the vegetable market, he can still make some money.
Just do it. Wei Hong decisively decided on the next itinerary.
In addition to working at the butcher shop every day, he also has to go fishing outside the city in the evening to earn extra money, and then find time to practice martial arts in the evening. All in all, his time must be fully booked. The children of the poor are already in charge. If we want the grandfather and grandson to have a good winter, it will definitely not work if they don't work hard.
Early in the morning,
Lidania finally completed the day's task and killed 6 sheep in total. Wei Hong, who went under the knife, also gained 75 points of vitality. He added 70 points to his health without hesitation.
Ding!
Vitality 70, health plus 0.7, current health, 7.2, host, Wei Hong, age, 1647, vitality points, 5, health, 7.2, realm, none, skills, 13 tiger movements, beginner, 67 out of 100, magic powers, none, skills, cooking, minor success, 84 out of 100, fishing, beginner, 63 out of 100, slaughter, beginner, 58/100, tips, 100 points of vitality can increase lifespan by 1 year, 10 points of vitality can increase health by 0.1, and 1 point of vitality can increase skill proficiency by 1 point. Boom!
Boom!
A strong stream of blood and qi rushed into his body. Wei Hong could only feel his heart beating wildly.
The whole person seemed to be bursting, full of inexhaustible energy.
Next time, it's better to add some before practicing, so that the qi and blood can be maximized. Wei Hong calculated and summarized in his mind. According to his observations during this period, life value is a very complex general term, which can be regarded as a summary of physique, strength, and qi and blood. In short, the stronger the life value, the stronger the vitality of the human body, the more vigorous the qi and blood, and the strong vitality in the body can continuously relieve fatigue and repair hidden injuries. However, the stronger the life value does not mean that the physique is stronger. After the qi and blood are increased out of thin air, it must be transformed through effective exercise and hard training, and finally promote the continuous enhancement of physique and strength. So, I still have to continue to practice hard. Wei Hong smacked his lips, and a bold idea suddenly popped up in his mind.
Since there is not enough time for daily practice, why not integrate the pile exercise into daily life? In this way, wouldn't it be possible to practice anytime and anywhere? Ask for votes and follow up reading.
Have to admit Wei Hong's sudden idea was indeed very crazy. He was a newbie who had just learned Zhuanggong and hadn't learned to walk yet.
He actually wanted to run.
If he said it, he would be laughed to death. However, having experienced the information explosion era in his previous life, Wei Hong's thinking is not comparable to that of ordinary people, and he will naturally not be constrained by rules and regulations. Try it. Although you cannot perform the movements of 13 postures of the tiger anytime and anywhere, many of its breathing techniques can be integrated into your daily life.
Wei Hong took a deep breath.
While cleaning the blood on the ground, he started trying while distracted. The key points of breathing in the first posture of Zhuanggong are 3 fast and 1 slow. At the same time, you must control the flow of qi and blood to the neck, shoulder blades, and waist muscles. This breathing method seems simple, but it is a bit difficult to operate.
Moreover, Wei Hong did not perform the first posture of lying down.
If he wanted to direct his energy and blood with his thoughts alone, the difficulty would naturally increase tenfold and 100-fold.
Call. Call.
Wei Hong tried several times and finally changed his breathing method. Although it is very easy to be interrupted in this way, and the energy and blood are not guided to key positions, the training effect is almost non-existent.
But it's a new path after all. Gradually,
he began to imagine that he was practicing on the ground. By unconsciously shaking the body in small increments and using the breathing method to mobilize qi and blood, the skin on the neck, shoulder blades, and waist gradually became more flushed.
It works!
Wei Hong was extremely surprised.
Although the effect is not as good as 1/10 of that when practicing lying down. But as long as there are results, he will have the confidence to continue studying.
Finally, let yourself find a martial arts path that is different from others.
Unfortunately, it is not easy to integrate Zhuanggong into daily life. Wei Hong tried many times but couldn't get the hang of it.
Moreover, it was easy for his mind to be disturbed when he was working. As long as his breathing was disturbed, all his previous efforts would be wasted, which really made him extremely annoyed.
Don't rush, take your time. As long as the path is right, it will work out one day.
Wei Hong comforted himself silently, and his mentality gradually became calmer. He was no longer eager for success, but relaxed his mind and tried to control his breathing while doing odd jobs again and again, believing that he would succeed one day. Afternoon. Wei Hong, who had been busy all day, hurriedly finished work, went home, picked up fishing tools, and rushed out of the city. The city of gods occupies a huge area, with a radius of hundreds of miles. There are as many as 16 city gates, and it takes a lot of time to get to the city gate from home.
Cross the crowded moat bridge. In front of you is a wide and flat dirt road.
There were carriages and people flowing all over the road, with various caravans and wealthy households, farmers and hunters, and escorts and scholars passing through, stirring up bursts of smoke and dust. There are various tea sheds and stables on both sides of the road, where outsiders can stop and rest. Occasionally, you can see many refugees in ragged clothes, as well as many young guides soliciting guests.
Once upon a time, Wei Hong was one of them.
Every day, I solicited customers outside the city gate, led out-of-towners to visit relatives and friends through the streets, and only earned dozens of copper coins for running errands in a day.
It was really hard work. Brother Hong, are you going fishing again? Didn't you become an apprentice in a butcher's shop? Why did you return to your old profession?
Several familiar young guides were teasing and joking.
Go, go.
Wei Hong said angrily, the apprentices have no wages, and the cold winter is approaching and we don't have enough rice, flour, food, oil, or charcoal to make fire at home.
If I don't go fishing, will I starve to death? Ha ha ha.
The teenagers burst into ridicule again, attracting passers-by's side glances.
Wei Hong didn't chat too much with them. He waved his hand casually and quickly walked to the river.
There is a Kanglan River in the southeast of Chengdu that runs through several state capitals.
The widest part of the river is several hundred meters wide.
It is said that dragons once appeared and caused clouds and rain, and there was also a gigantic tortoise that swallowed the moonlight. It is a geomantic treasure. What he was going to this time was a remote branch of the river near the land and water dock. This place is not too far from the city gate, backed by a large bamboo forest, and the river meanders down to the northwest, irrigating countless villages and cities along the way.
Wei Hong has neither a boat nor professional fishing tools.
Therefore, he is not worthy of messing around in the Kanglan River and can only mess around in this river. Today he was carrying a backpack with a wooden bucket and an old fishing net in it. There were also some scattered things such as pig blood, rice noodles, brown rice, and wheat bran in the wooden bucket. Wei Hong casually placed the fish basket on the grass. He quickly lay down on the riverside and groped for a while, and soon fished out the 3 shrimp baskets he had hidden among the water plants. They were only 4 or 5 feet long, and they were all made of bamboo strips by himself. In the past, every time I hid the shrimp baskets in the water plants, I would definitely get a lot of harvest the next day. Either I harvested a batch of small fish and shrimps, or I caught a few crabs. Occasionally, if I'm lucky, I can catch a few water snakes to replenish my grandfather's health. It's just that I've been busy working as an apprentice in a butcher's shop lately. I haven't cleaned them up for more than half a month, and the 3 fish baskets have already been filled with mud and fish and shrimp carcasses.
Wei Hong cleaned it up and put the few shrimps into wooden barrels before reinstalling them in shallow water. Come here tomorrow and you will definitely gain a lot.
Wei Hong smiled with satisfaction, and then got busy again.
3 shrimp baskets are just an appetizer, catching big fish is the key.
He quickly mixed the pig blood, rice flour, brown rice, and wheat bran he brought with him in proportion, and added a few drops of rice wine to stir. A mixture suitable for making nests was ready. This was the fishing secret he had studied.
Because there were no boats and good fishing nets.
Ordinary methods of casting nets to fish were not suitable for Wei Hong. He thought hard and thought of this method that suited him. After mixing the simple bait for making nests, Wei Hong directly threw the crudely made fishing nets into the backwater bend, letting them sink to the bottom of the water, and then began to sprinkle bait on the water surface.
After a while,
there was movement underwater. Some fish kept gathering from all around to compete for swallowing the bait. They stirred the underwater so lively that you could occasionally catch a glimpse of some big fish.
TSK, the fishery resources in this world are really rich. If the fishermen saw it, they would kneel down and beg for a position, right?
Wei Hong laughed at himself.
Suddenly, he saw a silver figure flashing by under the water.
Hiss! Wei Hong took a breath of cold air. He pulled hard without hesitation. The 4 corners of the old fishing net had been tied with ropes. At this moment, with a sudden pull, the fishing net was pulled up from the bottom of the water, and all the greedy fish were caught together.
Flap, flop.
The fish struggled frantically, almost breaking the fishing net. Wei Hong lifted the net with ease, only to feel that it was heavy.
Dozens of kilograms of fish of all sizes were caught in the net.
Please vote crucian carp, catfish, oxtail fish, big-bellied fish. Wei Hong dragged the fishing net to the shallow water and immediately began to pick up fish.
There were all kinds of fish in the net.
The big ones weighed 5 or 6 pounds, and the small ones weighed 1 or 2 pounds, with a total of about 40 or 50 pounds. It must be said that the fishery resources here are indeed rich. But most of these fish are worthless, only a silver, slender, pointed-mouthed fish made him feel like he had found a treasure.
Silver knife fish?
Wei Hong was surprised. He never expected that he would catch such a precious thing in the first net after not fishing in the river for a long time. It is rumored that this is a fish species with the blood of spiritual fish. It hides deep in the rivers and has an amazing speed. Even experienced fishermen find it difficult to catch it. Not only is its meat delicate and delicious, but it also replenishes chi and blood. It is therefore sought after by the rich and powerful, and each one is expensive. What a shame! Wei Hong carefully put the silver knife fish into the barrel while secretly calculating. Last time someone caught a 3-gene silver knife fish and sold it for 3 taels and 5 cents of silver.
This one of mine is probably only 1.5 genes. I wonder how much it can sell for.
As for the other fish, Wei Hong seemed a little disgusted. He picked and chose more than 10 and threw them into the barrel, and released all the others. The prices in this world are very strange. Perhaps it is because the Great Zhou dynasty is close to the world of immortal cultivation, and it has been affected by some spiritual energy. The river is flooded with fish and shrimp, and the mountains and forests are full of ferocious beasts. As a result, fish and shrimp are naturally not worth much. Common people cannot afford precious seasonings, and the fish and shrimp cooked are smelly and difficult to swallow. Marinating into salted fish can remove the fishy smell, but salt is 10 times more expensive than meat.
Who would be willing to waste it like this?
And fish meat is bland, unlike pork with oil and water. When you are hungry, eating fish is not enough to satisfy your hunger. A pound of brown rice boiled into porridge can barely feed a family, but a pound of fish meat will make people hungry after a while. Therefore, in the eyes of ordinary people, fish and shrimp are not as valuable as wild vegetables that can be found everywhere. The restaurant does accept fish, after all, they have seasonings to cook fish deliciously, but they don't accept all fish, so Wei Hong had to select them.
Fortunately, I caught a silver knife fish today, otherwise I'm afraid it won't sell for much money.
Wei Hong thought about it and decisively cast a few more nets. Unfortunately, the harvest was not big, and the second silver knife fish was not caught. Finally, seeing that it was getting late, Wei Hong decisively packed up and chose to return. Finally, he returned to the capital with dozens of kilograms of fish before the city gate was closed. He turned left and right on the street with ease. Finally, he stopped in front of a restaurant called Xinghua Pavilion in Anlafang.
Hey, is that you, Brother Hong?
The young servant standing at the door to greet guests brightened his eyes and said with a smile, "You haven't been here for a while."
Didn't I hear that you went to the butcher shop as an apprentice? Why do you smell like fish again today?
Sixth brother, don't joke. Apprentices in butcher shops don't get paid. Wei Hong sighed helplessly. How can I survive the winter if I don't go back to my old job?
Is Manager Lin here?
Why? The young servant in green joked warmly. Just throw this little catch to the kitchen and go to the account office to get the money.
Do you have to alarm the manager?
I got a silver knife fish by chance. Wei Hong lowered his voice and said, "Please ask the manager to come over and take a look.
I'll go to the kitchen first."
Hey!
The young servant in green was full of envy.
Wei Hong had already walked into the back kitchen from the side door skillfully. After a while, an elegant and gentle middle-aged man walked over.
His name is Lin Weisheng.
He used to be a poor scholar living in a slum. Later, he came here to be a shopkeeper with the help of a nobleman. He also took care of his former neighbors. Most of Wei Hong's fish were collected by him.
I heard that you caught a silver knife fish?
Lin Weisheng smiled and was as gentle as jade.
Lucky, Uncle Lin, take a look.
Wei Hong put down the backpack and motioned him to look at the fish in the wooden barrel. The most conspicuous one was the slender silver.
Well, not bad. Lin Weisheng obviously knew the silver knife fish.
He said with satisfaction, "The market price of a catty of silver knife fish is 1 tael and 2 chen of silver."
"You are about 1.5 catties. How about 2 taels?"
"Okay." Wei Hong agreed with satisfaction. He knew that Lin Weisheng was taking care of him. If he went to other restaurants, he would never get such a price. Then, the kitchen servants weighed the other fish. A total of 36 jin, 3 won per jin, a total of 108 copper coins. A total of 2 liang 108 won. Lin Weisheng said in a gentle voice, "Go to the account office to collect the money."
"Thank you, Uncle Lin." Wei Hong's face was full of joy.
"Wait." Lin Weisheng raised his hand to stop him, handed over a bunch of keys and said, "I have a small courtyard in the next street.
It may be cold this winter. If you have time, take your grandfather to move there." "Uncle Lin, this is not appropriate."
Wei Hong waved his hand awkwardly. In the capital of the gods, every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Even the most remote courtyards have to rent 1 or 2 liang a month.
We can't afford to live there.
It doesn't matter. Lin Weisheng smiled indifferently. My courtyard is empty anyway.
You two can live there to add some popularity to me. It's better than you being cold and freezing in the slums.
No. Wei Hong shook his head again and refused. People can be poor but not poor in spirit.
We have hands and feet and can always support ourselves. Grandpa will never accept such help. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Lin Weisheng's eyes. Finally, he sighed and said nothing more. After a while, Wei Hong walked out of Xinghua Pavilion holding a small cloth bag.
He was in a good mood because he earned more than 2 taels in just one afternoon. At first glance, this harvest seems to be quite a lot. If he were a full-time fisherman every day, he would probably earn more than carrying a large bag at the dock. But in fact, this is not the case. If Wei Hong were a full-time fisherman, he might not be able to catch silver knife fish often, and if he caught too much, Xinghua Pavilion would not be able to consume it, and it would not be sold at a high price if he sold it to other restaurants. Moreover, fishing not only requires paying fish tax and boat tax, but also has to deal with the exploitation and extortion of boat gangs. Many fishermen are often so poor that they don't even have a home, and they have to eat and live on the boat. How can it be as comfortable as secretly casting a few nets every now and then? Manager Zhou, how much is your charcoal? Wei Hong just took a few steps and turned into a grocery store.
A chubby manager was fiddling with an abacus at the counter.
2 servants were carrying goods, and were obviously preparing to close the shop.
Hey, isn't this Wei Kid?
The fat shopkeeper looked up and smiled. 1,000 caddies of stove charcoal is 1 liang 9 qian, and 1,000 caddies of ash charcoal is 5 liang 5 qian.
How much do you want? Why is the price increased again? Wei Hong frowned. You think it's expensive, but I think it's expensive too.
The fat shopkeeper complained dissatisfiedly. Just wait and see, there will be more increases in the future.
Okay.
Wei Hong directly slapped the small cloth bag on the counter and said, 1,000 caddies of stove charcoal, half a caddy of coarse salt, send it to my home tomorrow, is it okay?
Hey, you are rich?
The fat shopkeeper looked surprised.
It's just luck. Wei Hong chuckled.
The money from selling fish has not yet warmed up. When I turned around, it was all spent. It's not that Wei Hong is a prodigal, it's just that the money in his hands is not secure after all.
Only by replacing winter supplies can we not be forgotten. From now on, life goes by like this day by day.
Ever since Wei Hong bought Shenjin Zhao charcoal, the life of his grandfather and grandson has become much better. He worked hard at the butcher shop every day, practiced Zhuang Kung Fu and breathing techniques when he had time, and went out to fish every now and then to supplement his family's income, and his family gradually became affluent.
At the same time, Zhu Sihai actually found 2 new apprentices.
Wei Hong takes them to work every day, which gives him more time to practice.
More than half a month has passed in a flash.
Near the end of October, Li Dania finally received good news.
Ha ha ha. 200 pounds. I finally broke through the 200-pound arm strength. On the martial arts training ground,
Li Dania lifted a 200-kilogram stone block with one arm. The whole person was shaking with excitement, and the people around him also cast complicated looks. Since he became a swordsman in advance, he has felt the pressure and practiced hard. In just over half a month, without the help of nourishing decoction, my arm strength increased from 180 kilograms to 200 kilograms.
I have to say that I have worked hard enough. Congratulations to brother Daniu.
Wei Hong congratulated happily from the side. This time you are a legitimate swordsman, and you can still have a name in the Tiger Head Gang, which is really enviable.
Brother Hong, please stop teasing me.
I have worked hard for the past 3 years to barely reach the 200-pound arm strength. Compared with you, it is really. When Li Dania said this, his joyful mood suddenly turned bitter. Everyone's eyes were focused again. Everyone looked at Wei Hong with a hint of weirdness in their eyes. During this time, he helped Li Dania kill sheep every day. On average, he can kill 5 or 6 animals in a day, and he can gain about 60 to 70 lives. All these vitality are added to the health value, plus the pile skills are used to strengthen the body. Wei Hong's strength has been steadily increasing at a rate of 7 to 8 kilograms per day. Now his health has exceeded the 20 mark, and he has reached an arm strength of 200 kilograms earlier than Li Daniu. Of course, he will not reveal all his strength to the outside world. He deliberately showed only 120 kilograms of arm strength, but already the whole butcher shop was shocked and numb. Many knife masters no longer dared to show their strength in front of him, and their words became more respectful. I didn't expect that this Wei Hong is actually a martial arts genius. It took half a year for the fastest among us to reach an arm strength of 200 kilograms. He still relied on the power of nourishing decoction.
How could this kid gain so much weight after eating ordinary meals every day? Strength? Who knows, this kid is a freak. I see that he changes every day, I'm afraid it won't be long before he can be a swordsman. Maid, didn't he secretly buy the decoction to supplement it? Impossible. His family used to live in a slum. It was difficult to fill their stomachs. How could they have money to supplement their food? Damn it, are there really geniuses in this world? Isn't God so unfair?
The swordsmen were talking secretly to each other. There are many people who are envious, jealous, and jealous.
Wei Hong didn't care about this. The martial arts talent he deliberately displayed was enough to intimidate everyone. No matter how jealous they were, no one would dare to bully him at will.
After all, no one would be so stupid as to deliberately enmity with a future warrior of the skin refining realm.
Call. Ha! Wei Hong calmed down and continued practicing.
He was lying on the ground with his shirtless body, constantly shaking his muscles slightly, every breath sounded like the sound of thunder, silently tempering every detail of his body. More than a month ago, he was still a thin and shriveled young man, but with the help of Zhuang Kung Fu and sufficient meat, his body has now become as strong as cast iron.
Not only is he taller, even the abdominal muscles have been trained.
Every muscle is distinct, like steel when tense. Against the background of the sweat beads, it is full of violent beauty.
Dania, let's talk? Wang Daji and Zhao Jichan walked up to the left and right.
There was a hint of seriousness on their faces that they didn't usually have. Li Daniel couldn't help but feel a little frightened when he saw this, and his eyes were inexplicably hesitant.
The three of them walked aside and chatted for a while.
Wei Hong listened a few times out of curiosity, but unfortunately he couldn't hear the whole story.
After a while, the conversation between the three ended.
Wang Daji and Zhao Jichang both gave a threatening look, then patted Li Daniel on the shoulder and turned away, leaving him silently wiping cold sweat.
Brother Daniel, what's the matter? Wei Hong asked curiously. Alas!
Li Daniel sighed helplessly, it's not a matter of choosing sides.
Oh? Wei Hong probably understood a little bit after hearing this.
Although this butcher shop is not big, the interests involved in it are not small. On the surface, the big stall owner Zhu Sihai is backed by the Huta gang. He is the sole leader in the butcher shop, and all major and minor matters are decided by him. But in fact this is not the case. The second gearhead and the third gearhead are in charge of the purchase channels and delivery matters. They have 7 or 8 swordsmen under them to act as a team. Once a new swordsman joins, it is inevitable to choose a side. Wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and where there are interests, there will inevitably be disputes. Wei Hong sighed in his heart, a small butcher shop is not only affiliated with gangs, but also has all kinds of infighting overtly and covertly.
It's really ridiculous to think about it.
Seeing his expression change, Li Dania continued to talk to himself. You may not know, the third boss has always followed the lead of the first boss, but the second boss has climbed up to a deputy leader of the Zhongyi Hall of the Tiger Head Gang and secretly gained a lot of benefits. Some time ago, Lu Kang and Jiang Kuei died suddenly, so the first boss's staff shrank, and the second boss became more and more arrogant.
Now I have to choose one side between the two. In the end, I will definitely offend one of them. I really don't know who to offend.
Wei Hong smiled when he heard it, and couldn't help but joked, if they want to offend, they can offend you.
Can they kill you? It's not that they will kill you.
Li Daniel lowered his voice and whispered, but this is related to our future treatment.
Treatment? Isn't it a bonus every New Year and festival, and 3 taels per month?
Wei Hong was surprised.
Of course not.
Li Daniel sneered, if you choose the second position, you will have to go out of the city every day to collect pigs and transport goods. Although it is dangerous, you can also make some money secretly. You can make a lot of money by just shortchanging a few pounds.
Otherwise, why do you think Wang Daji is so arrogant?
If you choose the third position, you will have to kill pigs and deliver goods in the shop. Although it is safer, it is tiring and there is no profit. You can only get 2 half-price skin refining secret medicines a month.
Skin refining secret medicine? Wei Hong's eyes lit up and he immediately became interested.
A person who practices martial arts, most of them start with Shuangong to strengthen the body and lay the foundation. When you are strong enough and can reach 200 kilograms with one arm, you can start trying to refine the skin.
It is said that the skin refining process is extremely painful.
It is necessary to smear the whole body with iron sand and copper water to make the skin invulnerable. Without the help of secret medicine, it is simply more painful than Ling Qi.
This secret medicine is not something you can buy casually.
Most drugstores usually stock up with some nourishing decoctions. If you want to buy the secret skin refining medicine, you can only have a chance to get it by joining the major forces. If you don't want to join a force and be hijacked by others, you have to at least pay money to become a master at major martial arts schools in order to buy the secret medicine. The Huda gang has a secret medicine called Tiger Bone Skin Refining Cream, which is said to be very effective. Lidania said with a sad face, "Next, I can go to the gang to choose an ordinary skin refining technique to practice.
It will definitely be indispensable by then." Aided by secret medicine.
This kind of tiger bone skin refining ointment is sold to outside gangs, and each one costs 1 tael and 5 yuan. The stall owner naturally gets good treatment for the swordsman under him because of his uncle's relationship as the hall master. 2 half-price secret medicines in 1 month are equivalent to saving 1 tael and 5 yuan.
Look at the troubled look on his face. Wei Hong probably also understood the key.
On the one hand, you can make money by following the second gear, and on the other hand, you can buy the secret medicine at a low price by following the big stall, the third gear. Both have their own advantages and disadvantages, and it is indeed difficult to choose.
How many secret medicines do a skin refining realm warrior need in a month? Wei Hong asked curiously.
Of course, the more the merrier. Lidania scratched his head and sighed with hope. The secret medicine can relieve pain, stimulate blood, and enhance the effect of skin refining. Those who are not short of money can apply as much as they can.
It can also be used in conjunction with skin refining.
The decoction restores the body so as not to leave hidden wounds.
We people naturally don't dare to be so extravagant. If we save a little of the secret medicine, we can still last for 3 to 5 days. Look at the swordsman in the butcher shop. On weekdays, they just practice pile kung fu to invigorate the blood. Only when they get home will they use the secret medicine to start skin refining. Do you think they don't want to do the skin refining at any time? It's not like they are short of money. Wei Hong couldn't help but nodded in agreement, thought for a moment and then asked, "When are you going to choose the technique?" "Tomorrow."
Lidania said with some dejection, "I'll find a big stall to pay 2 or 2 months in advance after work, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to find any good exercises. I heard people say that the people in the Chuangong Hall are greedy for money. If they don't stuff some money, they will just get some bulk goods and do the job. Only with money stuffed can they barely pick 1 or 2. Wei Hong was not too surprised by this.
Money is needed everywhere in this world.
It is related to the inheritance of skills. It would be strange if people don't get stuck.
Is 2 taels enough?
Wei Hong suggested kindly, "Why don't you find a big stall to advance more?"
He won't refuse.
"I still have a lot of money saved from selling fish recently in my pocket.
I'll give it to you then. Just put it together."
No.
Lidania couldn't help but shook his head and refused. "We are peripheral minions.
Even if you give us 100 taels, they won't teach you top-notch skills. Just give us a small amount of money and don't make things difficult."
That's right. Wei Hong couldn't help but nodded in agreement. In fact, they couldn't raise much money even if they wanted to.
There is not much difference between 2 or 3 and 4 or 5. You just need to ask the other party not to take advantage of you. After all, the king of hell is easy to find and the devil is difficult to deal with. People like them who have been working at the bottom since childhood know better than anyone else. Brother Hong, with your progress, it's time to go to the Chuan Kung Hall in less than a month or 2.
Lidania said mysteriously, "You can choose elephant armor kung fu then."
Why?
Wei Hong was curious.
Because we don't have many skills to choose from. Lidania said concisely and comprehensively, the skin refining skills are divided into 4 levels, heaven, earth, black and yellow, and each level is divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. There are a total of 12 levels. The higher the level, the more exquisite the technique will be. In the past, some gang members have concluded that among the hundreds of kung fu books selected by Chuangong Hall for peripheral gang members, most of them are yellow-level goods that are just fake, and only a dozen books can barely be regarded as Shen-level ones. Among them, the 3 disciplines of elephant armor technique, thick earth skin refining technique, and barbarian bear diamond technique are the most popular.
They are passed down completely and are not difficult to practice. They are good choices for people like us.
Anyway, I plan to choose elephant armor skill.
Next, Lidania began to talk endlessly about the exquisiteness of this technique. Its level is as high as the lower level of Xian level.
After practicing it, it not only makes the manpower as strong as an ox but also the energy and blood as strong as that of a giant elephant. The whole body is as invulnerable as if it is covered with a thick layer of armor.
There are thousands of skin refining skills in the world.
Li Dania scolded Feng Qiu and commented, the heaven-level skills are the secrets of the royal family and other sects, and the earth-level skills are not something ordinary people can achieve.
We are just a peripheral gang. What's not satisfying about me being able to practice low-grade Shin-level skills? Yes.
Wei Hong couldn't help but asked curiously, there are only 3 skills, why did you choose the elephant armor skill alone?
What if the other 2 are more suitable for you? Hey, it doesn't matter which kung fu method I choose given my qualifications.
Li Dania blinked and said slightly slyly, I'm not thinking about doing the elephant armor kung fu in the big stalls. When the time comes, those who are near the water will get the moon first.
If you have anything to do, you can ask him for advice. Wei Hong suddenly became overjoyed.
This guy seems honest, but he has a lot of thoughts.
But in this case, hasn't he already made his choice?
If you want the first stall boss to give you advice, do you dare to join the second stall boss?
Wei Hong joked with a smile. I dare not. Li Daniu grinned and said, in fact, I am not stupid. I don't want to follow the second in command to collect pigs every day.
I heard that they wander around in various mountain villages all day long.
How can we live in the city safely and freely? Don't let us make money but not spend it. Smart. Wei Hong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. In fact, he didn't want Li Dania to join the second in command.
After all, if he wants to make a living, he has to kill pigs in the shop.
If he goes to the mountains and the countryside to collect pigs every day, how can he make a fart?
So it's better for him and Li Dania to stay in the shop to maximize the benefits. Now that Li Dania has made the right choice, Wei Hong has saved a lot of trouble.
It's a pity that I can't choose a technique now. Wait a little longer. In 2 months, I will announce that I have reached an arm strength of 200 kilograms. Then it won't attract too much attention.
And I heard that the stronger the blood in qi, the higher the efficiency of skin refining.
It's good to settle for 2 more months. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood.
Wei Hong thought about it and quickly finalized his development plan. He has a golden finger in his hand.
He can develop steadily as long as he survives. Naturally, he doesn't mind spending more time. Please vote for support today. Let's talk about elephant armor kung fu. November 1st, it's time for the 3 stall holders to preach and teach again.
It just so happened that Li Dania had chosen to join the stall. Xu Sihai was in a good mood and simply came forward to give guidance to everyone. He was seen standing with his hands behind his back, scanning the people on the training ground with stern eyes. The elephant armor technique is one of the most common skin refining techniques practiced by the Huda gang and even the entire Great Zhou dynasty. It has been passed down for thousands of years and has spawned hundreds of versions. The skin refining techniques taught in various sects and martial arts schools are different, but the principles are similar. They all smear themselves with gravel and iron sand, and then beat them with sticks to make their skin become stronger, and finally achieve invulnerability.
Situation.
The general training methods of various skin refining techniques are the same, but the actual circulation of qi and blood, secret medicine, and tempering sequence are all different, and the elephant armor technique is no exception.
Xu Sihai talked eloquently and kept telling about his cultivation experience.
Li Daniu and other swordsmen who chose elephant armor kung fu were naturally fascinated by what they heard.
Most of the swordsmen who chose other practices were listening attentively.
After all, the martial arts in the world are similar, so it is still good for them to draw parallels. As for Wei Hong, who hasn't started skin refining yet, he can only barely understand the general outline.
After some explanation, Xu Sihai began to practice personally.
A big pot has already been set up in the middle of the martial arts training ground. The finely crushed stones and iron sand were stir-fried in the pot.
It looked steaming hot, and the temperature was obviously not low.
Xu Sihai is shirtless and clenches his hands. The energy and blood all over his body condensed crazily on his skin, vaguely as if he had been put on a layer of armor.
There were various scars on the skin, as terrifying as gold and iron. At the same time,
his body seemed to have grown a lot. The already tall body became stronger and bullier. Every time he exhales and inhales, it feels like a volcano is erupting in his body, and the flow of qi and blood makes the sound of rivers and waves.
Did you see that?
The skin refining stage is the lowest level of warriors, but if you practice to the extreme, you can have the power to block and kill gods and Buddhas.
While you are refining the skin, you must not relax in your Zhuanggong practice. You must know that only with strong qi and blood in your body can you go further.
Beginners to the elephant armor technique should temper their body with gravel and iron sand. The temperature should not be too high to avoid burning the skin and causing disability. When the iron sand rubs the skin, it will cause severe pain. Although the secret medicine can alleviate the severe pain, it still needs the assistance of qi and blood. You can try to incorporate the pile breathing method into it, Zhu Sihai started to demonstrate while explaining. He first dug a lump of blood red, lightly fragrant paste from a small white ceramic jar and smeared it on his body. It is not difficult to guess that it is the secret medicine of the Tiger Head Gang Tiger Bone Skin Refining Cream. Then he did not hesitate to insert his hands into the iron pot, and scrubbed repeatedly in the hot iron sand and gravel. After the skin membrane was washed red and scorched black, he began to hold the iron sand in both hands and scrub his whole body. Hiss! Wei Hong couldn't help but take a breath. How high is the temperature of this red-hot iron sand? How dare he just scrub his body with his hands? Just looking at this is enough to make people's hair stand on end, isn't it? This is nothing. Li Dania whispered from the side. What the big stall demonstrated was just the basic method of leather refining. As the skin becomes stronger, it is said that you have to wash your whole body with copper water. Wei Hong was speechless. It was indeed a world of immortality. Can such a crazy cultivation method work? Are you sure you won't make people bad? Moreover, the skin refining realm has already been so exaggerated. How terrifying will the next blood refining, bone refining, organ refining, and innate realm be? There are also the legendary cultivators who see the dragon but never its tail. They can't really move mountains and reclaim seas, can they? This world is really fascinating. Wei Hong murmured in his heart, looking forward to witnessing the infinite scenery in the future. But all he can do now is to move forward step by step in a down-to-earth manner. Anyway, he can extend his life a bit, and he has no worries that he will not live to be invincible. He is confident that he can conquer all the scenery in the world. That's right. Wei Hong asked curiously, how to identify the strength of the skin refining state? Is it harder than whose skin is stronger? Of course it's not that simple. Li Daniu explained in a low voice, the skin membrane in the skin refining realm does not just harden. The warrior uses iron sand to sharpen the skin membrane to make it hard and thick. At the same time, he also uses his kung fu to soften the skin membrane, just like continuously hammering it like a blacksmith, until the skin finally becomes soft and hard. The skin refining realm is divided into 4 small realms, the early stage, the middle stage, the late stage, and the perfection stage. Taking me as an example, I have just started to get into skin refining. Only when the skin membrane is sharpened to the point that it can withstand the burst of blood and qi in the whole body for more than 3 breaths can I barely count. Entering the early stages. Wei Hong seemed a little confused about this. What is the principle? What is the connection between skin membrane and the outbreak of qi and blood? Li Dania scratched his head in embarrassment and said with a sneer, actually, I don't know much about it. I just heard that the human body is like a bucket. Qi and blood are water and the skin is the bucket. The key to tempering the skin is not how hard it is. After all, no matter how strong the defense is, divine weapons can break it, but the real key is to control the energy and blood. Look at De Stahl's practice. Once you exert all your strength, your energy and blood will skyrocket. Doesn't your whole body seem to be much taller than usual? Wei Hong couldn't help but nodded secretly when he saw this. Even a fool can see this. Zhu Sihai is like Popeye eating spinach. Not only did her body grow instantly, but her arms, thighs and other places were also frighteningly strong. Could this be due to too much qi and blood? A person in the early stage of the skin refining realm will have full energy and blood, and his body will grow by at least 3 inches. Li Dania continued to ramble, if the skin membrane is not tough enough, the skin will burst in an instant, and he will die of bleeding. In the middle stage of the skin refining realm, with full qi and blood, the body can expand by 6 inches, in the later stage of the skin refining realm, it can grow to 9 inches, and at the perfect skin refining realm, the body can grow up to more than 12 inches. Think about how terrifying this is? It is said that blood refining realm warriors are even more terrifying. If the skin membrane is not tempered thoroughly enough, when you are fighting with someone, the opponent can blow you up with one punch. Wei Hong couldn't help but his eyebrows were beating wildly. He had always thought that the skin refining realm was a hard skill like the golden bell mask and the iron cloth shirt. He only needed to practice the skin membrane to become invulnerable. But who knew that martial arts in this world were not simple? Defense is only incidental, the key is to develop an impeccable skin and lay the foundation. I see. Wei Hong took a deep breath and silently wrote down this knowledge. In fact, he still knows nothing about martial arts, and now he has no one to guide him. He can only understand a thing or two through the knowledge he has heard here and there. He is far behind compared to the rich and powerful people who have inherited the sect. But he didn't care, after all, he had countless opportunities for trial and error. Just keep your feet on the ground and go step by step. After one stick of incense, Zhu Sihai roughly described the skin refining method of Xiangzhe Gong. Everyone was fascinated by it, and more or less everyone gained something. That's all for today. Zhu Sihai exhaled and slowly finished the exercise. While wiping the sweat with a brocade handkerchief, he said impatiently, "If you don't understand anything, you can ask it in private." "Wei Hong, follow me." Everyone looked at him in surprise. Wei Hong was also a little confused. Why was he looking for him? With great doubts, the two walked into the backyard one after the other. Zhu Sihai put on a short coat, picked up the purple clay pot on the stone table and drank a few sips of tea, then waved his hand and said, "Sit down." "Uncle Sihai, do you have something to ask me?" Wei Hong was not restrained and sat down casually. "You kid." Zhu Sihai laughed dumbly, and his expression became more friendly, as if he was facing his own nephew. "He is diligent and knows how to do things. Old Wei has raised a good grandson." He. Wei Hong smiled helplessly and waited quietly for his next words. Zhu Sihai did not waste time and went straight to the point. "I heard that you are very talented? In just over 2 months, the strength of one arm has exceeded 120 pounds? Just luck." Wei Hong pretended to be embarrassed and perfunctory. His deliberately revealed martial arts talent eventually attracted Zhu Sihai's attention. But it was still unknown whether this attention was good or bad, and he could only pretend to be stupid and deal with it. For talented people, Zhu is never stingy in cultivating them. Zhu Sihai sat with his horse and sword, and asked with a meaningful smile, "I just wonder if my nephew is willing to accept this favor? How does Uncle Sihai want to cultivate his nephew?" Wei Hong looked calm and raised his eyes to ask back. Zhu Sihai put down the purple clay teapot and said seriously, "It is a waste to be a butcher with your talent. I can send you to the Tiger Head Gang and worship under the master of the Loyalty Hall, so that you can receive the best training and learn the best skills. Are you willing?" After saying this, Zhu Sihai looked indifferent. Obviously, he felt that the conditions he offered were enough to impress anyone, and he was waiting for Wei Hong to be grateful and accept his kindness. But Wei Hong was silent for a few breaths, but shook his head firmly and refused. "Uncle Sihai, I am the only grandson of my ancestor." Zhu Sihai was stunned when he heard this, and he was speechless. He exhaled a breath of exhaust gas in frustration, and advised unwillingly, "Don't you want to stand out? Don't you want your grandfather to live a good life?" "I do, but you have to spend the money you earn." Wei Hong spread his hands and said righteously, "Everyone knows what it's like to be in a gang. You may die on the street in broad daylight today. I can feed my grandfather by killing pigs. Why take the risk? You stinky boy." Zhu Sihai slammed the table in anger. "You don't cherish such a good martial arts talent. You are afraid of death. How can you dare to fight and kill like a young man? Let you worship under the master of Zhongyi Hall, which is a good thing that many people can't ask for. As long as you nod and agree, I promise that you can easily learn superior skills in the future, have secret medicine every month, and even marry my daughter and enjoy the help of my Zhu family." Wei Hong was unmoved and calm. No matter what Zhu Sihai said, he just smiled perfunctorily and would never agree. "I just need to keep killing pigs to become stronger. Why bother to fight with others? To put it nicely, it is a promising future. To put it bluntly, it is cannon fodder for the game of power and wealth. How many young people from the lower class step into gangs with great dreams? Want to fight for a bright future with their own hands. But in the end, either they lose their hands and feet and become disabled for life, or their bodies are exposed on the streets and in the wilderness. Almost 1 in 100 can make a name for themselves, and those who can have a good end are even rarer. If there is no golden finger, Wei Hong will have to take this dead end if he wants to make a name for himself. But now, he doesn't want to go at all. Uncle Sihai, I just want to kill pigs. Wei Hong's firm words finally ended this meaningless persuasion. Zhu Sihai opened his mouth, and the words he had prepared early were useless. He was so depressed that he felt uncomfortable. He drank a few sips of tea before he calmed down. Everyone has his own ambitions. Killing pigs is also good. You go down and do your work. Zhu Sihai waved his hand helplessly. The brief conversation between the two ended here. After Wei Hong said goodbye and left, the curtain of the backyard door was lifted, and 2 women, one big and one small, walked out. One was a middle-aged woman in her early 30s, wearing a gold hairpin, a green jacket and skirt, and a fierce face. The other was a girl with a plain appearance, arrogant eyes, and a red shirt and tight clothes. They were Zhu Sihai's wife Qi Fengyang and Zhu Furong. The two of them had obviously listened in the inner room for a long time, and now they came out with angry faces.
Dad, is this the rich son-in-law you mentioned? Zhu Furong asked sharply. You Zhu, what do you think of our Furong? Qi Fengyang even put her hands on her waist and scolded. You are planning to let a stinky pig-killing apprentice become my brother's disciple, and you are planning to marry Furong to him? Don't you think he is worthy? Why not? Zhu Sihai muttered with a guilty conscience. What do you women know? This kid is definitely not an ordinary person.
He has an amazing talent in martial arts. Sooner or later, he will have great fortune.
I am betting on him, don't you understand?
What the heck? Qi Fengyang impatiently started to twist her ears. I'm warning you not to have any evil thoughts. Our Furong is not worthy of any cat or dog. Only that kid knows what's interesting.
Otherwise, haha.
Madam, calm down, Zhu Sihai quickly begged for mercy in a low voice. His wife's eldest brother was the leader of the Tiger Head Gang's loyalty hall, which made him develop a strong and domineering character. He was like a tigress at home, and he did not dare to resist.
Furong, please put in a good word for Daddy.
Zhu Sihai said aggrievely, I just want to help him rise to the top, so that I can take care of you for the rest of his life. But who would have thought that he is actually unmotivated, so I won't mention this.
Forget it, don't mention it. Humph. Zhu Furong's expression softened slightly.
Qi Fengyang continued to curse in disgust.
I have been unlucky for 8 lifetimes to marry a pig butcher like you, and you actually want us Furong to make the same mistake again? Living with pigs and sheep every day is dirty and smelly. How can you be worthy of our daughter? With Furong's figure and temperament, how can she be worthy of an official son?
Mom, I don't want to marry an official son. Zhu Furong said with a shy face, people like scholars.
Okay.
Qi Fengyang touched her head lovingly and said with a smile, when the imperial examination results are released next year, let your father also go to the imperial list to find you the #1 scholar and come back as your husband.
That's pretty much it.
Zhu Furong hummed with satisfaction. Zhu Sihai opened his mouth but remained silent for a while.
Do the two of them really dare to think about catching their son-in-law? Are you worthy? Is the Zhu family worthy? Well.
Zhu Sihai sighed silently. I always feel that missing Wei Hong, a good son-in-law, is as uncomfortable as losing a golden pimple. Please vote and follow up to read. Unfortunately, I was despised once again.
The stall owner is causing trouble for me.
Wei Hong frowned and returned to the martial arts field. When he raised his head, he saw Li Daniu, Zhao Jichang and others looking at him with complicated expressions. Apparently, everyone had clearly heard the quarrel between Zhu Sihai and his family just now. People who practice martial arts are inherently smart. Qi Fengyang and Zhu Furong have louder voices. It would be difficult for everyone not to hear it, since they naturally knew what had just happened.
Ha ha. Wang Daji sneered unhappily, is our stall looking for a son-in-law? It's really gratifying, someone is going to have bad luck. Who says it's not the case? It's a pity that the eldest lady doesn't like him. Hey, do you really think anyone can fly up a branch and become a phoenix? Just dream.
If I just pee and take a picture, I won't annoy people for nothing. Everyone said something to each other, and all kinds of cynicism struck like knives.
A pair of eyes were full of teasing, unhappiness, jealousy, and even deep hostility. Wei Hong was not surprised at all.
In the past, he might have been able to impress the swordsman with his extraordinary talent. Although they are not equal, no one will deliberately target him.
But Zhu Sihai's actions just now deeply irritated everyone.
As the saying goes, you don't worry about scarcity but inequality.
Why can he be appreciated by others? Why would a little apprentice step on their heads right away? The most jealous thing in the world is when the people around you become better than you. Unless a saint is reincarnated, who can resist being sour in his heart? He.
Wei Hong shook his head and said nothing more. He neither disdained to argue with others nor to please the weak. You can't control the attitudes of others. Whether they like them, hate them or resent them, you have to live your life how you want. You just have to be careful not to be deceived. Brother Hong, Li Daniu came over with a complicated expression. He opened his mouth to say something, but in the end nothing came out.
Brother Daniu, if you are worried about being implicated by me, we can have less contact with each other.
Wei Hong raised his eyes to reassure, I can understand.
No.
Li Daniu suppressed his face and turned red.
Finally, he scratched his head and changed the subject and said, I just want to ask you, can you help me exercise when you have time?
Of course.
Wei Hong smiled lightly.
He naturally saw that Li Daniu was getting close to him under pressure. He appreciated the kindness, so he picked up a wooden stick as thick as his arm.
There are many ways for skin refining realm warriors to exercise their bodies.
They can use gravel and iron sand to grind their skin, or they can beat their whole bodies with wooden sticks. However, this method requires someone to assist.
Bring it on. Li Dania took a deep breath.
He clenched his fists with both hands, and the muscles all over his body suddenly swelled.
Bang bang bang.
Wei Hong swung his wooden stick in a familiar manner and beat Li Dania viciously, making various collision and grunting sounds.
Call. Ha!
Li Dania kept adjusting his breathing and gradually entered a good state. Wei Hong ignored the hostile looks from the people around him and concentrated on helping him exercise. After being beaten again and again with a wooden stick, Li Dania's skin became red and bruised, but as he breathed, blood flowed under his skin, quickly dispersing these bruises.
Repeatedly, the skin film will naturally become stronger.
It's so comfortable.
Li Dania couldn't help but sigh. Brother Hong, you used this force very cleverly.
It's just the right amount of force, not light but not heavy. It's 100 times stronger than hitting a tree by myself.
You usually rely on hitting trees for skin refining?
Wei Hong was surprised.
Natural.
Li Dania sighed with a bitter smile. I can afford at most 3 cans of secret medicine with my monthly salary. They have to be kept for iron sand grinding, and they will not last for half a month.
I can only hit trees and walls. Practice. That's a good idea.
Wei Hong nodded in understanding and kept hammering with his hand. Patiently and meticulously, he was beaten all over his body over and over again.
It's okay, it's just helpless. Li Dania couldn't help complaining. It's very difficult to make the membrane stronger by impact alone. Firstly, it's not easy to grasp the strength. Secondly, many places can't be hit. Finally, it's easy to get distracted. In the end, it's good to have someone to help you practice.
Nowadays, all the major martial arts schools have a group of people hired all year round to help their martial arts disciples to beat and strengthen their bodies. You master your strength so skillfully, and you can make a lot of money by working part-time in a martial arts gym.
There must be many people vying to hire you.
Oh? When Wei Hong heard this, he immediately became interested.
Can you still make money by beating people's bodies? Don't you know?
Li Daniu explained casually, most of the people who can be admitted to martial arts schools are from small and wealthy families. Such people who have a lot of money will naturally not treat themselves badly. They take nourishing medicinal baths every day and hire people to beat themselves.
It's also common, and there are even people hired to fight each other. Wei Hong silently wrote down this information.
I thought that if I was short of money in the future, I could try finding a martial arts school. He has no interest in helping others beat and exercise, but he is still very excited if he fights against others. He can train himself and make money at the same time, so why not do it? At this time, Li Dania glanced around and saw that no one was paying much attention to this place, so he reminded him in a low voice, pay attention to Wang Daji and Zhao Jichang, be careful of their dirty tricks.
I will, don't worry.
Wei Hong naturally knew what he meant. He saw clearly the hostile eyes of the crowd just now. Although they would not make things difficult for him openly, they were afraid that they would do something dirty in secret. Even the most talented person would become a useless person if his hands and feet were broken.
Wang Daji is arrogant and domineering.
He hates others stealing his limelight. Li Dania continued to whisper, he has always been the number 1 thug of the second in command. Now that you are close to the first in command, there is no guarantee that he will not strangle you in the cradle. As for Zhao Jichang, he must not be trusted. Although this guy is also on the side of the first in command, he has always been concerned about the eldest lady.
After what happened today, he must hate you to death?
In short, people who have offended them in the past have a very miserable end. It is common to have their hands and feet broken and thrown into the stinking ditch. In their eyes, killing people is no different from killing pigs. As he spoke, Li Daniu's eyes were filled with fear. Obviously, his many years of apprenticeship made him very afraid of these people. Even though he is now a knife man, he still thinks he is inferior to the other party.
What are you afraid of?
If the enemy comes, we will stop him.
If the water comes, we will block it with earth.
Wei Hong raised his eyebrows, his eyes showed a rare coldness, and sneered, I have offended more than just them in all these years.
It is not certain who will live and who will die. Li Dania secretly took a breath of cold air.
He suddenly remembered that Wei Hong was born in the slums.
How can a person who grew up in such a place be bullied casually? Boy, let's chat. Before closing in the afternoon, Wang Daji and Zhao Jichan came over together. Just like when they first came to Lidania, the two of them stared at Wei Hong with obvious threats in their eyes. What to chat about? Wei Hong raised his eyes, neither servile nor arrogant, without a trace of panic on his face. Ah, you are so brave. No wonder the big boss wants to cultivate you so much. Wang Daji stroked his chin and smiled. Wang has booked a table at Tianxianla tonight. I wonder if Brother Wei can come and taste it? You and I can have a drink together. Looking at his pretentious manner, Wei Hong couldn't help but frown subconsciously.
Zhao Jichang on the side said nothing, but just stared at him with an unhappy face.
As if he was disdainful to say anything more, just came to see the excitement. The banquet Wang Daji mentioned was obviously not as simple as eating. This is a test, but also a choice.
If Wei Hong agreed to the banquet, it means that he agreed to join the second-tier leader's lineage. If he did not agree, it means that he chose the first-tier leader's lineage. This is the choice that every apprentice will face after officially becoming a knife man. But Wei Hong's talent is so high that the other party could not help but come to the door now.
I'm sorry.
Wei Hong made a choice without hesitation. I have to go home early later. I'm afraid I won't have the blessing to drink this wine.
Oh? Wang Daji's face suddenly became gloomy. He narrowed his eyes like a venomous snake and said with a smile, Brother Wei, don't you think about it again? No need to consider it.
Wei Hong refused mercilessly. I have the opportunity to sweep here because of the kindness of the first-tier leader.
I don't want to be involved with anyone. Okay. Wang Daji didn't say anything nonsense, turned around and left.
He didn't even give Wei Hong a glance, as if he was already a dead man.
Zhao Jichan's expression softened a bit.
He was silent for a long time and finally said, the eldest lady is not someone you can dream of.
Brother Zhao, you are joking.
Wei Hong sighed helplessly. Even if the big boss wants to match us up, he can't be the master's wife, and haven't you heard how much he dislikes us butchers?
Zhao Jichan was speechless.
The hostility in his eyes gradually disappeared, and finally turned into loneliness. Since Wei Hong firmly chose to stand on the side of the big boss and there was no possibility with Xu Furong, he naturally had no interest in being hostile. Be careful of Wang Daji, this bastard may find someone to deal with you.
Zhao Jichang sighed and patted his shoulder, left a word and turned away. Ha ha. Wei Hong raised his eyebrows and didn't say much. Just quietly packed up and went home. Evening, Anlafang East Street, in the private room on the third floor of Tianxian building. Wang Daji and two other men were toasting with several strong men. Both sides were enjoying the food and drinking.
After a while, they were already brothers and sisters. If Wei Hong was here, he would definitely recognize the identities of these people. They were the hooligans of the Tiger Head Gang who usually collected fees in the slums. The leader was tall and had a scar on his face, so he was nicknamed Dao Yi.
Master Dao, come on, keep drinking.
Wang Daji flattered with a smile on his face. I'm always busy with you when I ask you to drink on weekdays, so today we have to drink enough.
Why call me master? Call me brother. Scarface burped and joked, Brother Wang, you are a busy man.
You eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks in the butcher shop every day.
Naturally, you don't have time to deal with people like us. No.
Wang Daji smiled and apologized. We are stinking butchers, tired and hardworking, but we are not as majestic as you, Master Dao. That's right, everyone in this small place knows the majesty of our Master Dao. Master Dao is a well-known figure on Anlafang Street, and we really admire him.
Come on, keep drinking, we toast you a glass.
The others also flattered.
Scarface suddenly became elated, and he waved his hands complacently and said, Don't be polite, brothers. After drinking, we are family. If you have any problems outside, just report your name, Brother Dao, and it will definitely help. Thank you, Brother Dao, come on, have another drink. Wang Daji poured a lot of wine, and took advantage of Scarface's half-drunk and half-awake time to sigh in embarrassment. Why are you sighing, Brother Wang? Scarface asked in surprise with his eyes wide open. Nothing. Wang Daji said quickly, it's just that there's a troublemaker who's been bothering me recently, but it's not convenient for me to deal with him personally. It's really frustrating. Oh? Scarface sneered with a ferocious look in his eyes, is there anyone who dares to make things difficult for you, Brother Wang? Tell me, do you want me to deal with him? That would be great. Wang Daji said, you may know this guy. He's a kid who grew up in the slums. He has no background. He has practiced standing practice for 2 months and is so arrogant.
It would be great if we could break his hands and feet and teach him a lesson.
The kid from the slums? Scarface sobered up a little bit. He squinted his eyes and asked with a fake smile, "Who are you referring to, Brother Wang?" "Old Man Wei's grandson, Wei Hong." "Him?"
Scarface's expression changed, and the other hooligans also looked strange. The atmosphere at the table suddenly became a little dull.
"What?" Wang Daji's heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but frown. "Master Dao doesn't dare to provoke this kid?"
"Bullshit!"
Scarface retorted angrily. "It's just an old widow and a young boy. I don't dare to provoke them."
"It's just what?"
Wang Daji was still puzzled. Could it be that these hooligans can still care about the relationship between neighbors? Impossible, they usually collect protection fees without recognizing relatives. Ouch! Wang Daji seemed to have thought of something.
He slapped his forehead and stuffed a few ingots of silver, and said with a smile, "Just now, I was ignorant. A little tea money is not a respect.
I hope Daoi can help me. This is not a matter of money."
Scarface reluctantly moved his eyes away from the silver, and advised with a wry smile, "Brother Wang, you'd better not touch him. A person who can grow up in the slums has a black heart. Don't look at him as a good-tempered person who can be bullied by anyone." But Scarface hesitated to speak. Several hooligans seemed to have remembered something, and all of them couldn't help but tremble.
"Anyway,"
Scarface said seriously, "you'd better not provoke him. The slums are full of good and bad people, and those who grew up among the desperate are also desperate. Even if we go in to collect protection fees under the skin of the Tiger Head Gang, we dare not do too much.
It's really not worth it for you to provoke him." "Ha ha."
Wang Daji's face suddenly turned cold. He did not give up his plan because of these words of consolation. He just cursed these hooligans in his heart that it was really difficult for them to achieve great things, and he had wasted such a banquet.
Drinking for 3 rounds.
After eating the 5 flavors, Scarface and the others left after having enough to eat and drink, without any intention of being soft-handed and asking for help. Wang Daji was so angry that he slapped the table and shouted, "Fucking trash, you can't even do such a small thing, these trash."
"Brother Wang, calm down. How can these bastards on the street have any loyalty? They are all greedy for money. If he doesn't do it, we can just find someone else."
"Yeah, at least we can find someone else, there is always someone willing to do it. If we weren't afraid of the big stall, it wouldn't be difficult for us to kill the guy named Wei ourselves. No, squeezing him to death is like squeezing an ant to death."
The 2 swordsmen on the side whispered comfort. "Mata, keep drinking."
Wang Daji impatiently took a few more sips of wine, then cursed and said, "We can't just let this matter go. The man named Wei can reach 120 kilograms of arm strength after 2 months of practicing martial arts. If he continues to develop, he will trample us under his feet sooner or later. Moreover, the battle between the second stall guy and the big stall guy is getting increasingly fierce. Those of us who stand up to him will both gain and lose. If we don't plan early, we will definitely suffer big losses."
The more Wang Daji thought about it, the worse he felt.
How could he care about Scarface's warning? His eyes were already full of murderous intent.
However, feeling depressed, he couldn't help but drink a few more drinks.
While several people were discussing who to attack Wei Hong, they continued to exchange glasses of wine, and the banquet ended at the end of the year. Under the cover of night, the 3 of them staggered out of the restaurant.
Wang Daji waved goodbye to the 2 of them at a fork in the road, turned and walked home.
As the most senior knife man in the butcher shop, he earns a lot of money every month. He married a local wife a few years ago and now lives in Tonluo Lane, West Street, living a very comfortable life.
Dong dong dong. Wang Daji stood in front of the 5th house at the entrance of the alley.
After knocking on the copper ring on the door, a woman in her 20s and wearing a Jingchai sarong immediately opened the door.
"Master, why do you drink so much wine again?" Luo Sanyang asked with a frown. "What nonsense are you talking about?
Hurry up and get me a basin of water to wash your face."
Wang Daji pushed her away angrily and entered the yard.
Luo Sanyang didn't dare to say anything, so she could only close the door and mutter, "Keep your voice down, don't wake up Mom and Dia Xiaobao, they have just fallen asleep." After saying that, she brought a basin of warm water.
Wang Daji washed his face tiredly and prepared to rest.
However, Luo Sanyang hesitated to speak at this time and said, "Master, there is something I don't know whether to say." Wang Daji said angrily, "If you fart, let it go. It seems that our family has been targeted by gangs."
Luo Sanyang said quickly, "When I go home in the evening, I always feel like there are eyes staring at me. It's weird. Impossible.
Wang Daji was sober for 3 minutes, and he subconsciously retorted, I am familiar with the 2 gangs of thieves in our city. It is impossible for them to target our house.
Can the flood wash away the Dragon King Temple? Who says it's impossible? Luo Sanyang said, when you came in just now, didn't you see anyone following you?
Wang Daji's eyes widened. With a ferocious look on his face, he turned around and opened the door aggressively and walked out. Looking out along the alley, he saw a figure staring here silently. The other party didn't panic at all when he saw him coming out, and even smiled. The 2 of them looked at each other across dozens of meters of darkness. After seeing who the other person was, Wang Daji suddenly took a breath. Wei Hong. He thought he was hallucinating. Subconsciously he rubbed his eyes, and when he looked again, the figure at the entrance of the alley had disappeared. For some reason, Wang Daji was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, inexplicably thinking of what Master Dao and the others had said. Maid, this kid is really evil. Wang Daji opened his mouth, his face full of disbelief. I haven't taken action yet, but he came to keep an eye on me first? How dare he? Master, what happened? Luo Sanyang asked cautiously. It's okay, ladies, don't ask around. Wang Daji closed the door angrily, and after thinking about it, he couldn't help but warn, be careful in the future, don't let strangers into the house, and call someone if anything happens.
Noted it down. Luo Sanyang nodded with a sad face.
She opened her mouth several times to ask if her man had offended someone. But when he thought of Wang Daji's temper, he could only sigh and say nothing. The second day Wang Daji was hungover and tired, so he didn't go to work in the butcher shop. After Luo Sanyang helped the whole family wash up and have breakfast, she walked out of the yard carrying a vegetable basket and greeted the neighbors who got up early as usual.
Morning, Uncle Lu. Sanyang, are you going out?
Hey, I went out to buy groceries.
Aunt Six got up so early? It's getting late. I have to go to the embroidery room to work later. While the neighbors were chatting, Luo Sanyang walked out of the alley.
Follow the busy streets and prepared to go to the market to buy groceries. But after taking a few steps, she was so frightened that she stopped in place. Because there was a young man in civilian clothes at the entrance of the alley, looking at her with a smile but not a smile. He sat quietly at the street corner breakfast stall, slowly drinking steaming awful soup.
However, his eyes were fixed on Luo Sanyang without any hesitation.
Seeing that her hands and feet were weak and her scalp was numb, she couldn't help but walk quickly towards the market.
After a while, Luo Sanyang arrived at the market as if she was running away.
But standing on the noisy street, she didn't feel the least bit safe. Because she glanced and saw the young man who had been following her just now. The other party was following her slowly, keeping a distance of 70 to 80 meters, with a smile in his eyes, as if he was staring at his prey.
Hiss! Luo Sanyang was frightened and her face turned pale.
Even in the busy market, she felt more frightened than seeing a ghost. She didn't care about buying vegetables or cooking, and turned around and ran towards her own alley. Others saw her hurried look and felt full of doubts.
Sanyang, what are you doing? Aren't you going to buy vegetables? Why are you running so fast? Is there a ghost chasing you? Facing the ridicule and questions of others,
Luo Sanyang rarely lost her composure and didn't answer, but hurried back home, closed the door and then slid to the ground.
What are you doing?
Wang Daji, who was sleepy, just walked out of the room and saw her embarrassed scene.
He couldn't help but scolded, why don't you go to buy vegetables so early in the morning? What's wrong with you? Someone. Luo Sanyang panted and told what happened just now. Wang Daji suddenly lost all sleepiness and looked very angry. Damn it, come again?
He smashed the bowl and chopsticks in his hand angrily, gritted his teeth and rushed out the door. Sure enough, he saw Wei Hong again at the entrance of the alley. He was half squatting in front of a little boy. He had a warm smile on his face, and even raised his hand to touch the child's head. Wang Daji, who was furious, saw this scene, and he was stunned in place as if a basin of cold water was poured on his head, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly.
Brother Wang, good morning. Is this your son Xiaobao? He looks so cute.
Wei Hong raised his eyes and raised his eyebrows, and a creepy smile came out of his mouth.
Mr. Wei, what do you want to do? Nothing, just a visit.
At the entrance of the alley the two men faced each other silently. Wang Daji's face was livid, and his fists were creaking. He was obviously trying hard to restrain the rage and murderous intent in his heart. Wei Hong smiled gently, as if he was visiting relatives and friends. He even squatted in front of the chubby little boy again and asked with a smile, Xiaobao, are the candied haws delicious?
Yes,
delicious. The little boy answered inarticulately, holding a string of candied haws in his hand. Wang Daji's face darkened when he saw the scene, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth and said, "What do you want to do?" "I'm just passing by, brother Wang won't be unwelcome, right?" Wei Hong said with a smile, "I've heard that you have a son and a daughter and a harmonious family. It's really enviable to see you today. Oh, by the way, why hasn't my sister-in-law gone to work at Hongxiafang yet? It's getting late, right? If you're late, they will deduct your wages." "You?" Wang Daji's forehead was throbbing with veins. No matter how stupid he was, he could tell what this meant. The other party was threatening. Wei Hong had already figured out the situation of his family clearly. Not only did he know how many people there were in the family, but he also knew where his wife Luo Sun Yang worked, and even knew his son Xiaobao. This kid is really crazy. How dare he do that? Wang Daji has lived for 20 or 30 years, and he has never seen such an arrogant teenager. Doesn't Wei Hong know that he can kill him with a flick of his hand? "Boy, do you think you can scare me?" Wang Daji sneered with gritted teeth. "A greenhorn who has just practiced martial arts for 2 months wants to show off in front of me. Who do you think you are? Do you believe that I can kill you with one palm?" "Yes, of course I don't believe it." Wei Hong sneered calmly, "But do you know what kind of people are the most in the slums?" Wang Daji was silent for a few breaths, obviously not understanding what he meant. "In the slums, there are the most desperate criminals and kidnappers." Wei Hong explained with a smile. "In the 3 slums of Anlafang, Angsafang, and Dongpingfang alone, there are 12 large and small kidnapping gangs all year round, with as few as 3 or 5 people and as many as dozens of people. They like boys like Xiaobao the most. Once they set their sights on the target and are ready to take action, they can quietly take the person out of the city in a cup of tea and sell him to other prefectures within 3 days. TSK. Wang Daji was furious again. He was panting heavily, like an angry lion. "Don't be impatient." Wei Hong raised his hand to signal him to keep quiet, and continued with a fake smile, "Think about your sick old mother. She can't leave someone to take care of her. You will have to pay with your life for killing someone in the street." "I won't kill you, I'll just cripple you," Wang Daji said with a grim smile. "It's just a fight. I can find some connections and spend some money. I can get out of the Yamen prison in less than half a month, and I guarantee that you will be paralyzed for life and regret daring to provoke. "Oh? Really?" Wei Hong pretended to be surprised. "Do you think the big boss will miss the opportunity to strike the second boss's confidant? If you go to prison, will he let you out alive?" Wang Daji opened his mouth to refute. But in the end, he didn't say a word. "Ha ha." Wei Hong continued to sneer. "In your eyes, I am just a teenager, and my grandfather is just a night watchman. It's as easy to step on us as it is to step on ants, right? But you don't know that I grew up in this slum. I know every brick and every person in Angsafang and even the surrounding markets. I know every dirty thing in every household. My grandfather lived a life of poverty and hardship. He lived for decades and didn't save anything. But you don't know how many favors he has accumulated by doing good deeds." As he spoke, Wei Hong's eyes suddenly became fierce. He sneered fiercely like a fighting beast. "You can kill me with one palm now, and even kill my grandfather in the back, just do it secretly, and no one can trace you back. But you'd better keep your whole family tied to your belt for life, otherwise your precious son will be kidnapped if you are not careful. If you are lucky, you may be sold to someone else as a son, but if you are unlucky, you will have to cut off your hands and feet and dig out your eyes, and then follow the beggars to beg for food all over the country." The more Wang Daji listened, the more frightened he became. Wei Hong stared at him and said jokingly, "Oh, and your daughter Dia, she is very beautiful. I think the kidnappers will like her. After training her for a few years, she will be sold to the brothel and the business will be prosperous. Although your wife is a little old, many old bachelors in the mountains like this kind of women who can give birth and raise children, and the price should not be low. It's a pity for your mother. I wonder if she will be angry to death because of the loss of her grandson? In your eyes, I am just an ant." Wei Hong raised his hand and poked his heart, threatening word by word, "But in my eyes, aren't you a slightly bigger ant? I may not be able to deal with the rich and powerful, but isn't it easy to deal with you?" "Ah." Every time Wei Hong said a word, Wang Daji's heart trembled. Until the end, his angry face was a little gray. He had a little more enlightenment in his heart. No wonder the old saying is better to bully an old man than a poor young man. If this kind of young man is really forced, he will dare to fight to the death. "Brother Wei, actually we don't need to go to this step." Wang Daji took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile of apology. Actually, you and I don't have any deep grudges, it's just an internal fight between the first and second stalls.
That's it, the higher-ups haven't said anything yet. Isn't it ridiculous that our families and lives are being destroyed while we are just fighting? Brother Wang, what do you mean? Wei Hong put away the anger on his face and pretended to be ignorant and sarcastic. Aren't you trying to find someone to touch me? No, misunderstanding, definitely a misunderstanding. Wang Daji smiled awkwardly. It doesn't matter, you and I are brothers.
I will be the first to refuse to agree to anyone who dares to touch you.
Okay.
Wei Hong accepted it as soon as he saw it was good. Since Brother Wang is a sensible person, I can't be ignorant.
I hope that we can keep the same in the future. Today's incident can only be regarded as a misunderstanding. Definitely. Wang Daji promised in a hurry.
Wei Hong took 2 steps back and turned to leave.
It wasn't until his figure disappeared at the corner of the street that Wang Daji breathed a sigh of relief.
He quickly hugged his son tightly and refused to let go.
Everyone has a weakness. Wei Hong grasped his weakness this time. Although the two are not equal in terms of strength, who makes them crazy enough? This kid is not easy to mess with.
No wonder Mr. Dao and the others act like they have seen a ghost.
Most likely they have suffered losses before.
Wang Daji wiped his cold sweat and made up his mind never to provoke this lunatic again. Although he was not sure whether what the other party said was true or false. But even if there was a 10% or 20% chance, Wang Daji did not dare to bet. Wei Hong was right, in fact, he was just a bigger ant. It is impossible for him to send people to protect his family around the clock like a powerful and wealthy family.
If you don't want to lose everything, it's better to put away some little ideas.
Please vote for support. Winter day there have been several heavy snowfalls in Chengdu, and the weather has become increasingly cold and biting. Suzhou, Tongzhou, Sangzhou and other places suffered from snow disasters one after another, which not only froze and starved a large number of livestock and people to death, but also caused the price of food and charcoal to skyrocket in various places, so much so that the capital city of Shenzhou was also seriously affected. The streets and alleys were filled with hungry people and homeless people. In the slums, which were already a mixed bag of people, there were even more shabby settlements that were shivering from the cold. Some of them were begging with their families, some were huddled together in a corner to keep warm, or some were looking fiercely at the passers-by. Everyone's eyes were filled with the desire to live.
What a sign of troubled times.
Wei Hong sighed. It was only because the world was difficult. He had just finished work, carrying 2 packs of braised pork head meat, and walking with a steady pace. He stood out among the refugees and hurried passers-by. Some people were greedy for the pork head meat wrapped in lotus leaves in his hand, and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. But seeing his tall and strong body, he didn't dare to make any mistakes.
Wei Hong has been practicing martial arts for more than 3.5 months since he entered Zhuji Butcher Shop.
He has also transformed from a skinny boy less than 6 feet tall into a muscular man 8 feet tall. Based on Blue Star's size, he is now at least 1.8 meters tall. At the same time, the muscles all over his body are bulging. Not only his abdominal muscles are as strong as cast iron, but even his arms and thighs are so thick that they can burst through a commoner's clothes. Even in the cold winter. He wore a short coat and linen clothes, which was enough to keep out the cold. As he walked, his energy and blood exuded heat, easily repelling the cold wind and frost, and his eyes were as sharp as knives, easily intimidating all kinds of young people like a ferocious beast.
Dong dong dong.
Wei Hong stepped on the snow and turned left and right in the slum. Finally, he stopped in front of a dilapidated small courtyard, raised his hand and knocked on the door.
Come in, no need to be pretentious.
A slightly dissatisfied rough male voice came from inside the door. Wei Hong grinned and pushed open the door and walked in.
He saw a dilapidated and drafty yard all around.
A lame middle-aged man in ragged clothes was sweeping away the snow.
Uncle Lu, are you busy? Wei Hong greeted him familiarly.
While putting the things in his hands into the house, he grabbed his broom and started working.
You kid!
Lu Shan laughed dumbly. Stop being busy and go practice your martial arts first.
You have to go home and cook later.
Good. Wei Hong cleared the snow in twos and twos. After taking a deep breath, he began to practice his stance.
Phew! Drink! Wei Hong roared in a deep voice, alternating fists and kicks.
From time to time, he would move around and sweep his legs with his fists. His movements were as fast as lightning, fierce and domineering. With every move he made, all the muscles in his body were constantly stimulated. Waves of heat hit him, and he was immediately covered in sweat. His blood was boiling like a furnace, and even the surrounding snow melted a lot.
With one punch, the air exploded.
With one step, the ground dented.
Ha ha ha. So cool. Wei Han's face was full of enjoyment and intoxication.
Now the pores all over the body are sweating, all kinds of impurities are discharged, and the muscles all over the body have been powerfully exercised. This growing feeling is enough to make people feel happy from the bottom of their hearts, even more fascinating than the affairs between men and women. After the last incident with Wang Daji, he asked Uncle Lu to teach him some boxing and kicking skills. After all, he couldn't refine skin openly yet, so it was always good to learn some basic boxing and kicking skills first.
Moreover, he was not happy to deal with Wang Daji.
Relying on threats to force the opponent to retreat was a shame for Wei Hong, because it meant that he had no other trump cards except his life. This was also the most ridiculous and helpless desperate move for a weakling.
Today he can use dirty tricks to threaten others.
People can also use this method to threaten him tomorrow. If he wanted to completely make these bastards dare not provoke him, he had to become stronger, so he would come over and practice boxing for an hour every evening before going home, and he would practice like crazy every time.
Not bad, not bad.
Lu Shan sat aside, drinking turbid rice wine and eating pig head meat inside. You are really a genius. Although this 5-beast fist is a basic boxing technique, it combines fists, feet, and palms, steps, and elbow strikes. There are very few people who can imitate the essence of bear, tiger, crane, leopard, and ape. You have only practiced for less than 2 months and you are already so proficient. If you were born into a wealthy family, you would definitely be a powerful character worthy of cultivating with the efforts of the whole family.
He.
Wei Hong smiled incredulously and continued to practice hard.
Others don't know the truth and only think that he is a genius.
But only he knows that all this is just relying on the power of the system.
After months of killing pigs and sheep, Wei Hong had accumulated more than 4,000 points of vitality.
Naturally, he did not hesitate to add all of his health points, but after the health points reached 50 points, it could no longer be increased. His whole body was full of energy and blood, and if he continued to increase his health, he would explode and die. Only then did Wei Hong remember how important it was to refine skin to restrain qi and blood. It was obvious that his qi and blood were too strong and the skin membrane could no longer bear it. Unless he starts formally refining his skin, it is impossible for him to continue to add more health points to become stronger. Therefore, Wei Hong thought about it and added the remaining more than 1,000 proficiency points to 13 styles of Tiger Walk and 5 Beast Fist, directly allowing them to reach the realm of Deshang, which is comparable to others. 10 years of hard training. Lu Shan would naturally think that he was a martial arts genius.
Now, the strength of my single arm exceeds 500 kilograms. With the unique force-generating technique of the 5 Beasts Fist, I'm afraid even Wang Daji would dare to touch me, right?
Wei Hong slowly finished his work, and the surging blood and qi had seeped out from his pores. He frowned and subconsciously glanced at his attribute board. Post, Wei Hong, age, 16 out of 42, life points, 142, life points, 50, realm, none, kung fu, 13 tiger walks, great success, 531/800, martial arts, 5 beasts fist, great success, 374/800, magic power, none, skills, cooking, great success, 127 out of 800, fishing, mastery, 45/300, slaughter, minor success, 109/500, tip, 100 points of vitality can increase 1 year lifespan, 100 vitality can increase 1 health point, 1 vitality can increase 1 skill proficiency after practicing martial arts. For several months, my physical fitness has been enhanced by more than 100 times, and my lifespan should have increased slightly. But now my lifespan has dropped from 47 to 42. It is obvious that my body is not strong enough to withstand the surging blood and qi, which has caused serious damage to my internal organs. If I don't refine my skin, I'm afraid I will really be burst by the blood and qi.
Wei Hong sighed imperceptibly. Now he doesn't even dare to go all out when practicing boxing, for fear that his membrane will be burst.
It has to be said that too much blood and qi is also a kind of happy distress.
You kid should have reached 200 kilograms of arm strength a long time ago, right? Lu Shan obviously saw the problem, and he frowned. When are you going to start refining your skin? Tomorrow.
Wei Hong answered decisively, and his eyes seemed to contain thousands of stars.
Seeking follow-up reading and votes.
Then silent for several months, Wei Hong finally made up his mind to start leather refining. When he announced that he had reached an arm strength of 200 pounds. The entire butcher shop was filled with envy and jealousy, but there was no surprise at all. After all, everyone has seen his monster with their own eyes.
Xu Sihai was even more overjoyed and not only directly announced his promotion to swordsman.
At the same time, he generously presented 5 taels of silver as a congratulatory gift, which could be regarded as a way to smoothen the relationship with him, and gave him a 3-day holiday. It can be said that he spent a lot of money to win over him.
Early morning.
Wei Hong carried a few taels of broken silver in his arms.
Braving the wind and snow, we headed straight to the Huta Gang headquarters. This is a building located south of Anlafang, on the edge of the inland river.
It covers an area of half a street and is as luxurious as a royal residence.
2 domineering stone lions at the door. 4 sturdy men stood with arms folded. All the people coming in and out were people with fierce faces. Pedestrians passing by just think this is a dragon's pond and a tiger's den, and don't dare to approach it. Stop, who is it?
As soon as Wei Hong approached, a big man with his arms crossed opened his mouth and yelled at him.
Zhu Ji's butcher shop in Shatong Street.
Wei Hongdong cupped his hands and said, "My arm strength has reached 200 kilograms, so I came here to register."
Oh?
The big man looked him up and down after hearing this, but he was not embarrassed.
He waved his hand directly and said, "Go in, turn left directly to Zhongyi Hall, don't wander around."
"Thank you."
Wei Hong agreed and walked into it casually. After Huta Gang enters the door, turn left and you will see the entrance of Zhongyi Hall Branch Hall.
It seemed relatively deserted inside, with only a middle-aged scribe copying books.
After explaining his intention, he directly registered Wei Hong.
After a while, a copper token was handed over, with a majestic tiger head on it, and the name and number were engraved on it. "From now on, you will be a peripheral member of our Huta Gang, and you will be under the command of Zhongyi Hall. You do not need to do anything at ordinary times, but if you are called upon, you must obey orders at any time. Do you understand?" the middle-aged scribe said businesslike.
"Clear." Wei Hong pretended to be happy and took the token.
But he was laughing in his heart, he was just a chicken. The peripheral gang members are just cannon fodder and don't receive a dime of salary. You still want him to follow you and fight for your life.
Are you thinking too much?
Okay. The middle-aged scribe waved his hand and said, "The peripheral gang members can copy a leather refining technique for free. You can go to the Chuan Gong Hall. Just turn right and go straight."
Wei Hong nodded and went straight to the transfer hall.
Walking through a corridor, there was suddenly a lot of excitement ahead. Many members of the gang were coming in and out of the Chuan Gong Hall, and some were chatting in groups at the door. He stopped and glanced around, then stepped directly into it with the crowd. At first glance, you can see that this is a 3-story wooden loft. Each floor is 3 to 4 feet long and wide and can accommodate hundreds of people reading here. There are more than 20 bookshelves on the first floor, densely packed with books. Wei Hong saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he just started to check on his own. Chronicles of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Essences of Zhuang Kung Fu, Basic Boxing Techniques, Preliminary Explanation of Skin Refining. The bookshelves are filled with various miscellaneous books, training notes, and basic pile skills and boxing techniques. The book about the skin refining technique only occupies the last bookshelf.
As expected, most people are gathered in front of this bookshelf.
Faced with 100 or 200 skin refining secrets, there is obviously a trick to choosing.
Moreover, these secret books only have half of the content. If you want to get the complete content, you have to pay money to the Chuangong Hall. Otherwise, people are likely to throw you a shoddy manuscript.
When the time comes and I copy a few words incorrectly, I will be the only one who is unlucky. Hunyuan Gong, Iron Clothes Art, Iron Crotch Kung Fu, Magic Leg Kung Fu. Wei Hong browsed through it briefly and probably got an idea of these secret books. Among the 4 levels of Xianhuang and Tiandi Xianhuang exercises, the yellow level is the most hip-reaching and the most mediocre. It often only focuses on strengthening 1 or 2 body parts, such as arms, legs, crotch, and head.
Xian level exercises focus on training the whole body.
But among more than 100 secret books, there are only 11 at the Xian level.
And there are only 5 complete books among these exercises.
The rest are all incomplete, and once they continue to practice, the consequences are unpredictable.
Sure enough, it's just as Li Dania said.
Most members of the Tiger Head Gang will choose the 3 skin refining techniques of Elephant Armor Technique, Thick Earth Skin Refining Technique, and Savage Bear Diamond Technique. It's not that they don't want to choose others, but they have no choice.
Think this through.
Wei Hong's range of choices has naturally been reduced a lot. In the end, I could only choose one from the 5 complete books of Xian level techniques. Just when he was worried about whether to follow the crowd and choose Elephant Armor Technique, he unexpectedly discovered a complete skin refining technique of middle grade Xian level.
100 Forged Golden Body Skill?
Wei Hong looked through the secret book curiously, his eyes gradually brightening. This technique does not imitate animals like other techniques. Instead, it is based on forging and forging, emphasizing that the human body is made of iron. Through continuous forging, the human body can be turned into hundreds of forged fine steel. It stands to reason that this skill is by no means inferior to the elephant armor skill. Even the intention, development, and prospects far exceed other methods. But it has a fatal flaw: the leather refining method is too rough. Ordinary grinding with iron sand and beating with sticks are scary enough, right? But it's not just that. To practice this technique, one has to endure many extremely terrifying hardships such as burning with flames, chopping with knives and axes, forging with heavy hammers, boiling in iron pots, etc., before finally reaching the state of great success. Only those with strong willpower can practice it. Moreover, practicing this method is very easy to cause disability. So even if it is as high as the middle grade of Xian level, no one here is interested. This method is obviously more suitable for me. Although it is extremely painful to practice, it has infinite potential and a higher upper limit. And I can devour vitality to repair hidden injuries. I don't worry about being disabled during the practice. I just need to endure the pain that ordinary people can endure. Wei Hong hesitated for a moment and finally chose it decisively. What's the pain? As long as he can become stronger, he can endure anything. Excuse me. Wei Hong walked to a counter and stood still, saying to a middle-aged one-armed man in a gray cotton robe, "I want a copy of 100 Forging Golden Body Skills." After that, he directly handed over the token and 2 taels of silver. 100 Forging Golden Body Technique? The middle-aged one-armed man looked strange, and scanned him up and down, then sneered and said, "Another self-righteous person who is seeking death? Don't you know that practicing this technique can easily make yourself disabled? And even if they succeed, most people will collapse because they can't stand the torture. At the least, they will become violent, cruel and bloodthirsty, and at the worst, they will become mentally disturbed and crazy. For the sake of these 2 taels of silver, I advise you to choose another one. Thank you for your advice." Wei Hong was determined, but I still decided to choose this technique. Okay, I want to see what you can do with it. The middle-aged one-armed man said no more, and threw a printed booklet over. A big iron pot costs 1 tael, 4 cents and 5 cents. 50 pounds of iron sand, 13 cents per pound, total 6 cents and 5 cents. The original price of a jar of tiger bone skin refining ointment is 1 tael and 5 cents, but buying it at half price is 7 cents and 5 cents. In the yard of Uncle Lu's house, Wei Hong was calculating the accounts with a frown on his face. There was a pile of newly purchased leather refining equipment beside him. He suddenly found that his pocket, which had just become richer, suddenly shriveled up again. The 5 taels of congratulatory gifts sent by Zhu Sihai were actually spent, leaving only 151. Are you feeling distressed? Lu Shan joked while smoking a dry cigarette. This is just the most basic cost. I don't know how many resources will be spent to complete the skin refining. The following daily firewood and stove charcoal, ointments have to be purchased, and money has to be spent like running water. I am poor in literature and rich in martial arts, but the ancients will not deceive me. Wei Hong sighed. There is no other way. Lu Shan knocked on his cigarette bag and said with a smile, "Recently, there have been rebellions among vassal kings in various places, and the price of iron has also been soaring. Now a pound of pig iron costs 17 cents. This big pot of yours needs at least 17 cents. Losing 40 or 50 kilograms of pig iron, plus the blacksmith's wages, TSK, well." Wei Hong shook his head helplessly. I made up my mind to find a martial arts school to earn some extra money after I succeeded in refining my skin. Uncle, my shack is too small for physical training. Wei Hong said casually, just leave the things here for you. I will come over every day before evening or after dinner to practice for a while. I will buy some charcoal fire and other things another day. It's up to you. Lu Shan nodded and asked, do you want to practice now? There is still some charcoal fire at home. Nature. Wei Hong is not welcome either. He built a stove directly in the yard. A large iron pot is placed on top of it, and iron sand is poured into it. Then he found firewood and charcoal and started to heat it. After a while, white smoke began to sizzle in the pot. Don't make the fire too strong. Lu Shan patiently pointed out, you have just started refining the skin, and if you can't bear the high temperature, fry it until the iron sand is hot to your hands, then reduce it to a low fire. Good. Wei Hong nodded in agreement. But in fact, he doesn't care much about the temperature of the flame. He took a deep breath and took off his shirt.
He was shirtless in the ice and snow. He raised his hand and thrust it into the iron pot. Chi-chi! A sharp pain hit him, and the iron sand in the pot was already extremely hot. Wei Hong's hands felt as if they had been dipped into a frying pan. Not only was every inch of his skin burned, but the sharp-edged iron sand directly cut his palms, causing blood to come out immediately. Are you crazy? Lu Shan gasped in fright. How dare you not apply ointment for your first skin refining? How lucky you are. Call. Shoo. Wei Hong calmly endured the severe pain and began to breathe. The practice method of 100 Forged Golden Body Kung Fu is not complicated. Qi and blood are transported to the hands through several meridians, and the arms immediately become thicker due to congestion. The severe pain suddenly weakened by 3 points, but it was still unbearable. The skin on Wei Hong's palms had begun to fester, roll, and drip with blood. The smell of barbecue filled the air, which shocked Lu Shan and left him speechless. You don't want your life? Lu Shan hurriedly came over to stop him. Stop applying the ointment quickly, otherwise your hand will become useless. It's okay. Wei Hong's cheek twitched in pain while forcing a smile to comfort him. I just want to try how much it hurts without applying ointment. I have a sense of propriety. You have no sense of propriety. Lu Shan jumped in anger. He. Wei Hong finally retracted his hand. After cleaning it with water, the injuries on the palms were even more shocking. Lu Shan frowned and turned around to get the medicine, but Wei Hong raised his hand to stop him and directly smeared his hands with tiger bone skin refining ointment. Hiss! A hint of coolness began to envelope the skin. The severe pain in his hands suddenly eased by 3 points, and at the same time, the strong medicinal power began to invade the skin membrane, slowly strengthening the skin. This tiger bone skin refining ointment not only has the effect of anesthesia and analgesia, but also nourishes the skin membrane and accelerates skin repair. No wonder everyone in the world relies on the power of ointment for skin refining. Wei Hong silently compared them in his mind. I found a big difference before and after using the ointment. The first is the pain. Most people can't bear it without ointment. But after using the ointment to relieve the pain, I can still bear the pain of biting my teeth. The second is the skin refining effect. Relying on qi and blood to repair the skin membrane without ointment is not only slow, but also has a mediocre strengthening effect. After using the ointment, relying on the power of the medicine to strengthen the skin, the repair speed and strengthening effect of the skin film must be improved at least 3 to 5 times. Have you seen the clues? Lu Shan joked cheerfully, you kid will never look back until you hit the wall. Skin refining cannot be done without ointment, and this is just the most common secret skin refining medicine. It is said that the secret medicine used by the rich and powerful children is hundreds of times more expensive than yours. Practicing martial arts is like a gold-eating beast. Wei Hong sighed again. Uncle, please go and do some work first. I will study it myself for a while. Good. Lu Shan nodded, turned around and entered the house. Wei Hong looked at no one around and decisively added 1 point of vitality to his health. Then a warm current swept through the whole body, and finally went towards the injured hands spontaneously, and began to repair the injuries on the palms. Ha! Wei Hong's eyes widened in surprise. He discovered that vitality could repair injuries 10 to 100 times faster than ointment. The bloody hands stopped bleeding quickly, and this warm energy penetrated deep into the membrane, directly covering up the power of the ointment, and the membrane became stronger by multiples. It seems that I can save money to buy secret medicine for skin refining in the future. Wei Hong couldn't help but feel very happy. Ordinary people have to save money to buy secret medicine for martial arts training. The rich and powerful spend a lot of money on nourishing soups and medicines every month. He only needs to kill pigs in the butcher shop to nourish himself easily. The effect is 10 times or 100 times that of others. Who can not be ecstatic? Don't be proud, a tall building is built from the ground, and everything can only be done by yourself. The golden finger is just an auxiliary. If you want to become stronger, you have to endure endless suffering. Wei Hong silently comforted himself. After taking a deep breath, he continued to insert his hand into the iron pot. Sizzle, sizzle. Bursts of white smoke surged, and he took a breath of cold air in pain. The life value on the attribute panel actually fluctuated slightly. Wei Hong gritted his teeth and added 10 points of vitality. He grabbed the hot iron sand and rubbed it on his arm. Ah, the pain was like a slow slicing. It almost made people's teeth break. Such a rough way of refining skin would shock countless people. But Wei Hong persisted. Although he was trembling with pain and sweating, his eyes were fierce and tough, and his hands continued to rub without flinching. Gradually,
his hands were covered with blood. He gritted his teeth and grabbed the iron sand and rubbed it on the skin of his upper body.
Refining skin, it is a process of destruction and repair.
Wei Hong felt deeply about this the first time he made skin. He clearly noticed that his skin was getting stronger.
This feeling was both painful and enjoyable. It was really addictive. More than half an hour passed in a flash. The vitality on the attribute board was consumed at an alarming rate.
In the end, his realm column changed, from blank to 1 out of 100 in the early stage of skin refining realm.
100 points of vitality can only guarantee half an hour of skin refining and repair. After that, I can only refining skin for an hour every day. And after practicing for so long, I have made a little progress. If you calculate it this way, wouldn't it take 100 days to reach the middle stage of the skin refining realm?
No wonder people in the world say that it takes 3 years to refine the skin and 10 years to refine the blood.
It's really a waste of time.
Wei Hong thought about it for a while, then stopped with a wry smile. At this moment, the skin of his upper body was already red and black. There are also many scarred marks, as if they had been cut open and healed again and again with a knife. At the same time, there is also a lot of dead skin on the skin. At first glance, it looks like the product of new skin being shed after it is produced. Compared with other skins that have not been tempered, they have become tougher and stronger. Not only the pain is greatly reduced, but also become as thick as cowhide. A punch hitting it felt like hitting cowhide.
Not bad, not bad.
Wei Hong smiled with satisfaction.
With the craziness of his cultivation, plus the assistance of vitality,
it shouldn't be a problem for 1 day of cultivation to be comparable to an ordinary person's 1 month. It's just that practicing in Uncle Lu's yard is a bit inconvenient after all.
He can be shirtless when doing the upper body exercises, but what about other places?
He subconsciously looked at his crotch and felt a pain in his balls. You still have to rent a yard yourself.
It's not very convenient to practice here after all.
And the city has become increasingly chaotic recently, and the slums are no longer suitable for living.
It's freezing cold and there's draft everywhere in the shack. Although I can bear it, Grandpa can't. Think about it.
Wei Hong gradually had the idea of moving. In fact, he had already had the idea of moving since the last time shopkeeper Lin of Xinghua Pavilion wanted to rent the yard for free, but he was too poor to afford prostitution at the time. Now he has been promoted to swordsman and has 3 to 2 months of money every month. If you can make some extra money, it won't be difficult to rent a yard and move out. The second day, take advantage of the 2 days of vacation left. After Wei Hong had breakfast early in the morning, he went straight to East Street. There are 3 martial arts gyms here, the largest of which is called Iron Fist Gym. It is said that the owner of the gym once fought all over Sanzhou and Shuzhou with his iron fists. He only came to Chengdu to open his own business in middle age. Now he has been established for more than 20 years. This place is not far from the slums and Zhuji butcher shop. Wei Hong, who usually delivers goods, also comes here and knows the details of this martial arts gym. They recruit disciples all year round to teach martial arts, and the minimum tuition fee is 10 taels of silver per month. Although the disciples are mixed, the worst who can practice martial arts here are from well-off families. Wei Hong came to a martial arts school to make money, not to learn skills from his master. Therefore, he doesn't care whether the Iron Fist martial arts school has real skills or not, as long as the disciples have money. The martial arts gym covers an area of about 2 to 3 acres. There are 2 domineering bronze lions at the entrance, and there is an archway with carved dragons and phoenixes at the entrance. The facade is very impressive. As soon as I walked to the door, I could hear shouts and shouts. When I walked in, I saw a training ground paved with bluestone slabs. 70 or 80 boys and girls wearing plain white training uniforms are practicing, sweating profusely. Further back, there are several small martial arts training grounds. The martial arts disciples here are older and stronger. Quick, 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 punch fast, use your waist to exert force. The basic boxing techniques of our martial arts school can not only fight and kill, but also have the effect of strengthening the body and cultivating the body. If you want to get ahead, practice hard with me. A tall, middle-aged man was patrolling and supervising. Once they see someone with improper posture, they will immediately whip him. The Zhou dynasty relied on martial arts to build the country, and almost everyone practiced martial arts. Therefore, even if these young girls spent money here, they could not enjoy the treatment of the uncle, and some were only treated harshly. Little brother, are you here to learn from a teacher? As soon as Wei Hong walked in, a young man immediately came forward to greet him. The middle-aged man who was walking around glanced at him and couldn't help but cursed, "You're just learning shitty skills.
This is someone from Juji's butcher shop. What's wrong? Our martial arts studio didn't settle the meat bill clearly? No.
Wei Hongdong cupped his hands and said, I just heard that your gym hires people as training partners and I want to make some hard money.
Coach Luo shouldn't mind, right? Sparring partner?
The middle-aged man glanced up and down and praised with a smile, your boy has a strong body and plenty of energy and blood.
Are you just starting to refine your skin? Not bad, not bad.
Lu Ming, take him to try it out.
Test the waters.
Yes. The young man who just spoke respectfully agreed. He made a gesture of invitation and said, this way, little brother.
Thank you very much, I'm Wei Hong.
I am Lu Ming, an official disciple of the martial arts school.
I usually do some errands and odd jobs. Just call me by my name.
Lu Ming is obviously a talkative person. While leading Wei Hong inside, he explained, most of the sparring partners in our martial arts gym are disciples from civilian backgrounds, but if anyone wants to come and earn some hard money, we also welcome them. There are 4 types of sparring partners in the martial arts hall, A, B, C, and D. If the disciples are willing to spend money, even the hallmaster and deputy hallmaster can come to the field. Brother Wei, you are new here, but your blood and chi are much stronger than ordinary people, and you are a butcher in the butcher shop, so you should be treated as a C-level sparring partner. As they talked, the two arrived at a small martial arts training ground. There were 20 to 30 people practicing boxing. From their clothes, it can be seen that they should belong to 3 classes. The first is naturally the sponsor class. They are gorgeously dressed and have a great demeanor. At first glance, they are disciples from relatively wealthy families in the Iron Fist Martial Arts Hall. When they practice with others, they are often the ones who attack crazily. The second type of people wear the training clothes of the Iron Fist Martial Arts Hall, but they are beaten black and blue. Obviously, they are civilian disciples from poorer families. There are also a few people who wear simple linen shortcoats like Wei Hong, and they can be seen at a glance that they are hired foreign warriors. Brother Lu, how do you assess the 4 levels of A, B, C, and D in your hall? Wei Hong asked with interest. Also, how are they treated? Lu Ming introduced eloquently, let's talk about the treatment first. A D-level sparring partner gets 50 won for a cup of tea, a C-level sparring partner gets 100 won for a cup of tea, a B-level sparring partner gets 500 won for a cup of tea, and an A-level sparring partner gets 2 taels of silver for a cup of tea.
So much?
Wei Hong was secretly shocked. Of course. Lu Ming chuckled and explained, for us common people, this is definitely a sky-high price, but for these rich children, a few taels of silver is just a meal.
And it's not easy to persist for a cup of tea in high-intensity sparring.
Once there is a disability, the other party will not be held responsible.
This is selling life money, so it's naturally not cheap. No wonder, this is using life as a sandbag to make money.
Wei Hong suddenly realized.
Please vote and read more. High returns often mean high risks. This principle is eternal, and Wei Hong naturally knows it.
He silently observed the sparring situations of the people in the martial arts training field, and found that it was really dangerous. Many disciples had been beaten black and blue, and it was unknown whether they would have internal injuries in the end.
At first glance, the income from being a sparring partner is really good.
But if you get injured, this little money may not even be enough to buy medicine. If you are unlucky enough to break your hands and feet or injure your internal organs, the consequences are self-evident.
What, are you scared?
Lu Ming advised with a smile, Brother Wei, if you are not in a hurry to use the money, you'd better think it over carefully.
Being a sparring partner is not an easy thing.
If our disciples are sparring partners, the children of the rich and powerful may be able to give face to the brothers and not use heavy hands.
If outsiders come to be sparring partners, they will beat them to death. Wei Hong smiled indifferently, it's understandable.
After all, they have spent money, so they naturally want to gain something in the battle, and it is inevitable to use heavy hands.
It's good that you can understand.
Lu Ming nodded in appreciation and continued, so it's not easy to eat this bowl of rice.
You can't hurt the sponsor, and you can't hurt yourself.
You have to let the sponsor practice to your heart's content. The degree is very difficult to grasp. At this time, a young man in the martial arts training field screamed. I saw that he was careless and unprepared, and was hit on the heart and lungs by the sponsor's punch. Not only did he fly back 3 or 4 meters on the spot, he fell to the ground and vomited blood crazily.
Waste.
The richly dressed sponsor frowned. He threw down a string of copper coins and ignored him.
See?
Lu Ming sighed and shook his head, the world is difficult, and it's not easy to make money.
Brother Wei, do you still want to be a sparring partner? Of course. Wei Hong answered decisively. He didn't care about being injured. He had a chance to recover from his injury anyway. He couldn't find such a good job that could make money and refine skin even with a lantern. Well,
Lu Ming stopped persuading and said directly, I will be your sparring partner later to simply judge your strength. Among the 4 types of treatments, A, B, C, and D, the A level must have the strength above the blood refining realm. The B level must have the strength above the late stage of skin refining.
There is no strength requirement for the C and D level treatments. As long as you can hold on for a cup of tea, it's fine. Wei Hong twisted his neck and immediately took off his coat.
Wearing only a short coat, he had tangled muscles and was as strong as a brown bear. It immediately attracted the attention of other people in the martial arts training field.
Hey, is there a new sparring partner?
Interesting, this guy has a lot of blood and energy, and he's in good shape.
Ha, I hope he can hold on, otherwise it's boring to always bully the weak.
The voices of the crowd were either joking or sarcastic.
Wei Hong remained indifferent. He silently posed a starting posture of the 5 beasts fist and humbly said, please teach me. Okay.
Lu Ming clasped his fists and said, I am in the middle stage of skin refining, with a single arm strength of 580 kilograms. I practice the iron arm copper hammer fist of this hall. Brother Wei, be careful. After speaking, Lu Ming took a step and approached like lightning. The next moment, the fist wind was already blowing in his face.
Ha!
Wei Hong roared, and instead of retreating, he went forward to meet him. The hungry tiger pounced on the opponent's vital point in the 5 beasts fist, which frightened Lu Ming so much that he pulled back with a start.
Instead, he took the initiative to attack. 7-point chain. Ape pays respect to birthday. Picking flowers and playing in the water. Black bear hits a tree.
Wei Hong fought more and more fiercely, his punches and kicks seemed to be natural, and he forced Lu Ming to retreat again and again.
Hiss. Everyone present stopped and couldn't help but gasp. Who is this man? He is so fierce?
Look at the 5 beasts fist he uses, it's simply superb. I'm afraid he has put in a lot of hard work. Awesome, but he seems to have just started to refine his skin, how come? While everyone was surprised, Lu Ming's heart was even more shocked. He was obviously stronger than Wei Hong, and he often had an overwhelming advantage when his fists collided. Even his own boxing was better than the common 5 beasts fist. But Wei Hong had already practiced his boxing to the state of great success. The fist and foot kung fu were performed in one piece, sometimes as fierce as a bear or tiger, sometimes as swift as a cheetah, and even more agile as a monkey and a white crane.
Even every move was stuck at Lu Ming's force point.
He was forced to be neither forward nor backward, and every move was very uncomfortable and tormenting.
Good boy. Luo Jiato was also attracted at this time.
He watched the 2 people constantly colliding and fighting in the field, and couldn't help but exclaimed, this looks like a sparring partner. Yes, he has been practicing the 5 beast fist for 10 years.
How old was this kid when he started practicing martial arts? But shouldn't sparring be passive defense?
A young man in brocade clothes asked with a frown.
Who said that?
Luo Jiato sneered dissatisfiedly. The purpose of martial artist sparring is to accumulate martial arts experience.
If you can only passively take a beating, what's the difference between you and a wooden man? If you spend money just to beat someone up, why bother to come to the martial arts hall to waste time? Everyone immediately felt that it made sense.
In the past, everyone fell into a kind of misconception. The sparring partner always dares not fight to the death, for fear of accidentally hurting the sponsor. In this way, the fight will naturally be very uncomfortable, and the sponsor will spend money but not gain much fighting experience. The sparring partner dares not fight back after being beaten, which is even more childish than a child playing house. Now look at the battle between Wei Hong and Lu Ming. He not only didn't hurt Lu Ming, but also forced him to do his best. In the continuous high-intensity battle, both of them gained a lot.
Okay.
Lu Ming became more and more excited the more he fought, and he became more and more proficient in many moves, and his boxing skills were growing to a degree visible to the naked eye. Time flies by with a cup of tea. When Wei Hong jumped back and exited the battlefield, Lu Ming still had something to say with emotion on his face. That's right. Just now you broke my punch with a fierce tiger sweep.
It was really wonderful. Come again. No rush.
Wei Hong joked casually, I wonder if I have passed the test?
If I take another test, I will have to pay more.
Well. Lu Ming's face froze. Coach Luo immediately burst into laughter. You're right, you'll have to pay extra for fighting again. You're good at 5 beast boxing, so let's book a C-level treatment first. In the future, you can earn hundreds of dollars for a cup of tea as a sparring partner. If you fight with weapons, the price doubled.
Thank you, Coach Luo. Wei Hong smiled happily when he heard this. It's really easy to make money from selling your life, and it's not in vain this time. Class C treatment, right? Okay, you and I will fight again.
Lu Ming said impatiently, even if there is heavy bleeding today, I still have to ask Brother Wei for advice.
Wei Hong couldn't help but chuckle secretly when he saw this. Does this mean he has grasped the essence of the industry? Look, isn't the business coming now? Second sparring session. Lu Ming decisively seized the opportunity and rushed over. A heavy punch went straight to the middle.
Taking advantage of Wei Hong's opportunity to dodge, his left hand struck down the middle like lightning.
Awesome, a punch with a monkey stealing peaches?
Everyone screamed in surprise, but Wei Hong didn't panic at all. Instead of retreating, he dodged and leaned over. The huge body is extremely oppressive, and if it hits it, it will cause people to vomit blood and be seriously injured. As expected, Lu Ming was so frightened that he changed his moves continuously, and Wei Hong took advantage of the situation and turned around with another move to elbow and switch from defense to offense to seize the opportunity.
Bang bang bang! The two of them were fighting wildly back and forth. Between the collision of fists and feet, attacks that cannot be avoided often have to be endured through gritted teeth. After a while, both of them received many heavy blows.
At first, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and fought against Wei Hong.
But gradually he discovered something was wrong. The pain after being beaten was unbearable.
Not only were his movements easily deformed, but his energy consumption was also exaggerated. After a while, he was sweating profusely and exhausted. But Wei Hong became more and more courageous as he fought. My own fists and kicks hitting him were of no use. He was like a ferocious beast that knew no pain or tiredness, and the fight only made people despair.
Stop, stop, stop.
Before the time was up, Lu Ming had already jumped out of the battle circle.
I lost. You kid is definitely a freak.
Lu Ming smiled helplessly and chose to admit defeat.
Concession.
Wei Hong clasped his fists humbly. A long breath of waste breath came out of his mouth. Immediately afterwards, his originally closed pores suddenly opened their mouths, and a large amount of sweat spurted out, turning into bursts of white mist and spreading around, and the billowing energy and blood in his body gradually calmed down a little.
What a boy!
Instructor Luo couldn't help but praise, your control over qi and blood is so amazing, but you have clearly just started refining your skin, and you have fought 2 fierce battles in a row and your strength is still strong.
What's going on? I'm born with supernatural powers, rough skin and thick flesh. Wei Hong said casually. But this excuse convinced everyone around him. Because apart from his special physique, there is really no explanation why he is so fierce. Ordinary people will be exhausted after just 1 cup of tea.
Wei Hong fought twice in a row but was still full of energy.
What is this kind of person if he doesn't have a special physique? Ha ha.
A cold-faced girl wearing a red outfit and holding a riding crop said, I was lucky enough to meet an interesting guy today.
I see you have plenty of strength. You should be able to continue sparring, right?
Of course.
Wei Hong narrowed his eyes and politely raised his hands. Does this girl want to practice boxing or swordsmanship?
Whip it. The cold-faced girl raised her eyebrows and said, I have been practicing Qingyun 13 whips since I was a child. Now I have the strength in the late stage of skin refining, with a strength of 760 kilograms in one arm.
But seeing that you have just refined skin, I am too lazy to strengthen it. Bullying, let's do this. How about I fight with you with half my strength? There is nothing wrong with it.
Wei Hong agreed casually. Whips are considered weapons, but the price will increase if you use the weapon. If the price of a cup of tea doubles, how can he not agree to the profit of 200 coppers?
Good.
The cold-faced girl whipped her whip. The long whip in her hand was about 3 feet long, and she didn't know what kind of material it was made of.
The whip was flexible and ferocious, as if it could crack even rocks.
Wei Hong had never fought against such an enemy. He dodged and jumped with ape steps to dodge.
The opponent's long whip seemed to have eyes.
The constant beatings came from all directions, forcing him to be in a state of panic for a while. Wei Hong even tried to fight in close combat several times but was unable to do so. The cold-faced woman's whip technique was obviously taught by a famous teacher. She had already achieved the ability to control it freely and easily intercepted and blocked his close moves.
An accidental whip hit him hard on the shoulder.
There was a pop sound, and the fabric of the clothes shattered. Wei Hong's shoulder felt as if he had been hit hard by an iron rod. His shoulder blade was almost shattered, and his shoulder was even more torn apart.
Hiss! Everyone gasped. Wei Hong turned a blind eye to this.
He found that there was a huge difference in strength between himself and the cold-faced woman, as well as a huge difference in actual combat experience, so he simply changed his tactics and wandered around. While using ape steps and crane steps, he moved delicately to avoid attacks. While looking for opportunities, he resisted the whip and charged forward. Several times he almost rushed to the cold-faced woman, forcing her to step back. Invisibly, her whipping skills also improved a lot. The time for a cup of tea flies by in a blink of an eye. After a battle, the cold-faced woman was also tired and panting. Although Wei Hong had more than a dozen blood marks on his body, he was still energetic and refreshed. This difference made people stunned.
Okay.
The cold-faced woman was not only not annoyed when she saw this, but also showed a rare smile. You are really a weirdo.
I just had a great time practicing. Xiaotsui is watching.
Yes, miss.
A maid hurriedly came from under the eaves.
She casually took out a piece of silver from her purse and threw it into Wei Hong's hand.
It was roughly estimated that it was half a tael.
Take it, the maid said proudly. My young lady is practicing happily. I will reward you with a few silver taels, and it will also be considered as compensation for ruining your clothes.
Thank you. Wei Hong didn't feel humiliated.
He calmly accepted the silver coins, which inevitably made everyone look up to him. Such a person who is neither humble nor overbearing, although he is born in a humble family, is not necessarily unable to make the leap to the Dragon Gate.
This demeanor is not inferior to many children of aristocratic families.
Boy, do you still have strength?
How about trying my 8-armed divine fist? Go, who will get your turn?
I'll go first.
I'll go first, all of you go to the back. The young men and women in gorgeous clothes were delighted to see the prey.
Each of them wanted to practice with Wei Hong, and they obviously saw that he was different from ordinary sparring partners. After all, Lu Ming and the cold-faced woman benefited a lot.
For people like them,
a little money can make them improve, which is definitely a very cost-effective thing.
Everyone.
Wei Hong took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling as he said, I have a special physique and plenty of strength. I am not afraid of fighting 10 more times, so you don't have to fight for it.
Those who are interested in sparring can just wait patiently. 10 times? My God, how dare he? Fuck, what kind of physique is this? Does he have endless strength?
This man seems to be a butcher, so it's normal for him to be stronger.
Damn, is this man a freak? In this case, do we still have a way to survive? Everyone present was shocked.
The children of the rich and powerful were naturally happy. It is good for them to have such a high-quality sparring partner in the martial arts hall.
The civilian disciples looked miserable. After all, if Wei Hong is so aggressive in stealing business, what will they earn in the future?
Just half a day Wei Hong is completely famous in this Iron Fist martial arts gym. From the selfless instructor to the young girls who have just become apprentices, everyone heard that there was a freak in their martial arts school. The martial arts training ground was already surrounded by people. Everyone saw with their own eyes Wei Hong fighting against the powerful disciples. Whether it was swords, guns, sticks, fists and kicks, no matter how hard he was hit, he was like an invincible little strongman, fighting every move he saw again and again. Those who fought against it all cried out in joy.
Unknowingly, everyone has learned something.
But Wei Hong obviously gained the most. Although he was beaten with a bruised nose, swollen face and injuries all over his body, he looked extremely miserable. But his eyes gradually became sharper, and his five beast fist became more and more amazing. Not only did the proficiency of the boxing skills skyrocket by dozens of points, but even the skin refining progress also increased a bit. It can be seen that the skin membrane has also become stronger in the case of high-intensity battles and constant injuries. In short, under the constant nourishment of vitality, Wei Hong is like a tireless machine, constantly gaining various indescribable benefits. As for the benefits from sparring, they are only the most insignificant gains.
Isn't this kid too exaggerated?
When an ordinary person fights with all his strength will be exhausted in just 1 cup of tea.
How come he doesn't seem to be afraid of getting tired?
This guy is a pig butcher, so it's normal for him to be stronger,
but isn't his endurance too strong? Damn it, this is the 13th time, right? If this continues, how can we still hang out?
Brother Zhang, you can't ignore this matter.
If this kid comes here every day, we'll probably starve to death.
In the crowd, several young men wearing martial arts uniforms were discussing unhappily. They all looked at a young man with thick eyebrows.
What are you looking at me for?
The young man with thick eyebrows snorted coldly. This kid looks like a madman at first glance. He will die suddenly within 3 to 5 days with such a desperate strategy.
If he wants to make money, let him make it. I want to see it. How long can he last?
2. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. At first glance, Wei Hong looked really miserable. The injuries all over his body were so horrific that they felt pain just looking at him, and suddenly they weren't so jealous of him.
This is what I deserve. If you are not convinced, go ahead. These powerful men beat people without mercy. Didn't you see that he had stab wounds and whip wounds?
It would be strange if anyone else would still be alive.
This kid is a bit evil, don't mess with him.
The young man with thick eyebrows said seriously. He fought 13 times and received a total of 97 punches, 67 kicks, 57 whip wounds, and 19 knife wounds, and many of the injuries were he bumped into it on purpose.
He worked too hard to make money, right? So much? What a lunatic, boy. You can't afford to offend him. This kind of person is definitely ruthless.
Everyone was frightened again, with a hint of awe in their eyes. At this time, the battle in the field was also coming to an end. Wei Hong once again blocked the violent attack of a warrior in the middle stage of the skin refining realm.
Both sides gained a lot. That's it for today. Wei Hong pretended to be tired and cupped his hands. Wei is not strong enough. I will come back to practice tomorrow. I hope you can forgive me.
Tisk, TSK, 13 times, that's awesome.
I thought this kid wouldn't be tired. What a weirdo.
Although his strength is a bit lacking, he really can withstand beatings.
No matter how hard he is beaten, he will be fine.
He is just like a bull.
Everyone dispersed while talking. There are also people who can't help but want to approach and solicit.
However, they were all dealt with by Wei Hong. He was content to be a pig butcher, and working as a sparring partner to make money was just a side job, and he had no intention of joining any powerful sect.
Boy, that's good.
Coach Luo came over and patted his shoulder deliberately, causing Wei Hong to grin in pain.
What? You still know it hurts?
Coach Luo said angrily, young man, you probably want to die in our martial arts gym, right? I've only seen such a ruthless sparring partner in my life.
Aren't you afraid of dying suddenly due to accumulated hidden injuries?
No. Wei Hong grinned. The head of the labor camp is worried.
I'm not worried about you.
Coach Luo curled his lips and sighed, but you can't play like this no matter how short of money you are. Young and strong can withstand hidden injuries, but when you get older, your lifespan will be shortened.
Don't disobey me. Well, I have my own sense of discretion.
Wei Hong was perfunctory again.
Coach Luo glared and snorted, you don't listen to me, don't you?
Well, I'll just tell you the truth.
From now on, you can only come here and play 5 games a day.
Why?
Because other people have to earn too.
Instructor Luo said helplessly, there are many civilians in our hall who rely on training as a partner to earn training resources.
You can't let them starve to death, right? I see.
Wei Hong nodded in understanding. Playing more than a dozen games a day by yourself is indeed a bit excessive. This will probably destroy a lot of people's jobs. If the limit is limited to 5 games a day, it will be reasonable for him and others. After all, he only has half a day to spare every day, and most of the rest of the time he has to kill pigs in the butcher shop.
Let's do this.
Coach Luo said with a slight embarrassment, if you feel that this will block your way of making money, I can make the decision to increase your sparring price to 200 cents per game.
No need. Wei Hong waved his hand nonchalantly and said, no need to be special, I will pay whatever others pay. You are quite interesting. Luo Jiato laughed.
Wei Hong secretly calculated in his heart. The minimum income for 5 games a day is 500 coins, and the maximum income is 1 tael of silver. At the same time, most of the sponsors will give rewards when they are in a good mood, ranging from 50 to 100 coins, and as many as 200 or 300 coins. In this way, his daily income is still good. For example, he played 13 games today, and the first game with Lu Ming was free. Among the other 12 games, 7 games were boxing and kicking, and the remaining 5 games were sword fighting. The basic fee for the two added up is as high as 1 tael and 7 coins. In addition, including the rewards, he now has 3 taels and 2 coins in his pocket.
So much? Wei Hong didn't know until he calculated it. He was shocked. He actually earned 1 or 2 months' wages for ordinary people in half a day. No wonder people are so keen on practicing martial arts. Money is probably something that can be easily obtained by the strong.
However, if Wei Hong did not have the golden finger, he would not dare to make money so frantically. If others wanted to copy this success, they would probably end up dying suddenly.
Master Luo.
Wei Hong put away the money bag, smiled, and looked up and asked, "Since I just promised you, I wonder if you can help me solve some of my doubts."
What do you want to ask?
Nothing. Wei Hong asked with a wry smile, "I have just started to refine my skin.
I just want to know when I can know whether I have broken through to the middle stage of the skin refining realm? That's not easy."
Master Luo replied impatiently, "When you change your skin all over, you will be considered to have broken through to the middle stage."
Please read more. Replace the whole body?
Wei Hong seemed a little confused. As a butcher who had not received systematic martial arts inheritance, his biggest disadvantage was that his basic knowledge was weak, and he had to ask others for many things.
For example, he didn't understand it now. What does the breakthrough from the early stage of the skin refining realm to the middle stage have to do with the whole body skin refining? Does it mean that you have to rub the skin manually after practicing for a certain period of time? You don't even know this?
Luo Jiao saw this and felt a little amused. When you practice to a certain level, the membrane will naturally transform. At that time, you will shed the old skin like a snake, and the new skin will become stronger. People who have just refined their skin can be called the early stage of skin refining.
Shedding once will become the middle stage, shedding twice will be the late stage, and shedding 3 times will be perfect.
After the transformation, the membrane will be more round and free, and the blood and chi that can be born will be more majestic. In short, you will realize it yourself sooner or later, so there is no need to worry too much.
Wei Hong nodded as if he understood.
I thought that if I had time, I would have to go to the Tiger Head Gang's transmission hall to read some books. Anyway, reading some basic books is free, and it would be good for me to catch up on some common sense.
It's not bad to think about shedding skin. After all, who wants to live with scars?
Once you break through a small realm, you can shed your old skin and put on a new one.
Isn't it wonderful? In addition, is there a limit to the strength between each small realm? Wei Hong once again raised a question in his mind.
Of course there are. Luo rolled his eyes and snorted coldly, except for freaks like you who are born with supernatural powers. The limit of ordinary people in the early stage of skin refining is 300 kilograms of strength, the middle stage is 600 kilograms, the late stage is 900 kilograms, and the limit of perfect skin refining is about 1,200 kilograms.
But this limit is only for ordinary people.
It is different for the children of the rich and powerful who practice top-notch martial arts. They have been nourishing their bodies with precious medicine since childhood, and the upper limit is beyond the reach of ordinary people. You kid is so good at the 5-beast fist, but you are so shallow in all kinds of martial arts knowledge.
You are really a weirdo. Go back and heal your wounds if you are fine.
Don't die in our martial arts hall because of internal injuries.
Wei Hong couldn't help but look weird when he heard it. The limit of ordinary people's perfect skin refining is only 1,200 kilograms of strength.
But he has reached more than 500 kilograms just now when he started skin refining.
If he breaks through to perfect skin refining, how much strength can he reach? It's really exciting to think about it. Thank you for clearing up my doubts. Wei is leaving.
Wei Hong smiled and bowed, then turned and left the martial arts hall. People passing by on the street couldn't help but stop and watch him when they saw that he was in such a miserable state. After seeing that he was coming out of the martial arts hall, they all looked as if they understood.
Wei Hong turned a deaf ear to this.
He silently used the breathing method of Tiger Walk 13 styles, mobilizing chi and blood to continuously flush the blood stasis under the skin. With the addition of vitality and the nourishment of chi and blood, various wounds stopped bleeding and scabbed, and the black blood accumulated under the skin was also washed away, and waves of numbness and unbearable numbness came from all over.
A sense of transparency came naturally. The progress of skin refining on the attribute board actually increased by 1 point. Good fellow, after getting beaten, I actually made 2 points of progress, which is equivalent to my 2 days of practice? It seems that getting beaten is much faster than practicing by myself.
At this rate, I will be able to break through to the middle stage of skin refining in less than a month. After thinking this through, he was in a good mood again. I just felt that the road ahead was vast and full of hope. Unconsciously, he just walked to the vicinity of Xinghua Pavilion.
Wei Hong thought about it and walked in.
He happened to see the shopkeeper Lin Weisheng counting the bills at the counter, so he greeted him politely.
Uncle Lin. Ha? What are you doing? Lin Weisheng couldn't help frowning when he looked up.
He was obviously frightened by Wei Hong's miserable appearance. People who didn't know him thought he was beaten up by others. I was a sparring partner in the martial arts hall and suffered some skin injuries. Wei Hong explained with a smile. The bruises and swelling on his face had recovered as before under the flushing of qi and blood, so it was not too ugly.
Lin Weisheng was slightly stunned and didn't say anything more.
He knew that Wei Hong had a stubborn personality and knew how to do things, so he, as an outsider, couldn't say much. Look at this world, who doesn't have a hard life, so he could only remain silent and regretful.
Brother Hong, what are you doing here today? Selling fish?
Lin Weisheng asked. If you have fish, just send it to the kitchen, and I will ask the accountant to settle the bill for you.
No.
Wei Hong smiled and said, it's been very cold in winter recently, and there are many refugees in the city, and the public security is poor.
I want to rent a house and move in. I thought it was something else, it's easy to say.
Lin Weisheng said straightforwardly, the small courtyard I told you about that day has not been rented out yet, you two grandpa and grandson will move in first, it doesn't matter whether it's money or not, just think of it as showing me a house.
No.
Wei Hong quickly put the purse on the counter and said, Uncle Lin, you misunderstood, I have money to rent a house.
Oh? Lin Weisheng took the purse and took a look, and couldn't help showing surprise.
As the shopkeeper of this restaurant, he has a good eye. He knows without counting that there are at least 3 taels of silver scattered here.
Did Wei Hong earn all this money from practicing with others in the martial arts hall? Have you made progress in martial arts? Lin Weisheng couldn't help asking. I guess so.
Wei Hong lied deliberately and ambiguously, I didn't have enough food to eat before, and I didn't know that I was born with supernatural power. I started to stand out after practicing martial arts in the butcher shop.
My life should be better in the future.
Okay. Lin Weisheng sighed with relief, you were so successful, your grandfather can also enjoy his old age.
I have nothing to do. I will take you to see the yard. Thank you, Uncle Lin.
Why should we be polite? As the two talked, they walked out one after the other.
The small yard is located in an alley on the left side of Annal Street.
It is not far from the butcher shop in the slums, which is very convenient for moving or going to work in the future. The alley is clean and tidy, and the ground is paved with bluestone slabs. There are 17 or 18 families on both sides. There are warm small courtyards for a family of 5 or 6 people, and large courtyards rented by 4 or 5 families. From time to time, there are gossips and the smell of food. Occasionally, there are children chasing and playing in the alley.
There are no refugees everywhere. The environment is more than 100 times better than the slums. People who can live here. Most of them have a decent job.
They are either teachers or accountants, or at worst people with special skills. With these people gathered together, the public security will not be too bad.
As for the small courtyard mentioned by Lin Weisheng, it is surprisingly big.
Pushing open a vermilion door, a rectangular patio comes into view. On the left side of the patio is a well, which is convenient for daily washing, and on the right side is a flower garden and several stone tables and stone benches, where you can have tea and chat. Opposite the gate are 3 blue brick main houses. There are 2 side rooms on each side, 2 of which are used as warehouses, and the other 2 are used as toilets and kitchens.
This?
Wei Hong was speechless for a long time in shock.
Is this a small courtyard? How is it small?
A courtyard of this size in this area normally costs at least 3 or 4 taels a month to rent, and few families dare to rent it alone. Take the courtyard next door, which is about the same size, as an example. They are basically shared by 2 or 3 families, living together in a quadrangle, even the toilet and kitchen have to be shared.
Will Wei Hong and his grandson live in such a large yard in the future?
For a moment, he felt absurd and even a little wasteful, as he was used to being poor.
What? Do you think my yard is not good enough? Lin Weisheng noticed Wei Hong's embarrassment and deliberately smiled and joked.
Of course not. Wei Hong said with an awkward smile, I just didn't expect your yard to be so big, Uncle Lin. If it were a small yard, we and my grandson could just live in it.
It's so big, it doesn't matter. Lin Weisheng waved his hand nonchalantly and said, you can pay whatever rent you want, and you are a martial arts practitioner. What if you don't have a bigger yard?
You can also build a practice room if you have a spare room. Besides, when you become successful, why don't you find someone to serve your grandfather?
Where will the servants live then? You can't just live there like you're in a slum, right?
When Wei Hong heard this, he felt it made sense. I am afraid of being poor, and my thinking has not changed yet. It will definitely be easier to make money as your strength increases in the future.
Why not live in a larger yard and enjoy it?
It just makes Grandpa live a more comfortable life.
Okay. Wei Hong immediately made a decision. I've rented this yard. The monthly rent will be 5 taels.
I won't let you, Uncle Lin, suffer a loss. You don't need so much, just 2 taels.
No, at least 4 taels and 5 yuan.
The two of them were bargaining back and forth.
After some discussion, the final price was 3 taels per month.
It's not that Wei Hong didn't want to pay a high price, it's just that they refused to accept it.
Brother Hong, please don't underestimate your Uncle Lin.
Lin Weiqing smiled and joked, now I manage the restaurant for my boss, and all the people I welcome and greet are distinguished guests.
The monthly dividends are not low, not less than those of you.
You two have nothing to lose, so you and your grandson can live in peace.
Thank you, Uncle Lin.
Wei Hong clasped his fists in gratitude, saying nothing.
Ahem. Nightfall.
Wei Hong took advantage of the night to return to his shack.
From afar, I could hear my grandfather's muffled cough. Pushing open the leaky door, the light of the dim oil lamp diffused.
The old man heard the noise and came forward.
Brother Hong, why are you back now?
A trace of shock and worry flashed across Old Wei's face. What's wrong with you? It doesn't matter, I went to the Iron Fist martial arts school to be a sparring partner and suffered some skin injuries. Wei Hong smiled nonchalantly, everyone on the left and right needs to be skinned, so I can let them loosen my muscles and bones.
You?
The old man's expression changed, and there was deep distress in his eyes.
But in the end, he didn't say anything and just served him rice silently. Grandpa, don't feel bad.
Wei Hong sat down to eat and persuaded in a deep voice, how can a man grow up without going through hardships?
Only by enduring hardship can he become a master. If you want to survive in this damn world, there will be many places for hardship in the future. Well,
Old Wei too sighed. There was both relief and relief in his eyes.
I just heard that you were coughing a little. Did you catch a cold? It's okay. It's just an old problem. Eat more and I will take you to see the doctor another day.
No need to waste money, it's just the cold.
The grandfather and grandson exchanged a few words.
By the dim oil lamp, we ate simple meals. Wei Hong felt inexplicably relieved. Taking advantage of the meal break, he briefly talked about what happened today, and informed him that he had rented shopkeeper Lin's yard. Recently, there are a lot of refugees and the public security is not good. In addition, the cold winter is hard to endure, so we might as well move away. Wei Hong patiently advised, now that I am successful in martial arts, it is not a problem to earn 1 or 20 taels a month. We can barely afford to live in the courtyard Uncle Lin rents at a low price.
Don't think it's too expensive.
I need a place to practice martial arts. Our shack is not big enough for people to live in. It's freezing cold and there's draft everywhere.
It's really impossible not to move.
From now on, if you quit your night shift job and raise flowers and fish at home, our lives will be better and better.
Okay. I listen to you.
Old Wei smoked his dry cigarette. For the first time, hope shone on the face full of ravines after working hard for half a lifetime.
Scholar Lin is a very particular person.
Lao Weitu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When I became rich, I never forgot the friendship and support from my fellow countrymen. Grandpa, you have been doing good deeds throughout your life, so you should be rewarded with this blessing. Wei Hong's casual compliment immediately touched the old man's heart, making him twist his beard and chuckle. As the saying goes, good causes lead to good results. Although the old man lived in poverty all his life, Wei Hong was blessed by him. Whether it was working as an apprentice in a butcher shop or taking care of Lin Weiqing, it all started because Old Wei was kind to others, and what he was selling was his face.
Wei Hong just took some advantage. He is lucky to have such a grandfather in his life.
Although in the eyes of outsiders, Old Wei is just a smelly old man who works late at night and can be stepped on by anyone, Wei Hong is still proud of him.
Here are the keys to you, the third from the last one on the right side of Tianbao Lane, Annal Street.
Wei Hong casually warned, I have a day off tomorrow.
I will go to the butcher shop to borrow a car to move in the morning. You can go and have a look when you are free. The house is quite nice.
Big.
Big? How big can it be?
You can marry a young widow with 3 houses.
How big do you think it will be?
Old Wei's face turned red and he pretended to hit him with the cigarette pole. Gangun, go to bed early when you're full, and stop making fun of me, old man.
Ha ha ha.
Wei Hong laughed dumbly, got up and was about to wash up and rest.
After thinking about it, he said, we are moving, do you want to inform the neighbors to hold a housewarming party?
Wei Hong has always been able to avoid such troubles. However, the old man is a person who likes to have fun, and he has been friendly to many people throughout his life. If he can take the opportunity to make him happy, Wei Hong is still happy to trouble him. Sure enough, when the old man talked about the housewarming party, he immediately became interested. He puffed away at the cigarette for a few puffs, his eyes both moved and tangled.
After a long time, he said, "Nah, wouldn't it cost too much to hold a housewarming party?"
Our family has just purchased winter items, and we don't have anything to entertain the big guys.
You don't have to worry about money.
Wei Hong reassured him casually. Now I work as a sparring partner in the martial arts gym every day,
and I can earn 1 or 2 taels of silver at least. Do you know how much I earned today?
A full 3 taels.
Only then did I have enough money to rent Uncle Lin's yard. So many?
Old Wei was shocked for a long time, and then he murmured with tears in his eyes, "You have made a difference. Brother Hong has made a difference."
So?
Wei Hong promised with a smile, "We don't have to go hungry in the future. Even if we are in a hurry and invite the neighbors to have a big meal, we can still afford it.
Then let's do it."
Old Wei slapped the table with his head and said cheerfully, "Everyone has no appetite these days, and the Chinese New Year is coming soon.
Let's invite all the neighbors around to join in the fun and get together. Have a good meal."
"Good." Wei Hong nodded in agreement.
He is still very happy to spend a little money to make Grandpa happy.
In the dim shack, the grandfather and grandson chatted enthusiastically about the details of the banquet. They felt that all the suffering seemed to have disappeared, and every minute and every second of the future was full of expectations. Moving is not difficult after all. The property of Wei Hong and his grandson were very small. I borrowed a wheelbarrow the next day and moved my things to my new home in 2 or 3 trips.
After a brief cleaning, I bought some pots and pans.
The 2 of them have officially settled in their new home. The small courtyard was clean and tidy. Not only did it have a hut, a kitchen, and a well, but the rooms were also spacious and comfortable. It was infinitely better than the leaky slum shacks in the slums, and it made Old Wei feel like he was dreaming.
The 3-day holiday is over.
Wei Hong ran to the butcher shop without stopping, fearing that he would miss a few pigs. Now his reputation in the Iron Fist gym has spread, so as soon as he stepped into the butcher shop, he was met with incredible looks from Li Daniu and others. Apparently everyone couldn't figure out why he had just been refining his skin. He was able to become a 3rd-level sparring partner in the martial arts gym, and he was quite popular.
"Brother Hong, I heard that you went to the martial arts gym and fought 13 times in a row before you were exhausted?" Li Daniu couldn't help but ask, "Good guy, are you taking the wrong medicine?"
"It's just a special physique."
Wei Hong used this excuse again.
Everyone was envious, jealous, and resentful, but there was nothing they could do. After all, physical fitness is a thing given by God.
Even if you are envious, you won't be able to envy it. It can only make people wonder what's going on. As for the small limelight, Wei Hong didn't care.
After all, with his current strength, few people in the entire butcher shop can suppress him. Even Wang Daji and others can only look at him with awe and fear on their faces. Anyone who is not a fool knows this. From then on, they and Wei Hong were in different classes. On the surface, everyone is a butcher, but a promising butcher like Wei Hong is very different from them, and the gap will only get wider in the future.
One day, he will be someone everyone needs to look up to. Okay, let's get to work.
Wei Hong patted Li Dania's shoulder and whispered, "I'll kill the pigs by myself later, and you'll kill the sheep by yourself.
Is that okay?" Nature. Li Dania had a strange look on his face.
Ordinary people would rather be lazy and fish in groups of 2 when working. Wei Hong wished he could do more, which was really strange. Besides, we still follow the old rules.
Wei Hong continued in a low voice, "I will cut your sheep.
As a reward, from now on, I will transfer 2 half-priced skin refining secret medicines to you in my name every month."
This? How can this be done? Li Dania was shocked and at a loss.
Obviously, he didn't expect that he would say such words.
"Brother Hong, aren't you crazy? Stop joking." Li Dania scratched his head and said, "It's just a matter of killing a sheep. Why do you want to give me 2 copies of the secret skin refining potion every month?"
"I like to use the knife, and I am also willing to repay those who have helped me."
Wei Hong made an excuse at random and said with a smile, "Brother Dania, you helped me. Now that I have more money, I always want to repay something, you better not refuse." "No, no."
Li Dania shook his head desperately, "Of course you can kill the sheep if you want, but the 2 secret skin refining medicines are too precious, and I can't take advantage of you."
"It doesn't matter.
I can make money by working as a sparring partner in the martial arts gym for a day or 2.
Just accept it with peace of mind. You can help me when you become stronger in the future, right?"
Wei Hong persuaded him repeatedly, and Li Dania finally agreed. The 2 reached an agreement that seemed unequal, but had far-reaching significance. From then on, the number of pigs and sheep that Wei Hong could kill every day would increase again. And he just paid 2 half-price quotas for the secret skin refining medicine. This thing is as useless to him as it is painless. In any case, he earned it with blood. So under the strange gaze of everyone, the two began to work in harmony. Lidania first ran to the sheepfold and tied up a sheep. Wei Hong bled it with a knife, and then he continued to hang the sheep and skin it.
What are you doing? You have to cooperate when you kill a sheep? Isn't this bitch Lidania not weaned? Everyone was secretly despised. But no one dared to say anything in front of Wei Hong.
He didn't care and walked into the dirty and smelly pigsty. He decisively chose the biggest fat pig and punched it in the back of the head.
Bang!
Before the extremely powerful fat pig could react, it was knocked unconscious by a force of force. Then, under the stunned gaze of everyone, Wei Hong grabbed the pig leg and threw it to the chopping board.
Superior. First time killing a pig. It was even the first time for me to kill a pig by myself.
Wei Hong naturally didn't bother to learn other people's techniques, nor would he hug a dirty pig body. This trick of his cleverly solved the problem of one person having difficulty holding down the pig. At the same time, he stabbed the butcher knife into the fat pig's heart artery.
Puff puff puff.
Pig blood spurted out crazily. The unconscious fat pig woke up from the severe pain. Just as he was about to struggle, he punched him and knocked him out. Wei Hong's five-beast fist has long been superb. Using martial arts methods to deal with an animal is simply overkill, but this method also deeply swayed everyone.
The pig butchers present are all reckless men.
In daily life, pigs are killed by force. I have never seen such a handy method. As the saying goes, an expert can tell if something is wrong as soon as he makes a move. Maybe when they heard that Wei Hong was famous in the Iron Fist gym, they were more or less disbelieving, but now that they saw with their own eyes his effortless pig-killing technique, no matter how stupid they were, they could see how ferocious he was.
What a clever trick! This guy has learned a good boxing skill without knowing it. This seems to be the magic of the bear force and the five beasts fist, right?
It can stun the pig without hurting the skin and flesh.
Awesome! Damn it, Brother Wang, I'm afraid even you can't use this kind of clever trick?
We may be stronger than him, but we are definitely inferior to him in boxing.
This guy is not easy to mess with. Everyone was talking in a low voice.
Wei Hong still turned a deaf ear to it. He held the butcher knife and patiently shaved the pig hair, as if he was carving a work of art.
Every move was pleasing to the eye.
Of course, his movements were also very fast.
There was no dragging at all.
After all, he was still hoping to kill a few more pigs to earn enough vitality to become stronger. Shaving hair, removing internal organs, chopping limbs, and dividing meat. He completed each step with an almost perfect knife technique, and even unconsciously incorporated some of the five beast fists power-generating methods, including the breathing method of Tiger Walk 13 styles, into it, making all his work natural and easy. Others need 2 people to kill a pig. Wei Hong, however, cut a huge fat pig into pieces easily with one knife.
Moreover, his technique was neat and perfect, enough to make any pig butcher amazed.
Even Wang Daji, the most experienced, did not dare to say that he could have such a knife technique.
Recalling that he was still a hand-to-hand apprentice a few months ago.
Everyone couldn't help but sigh for a while, and sighed that this boy was really a monster. Early morning, the pig butchers who had been busy for most of the night finally had a breather. While the business at the stall was in full swing, the kitchen had already cooked steaming meat porridge, paired with freshly baked steamed buns, which made people salivate.
Wei Hong was drinking porridge while silently calculating his profits.
After a lot of work, he killed 5 pigs, and they were the fattest pigs, gaining 113 points of vitality. Lidania killed 6 sheep, but since it was Wei Hong who drained the blood, the lives of these sheep were successfully counted on his head, for a total of 79 points.
Adding the two together, the total is 192 points of vitality. There are nearly 200 points of vitality in one day? Wei Hong couldn't help but feel happy.
This is a huge benefit that can allow him to sustain skin refining for 2 hours, or directly add dozens of health points. The most important thing is that it is stable and long-lasting. As long as you keep saving up over the years. No matter what technique he practices, no matter how poor his qualifications are. They will all be able to become stronger by accumulating points, and they will be able to surpass countless peers in no time, until they stand on the top of this world.
Just thinking about it makes people excited. Brother Hong, what are you thinking about? Li Danio urged from the side, eat quickly, we have to work later. Wei Hong nodded. He involuntarily speeded up his eating movements.
But after just a few bites, he raised his head and looked around and said, "Brothers, Wei has just moved to a new home recently. He wants to hold a housewarming party in Tianbao Lane on the 23rd of this month. If you are free, you can come and have a glass of water." Liquor. Hey, Brother Wei is having a housewarming party? This is a great event. Yes, no matter what, we have to find time to appreciate this kind of happy event. Don't worry, Brother Wei, we will be there when the time comes. Everyone was surprised and laughed in agreement. This also made Li Daniu inexplicably think of Wei Hong's first day at the butcher shop. At that time, he talked to everyone but no one wanted to pay attention to him.
Times have changed, times have changed.
When Wei Hong shows strong enough potential,
he doesn't need to curry favor with anyone, people around him will spontaneously curry favor with him. She would even be filled with surprise at his gentle invitation. I have to say, the reality is really ridiculous. What's even more ridiculous is that Wang Daji also shamelessly came over. After squeezing Li Daniu away, he whispered with a smile, "Congratulations to Brother Wei for moving into a new house.
I wonder if I can also shamelessly ask for a glass of water and wine."
Of course.
Wei Hong chuckled calmly, "Welcome." Okay. Wang Daji suddenly smiled and widened his brows.
His so-called asking for a glass of water and wine was not just about drinking the wedding wine, he just wanted to test Wei Hong's attitude.
If he still remembers the last grudge,
then Wang Daji will probably not be able to eat or sleep from now on. But now Wei Hong invites him calmly, with a free and easy attitude of drinking to relieve 1,000 worries.
How could he not be ecstatic?
After all, no one wants to be obsessed with a warrior with unlimited potential.
Don't worry, Brother Wei.
When the time comes, brother, even if I tighten my belt, I will give you a generous gift, which can be regarded as an apology for the last conflict. From now on, you and I are brothers, and we will never offend each other.
Wang Daji patted. Guaranteed from the heart.
Okay, Wei will sweep the bed and wait. Wei Hong agreed again with a smile, and the atmosphere between the two relaxed a little. In fact, he didn't hold any grudge against Wang Daji, and even felt a little sorry. As the saying goes, killing can only be done with a nod of the head. The hatred between men can be fought to the death, but it is really inappropriate to bring harm to the family. At that time, Wei Hong was too weak and could only resort to villainous means to save his life. Thinking about it now, he still feels a little guilty. Now that Wang Daji is willing to take the initiative to seek peace, why would he cling to a small grudge? Wei Hong has always been a free and easy person, he just smiles and forgets his grudges. Of course, if Wang Daji still dares to deal with it in the future, he doesn't mind resolving the old and new grudges together. After all, he will become stronger every day and is not afraid of any potential enemies. After lunch everyone started practicing martial arts as usual. However, Wei Hong did not practice more together. He went straight to the backyard to find Zhu Sihai. "What's the matter?" Zhu Sihai was sitting by the pavilion drinking tea and said cheerfully, "Are you also planning to invite me to the housewarming party?" "Of course." Wei Hong poured himself a cup of tea politely after sitting down and said with a smile, "How dare you not invite Uncle Sihai to my nephew's housewarming?
You are my great benefactor."
"What a great benefactor." Zhu Sihai was not drunk by this ecstasy soup, but there was still a smile on his lips, and the look in his eyes became more intimate. Wei Hong now sides with his family. He works quickly and diligently, and his potential is limitless. He is naturally willing to get close to this kind of talent.
"You must have other things to do, right?"
Zhu Sihai put down his teacup and asked, "Don't wait around, just say what you have to say." "I want to get off work early in the afternoon and go to a martial arts gym to make money as a sparring partner." Wei Hong did not hesitate and stated his request openly. In fact, there is basically nothing to do in the butcher shop in the afternoon. The meat is also sold at a high price, and most of the people left behind are just practicing martial arts. His early departure will not cause any trouble.
As long as the stall owner agrees, others will not dare to say anything. I knew you were holding back.
Zhu Sihai waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "But you work fast, so it's okay to leave early in the afternoon.
You can make your own arrangements in the future."
"Okay.
Thank you, Uncle Sihai."
Wei Hong promised cheerfully, "Anyway, I will never delay the work in the shop, so don't worry." After that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Zhu Sihai hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but remind him, "You should keep a low profile recently and don't make trouble at will. If the second in command is looking for trouble with you, be patient and try not to have a conflict."
"Oh?"
Wei Hong was stunned when he heard this.
"What's going on?
Zhu Sihai is still afraid of the second in command Tan Fei?
There is some turmoil within the Tiger Head gang.
Xu Sihai sighed and said with a sad face, the leader of the Loyalty Hall was seriously injured by a sneak attack by a master of the Blood Crow gang last night, and the deputy leader is ready to make a move. Wei Hong immediately understood what this meant. The head of the Loyalty Hall is Xu Sihai's backer, and the deputy head is the backer of the second in command. The open and secret struggles between the backers behind the two can easily affect the level of their status. No wonder Xu Sihai looked worried at the moment. Obviously, this matter has caused him a lot of pressure.
Uncle Sihai, don't worry, I know my limits.
Wei Hong was not panicked, nor did he regret standing on Xu Sihai's side. He just smiled and turned away. He has always been able to avoid getting involved in the turmoil outside. Tan Fei is a solitary person who doesn't like to talk.
Wei Hong has not seen him a few times in the butcher shop for several months. The words he has said are less than 5 fingers, so he should not offend him.
Even if Tan Fei seizes power, he doesn't care.
As long as it doesn't affect my slaughtering of pigs, it's none of my business no matter how chaotic it is. Wei Hong murmured in his heart.
Please vote and read.
The 23rd of the 12th lunar month, the new year is approaching, and it's Kitchen God Festival. The whole god became beaming with lights and decorations. Every household has put up window grills, and shops along the street have hung up red lanterns. The streets and alleys are full of people buying New Year's goods. Children were playing along the street, and vendors at the stalls were shouting. The lively and noisy atmosphere completely overshadowed the uneasiness caused by the homeless people everywhere.
In Tianbao Lane, Wei's house is also bustling with activity at the moment. Wei Hong is no longer what he used to be. Who dares not to give face to this specially organized housewarming party?
Guests of all kinds came to the door one after another early in the morning, and 8 large tables were seated.
Xu Sihai, Lin Weisheng, Lu Shan and others have all come here. Li Daniu and the butcher shop cutters also came.
The rest of the guests are mostly neighbors from the slums, plus new neighbors they met after moving here. They all sent some congratulatory gifts more or less. From pastries and fabrics to dried fish and rice noodles, all kinds of gifts filled half of the room.
Although most of them were worthless, they still made old Wei open his mouth with joy. The wine table is already filled with dishes. Most of these dishes are ordered directly from Xinghua Pavilion.
The main course is a large pot of braised pork and braised fish that Wei Hong personally purchased and cooked. The 2 dishes were specially cooked with thick oil and heavy sauce. So greedy that my mouth watered.
Good guy, Brother Hong, what are your skills? If you don't become a cook, you're really underestimating your talent. No, it's fragrant. It's really fragrant. It's even better than the chef in the restaurant. Mr. Wei, your grandson is really promising, you are lucky. Everyone was complimenting and joking while feasting. Lao Wei's head was naturally glowing with praise.
Looking at Wei Hong, who was toasting everywhere, his eyes were full of pride.
Brother Hong, is it not cheap to host a housewarming party? Li Daniu couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Not bad.
Wei Hong smiled nonchalantly. The dishes ordered at Xinghua Pavilion are all home-cooked dishes. Shopkeeper Lin only charges 8 taels of silver for each table, and 8 tables is 6 taels and 4 taels of silver. The meat is from our meat. I got it at a low price from the shop.
I caught the fish myself. I just bought some seasonings and drinks. The total cost should be less than 10 taels. 10 taels. Li Daniu secretly smacked his tongue.
The once impoverished young man now no longer cares about 10 or 80 taels.
The change is really shocking. Eat and drink well, everyone. We have enough drinks for today. Wei Hong continued to greet everyone. Don't be surprised if you don't greet me well.
Why are you surprised? It's us who took advantage of the opportunity to have such a big meal. Come, let's take advantage of Brother Hong's housewarming party and we won't go home until we get drunk. Everyone started joking again, and the atmosphere became increasingly lively. Old Wei turned sideways and asked with worry, why can't Grandma Wang and her family come over?
Could it be that something happened?
Oh. Wei Hong raised his eyes and glanced, and sure enough he found that Grandma Wang and her family were not here. He was too busy just now and didn't notice it, but now he remembered it after being reminded.
It shouldn't happen. Maybe something has delayed it.
Wei Hong put down his wineglass and said, if you're worried about Grandpa, why don't I go and treat him?
If they can go faster, they can have a hot bite later. This?
Old Wei too didn't want his grandson to bother him. But he was worried about the situation of Grandma Wang's family. Finally, he nodded and agreed, and warned, hurry up, don't delay on the road, the cold weather dishes will get cold easily.
It doesn't matter.
Wei Hong walked out neatly. It's simply not that far from the slums. His journey was only half a cup of tea. After walking along the winding alleys of the slum for a while, there was a sudden noise in front of me, faintly mixed with crying and screaming.
Wei Hong frowned, feeling something was wrong.
When he walked to the door of Grandma Wang's house, he found that the door of her house was open. The laughter of several men and the screams of Chunlan Shoju kept coming. The old Grandma Wang had already fallen into a pool of blood. She had apparently been pushed and hit against a wall. At this moment, his face was covered with blood and he passed out. It was obvious that he had taken in more air than out.
Let me go, let me go. Don't touch me, sister, help me, little bitches are quite fierce, I like it. Grandma Wang's granddaughter Chunlan Xiaoya's cry for help came from the shack.
The surrounding neighbors were either absent or closed their doors tightly and did not dare to meddle in their own business. Not even a dog could be found in the quiet area.
At this time, Wei Hong walked into the door with a frosty face. The tall figure immediately blocked the sun.
At the same time, it also woke up the three strong men who were about to attack Chunlan Shoju.
They are skinny and ragged.
There was a hint of ruthlessness and ferocity on his face.
At first glance, one can see that the refugees are young, strong and restless. No wonder.
Wei Hong suddenly felt enlightened. Although the slums in the past were chaotic, the neighbors knew each other. Even if there are little scoundrels who care about Chunlan Shoju, they are very measured.
They only want to talk about the flowers and don't dare to take action. In addition, spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums are not beautiful, but they are delicate looking. They have been deprived of food for many years and have not developed well. They are just two yellow-haired girls, so nothing has happened to them in these years. But who would have thought that Wei Hong's family would hold a housewarming party? Grandma Wang's family was harassed by refugees.
These daring guys are full of warmth and lust, and are not satisfied with the days when the government provides food and accommodation.
There are countless people who commit crimes.
It is considered unlucky for Grandma Wang and her family to have this happen to them.
Three of you, why don't you continue?
Wei Hong's face was expressionless, neither happy nor sad, but his eyes suddenly turned cold.
Brother Wei, help!
Chunlan Shoju begged for help. They huddled tightly on the ground, their clothes already torn a lot.
Where did you come from, you bitch? Get out of here. If you don't want to die, get away. Don't hinder your uncle while I have fun.
The three strong men stood up with squinted eyes, their eyes full of threats and fierceness. At the same time, they had quietly held weapons in their hands. The three of them grabbed a dagger, a short knife, and a wooden stick respectively. Their postures and movements were very standard. They were obviously ruthless characters who had practiced boxing and kicking and dared to kill people and set fires.
I underestimated you. Wei Hong moved and walked over with a few steps.
Damn it! Come together! The three of them roared and attacked from three directions.
The four people quickly approached in this small space in an instant.
The daggers stabbed Wei Hong's neck and abdomen, and the wooden stick hit his head directly. Wei Hong didn't hide or dodge, he raised his hand and grabbed it. The palms as big as cattails directly grabbed the shoulders of two strong men, one on the left and one on the right. At the same time, three weapons pierced his body at the same time.
Bang! Puff! 3 weapons hit Wei Hong in an instant.
But he remained calm as if he had not heard anything, but the owners of the weapons changed their expressions. The 3 strong men were shocked to find that they could not even pierce his skin. The wooden stick broke into 2 pieces when it hit Wei Hong's head, and the dagger and the short knife were stuck firmly as soon as they pierced the membrane. It was as if they had not pierced human skin, but a piece of cowhide. You have practiced some boxing and kicking skills, but you dare to come out and act wild without even the strength of the leather refining realm? Who gave you the courage? Wei Hong grabbed the shoulders of the 2 strong men on the left and right, and his palm as big as a palm fan suddenly exerted force.
Ku! Ah! The weapons in the hands of the 2 fell to the ground.
The body could not help but curl up, and a shrill scream came out of the mouth. The 2 sisters Chunlan and Shoju were so scared that they could not help but shrink to the corner of the wall.
Is that all you can do?
Wei Hong suddenly raised his hand and lifted them up high, and the next moment he smashed them to the ground viciously. A loud boom accompanied by the sound of bone cracking. A human-shaped pit was smashed directly on the ground. The surrounding soil cracked inch by inch, and dust flew. The 2 unlucky guys fainted on the spot before they could even scream. Not only were their bones broken, but they were also spitting blood crazily. The gap between the warriors and the skin refining realm and ordinary people is too big. It was as easy for Wei Hong to crush them to death as to crush ants. Even if they had practiced some simple boxing and kicking skills, everything was in vain in the face of absolute strength.
You, don't come over. Brother, misunderstanding, all misunderstandings.
Please let us go, we will get out immediately, now, the surviving strong man wailed in fear.
He subconsciously grabbed Chunlan and put the dagger against her neck.
He hoped to use this hostage to save his life.
Sister!
Juju screamed anxiously, Brother Wei, please save my sister.
Brother Wei, save me.
Chunlan was also frightened and her face turned pale.
Let us go.
The strong man shouted incoherently, otherwise I will kill her, hurry up. For a moment, the shack was noisy and chaotic.
But Wei Hong just picked his ears expressionlessly.
Not only did he turn a blind eye to this crisis, but he still walked towards the strong man calmly. A few outsiders just came to Shindu and dared to commit crimes in unfamiliar places.
You really have no brains. Wei Hong sneered jokingly, what? You don't think you can still leave alive? Don't come over, don't come over. The strong man was frightened and wailed, brother, we just want to have fun, let us go, even if you report to the police, killing is illegal, is it illegal?
Wei Hong showed a strange smile. The next moment, he raised his hand and grabbed it like lightning. Before the strong man could react, he saw that his hand holding the knife had been caught, and no matter how he struggled, he could not move.
No, don't. Ah!
The strong man widened his eyes in horror, and then screamed miserably. Because Wei Hong pulled and bent, while easily rescuing Chunlan, he also broke his hand in two. The bones pierced the flesh and were exposed to the air. A large amount of blood spurted and splashed, frightening Chunlan and Xiuju to almost faint.
Garbage should stay in the garbage dump, do you deserve to live? Wei Hong was too lazy to talk nonsense, and punched him in the neck.
With a muffled bang, all the bones in the strong man's neck and chin were shattered into slag, and the flesh was also shaken into meat paste by a punch.
He spurted out large mouthfuls of blood, and his eyes were instantly dim. Ding!
Vitality plus 184, a ball of shining white light flashed by. Wei Hong immediately saw the astonishing number in the system prompt.
So many? He was secretly surprised.
Killing a pig will give you about 18 to 20 points of vitality, and a sheep will give you 12 to 14 points, but how can killing an ordinary person give you more than 100 points? Logically speaking, a person's blood and chi are definitely not as good as a pig. But the vitality extracted from him is far more than 10 times that of a pig.
Could it be that this vitality also involves the existence of the soul level?
While Wei Hong was puzzled, he kicked the other two people to death.
Ding!
Vitality plus 191, ding.
Vitality plus 188, two prompts flashed in a row. Wei Hong reaffirmed his judgment.
Although he didn't know the mechanism of the system's plundering of vitality, no matter how stupid he was, he knew that killing people was better than killing pigs, so much so that he couldn't help but want to find a few more bastards to kill. There are many refugees in the capital now, and there must be many criminals among them.
If I am willing to find them, I will definitely kill many of them.
Even if I let go of moral constraints, with my strength, I can slaughter people at will outside the city and madly improve my strength. Wait. Wei Hong suddenly took a breath of cold air. Why did such a terrible idea come out of his heart? Although years of killing pigs made him not care much about human life, killing people was like killing pigs and dogs, but this idea was too crazy. He didn't want to become a madman who regarded human life as worthless and killed people everywhere to improve his strength. Examine yourself 3 times a day, beware of arrogance, impatience and greed. I am obsessed with appearance. The golden finger is just a tool, you must never let the tool affect your Tao heart, and you must not let the tool control yourself. People who kill will be killed, never underestimate the world. Wei Hong took a deep breath and quietly calmed his murderous intent. He didn't want to be like the 3 unlucky guys on the ground, committing crimes everywhere and finally accidentally hitting the iron plate, and finally ending up dead. Think about it. It's safer to kill pigs. Although the speed of earning a chance to survive is a bit slower, it's safer. It's better to continue to live. Unless you have to, don't kill people if you can. Wei Hong sighed and silently warned himself. He found that he didn't feel anything about killing people, and the 3 corpses on the ground didn't make him feel the slightest bit of ripples in his heart.
This is not a good thing. Wei, brother Wei. Chunlan raised her head in panic, revealing her withered and skinny face, and said in horror, what should we do now? You killed someone.
It's just murder, don't worry too much.
Wei Hong comforted casually, every day in the slums, there are 10 or 8 people who die. Just find an alley and throw them.
The government is too lazy to investigate such a thing.
The bodies will be collected by the government.
Just pretend that nothing happened. Chunlan and Shouju looked at each other, and they were still a little worried in their hearts. Wei Hong was too lazy to say anything more, just changed the subject and said, "Your grandmother should have fainted, help her up and take a look, I will go to deal with the body first." After that, he turned around and walked out the door with a body in one hand. Chunlan and Shouju reacted at this time, and they threw themselves on Grandma Wang and cried.
Please vote and read again. Grandma, are you okay? Wake up, Grandma. The two girls, Chunlan and Shouju, had never seen such a scene before, and they could only cry in panic.
Wei Hong came back after dealing with all the bodies in a few seconds. He found that they had not yet helped Grandma Wang into the house, and he was speechless. He could only carry the person into the house first, and then fetched water to clean the wound. After a lot of trouble, Grandma Wang finally woke up slowly.
Grandma, you finally woke up.
Chunlan and Shouju were excited and cried.
You guys?
When Grandma Wang saw Wei Hong with her cloudy eyes, she immediately knew what happened in her heart. She whispered, "Brother Hong, thank goodness for you, this time it was just an unexpected disaster." Wei Hong comforted casually, "I have dealt with the three thugs, you are fine. Grandma Wang, you have some head injuries, let's go to the clinic as soon as possible to bandage it."
No. Grandma Wang seemed a little embarrassed. Obviously, she was too poor to go to the clinic.
When Wei Hong was about to persuade her, she immediately widened her eyes and said, "Brother Hong, did you kill them?
Where are the bodies?"
"Thrown them in the alley."
Wei Hong smiled indifferently, "The government office will have special people to collect them.
In order to prevent the spread of epidemics in the city, once the bodies are found, they will immediately have people drag them away and throw them into the mass grave, or burn them in the stove.
They are too lazy to file a case and investigate." No. Grandma Wang obviously knew this.
She said with a terrified face, "I have seen these thieves in the shantytowns outside the city.
They are probably from other villages.
If their fellow villagers come to find them, how could Wei Hong not understand her worries after hearing this? The three thieves who committed crimes probably have relatives and neighbors from the same village. In this era, the concept of blood relationship is strong, and refugees outside are more likely to keep each other warm. Once the bodies of the three of them were found in the slums, there would probably be a commotion. Today, there was such a big commotion at Grandma Wang's house.
If someone is interested, they can find them.
Old people are still the best.
Wei Hong couldn't help but sigh secretly.
Grandma Wang, a woman, saw through his carelessness in her days.
It must be said that people are really smart when they live for a long time. There are many abandoned courtyards of rich families in the city.
Wei Hong thought for a while and said, "I will go again after nightfall and dig a pit in a courtyard to bury it.
No one will know about it for 3 to 5 years.
Even if the bodies are found a few years later, no one will find them. These refugees will definitely be sent away in the spring, and outsiders can't make any big waves."
Okay. Grandma Wang breathed a sigh of relief.
She knew that this arrangement was the best. Fortunately, Wei Hong was there, otherwise it would be a problem to kill people and bury the bodies.
The women and children couldn't move the bodies. Thanks to you. Grandma Wang showed gratitude. Chunlan Shouju, why don't you kowtow to your elder brother Wei? The two little girls knelt down and wanted to kowtow.
Seeing this, Wei Hong hurriedly supported them and said with a smile, "No need to do so. Not to mention that neighbors should help each other. You, Grandma Wang, have helped our family a lot in the past few years.
I have always remembered this kindness. You are honest."
Grandma Wang had a complicated expression. In this slum where all kinds of people are mixed, how many people can still maintain some human touch?
Wei Hong's affectionate and righteous character is indeed precious. Let's not talk about this anymore.
Wei Hong said with concern, "You still need to go to the clinic to treat your injuries. Besides, this shack just had a death and I'm afraid it can't be lived in anymore. Besides, the slum is becoming more and more unsafe. You should move to Tianbao Lane to live with us, grandfather and grandson."
How can this be possible?
Grandma Wang waved her hand with a bitter smile and refused. "I have received your great favor today, how dare I ask for too much? Besides, our family can't afford to rent the yard in Tianbao Lane."
No need to pay rent.
Wei Hong explained, "This yard was originally rented to me by Uncle Lin at a low price. It just so happens that the yard is too big, with 3 main rooms and 4 side rooms. My grandfather is used to living in poverty, and now he is a little overwhelmed living in such a big yard every day.
It's just right for you and your family to live there together.
Not only will it be lively with more people, but they can also help me wash clothes and cook meals on weekdays."
What do you think? Grandma Wang was moved.
She knew that Wei Hong was deliberately taking care of her self-esteem. Originally, she shouldn't have agreed, but seeing Chunlan and Xiaoju's pitiful and frightened appearance, Grandma Wang finally sighed and agreed, okay.
I, an old woman, will be your nanny, Honger.
From now on, all the housework will be done by us, and you can just treat Chunlan and Xiaoju as little maids.
Okay. Wei Hong didn't say anything more.
He knew that poor people also have their own character.
Grandma Wang didn't want to live on the pity of others.
Exchanging labor for a place to live was the best way she could think of.
Xiaolan and Xiaoju, you guys feed Grandma Wang some water first, and then clean up the house.
Wei Hong stood up and ordered, I'll go find a wheelbarrow right away, and we'll take your grandma to the clinic and move by the way.
Okay, thank you, Brother Wei.
Brother Wei, don't worry, we'll clean up right away. The two girls agreed obediently, and the fear in their eyes gradually dissipated.
Wei Hong gave them enough sense of security. I also want to pull them out of the quagmire.
I can imagine that my life will be much better in the future, which naturally makes the two little girls look happy and expectant.
Next,
Wei Hong started to deal with the aftermath.
He first went to the butcher's shop to borrow a wheelbarrow and sent Grandma Wang directly to the hospital for treatment.
He also moved their few belongings to his own home. Then he returned to the shack alone and cleaned up the bloodstains inside and out. After nightfall, he took the body dumped in the alley directly to the abandoned mansion of a wealthy family. Wei Hong grew up in Anlifang since he was a child, so he naturally knows the situation of every household. This courtyard is the outhouse of Jiangnan salt merchants. They only come to Chengdu to escape the summer heat every year. On weekdays, there is only an old servant to guard and clean it. Recently, this old servant has been feeling unwell and often stays in bed. He would not come out to patrol at night, and no one would know that he would be bold enough to sneak into the courtyard and dig a hole directly in the garden.
You can just use this as fertilizer.
Wei Hong glanced at the 3 dead bodies at the bottom of the pit, and a strange thought suddenly came to his mind: they wouldn't become weird, right? However, Wei Hong thought about it and forcefully erased this thought.
How can weirdness be formed so easily?
In recent years, natural disasters and man-made disasters have killed people everywhere.
Although the number of strange things has increased sharply, it has not yet reached the point of becoming a disaster.
Furthermore, this is the capital of the gods, and if something really weird happens, the evil suppression department will deal with it.
Why should he be frightened and worried all day long? I can kill you while I'm alive.
If you have a chance to become a weirdo after death, just come and find me.
I'll kill you all the same.
Wei Hong snorted coldly, quickly buried his body and left.
At night, Tianbao Lane, Wei House.
The hustle and bustle of the day has dissipated. After the guests left, the tables, chairs and benches had all been cleared away, leaving only firecrackers and red paper on the floor to show the joy of the housewarming party.
Located in the side house on the right side of the yard,
Chunlan Xiaoju was busy cleaning up, while Grandma Wang was lying on the bed sickly and resting.
Sister Wang, are you feeling better?
Lao Weitu carefully brought in a pot of chicken soup and said with concern, you have to take good care of your injury.
Drink some chicken soup first, and leave Xiaolan and Xiaoju first. You're busy, you haven't had dinner yet. There are some leftovers in the kitchen, don't mind it.
Brother Wei, why are you so troublesome? Grandma Wang struggled to get up when she saw this. She hurriedly said, Xiaolan Xiaoju, hurry up, don't make your grandpa Wei tired, we are here to help.
Sister Wang, what are you talking about? Lao Weitu said angrily, we are all ordinary people.
There is no need for help or help.
From now on, you will treat this place as your own home.
No, we can't be ungrateful for your kindness.
Grandma Wang was firm, and Old Wei couldn't help but sigh silently.
During the day, he already knew what happened to the Wang family. After dismissing the guests, Grandma Wang and her family moved in. Originally, Wei Hong was planning to let them live in the main house. But Grandma Wang had to live in a side room, so now the 3 of them, her grandparents, and her grandson occupy 2 side rooms. Wei Hong and his grandfather each live in a main room, and the other main room has been converted into a practice room. As a result, the house became much more lively. In short, you can live here with peace of mind. Old Weitu sighed silently, with our grandfather and grandson eating at the same time, you will never go hungry.
Look at what you said, we are not useless people. Grandma Wang said with a smile, when I feel better, I will continue to take over the job of washing clothes. I can also make a lot of money every month by going to the embroidery studio to pick up private work and come back to do it. Too, my granddaughter is also sensible, and now we don't have to worry as much as before, so we are thankful. Yes, Grandpa Wei, if you have anything to do in the future, just ask us to do it. Xiaoju raised her face and said, Grandma said, we are Brother Wei's maids. It's nonsense, don't think like that.
Old Wei too pretended to scold, Brother Wei will not really treat you as maids. Living your own life is the most important thing.
I know, Grandpa Wei.
Chulan stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, we will remember the good things you and Brother Wei have done. When I join the embroidery house as a female worker in the future, I will definitely honor you.
Okay, haha. Mr. Wei immediately laughed happily, sisters from the Wang family, it's getting late, you guys need to rest first. Wait until he walks out of the room.
Grandma Wang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Fortunately, Grandpa Wei, Brother Wei, is kind-hearted, otherwise the three of us, grandfather and grandson, would really not be able to survive.
Xiaolan and Xiaoju, you must remember this great kindness. Grandma, don't worry, we will all remember it.
The two little girls promised solemnly. Turning her head, Xiaoju stared blankly at Wei Hong's sweating figure in the training room. I don't know what he is thinking, but his eyes are extremely complicated.
What are you thinking about? Chunlan teased, you little girl, you are not attracted to Brother Wei, are you? Talent, I don't have talent.
Xiaoju's pretty face turned red and she hurriedly defended, I was just wondering if women can practice martial arts like Brother Wei. If we can practice martial arts, we may not be able to protect ourselves.
Practice martial arts? Women are naturally weak. If you don't have family support, you might as well save it. Chunlan sighed dejectedly.
But I saw that there are female disciples in many martial arts schools.
Xiaoju retorted unconvinced. You are so stupid. Chunlan nodded her forehead and said with a wry smile, which female disciple in the martial arts school is not from a wealthy family?
They have been conditioning their bodies since childhood.
You and I can't even eat enough, how dare you compare others? You should think about finding a man to marry. This is our destiny in this life. Finding a good husband is the real thing.
In my opinion, Brother Wei is not bad.
If you like it, you can ask Grandpa Wei to wait for a while. If I let you get married and raise children, I won't let you go hungry. Xiaoju blushed on the spot.
She murmured for a long time before whispering, I'm not worthy, how come you're not worthy? Chulan put her hands on her hips and snorted, you try your best to be an embroidery worker.
He is a pig butcher. Isn't it a perfect match?
Yes, but I'm not good looking.
Xiaoju blushed and muttered, sister, you're not that bad. I don't want it.
Chulan retorted in a low voice, I still like something more elegant, in the practice room. Wei Hong, who was sweating profusely while practicing 5 Beast Fist, was speechless. He didn't mean to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two little girls. It was just that after practicing martial arts, his hearing had greatly improved and he could hear the chirping of mosquitoes from a distance of 10 feet, so he could clearly hear their sisters' whispers.
Have you been disliked again?
Good guy, the identity of the pig killer really affects your marriage. Wei Hong shook his head with a dumb smile. Xu Furong disliked him, and so did the little girl Chunlan.
The social status of the pig butcher is quite embarrassing.
The income is more than the above, but it's a pity that they are dirty and smelly, and they go out early and come back late. In the eyes of the world, most of them have a rough image, and it is normal for them not to be liked by women. Fortunately, Wei Hong has a strong psychological quality and doesn't care about this at all. At the same time, he also looked at the relationship between men and women very indifferently. Love has never been his pursuit, and marrying a wife and having children has not yet been included in his life plan, so he is not angry at Chunlan's dislike. Now he only has one thought to become stronger.
Keep going.
After Wei Hong finished a set of 5 beast boxing, he started practicing the 13 postures of the tiger again. He shook his hands and fell to the ground, shaking his body like a fierce tiger.
Ho ho ho!
A low growl emitted from his throat. This kind of low roar is somewhat similar to the legendary roar of a tiger in thunder. It cannot be used by those who have mastered Zhuanggong. It vibrates at a high frequency in conjunction with the shaking of the body, constantly stretching and refining the body's energy and blood.
After a while, he was sweating again. It was as if the billions of pores had opened. All kinds of sweat mixed with impurities flowed out, and the ground soon became wet.
Complete the 13 postures in one pass.
The bones all over Wei Hong's body made crackling sounds.
Every inch of his muscles trembled as if they were alive, and the energy and blood all over his body made a roaring sound. With a sudden exertion, his whole body expanded 3 inches in height. The muscles in his arms and thighs also became frighteningly strong.
Call! 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 Wei Hong breathed heavily. The air around him seemed to be heating up.
At this moment, he actually had the urge to smash everything to pieces. This powerful feeling also made him intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. Host, Wei Hong, age, 1656, life points, 897, health points, 64.8, realm, initial stage of leather refining realm 37 out of 100, skills, 13 tiger movements great, 799/800, 100 forging golden body skills entry, 64 out of 100, martial arts, 5 beast fist great, 783 out of 800. Magic powers, none, skills, cooking great, 129/800 fishing fine equals pass, 45 out of 300, slaughter minor success, 457 out of 500, tip, 100 points of vitality can increase lifespan by 1 year, 100 points of vitality can increase health by 1 point, and 1 point of vitality can increase skill proficiency by 1 point in just 7 or 8 days. The progress of skin refining has reached 37.
It seems that I can break through to the middle stage in 10 days or half a month. After refining the skin, the lost lifespan has been restored and increased a lot.
Wei Hong admired his attribute board with satisfaction. Seeing that Tiger Walk 13 Styles and 5 Beasts Fist are both close to upgrading,
he thought about it and simply added points directly. Ding!
Tiger Walk 13 Styles proficiency +1, congratulations on breaking through to the perfect state, the current proficiency is 1/1200, ding! 5 Beasts Fist proficiency +17, congratulations on breaking through to the perfect state, the current proficiency is 1 out of 1200, 2 system prompts popped up in a row. The various martial arts perceptions in Wei Hong's mind gradually became clearer, deeper, and integrated. The realm of the Zhuangdong in boxing was like opening a window, and the level of understanding was inexplicably raised to a higher level, as if seeing a different scenery from before.
So, this is how to use boxing. This is how to use strength.
Wei Hong's shoulders shook, and his bones crackled. A burst of energy inexplicably poured into the surroundings, and the bluestone bricks under his feet were instantly shaken into powder.
Tiger, leopard, bear, ape, crane. Wei Hong alternated between fists and feet, turning and moving. The tall figure continued to exert force in this training room. Sometimes he was as fierce as a tiger, and sometimes he was as light as a white crane. The essence of the 5 Beast Fist had been mastered by him to perfection, and he had the demeanor of a master. After a hearty boxing practice, he tried the perfect state of Tiger Walk 13 Styles Zhuangdong practice. He was seen lying on the ground and shaking his body slowly. His eyes became fierce like a tiger, and his throat even let out a low roar like a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar. With every breath, his whole body's chi and blood were mobilized. Every tiny muscle was exercised, and his body seemed to have turned into a huge millstone, constantly squeezing every bit of excess fat energy to strengthen itself. Awesome!
Wei Hong took a breath of cool air. He found that the higher the proficiency of the technique, the better the effect of refining chi and blood. Now his body has become stronger and stronger. Any food swallowed into his stomach will be completely digested within an incense stick of time, and all the nutrients in it will be used to strengthen chi and blood.
This non-human state is only the early stage of the skin refining realm. I have to say that the road of a warrior is really powerful enough.
At the same time in the Anlafang slums,
2 figures are searching for something in the night. Strange.
One of the short and fat young men frowned and muttered, "Where did the 3 of them go?
Didn't they come to the slums to have some fun? How come they disappeared? Something must have happened, keep looking."
Another tall and thin strong man shouted coldly, "Damn it, I warned you not to be careless, don't be careless, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the capital of God, how can we dirty men mess around?"
"You don't believe it, what's wrong now?"
"Don't worry, brother, maybe they were just delayed for a while." The short and fat young man smiled and comforted, "It's just a slum, what can be shown off, Lao Lu and the other 3 will not suffer any loss together."
Squeak!
At this time, a lame figure pulled a dung cart from a distance. Before the people arrived, a foul smell came towards them, and the 2 immediately covered their noses in disgust.
The man was Lu Shan.
He was delayed in attending the housewarming party at Wei's house today, so he had to pour out the last batch of night fragrance before he could go home to rest.
He just happened to meet these 2 strangers. Taking advantage of the night,
Lu Shan glanced at the 2 casually and wanted to leave with the manure cart.
However, the tall and thin man clasped his hands and said in a foreign accent, "Excuse me, sir, can I ask you something for a while?"
"I don't deserve it."
Lu Shan stopped and asked expressionlessly, "What can you do for me?"
"Looking for someone." The tall and thin man pretended to be anxious and said, "We are all refugees from other places. Today, 3 brothers got lost.
Someone saw them entering here.
But the terrain in this slum is complicated and there are shacks everywhere.
It is really hard to find them. I wonder if you have seen them? Foreigners?
Lu Shan's face moved, and he hesitated to say, I have seen them, but this, the tall and thin man immediately winked at the side when he heard the words. The short and fat young man reluctantly took out a few copper coins, frowned, and stuffed them into Lu Shan's hand, and said with an apologetic smile, have some tea.
That's about right, you're sensible. Lu Shan happily put away the copper coins and said, I saw 3 unfamiliar faces when I was pulling the manure cart today. They went over there. Maybe they got lost here.
I'll take you to find them. After saying that, Lu Shan put down the manure cart and called out to walk in one direction.
Okay, thank you. The two were overjoyed and didn't doubt it at all. They followed him into an alley one after the other.
But they didn't see that Lu Shan's originally honest face suddenly became a little hideous under the night sky. Swish! He turned around suddenly and punched the short and fat young man in the heart. The next moment, while the short and fat young man was groaning and flying backwards, his figure approached as agilely as a cheetah, and he held the other's head and twisted it sharply. With a cackle, the short and fat young man died on the spot.
It all happened too fast.
Before the tall and thin man could react, Lu Shan had already killed the short and fat young man, and at the same time, he rushed towards him swiftly, and his agility was completely unlike that of a lame man.
You bastard, you are looking for death.
The tall and thin man was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His body suddenly swelled up in anger, and the fabric of his clothes was burst.
He punched Lu Shan fiercely with a monstrous murderous aura. Puff! Lu Shan retreated in embarrassment.
The bones of his right hand had been broken inch by inch in the hard collision. He was sweating in pain, and a mouthful of black blood sprayed on the ground.
You dare to kill my brother, it seems that you killed my other 3 neighbors too?
The tall and thin man approached step by step, roaring with ferocious eyes. Tell me, who are you?
I'm your father.
Lu Shan spat a mouthful of blood, gritted his teeth and rushed forward again. As a result, he was kicked away like a ragbag, his body collapsed against the earth wall, and he opened his mouth and vomited blood crazily.
You won't tell me, right? I want to see how stubborn you are.
The tall and thin man grabbed his hair and slammed him against the wall in anger.
Lu Shan's painful wails were heard in the alley instantly.
Please vote, please vote.
A cold wind came overnight, and the ground was frozen. A heavy snow fell for most of the night.
The early morning city of God seemed to have been frozen, and there were beautiful poetic paintings everywhere.
But Wei Hong's mood was colder than ice and snow. He stood silently at the entrance of this unknown alley.
His eyes were already filled with blood and Lu Shan's corpse.
Damn it, I don't know who did it, this is too cruel, right?
All the bones in his body were crushed, and he must have suffered a lot before he died.
Lu Shan has a bad temper and has offended many people before. This time he is in trouble. It's unlucky to encounter such a thing early in the morning. Let's send someone to collect the body. Several Yamen runners talked impatiently. Stop talking, all of you. Constable Wang, who was dressed in a black robe and had a sword on his waist, frowned and scolded, then looked at Wei Hong and said, Brother Hong, this is why I asked you to come here so early in the morning. Lu Shan was killed here last night. He has no children or relatives, and you are close to him, don't worry. Wei Hong said in a hoarse voice, I will bury him. Okay. Constable Wang nodded with satisfaction, and while asking people to leave, he patted his shoulder and said, Lu Shan was killed by someone using the Tsongshan eagle claw technique. He died with all his bones shattered. He must have suffered a lot before he died. This skill is quite popular in Shuzhou. It is probably done by outsiders. You should be careful. Recently, there have been frequent chaos in Chengdu. It is said that the old emperor is no longer in good health. The crown prince and the 6th prince are secretly fighting over the refugees. Our Yamen has too many cases every day and can't handle them all. In short, I will close the case of Lu Shan as a gang fight. I can't help much later. Just keep it in mind. After saying that, Captain Wang hurriedly led his men away. Wei Hong couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. He never expected that Lu Shan, who was still talking and laughing, drinking and boasting yesterday, would die here overnight, and died so miserably. He didn't find it strange that Captain Wang and others were perfunctory. This is the way of the world. Human life is not as good as an ant. The murder of an ordinary person will not attract attention at all, and no one will seriously investigate the real murderer. As for why Lu Shan was killed, no one would care. Only Wei Hong vaguely felt that this matter was not simple. Lu Shan was a martial artist, and he had the strength of the late stage of the leather refining realm. Although he had a lame leg, it did not affect his combat effectiveness much. Ordinary people were not his opponents at all.
The reason why he had lived so hard these years. It was only because he offended too many gang members when he was a constable before, so he was deliberately suppressed and banned, so that he could not find a decent job, and no one dared to hire him even to carry a big bag. But this does not mean that he will be killed casually. If Uncle Lu's former enemies wanted to kill him, they would have done it long ago, and they would not have waited until now to suddenly do it.
Shujo, Sangshan Eagle Claw skill? Wei Hong murmured silently.
Inexplicably, he remembered the 3 people he killed yesterday.
Their accents were indeed a bit like Shujo.
Then take a closer look at the traces of fighting in the alley. It can be inferred that Uncle Lu was the first to do it. There may be 2 or 3 people on the other side, one of whom was killed, and then the rest began to fight back.
So Captain Wang's judgment was correct, it was indeed done by outsiders.
Putting yesterday's events together, Wei Hong had a rough outline in his mind. When I brought Grandma Wang's family back to Tianbao Lane yesterday, Uncle Lu had already known about the bad things that happened to their family. Although we didn't talk about it in detail, he must have guessed the general situation with his shrewdness. At night, the relatives and friends of the 3 murderers came to look for people. If they were seen by Uncle Lu, he would definitely take action to eliminate the trouble, so this inexplicable fight happened.
Wei Hong thought it through and couldn't help but sigh.
Several outsiders whose names he didn't even know had 2 life and death fights for no reason, and paid the price of 4 or 5 lives.
What the hell is going on?
He never expected Lu Shan to take care of this matter. In fact, as long as he ignored it, these outsiders could not find the body and were unfamiliar with the place, so the matter could be fooled. But Lu Shan was serious about his work and did not want to leave any trouble. It is not difficult to guess that he was trying to protect Wei Hong and Grandma Wang, so he did it without hesitation, and the other party was more skilled and killed him. In addition, Lu Shan must have been tortured before his death but refused to reveal anything. This sincere love and care was so heavy that it almost suffocated Wei Hong.
Uncle, let's go home.
Wei Hong wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes with red eyes. He closed Lu Shan's eyes that were still open. Then he picked up his broken body and walked silently to his shack yard.
Uncle, don't worry. I will definitely avenge you, no matter who they are, this matter is not over.
A weak whisper drifted in the wind. Wei Hong said nothing at this point. He was no longer hysterical, and he also restrained all his anger and sadness. He did not have any regrets in his heart, but only the belief of revenge.
Will he regret helping Grandma Wang's family? No. Will Uncle Lu regret his rash actions and bring disaster to himself? No.
Now that things have developed to the point of no return, Wei Hong will not care about the other party's identity and origin, nor will he care about who is right and who is wrong in this matter.
He just wants the other party to die.
In the end, Uncle Lu was buried in the small yard of his shack. Wei Hong dug a deep pit, without a tombstone or a grave mound.
He just transplanted a jujube tree from somewhere else and planted it as a mark. Uncle, I'm sorry.
In order not to alert the enemy, I can't take your body out of the city with great fanfare and find a beautiful place to bury it.
This is your home. If you suffer a little injustice, just bury it here. It will be convenient for me to come and see you on weekdays.
Wei Hong sat on the ground casually. There were some wine, food, fruits, incense, paper and candles under the jujube tree. He opened a jar of rice wine and poured it on the ground, and opened another jar and drank it himself. I couldn't afford to drink before, and I didn't have time to drink one more cup with you yesterday, so I'll make up for it now.
You have no relatives, so you don't have to be missed when you leave.
I will come to drink a few cups with you when I have time in the future, don't worry. Wei Hong talked to himself, and his mood gradually calmed down.
Today's incident was so sudden that even he was caught off guard. Burying Lu Shan now still feels like a dream.
Although he knew that refugees entering the city would cause trouble, Wei Hong moved early. But he never expected that he would be affected inexplicably in the end.
After all, I am still inexperienced. If I continue to eradicate the roots after killing people, or wait and eliminate the troubles on the spot, I won't implicate Uncle Lu. In addition, the killer must be strong. At least I may not be his opponent now, but no matter what, let's start digging the person out first.
Wei Hong calculated in his heart, his eyes gradually cold. Next few days Wei Hong began to collect intelligence quietly and track down the murder of Lu Shan. He has lived in this god city for 16 years, crawling around at the bottom all day long. After all, he has some methods and channels of his own.
5 days later, Tianxian Tower.
In a remote elegant room, there was already a young man in front of Wei Hong. He was about 15 or 16 years old, with a thin appearance and shabby clothes, but his eyes were very bright, and he was currently devouring the table full of food and wine. Shao Qi, eat slowly, no one will compete with you. Wei Hong poured him a glass of rice wine. The young man picked up the glass and drank a few gulps before slowing down with satisfaction. Brother Hong, I made you laugh. The young man chuckled and explained awkwardly, these days, I have been busy day and night to do the things you told me, and I am very tired. It's okay, eat more. Wei Hong continued to pour him wine and said warmly, when you are full later, bring some leftovers back, so that your younger brothers and sisters can have a good meal. Yeah, thank you, brother. The young man looked grateful, and then whispered, the person you asked me to track down has already been identified. Wei Hong's face turned cold and motioned for him to continue. On the night of Uncle Lu's accident, 2 strange men did enter the slums. The young man said solemnly, many people saw them and asked around to find them. It is said that they were looking for 3 strong men, although no one saw them. They had a conflict with Uncle Lu, but it was probably these 2 people. The number is about right. Wei Hong nodded in agreement. One of them is short and fat and the other is tall and thin. They don't have any characteristics. The young man said in a difficult manner, nowadays, there are refugees everywhere, and it is really not easy to find them. You're such a bastard, why would you come to me if you don't have any news? Wei Hong hit him on the head angrily, and the young man grinned stupidly. Brother Hong, you understand me. The young man lowered his voice and boasted, it is really not easy for ordinary people to find them, but look who I am Wan Shochi. After saying that, his tone paused. There was a fierceness and sadness in his eyes. Uncle Lu helped bury my parents when they died, so I had to dig them out even if I searched the entire city of God, so I specially found a waiter who worked as a waiter in a hotel at the city gate. An acquaintance found out that 2 people did leave the city early the next morning. The 2 of them were of exactly the same stature, and at that time the tall and thin man was carrying the short and fat young man on his back. He told the city guard that his brother had died of a sudden illness and needed to leave the city for burial. I followed this clue for a while and found that this man buried the deceased in a small forest at the foot of Nanshan Mountain, and he himself returned to the refugee shack. Wei Hong's fists clenched loudly. As long as you find the person, let's see how he runs away. Naturally, he knew about the refugee shacks. It was said that because there were too many refugees in the city recently, the prince of the dynasty tried his best to resettle them, giving food and sending people to gather the refugees, so many settlements were formed outside the city. Wait until next spring, these talents will be sent back to their hometowns. Nowadays, the refugee settlements are a mixed bag, and the situation is even more chaotic than the slums. As long as you find this person, it is not difficult to create an opportunity to take action. It will be much easier to find them if you know where they are. The young man continued, I disguised myself as a refugee and sneaked into the settlement to inquire quietly, and soon got the details about them. This group of people's surname is Zhang, and they are from Fubo, Xingshan, Shuzhou. People from Jingjia village outside the city. Since Shuzhou suffered a snowstorm some time ago, a famine broke out. Hundreds of people in Jingjia village had no choice but to flee and beg. They fled all the way to the capital of gods. Most of them died along the way before they got here. The most vicious people in this group are the Zhang Fuxing brothers, the tall and thin men who finally killed Uncle Lu. They rely on their brothers to do evil in the countryside. This Zhang Fuxing is even more intelligent. In the early years, he raised money to join a martial arts school to practice martial arts. It is said that when he was still young, he became a bandit and got a lot of lives on his hands. He is definitely someone that ordinary people would not dare to mess with. A ruthless character. Wei Hong narrowed his eyes slightly and silently tapped his fingers on the table. He remembered the name Zhang Fuxing again and again in his mind. But, the young man said hesitantly, this Zhang Fuxing is not in the refugee settlement now. What? Wei Hong stared, did he run away? No. The young man shook his head and said, his brother died inexplicably, and now he has cut off all contact with the people in Jingjia village, so he went back to the city of God alone. At first he wanted to find some work, but all the major shops only wanted locals with clean financial status, and they didn't want him at all. He wanted to work as a guard for a rich and powerful family, but no one was willing to accept him. In the end, he actually joined the Blood Crow gang. Wei Hong shook the wine glass in his hand. There was also a storm in my heart. Obviously, he never expected that this guy would change his identity in just a few days, from a refugee to a gangster. Will the Blood Crow gang accept him? Wei Hong asked. Of course. The young man sneered as he picked up the food. Recently, the Blood Crow Gang and the Tiger Head Gang have fought countless times overtly and covertly. It is a time when they are short of manpower. There are many skilled practitioners among the refugees.
Will they? Are you willing to accept it?
Zhang Fuxing should have the strength to reach the final stage of the skin refining realm. He just joined the Blood Crow Gang and became a small leader. Now he is responsible for guarding the Sifang Casino at West Street Co. He has more than 20 people under his control. Now he is no longer a miserable homeless man, he has suddenly become a street bully. You should be careful. Upon hearing this, Wei Hong immediately stood up and walked to the window.
When you open the window, you can see the street below. Not far away is the bustling Sifang Casino. People who come and go here are either gamblers or rich people.
There are 4 strong men with arms folded standing at the door. They look very aggressive and not easy to mess with.
No wonder you asked me to meet at Tianxian Tower, that's why. Wei Hong murmured. Look! The young man pursed his lips and sneered, isn't he here?
Wei Hong looked up and saw a tall, thin middle-aged man wearing a light blue brocade robe walking out of the casino to greet a wealthy man. He is none other than Zhang Fuxing, the murderer of Uncle Lu. Although this person looks a bit rustic, he is full of evil aura. He can't hide his ferocious look despite his deliberate smile. He is obviously very difficult to mess with. Now he is the little leader of the Blood Crow Gang's Disha Hall. The young man said with a solemn face, Brother Hong, if you want to avenge Uncle Lu, it will not be easy. Be careful to provoke these crazy dogs of the Blood Crow Gang. They can do things better than ordinary people.
Gangs are much more ruthless.
Wei Hong nodded heavily. Naturally, I knew the trouble in this matter. The Blood Crow Gang can suppress old gangs like the Tiger Head Gang because of their madness and recklessness. There are countless desperados under their sect.
How can ordinary people afford to offend them? Nowadays, although Wei Hong's life is better than before.
But he is just a butcher after all, and he has only started practicing martial arts for a few months. Whether it is identity, status, or martial arts, Wei Hong can only be regarded as the bottom among the numerous gods. It can be said that it is absolutely unwise to want to provoke a small leader of the Blood Crow Gang head-on, and he is also a master who is suspected to be perfect in the leather refining realm.
It's interesting to have a challenge, isn't it? If you can't fight head-on, then use the underworld. Now I am in the dark and he is in the light.
As long as I wait patiently, I will always find a chance to kill this dog. Wei Hong raised his hand and drank a glass of wine, muttering silently in his heart. Uncle Lu's revenge must be avenged. Now that he has found who his opponent is, he is much more relieved, and the rest only needs to be left to time.
Shao Qi, you go first.
Wei Hong took out a purse and threw it to the boy, saying solemnly, this matter involves a lot, don't get involved too much, take this little money back to buy clothes for your brother and sister.
Brother Hong, are you looking down on me? The boy stood up angrily, and said unconvincedly, Uncle Lu treated me very well, why didn't he take me with him to avenge him? And why did you give me money? To send away beggars? Don't talk nonsense.
Wei Hong scolded unhappily, you still have brothers and sisters at home, think about them. The boy opened his mouth and fell silent. Wei Hong sighed and comforted, you have helped me find Zhang Fuxing, and this matter should not involve you anymore. Take the money to live a good life, learn a skill to support your brother and sister, go. The boy was about to say something but stopped. In the end, he sighed and turned away. There are always many ties in the world, and the boy's passion is in vain. He can risk his life, but he can't ignore his family. Don't worry, hunting always requires some patience. Wei Hong looked at the street with a sneer on his lips, muttering, don't say you are just a perfect skin refining realm, even if you are a strong blood refining realm, I have time to play with you slowly. If 1 month doesn't work, then half a year, if half a year doesn't work, then a year, if 1 year doesn't work, then 3 years, one day I will twist off your dog head.
After making up his mind, Wei Hong now has only one worry left. Will he be discovered by Zhang Fuxing before he makes a move?
As long as Wei Hong is not discovered, he has enough time to develop slowly.
Wait until he becomes strong enough to deal with the other party.
But Zhang Fuxing is obviously not a fool. Why did he inexplicably take root in the capital and join the Blood Crow Gang? Maybe he also noticed that this conflict was a bit strange and suspected that there was another murderer in his brother's death. Lu Shan's sudden move made him realize that there is a lot of water in the slums. If he wants to find out the cause and effect of this matter and find the other 3 missing brothers, then the best way is to join the gang.
In other words, now it's not only Wei Hong who is watching him. Zhang Fuxing may not let this matter go. One day, the two of them will inevitably meet. Now the key point of who lives and who dies is who makes the first move. If he finds Wei Hong and Grandma Wan's family first, then the consequences are self-evident. Zheng Fuxing directly brings the younger brothers of the Blood Crow gang to kill them, and no one dares to save them. Interesting, really interesting.
Wei Hong thought about this clearly and couldn't help but chuckle. In this way, things become more urgent. Now it seems that there is a knife hanging on his forehead at any time, forcing him to solve it and work hard for his life. This feeling is really tense and exciting, and it has a bit of the flavor of werewolf. Faced with this situation, Wei Hong felt that he had to be prepared for both situations. First, improve his strength as soon as possible, and strive to kill Zheng Fuxing first when he is absolutely sure. Second, be prepared for the worst. If he finds out about me in advance, I must have the confidence to fight to the death.
Zheng Fuxing was born in a village in Shuzhou.
He learned some boxing skills in the martial arts hall. He only reached the perfect level of the leather refining realm in his middle age. That means he can only have 1,200 kilograms of arm strength at best. Now my arm strength is close to 700 kilograms, and my boxing skills have reached the perfect level. I can deal with ordinary people in the late leather refining realm.
The gap between me and him lies in many aspects such as membrane defense, strength, and experience.
Even if I find the right time to sneak attack and use a good weapon to break the defense, I may not be able to kill him now. After a while of analysis, Wei Hong subconsciously took out his wallet and weighed it. Because he insisted on going to the martial arts hall to practice with others every day. After a period of time, he saved a lot of money, but most of it was spent on the last housewarming party. Now he still has the silver given by the guests. Most of the guests at the 8 tables were not wealthy. Only Lin Weisheng, Wang Daji and others gave more gifts, which added up to about 7 or 8 taels.
This is not enough to make a good weapon.
Wei Hong exhaled in frustration, and the new year was approaching, and it would be New Year's Eve in 2 days. He had to save some money to buy New Year's goods. Now it would cost more than 10 taels of silver to make a good knife. A magic weapon that could cut iron like mud was worth thousands of gold. So it was not easy for Wei Hong to buy a good weapon for self-defense. In short, he was still too poor. Although I can't buy good weapons, I can still get a spiked weapon, such as a water-dividing spike or a fishgut knife. If you use all your strength to stab a place, you can definitely break the defense. In addition, with some poison and quicklime, it can also be useful at critical moments. At the same time, it is best to prepare a few more hiding places. Once the situation inevitably deteriorates, at least you can successfully avoid being hunted down.
Wei Hong planned everything in detail.
Born in the slums, he has known many dirty tricks since he was a child.
If you really want to spend a lot of effort to deal with someone, you can naturally think of a lot of tricks. After a plan, he got up and left. At the door of the Sifang casino, Zheng Fuxing seemed to have noticed something. He subconsciously looked up at the window of the private room where Wei Hong was just now. "Mr. Zhang, what are you looking at?" a gangster asked with a smile. "Nothing." Zheng Fuxing suppressed his irritation and asked with a frown, "Have you figured out what I asked you to investigate?" "No, it's difficult." The gangster smiled and whispered, "Our Blood Crow gang has just stepped into Anlafang.
This area used to be the territory of the Tiger Head gang. The slums are even more mixed. 1 or 2 brothers dare not go in. If more people go, they will easily be hostile to the Tiger Head gang. It's really waste." Zheng Fuxing snorted impatiently. Just as Wei Hong judged, he had never given up on investigating the incident a few days ago. 3 of his brothers disappeared inexplicably. One brother was killed inexplicably by Lu Shan, who was pulling manure. Everything was too strange. Who did they offend? Where is the enemy hiding? Zheng Fuxing didn't dare to think too much, but he was unwilling to give up. He could only carefully hide and investigate in this unfamiliar Shindu. It's a pity that he had just arrived and had not completely subdued his men.
As a result, his subordinates did their work perfunctorily and were unwilling to work hard, which also made Zheng Fuxing a step slower in discovering his opponent.
New Year's Eve, the sound of firecrackers and the gorgeous fireworks. At a time when thousands of houses were brightly lit with joy, the atmosphere in Wei's house seemed particularly solemn. The pavilion in the courtyard was filled with a table full of New Year's Eve dinner, but it failed to arouse everyone's appetite. Because Wei Hong had just told them about Zheng Fuxing.
That's probably what happened.
Wei Hong poured himself a glass of water and wine, raised his eyebrows and said, "Originally I shouldn't have told you about this, so as not to scare everyone so much that they can't eat or sleep, but the situation is a bit critical, anyway.
It's better to let you know, otherwise I won't know why I died one day. How will you live your life from now on?
I will try my best to deal with this guy.
Don't be afraid of attracting each other's attention. You should also be more alert at ordinary times. Once you find that you are being followed or in danger, you will run away immediately. To the slums.
The other party is not familiar with the place, and the terrain in the slum is complicated.
Once you escape, you can delay some time to save your life.
After Old Wei and Grandma Wang listened, their old faces were already ashen. The two little girls Chunlan Shouju were almost frightened to tears.
Who would have thought that he would end up with a powerful enemy out of nowhere?
And he also took Lu Shan's life, and now he has become the little leader of the Blood Crow gang.
What should we do? Chunlan stamped her feet anxiously. We are not going to be killed, are we? The Blood Crow gang kills without blinking an eye. Let's run away? Where are you running from?
There are refugees and bandits everywhere outside.
Do you want to starve to death on the road? Xiao Ju hurriedly retorted. You brat!
Old Wei glared at Wei Hong angrily and said angrily, why are you talking about these things during the Chinese New Year? Xiaolan and Xiaju will be scared to death by you.
It's better to be scared to death than to die miserably. Wei Hong said seriously, this is no joke. I'm not in the mood to act like a little girl with you.
Once you find danger, you'd better run quickly, otherwise no one can save you. I don't regret having intervened in this matter, and Uncle Lu will not regret losing his life, but manpower will eventually be limited. I'm just a half bucket of water who has practiced martial arts for several months. If I had the spare capacity to protect you, I would be happy to do so. But now I don't have the ability. If the other party retaliates massively, will I be able to protect the lives of our grandfather and grandson? It's unknown, you'd better hope for the best. What he said was extremely unpleasant.
But everyone was powerless to refute.
Even Old Wei, who is usually the most lenient person, has to admit it. If there was real danger, he still hoped that Wei Hong could run away alone.
Who would be stupid enough to lose his life for others?
Grandma Wang smiled with a pale face, and while comforting Chunlan Shouju, who was frightened and crying, she sighed, and said, Brother Hong is also kind, don't blame yourself for getting involved in this matter. What else do we dare to ask for? We were supposed to die last time, but now we have earned it by living just one more day.
Yes, Brother Wei, we don't blame you. Xiaoju said firmly, if an enemy really comes to visit you, the worst possible outcome is death. Okay.
Wei Hong smiled with satisfaction, raised his glass and said, with such courage, I won't save you all in vain. I won't be a spoiler for the Chinese New Year.
If you drink and eat, you'd better die a full man. Yes, eat. Everyone forced a smile and raised their glasses.
Extreme fear often leads to growth.
Wei Hong didn't intend to take over everything.
He had already said that. If the situation was really out of control, he would definitely not be indecisive in the end.
Next up. The New Year's Eve dinner was finished in silence.
This is Wei Hong's 16th year in this world, and it is also the most unforgettable year. Poor people are not very particular. After eating a meal, they prepare to stay up until dawn. Grandma Wang and her two granddaughters are busy clearing the table, making tea, and burning charcoal, working with a heavy heart.
Wei Hong didn't bother to comfort them. He just waved to Qiu Ju and said, I want to practice, please help me light a fire under the big pot in the practice room.
Good.
Qiu Ju agreed with bright eyes.
She started busy happily, and soon a fire was lit under the big pot.
She knew that Wei Hong had to practice every night.
Martial arts practitioners rarely sleep and can rest well in 1 or 2 hours. During this time, he practiced like crazy. Qiu Ju was naturally very happy to help him light the fire at this moment.
Brother Wei, can I practice martial arts with you? Taking advantage of the opportunity, Qiu Ju couldn't help but ask in a low voice.
Wei Hong smiled and answered in the affirmative, of course you can. I know you want to practice martial arts to gain the ability to protect yourself, but you are also worried about the physical gap between men and women and are holding back.
In fact, anyone can practice martial arts.
It is better to practice a few moves than not to practice at all. Good.
Real?
The little girl was immediately pleasantly surprised.
If you think about it seriously, this really makes sense. Practicing is indeed better than not practicing at all. Qiu Ju thought for a while and asked seriously, Brother Wei, can I learn your skills? I can pay for the tuition. There is no need for tuition.
If you want to learn, I can teach you Zhuang Kung Fu and 5 Beast Fist. Wei Hong thought for a moment and sincerely suggested, after you have laid a solid foundation, if you still intend to pursue the path of martial arts, you can save your money and find a martial arts studio to learn leather refining. My path is not suitable for you.
Why? Xiaoju was puzzled.
Wei Hong didn't say much, he just asked her to increase the fire. When the cauldron was boiling hot and white smoke continued to emit from the iron sand, he took off his outer shirt and began to practice bare-chested. The hot iron sand was held in both hands, and the next moment it was applied viciously to the skin all over the body. Bah! Waves of white smoke mixed with the smell of barbecue came out. Xiaoju was so frightened that she trembled all over.
She still didn't understand what Wei Hong meant. It was obvious that his skin refining technique was too rough and unsuitable for him.
When men practice martial arts, they only look at whether the skills are powerful. Wei Hong explained while refining his skin, but women's martial arts practice is much more troublesome. They must not disfigure their faces and have a graceful and agile figure. Unless they go to a martial arts school to learn, I advise you not to practice women's exercises unless you want to become an ugly woman.
Xiaoju hesitated to speak, and finally nodded silently. She doesn't want to become ugly no matter what she can do.
It's okay to lay the foundation first according to Wei Hong's arrangement, and don't rush into practicing martial arts for a while.
You go out first.
Wei Hong said casually, I have to take off my pants and practice leather later.
It's not suitable for you here.
From now on, you can come to the practice room after dinner every day to watch me practice Zhuang Kung Fu and the 5 Beasts. When it comes to boxing, you will learn it by heart and then practice it on your own.
Good.
Xiaoju blushed and nodded, turned around and left the practice room. Looking at the beautiful scenery of the fireworks blooming over Shindu, and then looking back at Wei Hong who was sweating profusely and not caring about his skin and flesh being bruised, a sense of security inexplicably arose in her heart. On New Year's Eve, I practiced without stopping. No matter how prosperous the outside world is, I can still endure loneliness and pain.
Who can succeed if this kind of man fails? Ding! Skin refining progress +1, current progress is 87/100.
After a hard training, Wei Hong exhaled a long breath of waste gas, but couldn't help frowning. These days, he has been nervous. Every day, besides going to work, he practices martial arts like crazy, but the progress is still not satisfactory.
If you want to achieve the first molting,
I'm afraid it will take another 3 or 5 days.
For some reason, Wei Hong always feels bad.
The sixth sense tells him that he must break through as soon as possible. So he gritted his teeth and looked at a clay pot piled in the corner.
100 Forging Golden Body Skills records various strange and bizarre methods of skin refining.
Most of these methods are fierce and ferocious, and they can easily cause injuries, so Wei Hong doesn't dare to try them himself now. But after patiently searching, he still managed to find a method that he could try. The earthenware jar was half full of green liquid, called green vitriol oil, which was made from the medicinal mineral green vitriol and was often used to maintain and remove rust from weapons. It is highly corrosive and can be regarded as sulfuric acid made by traditional methods. Many women in the inner palace also like to use it to destroy people's faces. The skin refining method recorded in 100 Forging Golden Body Skills is to apply diluted green vitriol oil to the whole body, and then apply precious clam jade paste to repair the skin after it is severely burned. In this way, the efficiency of skin refining will naturally double. However, not everyone dares to try this method. First, it is very dangerous and may cause disfigurement and disability at any time. Second, although green vitriol oil is not expensive, you can buy a large jar for 3 taels of silver, but the clam jade paste for repairing skin is frighteningly expensive, and it takes 120 taels of silver to buy a small box. This dangerous and low-cost effective skin refining method is only recorded casually in the skill secret book. It stands to reason that most people would not be stupid enough to really practice it. But Wei Hong thought about it again and again and felt that it was very suitable for him. He could afford the green vitriol oil, so it didn't matter whether it was diluted or not. Although he couldn't afford the clam jade cream, he had the vitality to repair the skin membrane. It happened that the progress of skin refining was too slow now. After thinking again and again, he still thought of giving it a try. Maybe it could bring different surprises. 3 spoons of green vitriol oil, add a bucket of water, and then apply it all over the body. Wei Hong flipped through the secret book in his hand. It was roughly estimated that it should be diluted about 20 times. But he was too lazy to make such trouble, and threw the book aside. He gritted his teeth and put his left hand into the earthenware jar. Ah! A sharp pain accompanied by bursts of white smoke. The skin on Wei Hong's left hand was immediately severely corroded. This was undiluted green vitriol oil, which could even corrode the rust on the weapon, so how could the human skin membrane resist it? But Wei Hong not only resisted it, but he gritted his teeth and rubbed it on his body. Hiss! Pain spread all over his body. He gasped in pain and almost fainted.
Come again.
Wei Hong endured the pain and stuffed a towel into his mouth and bit it, then began to smear it frantically, so that his skin was corroded and pitted miserably, as if it had been splashed with a weakened version of sulfuric acid.
White smoke was coming out everywhere. Every inch of skin was festering. He didn't even let go of any corner, not only the scalp, ears, eyelids, soles of feet, but even his crotch, shivering with pain and applying it. When Wei Hong's whole body was no longer human, he finally chose to add points silently, and it was 100 points of vitality. Warm and majestic vitality energy poured into his body, quickly alleviating his severe pain, and at the same time constantly repairing the injuries on his skin. Wei Hong's life value, which had been dropping wildly, was also slowly recovering. Ding! Skin refining progress +1, current progress is 88 out of 100. Ding! Skin refining progress +1, current progress is 89 out of 100. Message prompts flashed by.
Wei Hong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and fell to the ground and gasped.
After a while, his injuries finally recovered, and his skin membrane became stronger than before.
The only flaw was that his hair had been corroded completely, and even his head became bald.
It's okay, bald is also stronger.
Wei Hong comforted himself while summarizing his gains. His skin refining progress suddenly increased from 87 to 92, and the progress was so great that it was ecstatic. Usually, I practiced hard for more than half an hour to increase my progress by only 1 point. Now I suffer a little, but the progress has increased 5 times.
It's worth it. Keep going, try to shed my skin tonight.
Wei Hong was excited and gritted his teeth to practice again. He bit the towel and smeared the green vitriol oil on his body again and again. He felt that he was suffering from the pain of slow slicing every minute and every second. He almost fainted several times.
But he finally held on.
After a long time, Wei Hong finally collapsed to his knees after applying it for the 3rd time. He was sweating profusely and was covered with wounds.
His whole spirit was close to madness.
But at this time, the 100 forging golden body skill was running silently, and a stream of blood began to madly flush the membrane. Wei Hong took a breath and howled in pain.
Fortunately, he still had a towel in his mouth. Otherwise, I'm afraid that everyone would be alarmed.
This sudden change made Wei Hong frightened at the same time.
I couldn't help but secretly rejoice, because this must be what Luo the Master said about molting. No wonder he felt like he was being tortured.
The membrane was forcibly squeezed open inch by inch, and new membranes began to form layer by layer. Even his bald hair was growing rapidly. The severe pain was accompanied by intense itching, which was simply ecstatic. After enduring the torture for an unknown period of time, Wei Hong woke up in a daze. The severe pain in his body had dissipated like a tide, and was replaced by a surge of energy sweeping his body. Host, Wei Hong, age, 1660 seconds, life points, 42, health points, 90.1, realm, leather refining realm middle stage 1 out of 100, skills, 13 tiger movements perfect, 124/1200, 100 forging golden body skills mastery, 39/300, martial arts, 5 beast fist perfect, 83 out of 1200, magic powers, none, skills, cooking great, 129/800 fishing mastery, 45/30 slaughter grade accomplishment, 67/800 hint, 100 vitality can increase lifespan by 1 year, 100 vitality can increase health by 1 point. And 1 vitality can increase skill proficiency by 1 point. Middle stage of skin refining, 90 health points.
Now I have at least 900 kilograms of arm strength, right? Wei Hong was overjoyed.
After simply washing off the blood stains on his body, he found that he had shed a layer of scarred old skin, and now his whole body was covered with a layer of white jade like new skin.
Even his hair grew back.
At this time, his skin was whiter than snow, and he inexplicably had the demeanor of a gentleman.
Where was the appearance of the pig butcher before? Please vote and read. Brother Wei, you? What's wrong with you?
Under the night sky, Wei Hong put on a green robe and walked out of the training room. Xiao Ju and the others who were staying up late in the pavilion stopped drinking tea and chatting in shock. They all stared at him in astonishment. During dinner, Wei Hong was still a young man with rough skin. At this moment, his skin was white and tender, and his aura was outstanding like a banished immortal.
A half-new and half-old robe was draped over his body, and he looked like a prince. For a moment,
Chunlan and Xiao Ju were stunned.
Old Wei and Grandma Wang also looked as if they had seen a ghost.
Don't be surprised, he just broke through and changed a layer of new skin. Wei Hong explained casually, skin refining realm warriors will always shed their skin every time they break through a small realm.
The new skin is whiter and tenderer, and it will return to normal after a while. So that's it. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard it. Old Wei couldn't help but mutter, "I thought you were possessed by a ghost." "Don't talk nonsense." Grandma Wan laughed dumbly and said, "It's a good thing that Honger's strength has become stronger." "Yes, if Brother Wei's strength breaks through, won't we be much safer?" "That's great." The solemn atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. Wei Hong smiled and didn't refute this statement.
In fact, after his breakthrough, he was indeed more confident against Zheng Fuxing. After all, Zheng Fuxing's arm strength was only 1,200 pounds at most. Although Wei Hong was still 300 pounds short of his arm strength. But his perfect level of 5 Beast Fist is comparable to that of a boxing master, and with the combination of defense-breaking weapons, it is not impossible for the weak to defeat the strong. Before the breakthrough, he would most likely lose to Zheng Fuxing. Now he has a chance of winning against Zheng Fuxing in a head-on confrontation. Moreover, with every day that passes, he can become more powerful with the vitality he plundered.
What is a small perfect warrior in the skin refining realm?
Thinking this through, Wei Hong naturally felt better.
He took the time to test the membrane defense after the breakthrough. A kitchen knife chopped fiercely on his arm, and with a ding sound, it was like chopping on a piece of iron. Not only was it bounced off on the spot, but there was not even a trace of wound. Ding!
Wei Hong increased his strength and chopped again. Everyone gasped in shock, and then saw a faint blood mark on his white arm, and the wound quickly stopped bleeding and scabbed.
This kind of defense is simply inhuman.
The hardness and thickness of the membrane have made a qualitative leap, at least 7 or 8 times stronger than before, and now it has reached the level of ordinary leather. In addition, there is a stream of blood flowing slowly under the membrane.
Once attacked, it will automatically engorged and rebound. It's amazing.
Wei Hong closed his eyes and silently felt the changes after the breakthrough, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised a little arc. He found that his changes were not only that, his strength, speed, physique, and even the speed of blood mobilization had changed drastically. Compared to before the breakthrough, he is much stronger. And Wei Hong has only been refining his skin for more than half a month. If this terrifying progress is told to others, it will probably make people dumbfounded.
"Grandpa."
Wei Hong gathered his clothes and said casually, "Let's stay up tonight. I still have to go to the butcher shop to work."
"So early?"
Old Wei said distressfully, "You have been practicing martial arts and haven't slept for a while.
How can your body bear it?" "It's okay."
Wei Hong smiled indifferently. Warriors are energetic and vigorous. They won't feel tired even if they don't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. They only need to sleep for 1 or 2 hours a day.
Now it's the new year.
I don't know how many pigs will be slaughtered in the butcher shop.
How can I not go early? Okay, you pay attention.
Old Wei advised.
Yeah.
Wei Hong nodded and turned to go out. During the Chinese New Year, the workload of slaughtering pigs and sheep in the butcher shop is very heavy.
1 day is equivalent to 3 days of normal work. How could he miss such a good opportunity to make a living? Now every household is staying up all night.
The whole city of gods has almost turned into a city that never sleeps. Not only are there gorgeous fireworks set off by the rich and powerful above, but there are also countless big red lanterns on the streets and alleys.
Occasionally, drunk pedestrians can be seen on the streets. The atmosphere of the new year is full of noise. Wei Hong is like a lonely traveler going against the current.
He is out of tune with this prosperous place.
His eyes are calm. He just walks silently on the street.
Even walking and breathing, he does not forget to integrate his 13 tiger movements standing practice, and keeps adjusting his chi and blood. However, he couldn't help but stop when he reached a street corner. Under the night, a tall and thin figure was squatting on the street burning paper money. In front of him were several bowls of white rice, 3 kinds of meat and fruit, 2 candles, a handful of burning incense, and a lot of paper money flying in the wind. It was obvious that he was offering sacrifices to someone. On such a harmonious day, this man seemed a little abrupt. However, he was followed by 2 tall and strong men wearing the robes of the Blood Crow gang, so no one dared to say anything.
Passers-by just cursed and walked away. Zheng Fuxing?
Wei Hong narrowed his eyes and just met his eyes. This man was indeed Zheng Fuxing. He was unfamiliar with this place, and he was even more depressed during the new year. He simply came to the corner of the slum to offer sacrifices to his dead brother. As a result, he ran into Wei Hong, who was working at night. If it were an ordinary passerby, he might not say much. But Wei Hong is not an ordinary passerby. He walks with a steady breath and brisk steps. His eyes seem to be scanning the surroundings, which is quite intimidating. In addition, he has just broken through the white and tender skin.
The whole body reveals the temperament of a noble man, and people dare not underestimate him at first sight.
Who are you?
Zhang Fuxing asked subconsciously.
A passerby. Wei Hong raised his eyebrows and answered indifferently, why? You have to be questioned even if you pass by in the middle of the night? When did your Blood Crow gang take the job of patrolling the city? What nonsense are you talking about? Damn it, you want to die, right?
The two strong men were so angry that they scolded him. Zhang Fuxing looked at him solemnly for a few times, but finally said with a fake smile, sorry, my subordinates are ignorant, please do as you please.
Wei Hong didn't say anything more and walked straight to them. After he walked away, Zhang Fuxing couldn't help asking, this kid feels a bit strange, do you know his background?
He should be Wei Hong, the butcher of Zhuji meat shop under the Zhongyi Hall of the Tiger Head Gang. A strong man sneered and said, I haven't seen this kid for more than half a year, and his appearance and demeanor have changed a lot.
If I hadn't been hanging out on the streets for many years, I wouldn't have recognized him.
Oh? Zhang Fuxing forced himself to suppress the inexplicable throbbing in his heart, and finally chose not to speak. He was just a passerby who met in the middle of the night, and he was a member of the Tiger Head Gang. It was normal for him to be a little bit decent. This is the capital of the gods. Any passerby can be related to the powerful and have complicated relationships.
How dare Zhang Fuxing, a rough man from the countryside, act wild?
Wei Hong's breakthrough because the characteristics of the newly molted skin are obvious, it can't be hidden after all. As soon as he arrived at the butcher shop to start work, everyone was shocked. After all, no one expected that a person who had just been refining skin for less than half a month would break through from the early stage to the middle stage. As the saying goes, it takes 3 years to practice strength and 10 years to refine skin. A normal warrior would train hard for many years, and it would take 1.5 years for him to achieve a breakthrough. It's really rare to break through a small realm once in half a month. From this, Wei Hong's reputation as a genius was once again confirmed. No matter how much he didn't want to be high profile, with his white and tender skin working as a butcher, he still stood out from the crowd like a bright moon in the sky, surprising the people around him. Next few days. Wei Hong is busy killing pigs every day to earn a living. When I had time, I had to carry all kinds of gifts and go with Mr. Wei to pay New Year greetings to the neighbors. It wasn't until the 7th day of the Lunar New Year that he found time to show up at the Iron Fist gym again. Perhaps because of the Chinese New Year, the martial arts hall seemed a little deserted, with less than half the usual number of people. Wei Hong held 2 boxes of pastries in his hand and paid a courtesy visit to Coach Luo. Professor Luo, Happy New Year! Wei Hong cheerfully said, thank you for taking care of me.
Small gifts are not disrespectful. You? Are you Wei Hong? Coach Luo's eyes widened in shock. It was obvious that he was different at a glance. However, he didn't know the specific time when Wei Hong made the leather, so he just sighed that he was very talented, didn't say anything more, and accepted the cake with a smile. There's no need to spend so much money. Just say some auspicious words for New Year's greetings. Coach Luo said with a smile, young boy's strength has improved very quickly, but there are only a few people in the martial arts gym during the new year. I'm afraid not many people want to be a sparring partner. It's okay, I'm just here for a walk. Wei Hong smiled casually and asked casually, I also want to ask, how are the assessments for second-level sparring partners? Class B? Coach Luo glanced at him up and down with a strange expression. He secretly thought that this kid was really ambitious, but if he thought about it seriously, he had already performed so well in the early stages of skin refining, and now that his strength has exceeded Xiao, it wouldn't be wrong to think about second-level treatment. After all, a cup of tea for a second-level sparring partner costs 500 yuan, so his income has increased 5 times. Do you really want to be promoted to a second-level sparring partner? Coach Luo said hesitantly, a third-level sparring partner can only deal with opponents within the middle stage of the skin refining realm, but the second level has to deal with the late stage and even the gold masters who have completed the skin refining realm. Their methods it's even more terrifying, and the difficulty is definitely increased 10 to 100 times. Of course I know. Wei Hong said sincerely, but I still want to give it a try. How about asking Coach Luo to test it? There is no need to test. Coach Luo shook his head and said, I still know your strength. In the past, it was difficult to defeat you at the late stage of the ordinary skin refining realm without using all your strength. Now that you have broken through, you are naturally qualified to be a second-level sparring partner. You just be careful. Thank you, instructor. Wei Hong's mood suddenly improved. Being promoted to a second-level sparring partner not only means that his income will skyrocket.
Moreover, every day, masters from the late leather refining realm and even perfection realm would spend money to train with him, constantly enhancing his fighting experience.
How could he not be happy with such a thing that had the best of both worlds? Brother Wei, congratulations.
Lu Ming came from the side and said happily, with your ability, you have been promoted to the second-level sparring partner. I'm afraid you will make dozens or hundreds of taels every month.
You have to invite us. Just have a drink.
Of course.
Wei Hong waved his hand cheerfully and said, you can choose between Tianxian Tower or Xinghua Pavilion. If we don't get drunk today, we won't go home. Why don't Coach Luo give us a favor? With money in his pocket, Wei Hong naturally behaves generously.
The restaurant that he never dared to enter in the past has now become a frequent visitor. On weekdays, it is common to entertain guests and maintain connections, so 1 or 2 drinks are not a big concern.
I won't go, you go ahead.
Coach Luo shook his head, smiled, and turned around to continue his work.
Lu Ming, on the other hand, put his arms around his shoulders and winked, I'm kidding you, how can I ask you to treat me? Let's go, I'll treat you to a drink.
Where to go? Wei Hong was not very disgusted with his closeness. The two communicated on a daily basis during this period, and developed feelings during sparring from time to time, so he and Lu Ming could be considered friends.
Go and have fun on the boat.
Lu Ming said with a smile, why, you don't dare to go?
What's the point of just drinking? Hua Fong?
Wei Hong looked strange.
Isn't this a man's paradise for drinking and having fun?
He is not a person who pretends to be noble.
Who doesn't like listening to music?
It's just that I didn't go there because my pockets were empty.
It's not an ordinary painting boat.
Lu Ming said with a cheeky smile, I'll take you to broaden your horizons today.
That's fine.
Wei Hong did not refuse. The two of them headed straight to the Embarcadero Pier one after the other. There are a large number of painting boats docked here all year round, and each one is extremely luxurious.
There are many types of painted boats. Some are just for boating on the lake, listening to music and dancing. Most of these boats are used to pick up guests during the day.
Many literati and refined guests prefer them, and there are also many people on board. Some of them do business in the flesh business.
They go out to the lake at night to drink and have fun. After having fun, they have fun with real swords and guns. They are more popular among wealthy businessmen and powerful people.
But some boats are special, so you can take a look at them later. Lu Ming babbled about the introduction. At the same time, he called a boy who was punting the boat. The two of them went directly to a 3-story high painting boat made of ironwood through a small boat. Compared with other pleasure boats, there are fewer rouge and delicate laughter here. There are no women playing the piano and dancing, nor are there any beautiful women.
Most of the guests coming and going are actually warriors.
Walking into the cabin, the 3-story cabin is like a large restaurant, with a fighting stage in the middle. The guests on the 3 floors around can clearly see the fighting on the stage, and there are bursts of shouting and noise in each private room.
What is this? Wei Hong probably made a judgment in his heart, isn't this just black boxing?
To be precise, it shouldn't be called black boxing, after all, fighting is legal in the Great Zhou dynasty, and this pleasure boat just uses fighting as a gimmick to attract guests. I didn't expect that the rich and powerful in the prosperous Shindu have so many tricks. There are people fighting to the death here, and there are also people buying and selling gambling odds. After each fight, there are excited shouts all around, which makes people quite addicted.
How is it? Not bad, right?
Lu Ming pointed to a private room on the 2nd floor and said, Cheng Qinghan and the others are here too. This private room has been booked by them for a long time. Let's just go there.
Oh? Wei Hong looked strange.
It seems that today's so-called drinking has some deep meaning. Cheng Qinghan was the woman in red skirt who whipped him with a long whip on his first day in the Iron Fist martial arts hall and gave him money. She was close to a bunch of rich children in the gym. She was also the one who had the most hope of reaching the blood refining realm and becoming the master's personal disciple. Lu Ming brought him here on purpose.
He probably had other things to do.
The 2nd floor of the painting boat in the private room number 37. Cheng Qinghan, Chui Yangfu, Xiang Hao and 7 or 8 other young men and women sat together drinking, looking at the fighting on the arena from time to time, chatting and laughing from time to time. The atmosphere was just right. When Lu Ming and Wei Hong walked in, they were all stunned.
Lu Ming, what are you doing?
Chui Yangfu, who was short and fat, frowned and said,
Aren't you short of people?
Lu Ming pulled Wei Hong to sit down without courtesy, poured himself a glass of wine and said, he just broke through to the middle stage of the skin refining realm and was promoted to the 2nd level sparring partner of the martial arts hall.
I brought him here to take a look. If he is suitable, he will go up. If not, we will have a drink. Oh hey, so fast breakthrough? Good guy. You are not bad, Wei Hong. Awesome, you are only 16 years old?
There is hope for blood refining.
Everyone's eyes lit up.
These people are all rich children who usually practice with Wei Hong. Their eyes were naturally sharp, and they saw at a glance that he had a promising future. A 16-year-old in the middle stage of the skin refining realm might not be considered a big deal among the rich.
But he was definitely a top talent among ordinary families. Wei Hong, congratulations.
Cheng Qinghan smiled and raised her glass first, saying, "You can come and play anytime you have time in the future.
We will welcome you. Yes, if you think highly of us, let's drink together."
Xiang Hao, who looked rough, also toasted generously. Everyone had long lost the arrogance of the former gold masters. Some were just the attitude of peers interacting with each other.
Thank you.
Wei Hong smiled neither servilely nor arrogantly, and sat down to drink directly.
The families in this small circle were either doing business, or running restaurants, or running escort agencies, and some even had elders who were minor officials.
They were all better than the best in this world. Although Wei Hong was just a butcher now, as long as he didn't die, he would definitely enter the blood refining realm in the future. A blood refining realm warrior is already a mainstay in many small forces, and is fully qualified to protect a local merchant. Everyone understands this principle, so Wei Hong is theoretically qualified to enter this circle.
Why? Lu Ming asked with a smile. Don't blame me for bringing someone here casually, right?
Brother Wei has profound boxing skills, and now he has broken through to the middle stage of skin refining and his strength has increased dramatically. Naturally, he is qualified to come here. Cheng Qingshuang curled his lips and smiled lightly. We will have 3 fights with the Black Bear Martial Arts Hall later.
I wonder if Brother Wei is willing to help.
Oh? Wei Hong had long heard that the disciples of the major martial arts halls often had conflicts in private, and from time to time they would pull people around to help win. I didn't expect that he was pulled here for this idea, which is quite interesting.
Wei is just a sparring partner, so it's okay to fight today. Wei Hong readily agreed, and everyone was immediately happy. Okay.
Xiang Hao said excitedly, the damn Black Bear Martial Arts School came here with great force today.
We thought we would lose face. If Brother Wei is willing to come, we may win. I have an idea.
Chen Qingshuang sneered, if we play well, it is possible to piss them off to death.
Everyone was talking at once.
Wei Hong also got the general idea from a few words. The Black Bear Martial Arts School has always been on par with the Iron Fist Martial Arts School in strength. There are disputes among the disciples from time to time, and they always arrange a fight in private to resolve the disputes. This time, the opponent is a group of rich children from the Black Bear Martial Arts School. Their family background, means and strength are comparable to those of Cheng Qingshuang and others. The two sides have fought several times before, and each time they have won or lost. This time, the other side found a few good players and agreed to send one person each from the middle, late and perfect stages of skin refining, and the 3 battles will decide the outcome. Before Wei Hong came, they were all frowning. Because they underestimated the enemy, Xiang Hao and his group did not seek help from others, so they had no chance of winning. They were afraid that they would be embarrassed today.
However, Wei Hong's arrival made Cheng Qingshuang's eyes light up.
Today's battle only stipulates that one person from the middle, late and perfect stages of the leather refining realm will fight, but the order of battle has not been stipulated. Why don't we fight the late stage of leather refining against the middle stage, and the perfect stage of leather refining against the late stage?
Brother Wei just needs to hold off the opponent's perfect stage of leather refining.
In this way, even if we lose 1 game, we can win 2 games.
It's not a loss. Cheng Qingshuang's words immediately shocked Wei Hong. Good guy, this is the game of a superior horse against an inferior horse? So today he is the inferior horse?
Since it's the 3rd match, we don't care about the outcome, just send someone in the middle stage of skin refining.
Wei Hong couldn't help asking, why do you want me to go? Brother Wei, you don't know.
Xiang Hao smiled awkwardly. The skin refining warrior invited by the Black Bear Martial Arts School to help today is Meng Kaishan, who is known as the Iron Tower King Kong. This person is violent and murderous, and he will hurt people's bones and take their lives at any time. Wei Hong, at this time, he couldn't hear the hidden meaning. Xiang Hao clearly wanted to say that if he played tricks on him like this, Meng Kaishan would probably hit hard in his anger, so that no one would dare to go to the 3rd match, and they could only think of Wei Hong.
Brother Wei, don't get me wrong, we don't want you to die.
Cheng Qingshuang said hurriedly, although Meng Kaishan is strong, his steps are not flexible, but his natural power makes it difficult for people to resist. I've seen you spar with others on weekdays, and your strong point is dodging.
Even if you're in the late stage of skin refining, it's not easy to hit you. You must be even more powerful after the breakthrough.
You just need to go on stage and fight with them for a while before admitting defeat. In this way, no one can find any fault with you, and it won't cause any danger to you.
Wei Hong's expression eased a little after hearing this.
If they wanted to use him as a gun, he would naturally not agree.
Now Cheng Qingxuan's words made some sense.
At the same time, he also wanted to try the skills of Meng Kaishan, so he couldn't help but be moved.
Brother Wei, if you are willing to fight, we will not let you suffer any loss.
Cui Yangfu patted his chest and said,
no matter what the result of this battle is, we will all collect 100 taels to compensate you. How about it?
How can 100 taels be enough?
Xiang Hao said dissatisfiedly, let's do this.
If we win this battle, the 500 taels bet with the Black Bear Martial Arts School will also belong to Brother Wei.
Yes, let's do it.
Brother Wei, why don't you consider it? Everyone talked about it, obviously wanting to give him this face. Wei Hong knew that they were asking him to help on the surface, but in fact they just wanted to bring the two sides closer and invest in their martial arts genius in advance, so he didn't refuse without knowing what was good for him.
Okay.
He raised his glass and agreed, in this case, Wei will fight shamelessly, and I hope I won't hold you back.
Ha ha ha.
No need to worry.
Come on, keep drinking. Everyone continued to clink glasses while talking and laughing.
The atmosphere in the private room became heated again.
Dong dong dong.
Huafeng fighting stage. Just after a competition ended, 3 gongs and drums were sounded. A middle-aged fat man in bright clothes came up to the stage with a smile and raised his hands in all directions, saying, "Everyone, today several disciples from the Iron Fist Martial Arts School and the Black Bear Martial Arts School want to use this place to fight a few times to resolve some grievances. This time both sides are in the middle stage of skin refining, a late stage, consummation warrior. I hope you will all be witnesses."
Good. There were cheers all around.
Anyone who comes to Huafeng to watch martial arts fights likes to watch private fights with others. After all, fighting is only exciting when there is a grudge, and it can easily cause harm to people's lives. Only in this way can the bloodthirsty emotions in everyone's hearts be aroused.
Snort!
The door of the private room on the other side of the second floor opened, revealing several young men and women in Chinese clothes. One of them, a skinny young man, jumped onto the martial arts platform and looked at the Iron Fist Martial Arts Hall with a defiant and provocative look on his face.
The elegant room where everyone is.
Lin Lu from the Black Bear Martial Arts School, with strength in the middle stage of leather refining.
The skinny young man sneered and clasped his fists.
Who from the Iron Fist Martial Arts School is here to die?
I'm here to meet you.
Cheng Qingxuan jumped up and jumped to the martial arts platform, looking at the opponent with a playful face.
What's going on? Isn't the third lady of the Cheng family in the late stage of skin refining?
Good guy, you are trying to trick people.
Everyone immediately became uproar.
Several disciples from the Black Bear Martial Arts School were so angry that they started to fight.
Cheng Qingxuan. A purple-robed young man roared angrily, do you still want shame? Are you going to bully someone in the middle stage of skin refining? Why are you so shameless? Cheng Qingxuan sneered and replied, we only agreed to have one person each for the mid-stage, late stage, and perfect skin refining stages, but we didn't agree on the order of battle. I am the weakest among the 3 on our side. Who else can play if it's not me? Ha ha ha.
The crowd suddenly burst into laughter.
Obviously everyone has seen the intention of this move.
But the rules of the martial arts arena are like this.
Once you get on stage, you can only fight to the end.
You are not allowed to surrender within half a cup of tea, and you can only leave life and death to fate. The skinny young man Lin Lu was so angry that his face flushed red, but he could only swallow the bad breath and put on a posture ready to fight to the death.
Trash, get out. Cheng Qingxuan didn't even bother to use weapons.
She approached quickly like a butterfly through flowers, her steps nimble and delicate. A set of bone-shattering palm techniques is fierce, and it is difficult to resist whether it is virtual or real. With only 7 or 8 moves, Lin Lu had already been hit several times. In the end, he was hit hard on the heart with a palm.
Puff! Lin Lu flew 3 meters upside down and vomited blood. So far, he easily lost the first battle. Ha ha ha.
Upon seeing this, Xiang Hao laughed and jumped onto the martial arts platform.
He proudly said in the direction of the Black Bear Martial Arts School, Su Mufeng, come down and fight.
You and I have been fighting for so many years.
I was lucky enough to break through a few days ago. When skin refining is complete, You won't be afraid anymore, right? Brother Foam, don't go. Maid, these bitches.
Everyone in the Black Bear Martial Arts Hall looked at a strong young man. He smiled casually and said, Xiang Hao and I know each other very well. If he asks me to fight but dares not agree, will he still be able to hold his head high in the future?
It doesn't matter whether we win or lose. We can't lose face. Just watch me fight.
After saying that, Su Mufeng also jumped onto the martial arts platform. The two of them started fighting crazily on the stage.
Wei Hong couldn't help but be secretly surprised when he looked at this scene. No wonder Chang Qing and others were playing some tricks today.
It turned out that Xiang Hao had just made a breakthrough.
But he and Su Mufeng are both very powerful.
Both of them are excellent in boxing and kicking skills, as well as body awareness. It can be seen that not only do they have a lot of actual combat on weekdays, but their basic skills are also quite solid.
Xiang Hao has now perfected his skin refining, and his boxing skills are as powerful as a rainbow.
Although Su Mufeng is slightly weaker, he is actually good with hidden weapons. I saw 3 cloth bags hanging on his waist, filled with locust stones. Stones popped out in his hand, as fierce as bullets, which actually made Xiang Hao a little embarrassed.
Ha! Wei Hong's eyes suddenly lit up. Hidden weapon is a good skill. He can increase his proficiency and add points. If he reaches the limit with a hidden weapon skill, wouldn't he have one more way to fight the enemy? When fighting, just a few unexpected moves can turn the situation around and the weak defeat the strong?
After thinking about this, Wei Hong suddenly felt good.
He just said that he didn't come here in vain today. After a hard fight,
Xiang Hao finally defeated Su Mufeng with 1.5 moves by a slight advantage. So far, Tekken Martial Arts School has won 2 games. Everyone in the Black Bear Martial Arts Hall was furious. A burly man as big as an iron tower, with a thick face and a black beard jumped off the martial arts platform with a bang. He twisted his neck and grinned ferociously. Okay, since the Iron Fist Martial Arts School has won 2 games through trickery, I wanna let's see how you win this game.
Iron Tower Vajra Mongolia opens the mountain? Good guy, no wonder Iron Fist Jim is cheating. Who will win if he ends up? Isn't this bullying? Everyone was talking in an uproar. Obviously, Meng Kaishan is quite famous.
Brother Wei, be careful. Lu Ming frowned and reminded, this guy is born with divine power and is as violent as a tiger.
He once won 20 consecutive victories and was famous. You only need to dodge half a cup of tea and admit defeat. If it doesn't work, just jump. Don't show off when you get off the martial arts platform. It doesn't matter. Wei Hong walked onto the stage without fear.
It can be seen that Meng Kaishan is definitely the top existence in the leather refining realm, much stronger than Zhang Fuxing, and such a person is just right as a whetstone.
If he can escape unscathed from his hands, Wei Hong will have more confidence against Zhang Fuxing. What? Meng Kaishan looked at him with disdain and sneered with disdain. Aren't you Iron Fist Martial Arts School arrogant? Why did you send a pretty boy like you to fight? The immortal and nameless ghosts under my fist, tell me your names.
Wei Hong, middle stage of leather refining realm, please teach me. As soon as Wei Hong finished his fist, bursts of laughter rang out around him.
Meng Kaishan was so happy that he grinned. Okay, you're playing a joke on me, right? Sending a middle stage leather refining realm to humiliate me?
I hope you can get down from the fighting arena later.
Haha, it looks like blood will be seen today. Damn, no one died after fighting for a whole day, it's so boring, let's get started.
Kill him, kill him. There were bursts of booing from the private rooms around.
Everyone wanted to see exciting and brutal scenes.
Meng Kaishan pinched his knuckles and walked over step by step like a mountain, his blood surging so much that it almost suffocated people. Wei Hong raised his hand and made the starting posture of the 5-beast fist. There were bursts of laughter from the upper and lower parts of the pleasure boat again.
Haha, 5-beast fist? This kid is probably still breastfeeding, right?
With such a basic boxing method, he wants to fight Meng Kaishan. I bet he can't withstand a punch.
Damn, kill him, beat him into a pulp.
Amidst the cheers, Meng Kaishan punched him fiercely. But facing this punch, Wei Hong did not dodge or avoid it.
He even took the initiative to stick his left arm to protect his head and hit him with his elbow. Please vote and read more. Bang.
A punch struck fiercely at the crook of Wei Hong's elbow. He felt as if he had been hit by a rhinoceros. The bones of his elbow were almost shattered, and his body flew backwards unconsciously. But Wei Hong had already expected this. He just deliberately punched the opponent to test his strength. He took a few steps back to release his strength. After shaking his sore elbow, he sneered disdainfully, that's it?
You're looking for death. Meng Kaishan's face instantly turned pale. He originally thought he was going to deal with a little guy who was in the middle stage of the skin refining realm. One punch was enough to kill the opponent, but who would have thought that he would be provoked? Ah! Die to me!
Meng Kaishan was furious and punched wildly. The martial arts arena has long been enveloped by his boxing style. When everyone was frightened and thought that Wei Hong was going to be unlucky, he smiled disdainfully and calmly backed away. He easily dodged a few times and dodged the attack with deft steps.
No matter how strong you are, you have to be able to hit someone.
Wei Hong's eyes are burning and confident. Meng Kaishan's punch just now had at least 1,300 kilograms of power. If he hits with all his strength, he may not be able to stop it even with 1,800 kilograms of force. This kind of powerful enemy was by no means something he could defeat now, but he could see the opponent's details in the flash of lightning. As Cheng Qingshuang said, this Meng Kaishan's pace was not very agile.
He is so big that he cannot be controlled easily.
The power is so great that every punch must be thrown with all his strength.
The weakest points of this type of powerful warrior are speed and reaction. It just so happens that Wei Hong's perfect level 5 Beast Fist has both the agility of an ape and the agility of a white crane. He can easily avoid attacks by moving around in a small area.
For a moment, two figures on the stage were chasing each other. No matter how furious Meng Kaishan tried to catch Wei Hong, he always missed the mark. At first glance, it looks like a funny monkey.
Everyone present was stunned. Because no one expected a mid-level skin refining realm warrior.
To be able to treat a perfect warrior at the skin refining realm like a monkey is too exaggerated.
This? How is this possible? What a good-handed ape. Look at his white crane spreading its wings, it changes so quickly.
The fighting platform is only a few feet in radius, yet he can make such decisive judgments and dodge attacks in the lightning flash.
Damn it, isn't this too dangerous? Many people gasped in horror. Because anyone could see that Wei Hong was dancing on the tip of the knife. Once he makes any mistakes, he will most likely be torn to pieces by the furious Meng Kaishan on the spot, or at worst, his head will be blown off. Gradually.
Everyone looked at him with more solemn eyes. It is truly astonishing for a mid-level skin refining realm person to be able to do this.
He is like a piece of beautiful jade buried in the soil.
No matter how dirty it is, it can hide its own glow, which eventually blinds everyone's eyes.
Good boy.
Cheng Qingshuang couldn't help but muttered, I originally thought that he was at most a talent in the blood refining realm, but now it seems that he has a bright future. At the middle stage of the skin refining realm at the age of 16, he already has the status of a master in 5 Beast Fist. Xiang Hao even said with trembling lips, if he was born into a rich and powerful family, we might not even be qualified to carry his shoes.
It's scary, it's really scary.
Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Wei Hong became more and more courageous as he fought. In such a high-intensity battle, a normal person's physical strength will be exhausted very quickly, and he will be exhausted within a few dozen breaths. But Wei Hong didn't, his eyes were still bright. His movements were still as fast as lightning, even when Meng Kaishan was panting and slowing down his attack.
It can also perfectly stimulate the opponent with provocative counterattacks. Oops, something is going to happen.
In the private room of Black Bear Martial Arts Hall, Su Mufling's expression changed drastically. Being experienced in fighting, he could tell something was wrong at a glance.
This Wei Hong is from the evil sect. He seems to be only in the middle stage of the skin refining realm.
But his strength, speed, and reflexes are far beyond the mid-level, and his endurance is terrifying, and he seems to have endless energy.
This enemy is so terrifying.
As long as you can't kill him with one punch, he will continue to consume you endlessly.
Senior brother Meng, fight quickly and decide quickly. Su Mufling growled anxiously. Ah! Meng Kaishan roared like crazy and launched another violent attack.
Fists, palms, and leg sweeps, each of his attacks carried a force of more than 1,000 kilograms. If he accidentally touched the iron and wooden railings of the martial arts platform, they would be blown into pieces.
But Wei Hong is still like a loach.
Every time, he can easily dodge his attacks from incredible angles. Even Wei Hong had gradually mastered the rhythm of his attacks, found out the flaws in his body, and launched a counterattack when another punch swept across his body.
Bang!
Wei Hong's ghostly figure quietly avoided the attack.
A dodger appeared on the left side of Meng Kaishan and kicked him at the knee.
Wei Hong felt as if he had been kicked against an iron plate. Not only was it difficult to shake the opponent, but his body balance was also damaged by a rebound force, and he almost got a counterattack.
Hee.
Meng Kaishan sneered disdainfully, his body not even swaying at all.
Wei Hong's full blow was just like an egg hitting a rock to him. But then, Wei Hong took advantage of Meng Kaishan's physical exhaustion, looking for an opening to attack his back knee pit again and again. Damn it! Meng Kaishan was furious.
His skin was perfected and he was already invulnerable to swords and guns.
Ordinary attacks were just tickles to him.
But Wei Hong's repeated attacks still caused him a lot of trouble. His back knee pit was relatively fragile, and a series of beatings made his movements deformed. Almost all the spectators had their eyes popped out.
If he continued to fight, Meng Kaishan would not lose, right? Stop! Su Mufeng finally couldn't help shouting, "1 cup of tea time is up, this battle is a draw." Draw? Unbelievable. Oh my, the time is really up. TSK, awesome, the Black Bear Martial Arts School doesn't dare to fight anymore, right? Everyone was in an uproar.
There is indeed a rule in the painting boat that a draw is reached after a cup of tea time. Therefore, Su Mufeng called a halt as soon as he saw the time was up, so he had a way out. Otherwise, if he continued to fight, he was afraid that if Meng Kaishan really lost, he would be laughed at by all the gods.
Boy, you are lucky. Meng Kaishan gritted his teeth and said, "Wei Hong, right? Okay, I will remember you, let's wait and see." He.
Wei Hong was not afraid of this kind of insignificant threat. He walked down the fighting stage silently under the surprised and shocked gaze of everyone. There was no trace of pride in his eyes, but he silently summed up in his heart. A full-strength attack can only tickle the opponent, the strength gap is still too big. If I meet a perfect skin refining realm who is good at body skills, I am afraid I will be in danger today.
Brother Wei, that's awesome. Is your movement more terrifying than before? You damn monster, you can't accept it. Just return to the private room.
Cheng Xingxuan, Cui Yangfu, Xiang Hao and others exclaimed inside. Originally, everyone just hoped that he could last for half a cup of tea and then admit defeat. Who would have thought that Wei Hong could force Black Bear Martial Arts Hall to stop? Although it was just a draw, it earned a lot of face.
This battle will make Su Mufeng and others laugh at us for years. Xiang Hao laughed and said, "Brother Wei is still killing pigs in the butcher shop?
Your talent in killing pigs is wasted after all, so come and become a bodyguard in my escort agency. You don't need to be an escort until you reach the blood refining realm, and I'll give you 20 taels per month."
What is a bodyguard?
He is poor, tired, and has no future.
Cui Yangfu said dissatisfiedly, "Brother Wei came to our Cui family restaurant and didn't have to do anything every day. He was 30 taels of silver a month before the skin refining realm,
starting at 200 taels per month after the blood realm.
How dare you make an offer with this little money?"
Cheng Xingxuang sneered and said, "Wei Hong, if you are willing to join my Cheng family, our family can take care of all the resources for your future practice, and we can collect all kinds of excellent martial arts secrets right in front of you. I'll let you choose the unmarried girls from my Cheng family, isn't that beautiful?"
Everyone wanted to recruit him.
Martial arts prevailed in the Zhou dynasty, and large and small trading houses liked to win over the strong. Even if you just put your name on it, someone can send money to your door, so the real strong people will never be short of money.
Wei Hong's talent now revealed naturally makes people want to invest. Everyone, I'm really sorry.
Wei Hong raised his glass and said with an apologetic smile, "I don't care about money very much, and I like the life in the market, so I still want to stay in the butcher shop and kill pigs.
Now I kill pigs every day.
I am very comfortable killing pigs and working as a sparring partner in a martial arts gym in my spare time. I don't want to be affiliated with any force for the time being, so I hope you'll forgive me."
Okay.
Cheng Xingxuang was not angry, but full of appreciation. "You have a stable temperament, and you are not blinded by this drunkenness."
Ha ha ha.
Xiang Hao also laughed boldly, "Brother Wei, don't be surprised, your talent is really coveted. We have been running the family business since elementary school, and we have always wanted to win over one or two. But your ambition, it's okay not to be here, our friendship is as light as water, just practice boxing and have a drink."
Wei Honggao couldn't help but be a little surprised by their behavior.
Corporal Ken Li Xian recruits talents for the family, and does not fall out or become grudges when the recruitment fails.
The children and grandchildren educated by wealthy families are indeed extraordinary.
They do not have any of the bad habits of playboys.
It is no wonder that they can be passed down from generation to generation. Although Wei Hong has no intention of completely integrating into this circle. But it's nice to be friends with them.
Many friends mean many paths, and he still understands the importance of connections. Therefore, he accepts toasts from all comers.
After a while, everyone started drinking and the atmosphere gradually became heated. Xianghao, who was drunk, couldn't help but sigh. Think about how we have been training our bones with decoction since we were young. We practiced boxing at the age of 3 and martial arts at the age of 6. It took more than 10 years to reach our current strength and cost the family countless resources.
Let's compare it. Brother Wei is really ashamed.
No, comparing people to each other is so irritating. Ha, we are really useless compared to Wei Hong.
Everyone laughed at themselves. Lu Ming thought for a while and reminded, but today I offended Su Mufeng and others, will Wei Hong suffer revenge from them?
No. Cheng Qingshuang shook her head and said, they are not people who cannot afford to lose. They will not come here to embarrass Wei Hong. But Meng Kaishan has a violent personality, martial artists are all arrogant. Wei Hong raised his eyebrows indifferently. If people know that he can't kill me on the martial arts stage and does it secretly, he will only become a laughingstock, but no one with a brain will. Maybe the family behind him would never allow it.
Yes, this makes sense. Everyone nodded.
Cheng Qingshuang smiled when she saw this, clapped her hands and asked the maid to bring a stack of banknotes, and said, the reward of 100 taels we just agreed on, plus a bet of 500 taels, Brother Wei, count them.
No need to count, I trust Miss Chang.
Wei Hong was not polite. He accepted the banknote calmly, but felt a little dazed in his heart for no reason. 600 taels.
Grandpa worked hard for 10 lifetimes but could not save anything.
It would take him 20 years to survive without eating or drinking but killing pigs.
But for Cheng Qingshuang and others, maybe it's just a meal, right? The gap between people is really outrageous. After drinking until the afternoon, Wei Hong finally said goodbye and left. He stepped out of the boat and went straight to the blacksmith shop on West Street. Today's battle with Meng Kaishan made him feel a sense of powerlessness. It was clear that his boxing skills were more exquisite and his steps were more clever, but his attacks on the opponent were like a mayfly shaking a tree to add to the joke, and he could not even break the defense. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Think about it again, what would Zheng Fuxing do if he also had this kind of defense power? Wei Hong thought about it and decided naturally that he wanted to build a weapon. Even if it's just a knife, at least it's better than fighting the enemy with bare hands. In addition, it is best to get a hidden weapon secret book as soon as possible and practice it every day when you are free. Your proficiency will increase with time. It will be good to have another method to fight the enemy.
Wei Hong thought for a while and found a remote blacksmith shop. There was only a bald middle-aged man hammering in the shop. The air was full of the smell of burning coal, and the ears were filled with the sound of ding-ding. There were only a few ordinary iron tools such as hoes, sickles, and kitchen knives hanging on the walls. However, Wei Hong knew that this blacksmith who was a great man. He was aloof and taciturn, and never talked to his neighbors. He was only obsessed with the craft of blacksmithing.
Most people might just think he was an ordinary blacksmith.
But the hooligans hanging around on the street knew that this blacksmith who not only had good martial arts, but also many martial arts masters often paid him a lot of money to make knives.
No one could mess with him casually.
Wei Hong did not look around after he walked into the blacksmith shop. He just waited quietly for the blacksmith Hu to finish hammering the iron block in his hand, and then politely said, Master Hu, please help me make a small knife.
Style, materials. Blacksmith Hu said concisely.
The blade is 3 inches long, slender and well-proportioned, without a blood groove. Wei Hong described it while picking up the charcoal beside the stove and drawing on the ground. The handle and scabbard are made of spruce wood, and the blade is made of black iron folded and forged more than 1,000 times. It must be sharp, tough, and have outstanding armor-piercing ability. In addition, a hole for threading a rope must be left at the rear end of the handle. Hu the blacksmith took a deep look at him and quoted a price indifferently, 480 taels. Wei Hong breathed a sigh of relief and said, make me another 100 black iron plum blossom needles.
580 taels, come back in 3 days. Please vote and read more. 3 days went by in a flash.
On the afternoon of the 10th day of the first lunar month, Wei Hong got what he had been dreaming of. He spent several hundred taels on a custom-made knife and 100 black iron plum blossom needles. The knife was just as he described. The blade was 3 inches long, slender and well-proportioned, without a blood groove, and the whole body was covered with folded and forged patterns, which looked quite beautiful. The handle and scabbard were both made of spruce wood, painted with a layer of black paint, and engraved with many exquisite carvings, as if it were a work of art. There was a hole at the back of the handle, and a thin rope had been passed through it. Wei Hong could tie the thin rope to his hand and hide the knife in his sleeve to cover it up, so that no one could tell that he was carrying a weapon.
But once he needed to kill someone.
He could grab the knife in his hand with a flick of his hand, cut or even stab into the enemy's body. Puff! Wei Hong casually raised his hand and stabbed it down. The stone bench in the small courtyard was immediately stabbed through. The knife pierced into the hard stone bench easily, just like cutting tofu. Good, good, good. Wei Hong couldn't put it down and played with the knife. Finally, after thinking about it, he gave it a name: Heartbroken Knife. This knife was made only to cut people's hearts and lungs, which just confirmed the name of the knife. As for why Wei Han didn't make other knives, but only made this knife that looked like a child's toy, he actually had his considerations. The skin membrane defense of the warriors in the skin refining realm is strong, and weapons that are not forged with black iron cannot break the defense. But the price of black iron is amazing. A normal sword is at least 10 to 20 pounds, not to mention other weapons. The materials used are absolutely amazing. Wei Hong was short of money and couldn't afford so much money. Although the capital of the gods does not prohibit the carrying of swords and weapons, it is still very troublesome to carry a big knife when walking around every day. People will be checked at any time, and it is easy to arouse others' vigilance before killing people. Thinking again and again, Wei Hong determined that a small knife that is exquisite, easy to hide, and can cut iron like mud is the most suitable for him. As for the black iron plum blossom needle, it is also out of the same consideration. Since I have made up my mind to dabble in hidden weapons, I naturally have to practice the most suitable one. There are thousands of hidden weapons in the world, such as locust stones, flying knives, boomerangs, etc. But they are either inconvenient to carry or not concealed enough. The warrior's skin membrane defense is strong and the reaction is fast. Ordinary hidden weapons are simply difficult to break through the defense and hit the enemy. Flying needles seem ordinary, but they have the effects of strong concealment, low sound of breaking through the air, and outstanding armor-breaking ability. Once you practice to the point of hitting wherever you point, the enemy's eyes will be in danger when you raise your hand. And flying needles are easy to carry. No one can find them if you stick them on the inside of your clothes. So they have become Wei Hong's most suitable means of attack now. You don't need to practice the broken heart knife, just play with it often to get familiar with the feel. My Five Beasts fist has reached perfection. I can integrate the knife into my fist by treating it as an extension of my hand. The black iron plum blossom needle needs more practice, but unfortunately, I can't find a decent secret book of hidden weapons. Wei Hong murmured as he took out a secret book from his arms. This is the basic hidden weapon beginner's guide that he bought in the Tiger Head Gang's transmission hall for 10 taels of silver, but he couldn't find a better secret book of hidden weapons. Hidden weapons are not popular these days. After all, warriors are all thick-skinned and thick-skinned. If they don't learn the skills well, playing with hidden weapons is just tickling others, and it is easy to disrupt their own fighting rhythm. Therefore, hidden weapons are only considered side skills. However, this basic hidden weapon beginner's guide is still interesting. It records dozens of common images of hidden weapons, plus 18 methods of launching hidden weapons. Although it is rough, it also allows Wei Hong to have some understanding of hidden weapons. Ding! Basic hidden weapon skill proficiency +1, current proficiency is 1 out of 100 for beginners. A message flashed by. Wei Hong couldn't help but smile. As long as the proficiency is displayed, how far is it from reaching the limit? But he didn't plan to work hard on his own. He had already figured out the magic of the golden finger during this period of time. The system can't directly add points to improve strength. Wei Hong can't spend too much vitality on daily skin refining. Therefore, the extra vitality points are the most cost-effective choice to improve combat effectiveness. Ding! Deduct 100 vitality points, basic hidden weapon skill proficiency +100, congratulations on breaking through to the mastery realm. Ding! Deduct 300 vitality points, basic hidden weapon skill proficiency +300, congratulations on breaking through to the small success realm. After adding points twice in a row, it seemed like something was exploding in Wei Hong's mind. The hidden weapon knowledge that he had just memorized was understood and integrated at a terrifying speed. It seemed that his comprehension had increased thousands of times. In a moment, he was already familiar with all kinds of hidden weapon techniques. In a flash, he seemed to have practiced hidden weapons for 3 to 5 years. His left hand grabbed a black iron plum blossom needle like lightning, and he flicked it with his fingers, and the flying needle turned into a residual image and disappeared in the air. The next moment, the flying needle pierced deeply into the courtyard wall with a puff. The wall made of Qinggang stone could not stop this sharp hidden weapon. Awesome! Wei Hong smiled with satisfaction and began to practice continuously. Now that he had taken the first step, the only thing left was his liver. Puff puff puff. One black iron plum blossom needle after another was ejected by him. Wei Hong got used to the practice of this hidden weapon again and again. Seeing his proficiency increasing, he became more satisfied and relieved. If he were to fight Meng Kaishan again at this time, it would certainly not be as difficult as before. He used the broken heart knife to break through the defense and sneak attack, and threatened the opponent's eyes with the plum blossom needle. Relying on his agility, it would only take a little more time to kill him. It's a pity that I can't buy good poison, otherwise I can apply it on the blade and the flying needle, and it will definitely make the enemy die faster. Wei Hong shook his head regretfully. Poison is not difficult to buy, arsenic and the like are sold in pharmacies. Although the government has very strict control over this, it can still be bought if you are willing to spend money. However, these poisons are not good enough for warriors with strong blood and qi. As long as they are not taken orally in large quantities, they will basically not kill immediately. It is even more unrealistic to want to kill someone with a little contamination on the flying needle. Unless you can buy the legendary poison that kills the throat, it will be just a waste of time. This kind of valuable good thing is not something Wei Hong can dream of now. Brother Wei. Xiaoju, who was embroidering under the eaves, couldn't help but envy and asked, "Can I learn this flying needle?" "Yes." Wei Hong answered casually, "But you should lay a good foundation first. Come to the practice room as usual in the evening, and I will start to teach you the standing exercise." "Okay." Xiaoju smiled excitedly. Shulan curled her lips in disdain. Why should a girl learn martial arts? It's right to find a good family to marry. I heard that women who learn martial arts will be big and strong. Be careful that no one will want you in the future. I'm not afraid. Xiaoju snorted coldly. Even if no one wants me for the rest of my life, I still want to learn. Ha ha. Wei Hong shook his head and laughed and didn't care. The two sisters have different personalities, and it is unknown what kind of life they will have in the future. The editor said that the data is a bit poor recently. Please vote and read it. Thank you. The 15th day of the first lunar month. Lantern Festival inside the Wei residence on Tianba Lane. The atmosphere was lively and noisy. Grandma Wei, his grandson, and Grandma Wang's family were sitting together. There was a copper pot on the table. The soup was boiling under the burning charcoal, and it felt like eating hot pot around the stove. We didn't eat well on New Year's Eve, so we'll make up for it during the holiday today. Now that I'm not afraid of Zheng Fuxing, everyone can eat and drink with confidence. Grandma Wang, try this, mutton is a good warming food. On a snowy day, drink some rice wine and pair it with hot boiled mutton. Even if you are a god, you won't change it. Grandpa, try it too. Wei Hong greeted warmly. Old Wei too was happy, enjoying his grandson's filial piety with peace of mind. A mouthful of rice wine and a mouthful of mutton, which makes you feel happy. Grandma Wang, Grandma and grandson are still a little cautious. I don't dare to eat too much meat, and most of the time I only eat vegetables with my meals. Although Chulan Xiaoju was drooling with greed, she always remembered Grandma Wang's teachings and could only eat her rice silently. You have lived here for so long, how come you are still so outspoken? Wei Hong said dissatisfied. Grandma Wang, you are sallow and thin, and your body will collapse if you don't eat more. Xiaolan and Xiaoju are like bean sprouts, and there are too many just eat meat. No, no, no. Xiaoju shook her head desperately. Brother Wei, you can eat it, we don't like meat. Brother Hong, you don't have to say hello, just eat quickly. Grandma Wang also refused with a smile. Old Wei too sighed and put down his chopsticks and said, Sisters from the Wang family, you are too outsider. You won't make us poor if you eat a few pieces of meat. It's just more pairs of chopsticks for more people. It's not a good thing after all. Grandma Wang murmured, Brother Hong protected us and exempted us from rent. Now we don't even have food, you can't say that. Wei Hong said seriously, since we moved here, the three of you, your grandparents, have taken care of all the work here, cleaning, washing and cooking every day, and you have also taken good care of my grandfather. Even if you are a servant, you can't do your best, right? And I'm just providing a place to live. You women don't eat much. The 3 meals a day combined are not as much as what I eat in one meal. Why worry about it too much? Look at Xiaolan and Xiaoju. If they don't eat enough, they won't be able to grow taller than their hair. Aren't you delaying them? Grandma Wang looked embarrassed and ashamed when she heard this. She hesitated to speak, but Wei Hong didn't give her another chance to speak. He cooked a large plate of mutton and put it in front of them, saying, Eat it, there is more. You deserve to take care of our grandson and grandson. I feel ashamed if I don't give you wages.
Thank you, Brother Wei. Chunlun Xiuju happily thanked her. Grandma Wang wiped her tears gratefully and said nothing more. After dinner, Wei Hong continued to practice. The difference is that Xiuju also came to the practice room and began to practice the 13 postures of the tiger in a decent manner. Wei Hong had already started teaching her Qigong a few days ago. Although her movements were stiff and her talent was not very good, the little girl was willing to learn. No one dared to guess what her future achievements would be. Call. Drink. Wei Hong started to refine the skin with iron sand as usual. Now his membrane has become stronger and stronger. The iron sand at ordinary temperature was no longer enough, and after some hard work, there was not much growth. Even when he applied green vitriol oil to his body, he didn't feel much pain. The skin all over his body has been strengthened over and over again, and his strength is no longer what it used to be. In the beginning, I used green vitriol oil to refine skin, and each time I could increase the leather refining progress by 5 points. After my strength breakthrough, it dropped to 2 points, and now it has almost no effect. It seems like we have to find another way to refine the skin. Wei Hong frowned and looked at his attribute board. The leather refining progress shown above is now 27 of 100. It has been 15 days since New Year's Eve, and we are still less than 1/3 of the progress. The progress is getting slower and slower now. If you don't change the method of leather refining, you may not be able to break through to the late stage in even a year and a half. The road to martial arts becomes more and more difficult the further you go. The ancients do not deceive me. Wei Hong had a deeper understanding of this. If he compared himself to a piece of pig iron, it would be easiest to temper it at the beginning. But if you want to beat a piece of pig iron into 10,000 forged steel, it will become more and more difficult the further you go. This principle is similar to martial arts. Fortunately, there are many skin refining methods recorded in 100 refined golden body skill, and now Wei Hong has more choices. Method 1. Take a bellows and add fire to support combustion. Burn some copper blocks in the pot into copper water, and then smear the whole body with hot copper water. Method 2. Take an iron ball and hang it, let it swing left and right and hit itself. Method 3. Find a steep slope where the gravel will roll down. Method 4. Find 3 strong men and beat them all over with maces. The methods recorded in the secret book are more fierce than the last. A little carelessness may cause disability, and even Wei Hong was frightened to see it. But now his strength is not what it used to be. If he wants to become stronger quickly, he has to take some risks. Otherwise, he will not be able to break through to the late stage of skin refining even if he delays for a year and a half. Think twice. Wei Hong finally decided to smear his whole body with copper water to refine his skin. It just so happened that he had been making preparations recently, and the wooden bellows was already ready. After putting a large amount of stone coal and charcoal into the stove of the practice room and lighting it, Wei Hong began to pull the bellows hard, causing the flames to rise fiercely on the stove. Next, he put copper blocks in the big iron pot. Because copper has a lower boiling point than iron, the copper blocks in the iron pot were gradually burned into copper water under the fierce fire. They floated and rolled in the pot like dark golden soup, and each drop carried a chilling high temperature. Generally, warriors in the middle stage of the skin refining realm usually start to refine their skin with boiling oil. Only those who reach the late stage of the skin refining realm dare to try to practice with copper water. And before refining the skin, a special secret medicine must be applied on the body to reduce the corrosion of the copper water to the skin, otherwise it is easy to cause indelible disability. But Wei Hong didn't care. He didn't care about secret medicine or not. He stuffed a towel into his mouth and bit it tightly, and then put his left hand into the copper water regardless of anything. A burning pain came. Wei Hong's eyes widened in pain, clenched his teeth, and trembled all over. He felt as if his skin and flesh had been instantly cooked, and the sizzling white smoke rose up, accompanied by the amazing aroma of barbecue, which shocked Xiuju, who was practicing martial arts. "Brother Wei, are you crazy?" Xiuju exclaimed. It's okay." Wei Hong trembled and retracted his hand. He knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Cold sweat had quietly wet his back at this moment. Looking at his left hand, it was already torn. One hand was wrinkled like a fried chicken claw, and the meat inside was probably 80% cooked. A bit arrogant. Wei Hong smiled bitterly and murmured. "Please vote and read again, Brother Wei. What kind of training method are you doing? Isn't it too dangerous? This copper water looks very hot. Do you want to apply some wound medicine?" Xiuju was chirping in shock. Wei Hong wiped away the cold sweat without saying a word, and had already silently chosen to add some points.
A warm vitality appeared out of thin air and surged into his palms. After a while, his palms felt numb, and the severe pain was reduced by 80% at this moment. Then the flesh and blood began to repair. The surging qi and blood rushed over, and the half-cooked flesh began to regain its vitality. On the surface, the palm of his hand still seemed to be cracked and wrinkled, but Wei Hong knew that the function of his palm had been restored to 80% to 90%, and it would be restored to its original state within a cup of tea, and it would become even more powerful.
I'm fine, you continue to practice.
Wei Hong raised his eyes and comforted Xiao Ju, then without hesitation put the towel into his mouth, and then put his right hand into the big iron pot.
Ah, Wei Hong moaned and groaned in pain.
The veins on his forehead were bulging and the blood was swollen, and his eyes were as ferocious as an evil ghost crawling out of hell.
Xiao Ju was so frightened that she was still in the mood to continue practicing?
She hesitated several times to persuade her, but in the end she couldn't.
I can only watch helplessly as Wei Hong seeks death again and again.
After cooking his left hand, he cooked his right hand. After cooking the right hand, cook the left hand.
People who didn't know better thought he was frying chicken legs.
The temperature of the copper water is too high, so it's not suitable for washing the whole body right away. Let's slowly start washing it with both hands first. It will take less life to repair the hands. Wait until the palms adapt to this temperature, and then slowly advance to other places. Wei Hong made plans silently in his heart. I soon discovered that my idea was right. Although he only trained his hands, his skin refining progress actually increased by 2 points in a row, which shows that the copper water skin refining method is indeed effective.
After boiling it dozens of times,
Wei Hong's hands grew at a terrifying speed. In the end, he could actually sink his hand into the copper water without feeling much pain. It was as if the skin and flesh of his palm had already adapted to the temperature and became as powerful as a diamond.
Bang bang bang!
Wei Hong's hands collided, and there was an inexplicable sound of metal collision. I wonder if the skin on his palms was contaminated with too much copper water. There was a faint copper color, and the flesh and blood were much tighter and stronger than before.
If you keep practicing like this, you won't make yourself into a bronze man, right?
Wei Hong teased, somewhat dumbfounded. It was already very late. He thought for a while and finally decided to call it a day and rest.
Xiao Juqian, go to bed first and don't practice for too long.
Wei Hong casually warned, you are thin and don't have enough energy and blood. You can only practice the first movement of 13 postures of the tiger repeatedly.
Do not practice other movements forcefully. I know brother Wei, you go and wash up.
Xiaoju said sensibly, I'll clean up here first before going to rest.
That's fine. Wei Hong was not polite either.
He habitually walked to the patio, took advantage of the darkness to get 2 buckets of ice water to wash away the stains on his body, and then returned to his room to change his clothes and prepare to rest. But in the dead of night, suddenly, a firework slowly rose into the sky, and finally exploded in the night sky. The gorgeous firelight formed a tiger head pattern that lasted for a long time, illuminating several surrounding cities.
A cloud-piercing arrow, thousands of troops and horses come to meet? Wei Hong's expression suddenly changed.
The fireworks technology in the Zhou dynasty has long been very mature. People set off fireworks every night from the first lunar month to the Lantern Festival, so this fireworks does not look strange. But only those who hang out on the streets know that these are fireworks used by the Huda gang to shake people up. It is clearly stated in the gang rules that once you see fireworks, no matter what you are doing, you must rush to your respective hall to support them, otherwise you will be sentenced to gang punishment. The crime is punishable by 3 swords and 6 holes. At the same time, Wei Hong also heard the sound of whistles coming from the street.
There were also faint shouts of killing. The Tiger Head gang is blowing the whistle?
Wei Hong took a breath, his eyes flashed with surprise and uncertainty, and finally he seemed to have thought of something, and gradually became firmer.
After a while, the sleeping old Wei was awakened. Grandma Wang and Chunlan, who were staying up late doing embroidery, also walked out of the house.
Something happened.
Wei Hongyan said concisely, the Tiger Head gang released the cloud-piercing arrow.
They must have started a fight with other gangs, and it was probably a sudden attack. Although it is not yet clear which gang it is very large. The probability is that it's the Viper Gang or the Blood Crow Gang.
Tianbao Lane is located at the intersection of East Street and West Street. It is easy for people to take advantage of it. Don't go out.
If you encounter bandits fighting outside, don't pay attention.
Don't light up lights at home.
When everyone heard this, they all gasped in fright. Listening to the noisy shouts of killing outside, it can be seen that the battle is definitely not small.
Judging from Wei Hong's tone, does he want to go out and fight? Isn't this crazy? Brother Hong, don't go. Grandma Wang urged anxiously, you are just a pig butcher. Even if you don't go, no one will find out. Why do you need to be cannon fodder? That's right, Brother Wei. How many gang fights over the years have not been bloody and bloody? It's such a mess at night, it's too dangerous. Xiao Ju persuaded anxiously. Xunlan couldn't help but panic, who will protect us if you leave? What if someone comes in? Wei Hong glanced at her coldly. Then he looked at old Wei silently. The old man's eyes were filled with deep worry, but he was a man after all. He understood that Wei Hong sometimes needed to go against the wind, so he could not bear it and did not persuade him. Do I have to go? Old Wei said in a trembling voice. I must go. Wei Hong said with a firm look in his eyes, if the Tiger Head Gang really goes to war with the Blood Crow Gang, Zheng Fuxing will definitely go to the battle. The chaos is the best time to get rid of him. If you don't take what God gives you, you will suffer the consequences. If you don't welcome the time, you will suffer the consequences. God has created such a good opportunity for me. If I don't take action, it will be a pity. Grandpa, don't worry, I will come back alive. After saying that, Wei Hong turned and left. His eyes were firm and calm, and his heart was cold. He practiced dragon slaying skills day and night, so why should he be afraid of the sword being unsheathed today? The threat of Zheng Fuxing has been hanging over Wei Hong's head, making him uneasy day and night, for fear that he would be found and attacked by the other party one day. Now the outside world is in chaos. Even though Wei Hong didn't know anything, he was ready to go out and find out. If there was a chance to take action, he would not miss it. Being a cannon fodder? He was not interested. But Zheng Fuxing must die tonight. In the night, Wei Hong disappeared from the street in a few flashes. He walked in the streets and alleys of Anlafang with ease and soon saw the chaotic battlefield. On the street, many hooligans wearing the clothes of the Blood Crow Gang and the Tiger Head Gang were fighting frantically. Many of the temporary outside gang members tied cloth strips on their arms to distinguish between enemies and friends. The Blood Crow Gang tied red cloth strips, and the Tiger Head Gang tied white cloth strips. At a glance, there were shouts of killing everywhere, and the situation had already become a mess. Kill, 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 brothers, hold on, hold them all for me. The damn Blood Crow Gang dares to make a sneak attack? Do you really think that our Tiger Head Gang is a soft persimmon? Chop them into pieces. If you kill one, I will be rewarded 10 taels. Kill them. Bursts of shouts of killing came from the streets everywhere. The Huda Gang was attacked in Anlafang's casinos, brothels, rice shops, restaurants, and even major branches. Rows of armored city patrols gathered in key neighborhoods. They watched the two gangs fighting with cold eyes, showing no intention of stopping them. There were even a few people dressed as military generals drinking and eating meat in a nearby restaurant, chatting and laughing while condescendingly watching the farce, as if they were looking at the chess pieces on a chessboard. Chaos, really chaos. Wei Hong jumped up to a loft of a wealthy family along the street and looked around. I saw thousands of gang members fighting with my own eyes, and I also saw wealthy families organizing servants to protect them. There were also many desperados taking advantage of the situation to rob them in the dark, and brutally broke into civilians' homes to kill and steal goods. In this regard, Wei Hong felt calm and didn't want to pay attention to it. Everyone has his own destiny, and no matter how powerful he is, he cannot suppress such a huge riot by himself. He doesn't care about the city guards, so how can he be so strong? If he hadn't guessed that there was a fight between the Blood Crow Gang and the Tiger Head Gang tonight, he would never have stepped out of his house. Now he has only one goal: to kill Zheng Fuxing. But how to find the other party becomes another problem. The Sifan gambling shop where Zheng Fuxing is located was the first business opened by the Blood Crow Gang after they entered Amal Square. They came from other shops, so their own property will definitely be wary of sneak attacks by others. In other words, he will probably be in Sifan gambling house. Let's go look for it first. If you really can't find it, arrest a few Blood Crow gangsters and question them. Wei Hong quickly cleared his thoughts. In this chaotic situation, a clear mind is the first element. He glanced around again, his body blending into the night like a ghost, quietly avoiding one battlefield after another, and heading straight to the Sifan casino. Fortunately, Wei Hong grew up in Anlafang. He knew every street and alley. In addition, after practicing martial arts, his ears and eyesight were sharp, and any slightest disturbance could not escape his ears. Therefore, he easily avoided the conflict area and successfully arrived at the street where Sifan gambling house was located. The fighting was also fierce on this street. Hundreds of people were fighting here non-stop.
From time to time during the fierce fighting, some people fell to the ground and died. The sight of broken limbs and arms everywhere was frightening. The air was filled with the strong smell of fresh blood.
The gambling house door is open.
A group of Tiger Head gang members, led by a middle-aged strong man, were rushing forward in an attempt to completely capture the casino. Zheng Fuxing led his men to defend with difficulty, and the entire gambling hall was already in chaos.
Found you.
Wei Hong's mouth curled up slightly, and he lay silently in the darkness of an attic, staring at his prey like a poisonous snake.
He is not in a hurry to take action. After all, the situation is still unclear.
His goal was just to kill Zheng Fuxing. Whether the Tiger Head gang or the Blood Crow gang won, Wei Hong actually didn't care. All he had to do now was wait.
Damn it, how dare an outsider run wild in Anlafang?
Who gave you the courage?
The middle-aged man waved a copper hammer, and the fierce force forced Zheng Fuxing to retreat continuously.
He also has a long sword in his hand, and his sword skills are very good. Wei Hong silently observed the fight between the two men and secretly compared it with Meng Kaishan. Zheng Fuxing's arm strength is up to 1,200 kilograms, which is the limit of ordinary people. His sword skills also have some merits, but they are still not as good as my perfect 5 beast fist. His physical skills are quite good. When fighting, he actually likes to use a desperate fighting style that damages both sides. He is indeed a ruthless character who has been a bandit. Wei Hong roughly analyzed a thing or two, and gradually felt confident. When he broke through on New Year's Eve, his arm strength was 900 kilograms. After half a month, I have steadily gained 8 or 9 kilograms every day, and now I have about 1,000 and dozens of kilograms of strength. Although there are still some slight differences between the two. But this gap is too small, and boxing and body skills alone can be enough to make up for it. What's more, Zheng Fuxing has gone through a tough battle now.
Brothers, hold on. Maid, why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet?
While Zheng Fuxing was cursing, a group of people came galloping from a distance.
These were naturally reinforcements from the Blood Crow gang.
There were only 20 or 30 of them, but they were all covered in blood. It was obvious that they had just experienced a hard battle. Kill! These people rushed into the battlefield screaming. The Tiger Head gang, who originally had the advantage, immediately fell into a disadvantage. Seeing that 7 or 8 of his brothers had fallen, the middle-aged man could only grit his teeth helplessly, waved his hand, and led his men to fight and retreat.
What a bastard!
Zheng Fuxing spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm and rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "The injured brother stayed behind at the gambling house. The others who can still move follow me. I will give you all the offal from the Tiger Head gang tonight.
Destroy it."
Yes. The morale of the Blood Crow gang's minions suddenly soared.
Zheng Fuxing was eager to establish his authority and naturally refused to miss this opportunity.
He sneered and led his men to pursue him hard.
Wei Hong's eyes moved slightly, wanting to follow him immediately.
But when I saw the gambling house with only 5 or 6 minions left to guard it after the war, I couldn't help but chuckle.
Isn't this a coincidence? The last time I made a heartbreaking knife, I was short of money. I didn't expect to encounter such a pleasant surprise. Money is the foundation of cultivation. Since it's the enemy's stuff, I won't be polite.
Wei Hong flashed to the street, half-crouched and changed the robe of a corpse to himself, and cut a piece of cloth to cover his mouth and nose.
In this way, no one could recognize him.
Hearing the sound of fighting had faded away, he sneered and rushed directly into the gambling house.
Who?
The face of the Blood Crow gang members who were bandaging the wound changed drastically. But before they reached out to grab the knife, Wei Hong had already flashed and hit them fiercely.
Puff!
2 strong men were knocked out on the spot. They were like being hit by a brown bear. Not only were their bones and muscles broken, but their internal organs were also shattered.
They fell on the wall and vomited blood.
The faces of the others changed drastically and they struggled to fight. But Wei Hong appeared beside them in a few flashes.
Puff, puff, puff.
A heartbreaking knife flashed with cold light, stabbing or cutting. The next moment, several people covered their necks in pain. Wei Hong cut and stabbed their necks, hearts, aortas and other important parts of their bodies.
A small knife took their lives in an instant.
After a few breaths, blood began to splatter. The gambling house, which was already in chaos, was even more bloody at this moment. Wei Hong slowly stood up, looking at the only survivor here with a smile.
Please vote and read more. Don't kill me, don't kill me.
Master, please don't kill me. I have an old man above me and a young man below me. Please be merciful. In a pool of blood, a skinny middle-aged man with a broken left arm knelt down in fear and begged for mercy.
He was crying and embarrassed, obviously frightened.
After all, Wei Hong only took a few breaths from the time he appeared to when he killed everyone here.
How can such a terrifying murderer not frighten people? Money! Wei Hong uttered one word in a hoarse voice.
The skinny middle-aged man understood immediately and said hurriedly, I said, all the money in the casino is in the backyard warehouse, and the key is in Master Zhang's hand. He hasn't finished speaking yet. A knife had already been thrust into his throat.
Aha!
The skinny middle-aged man covered his neck with a look of disbelief.
Obviously he doesn't understand why the other party still kills people when he has been so cooperative.
Wei Hong didn't bother to explain too much to him. Most of the people in the Blood Crow gang did evil things, and he also knew the guy in front of him. He was also a person who oppressed good people and did all kinds of evil, and he killed people without injustice.
After repeatedly hitting the target to confirm that there were no survivors, Wei Hong did not go searching for loot immediately.
Instead, they searched up and down, left and right, and then headed straight to the warehouse after confirming that there were no survivors. Under normal circumstances, all major gambling houses submit their accounts to the main hall every 5 days.
The Blood Crow gang's surprise attack on the Tiger Head gang was secretive.
In order not to leak information, they would not specifically transfer gambling funds. Therefore, when Wei Hong violently broke open the warehouse door, what he saw was a large box of silver and a small box of silver notes. And 3 boxes of copper coins.
So many? Wei Hong took a breath.
Looting the Xifang casino was his temporary plan. Firstly, he took the opportunity to earn some cultivation resources, and secondly, he robbed him of ill-gotten wealth. Even if he lost so much money after the failed assassination of Zhang Fuxing, it was enough to make him unable to survive in the Blood Crow gang. But he never expected such a big surprise. After a cursory search, Wei Hong concluded that the amount of silver here would be no less than 8,000 taels. There are about more than 1,000 taels of silver ingots, 5 or 6,000 silver notes, and at least 700 or 800 copper coins.
Damn it, is it so profitable to open a casino?
Wei Hong weighed the silver ingot in his hand, with a complicated look on his face. You know, half a year ago he was still worrying about his daily livelihood.
Now I have access to hundreds of taels and thousands of taels at every turn. Thinking about it, it really feels like a dream. With so much money, he and his grandfather can live comfortably for the rest of their lives, right? But if you want to use it for martial arts training, I'm afraid you won't be able to buy anything good. Casinos definitely can't make so much money just by pumping money. They probably make it by lending money.
Wei Hong frowned and thought for a moment, then decided to take them all away without giving a cent to the Blood Crow gang.
Leave. However, it is not easy to take away all the boxes with so many boxes.
Wei Hong thought over and over again and immediately decided to keep the 2 boxes of silver ingots and banknotes for himself. It's hard to get rid of too many copper coins, but it would be nice to use them to do good deeds another day.
As for taking them away, it's not difficult.
There is an alley behind the gambling house leading directly to Zhuke Street. There are many wealthy families living here, and the rich man's house where Wei Hong secretly buried his body last time is among them. All he needs to do is hide all the boxes in them and then access them after avoiding the limelight. Just do it. He first stuffed all the banknotes into his clothes. Then tie the box with strips of cloth. Relying on the strength of more than 1,000 kilograms in one arm, he easily took the box away from the gambling house.
Before leaving, he also sprinkled strong wine and fire oil.
The Xifang gambling house was set on fire immediately. Then Wei Hong quickened his pace to avoid the chaos of the war, and easily delivered the boxes to the Liu family's mansion on Zhuke Street, where he found an empty warehouse and stacked them randomly. He wasn't worried about his stuff being discovered. When I first came here, it was a rich man's house, with only an old servant guarding it. Most people wouldn't come here to search, and the old servant didn't have the energy to look after so many rooms. Secondly, he had already taken away most of the banknotes, so even if the box was discovered, it wouldn't hurt him.
After some arrangements, Wei Hong quickly retreated. At this moment, Xifang Casino was already on fire.
The fire not only alarmed the city guards, but also the top leaders of the Tiger Head gang and the Blood Crow gang. Many people were secretly angry and abusive, and the situation became increasingly chaotic.
Wei Hong went and came back again to the entrance of Xifang Casino.
He randomly found a place to lie down and hide his body, waiting quietly for the enemy to return. As the small boss of the casino, Zhang Fuxing's first priority in this chaotic situation must be to defend the casino.
He rashly went out to chase the enemy. How dare he sit idly by and ignore the chaos in the rear? Really? No more tea time.
Zhang Fuxing retreated with a dozen people in a panic.
When he saw the raging fire in the casino, he couldn't help but jump in anger. Who is it? Damn it, didn't I ask Zhang Ergu and the others to stay behind? How did it catch on fire? Where are they?
Master Zhang, since the casino is on fire, they are afraid something has happened. A strong man said cautiously, let's put out the fire first.
Yes, put out the fire, go put out the fire. Zhang Fuxing growled anxiously.
The group of people began to hurriedly find water to put out the fire. They aggressively kicked open the nearby shop and restaurant, got buckets of water, and started working.
The scene became even more chaotic for a while.
Zhang Fuxing was so anxious that his mouth was bubbling, and he wanted to risk his life to rush into the sea of fire. He had just established a firm foothold in the capital of gods, and was originally thinking about showing off his position and prestige. Who would have thought that the backyard would have caught fire for no reason?
Now the casino is on fire. The gambling money in the warehouse is also unknown.
If he can't put out the fire and bring the gambling money out safely, Zhang Fuxing can hardly imagine what will happen to him. His heart is already filled with fear at this moment, and he didn't notice that there was danger lurking not far away from him. Wei Hong was lying in the pile of corpses, and he didn't care about the hustle and bustle on the street. He closed his eyes and silently sensed everything around him, and also noticed Zhang Fuxing's anxiety and helplessness. This guy has been fighting and running around, and suddenly suffered such a drastic change. Not only is his physical strength seriously exhausted, but even his mental strength, spirit, and vigilance have been reduced to the freezing point. At this time, I am afraid that he doesn't even have 60% of his usual strength.
Now!
Wei Hong roared in his heart. His body was like a bowstring with accumulated strength. He suddenly pushed his hand and jumped, and instantly appeared behind Zhang Fuxing.
Lightning punches and kicks came like a storm. Who? Master Zhang, be careful! Amidst the exclamations,
Zhang Fuxing didn't even have time to draw his sword, and was so scared that he raised his hand to deal with it. In this lightning moment, he couldn't figure out Wei Hong's background, and for a moment he didn't know how to defend himself.
He was instantly hit by 7 kicks, 3 punches, and a knife. Puff!
Zhang Fuxing took 3 steps back and knelt on one knee on the ground.
He covered his right abdomen and vomited blood in embarrassment. Master Zhang, are you okay?
Damn it, brothers, grab your weapons. Be careful, it's a bit tricky. The sudden fight alarmed the Blood Crow gang members who were trying to put out the fire. They drew their swords and surrounded them from all directions, cursing. Each of them had fierce and ruthless eyes, and they were all desperate criminals who had been fighting for years. But Wei Hong was not afraid at all. He stared at Zhang Fuxing, who was kneeling on one knee on the ground, with a smile on his face, and his eyes were full of coldness.
Who are you?
Zhang Fuxing gritted his teeth and asked, when did the Tiger Head Gang have a hidden head and a tail like you?
I'm not from the Tiger Head Gang. Wei Hong deliberately sneered in a hoarse voice. You?
Zhang Fuxing's face suddenly changed.
If he is not from the Tiger Head Gang, there is only one possibility. Are you the mastermind who killed my brother?
Zhang Fuxing stared and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. He never thought that the other party had been secretly watching him. And he came to him at this chaotic time.
How dare you?
Zhang Fuxing became more and more angry as he thought about it, and he couldn't help but said madly, I haven't taken the initiative to find you to kill you, but you dare to come to my door, go to hell. Swish! He suddenly drew his sword out of the sheath and prepared to fight back.
But the next moment, Wei Hong rushed over like a cannonball.
After knocking away 2 strong men who blocked the road, he attacked Zhang Fuxing like crazy. He didn't show any trace of the 5 beast fist. He only used the most primitive and rough fists and feet to attack, but he left a trail of afterimages, and a series of fists and feet fell wildly, as if it was a storm that directly submerged Zhang Fuxing.
Get out of here!
Zhang Fuxing hurriedly drew his sword to resist. Ding ding ding! A series of metal and iron clanging sounds rang out one after another. The 2 men collided with each other crazily, the long sword and the small sword kept colliding and sparks were emitted, and then blood splashed. The fierce battle made it impossible for anyone to intervene. After a few breaths, the 2 separated again. Wei Hong was still safe and sound, but his blood and qi were boiling and almost burst his robes, and the evil spirit on his body almost turned into substance. Zhang Fuxing was a bit miserable, he had a few more wounds on his body. And these wounds were all in the abdomen, and the wounds penetrated deep into the lungs. Although the strong who had perfected the skin refining could control the contraction of the membrane and close the wound to prevent the loss of blood, Wei Hong was too vicious and pierced his internal organs with one knife after another. So that his internal organs were bleeding crazily now. No matter how strong his vitality was, it was difficult for the gods to save him. You? Zheng Fuxing's body was shaky. Big mouthfuls of blood spurted out of his mouth and nose, and even his breathing was unstable. Die! Wei Hong was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and rushed over fiercely again. Zheng Fuxing slashed with a knife in panic, hoping to force him back and escape, but Wei Hong raised his hand and grabbed him. Ding! The long knife fell on his palm, as if it was slashing on a piece of iron. Not only was he clamped on the spot, but also sparks flew out. It's over. No time to think about it. The next moment, the heartbreaking knife passed, and Zhang Fuxing's heart was directly pierced. He stared with unwilling eyes, slowly fell to the ground and died. Wei Hong silently wiped the blood on the heartbreaking knife on his clothes, and then turned his head carelessly to look at other people. These scoundrels of the Blood Crow gang had already been scared to the point of numbness, and their faces were alert, but they didn't dare to come forward. Swish, swish, swish. Wei Hong was too lazy to talk nonsense, and raised his hand to greet with a burst of flying needles. The flying needles flashed in the dark night and hit everyone instantly. Ah! Amid the screams, the gangsters all covered their eyes and wailed in pain. Wei Hong rushed into the crowd like a ghost, easily harvested their lives and then withdrew. In the blink of an eye, the street in front of the Sifan casino was already full of dead bodies. Great revenge! This time, it can be regarded as a comfort to Uncle Lu's spirit in heaven. At the same time, a threat was completely solved and some money was made. With 3 birds with 1 stone, Wei Hong felt very happy and even walked a little lighter. Let's go back first, the streets are still too chaotic. After going back, think about whether there are any omissions tonight, and at the same time, the battle with Zheng Fuxing must be reviewed. Wei Hong murmured in his heart, and after confirming that no one was following him, he was ready to walk towards Tianba Lane, but just when he turned into an alley, he met a person. To be precise, it was a masked man. He was tall and wearing night clothes, with cold eyes, holding a knife dripping with blood in his hand, and there were more than a dozen disciples of the Tiger Head Gang on the ground. Ha! The other party was also stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect to meet the same masked man in the middle of the night. Interesting, what are you doing? The masked man said hoarsely. Wei Hong didn't say anything, but his hand hidden in his sleeve silently grasped the handle of the knife, and at the same time, he looked at the other party vigilantly. This man gave him a very familiar feeling. It seemed that he had seen him somewhere, but it seemed very strange. The voice was obviously deliberately disguised, and people couldn't hear anything. Passing by. Wei Hong also answered in a hoarse voice, "You have your own things to do, and I have my own things to do. Can we keep out of each other's way?" "Okay, please." The masked man chuckled. "Please." Wei Hong stepped forward without fear. He walked forward along the alley as usual. Until they passed each other, both of them attacked at the same time. Ding! The heartbroken knife touched the opponent's long knife 3 times in a row. Wei Hong didn't think twice and pressed down, and the knife in his hand attacked the opponent's bottom lane frantically. The masked man exclaimed and was forced to retreat again and again. "Come again!" The masked man roared, holding the knife with both hands and slashed horizontally. Wei Hong dodged flexibly, sometimes as light as a white crane, sometimes jumping like a monkey, constantly wandering around the opponent, looking for an opportunity to fight in close combat. It happened that this man's knife skills were outstanding, and he was able to defend himself without leaking a drop of water. At the same time, his strength was also stronger than Zhang Fuxing. In a dozen breaths, Wei Hong fought with him for dozens of moves. Every move was dangerous, and he didn't get any advantage at all. Awesome! Wei Hong secretly admired in his heart, Chengdu is indeed a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There is nothing to be proud of for killing Zheng Fuxing by sneak attack. I am still too weak. Ha ha! The masked man also sneered, good skills. If it were somewhere else, I would definitely fight you well, but forget it today. You don't want to alarm others and make both of us unable to escape, right? Of course, I said that we should keep out of each other's way. Wei Hong replied. Okay. The masked man didn't say anything more. The two of them slowly retreated face to face, and turned away when they were far apart. This inexplicable conflict ended here. Wei Hong didn't know who the other party was from beginning to end, why he wanted to kill the people of the Tiger Head Gang, and he didn't even recognize his martial arts moves. But in the lightning-fast fight just now, Wei Hong still saw a little feature of this person. Half of the nail on his left little finger was black, like a bruise caused by a heavy object.
He quietly memorized this information.
If he sees this person in the future, he will at least be alert in advance. Winter goes and spring comes, time flies.
Fast forward to mid-March.
Although the weather in early spring is still bitterly cold, it is still somewhat better than winter. The heavy snow that shrouded the divine capital all day long has slowly dissipated. The refugees gathered outside the city have finally been properly resettled. The court spent a lot of money to send people to escort them back to their hometowns, and the public security in major cities in Chengdu immediately improved a lot, no longer like the chaos of the past.
As for the last conflict between the Tiger Head Gang and the Blood Crow Gang, it's just a game between big guys.
Thousands of people were killed and injured, and even a splash of water could not be raised in this huge capital. Wei Hong returned to his former peaceful life. He kills pigs, practices martial arts every day, and occasionally goes to the martial arts gym for sparring. Now that he has become stronger and stronger, he has obtained thousands of taels of stolen money from the casino. Although he has plenty of money, he is too lazy to go to the martial arts studio to make money every day. Most of the time, he just goes to the tea house to drink tea and spend the day. A pot of tea and a few plates of side dishes.
One person and one friend were sitting alone on the second floor of the tea house.
It is a good enjoyment to sit and watch the people coming and going in the street, and listen to the storyteller on the stage describing the changes in the court, the battles between the martial arts forces, and the wonders everywhere. Speaking of the heavy snowfall last winter, the disaster spread across the 4 prefectures of Su, Qing, Sang, and Chang.
Hundreds of millions of people were affected, and the number of casualties was countless.
During this period, vassal kings from various places had rebellions from time to time, and the barbarians in the borderlands continued to raid and plunder. The largest group of rebels belonged to the King of Wei.
This King of Wei is a younger brother of today's generation. He is only 22 years old.
Not only does he own the fiefdom of Shuzhou, which has a strong folk custom, but he is also rich and powerful. The Tianyun Chamber of Commerce provides him with military supplies and armor, and he has millions of troops to sweep through all the states.
Like a roll. Now that Mizhou, Suzhou and other places have been captured by the rebels, the adults in the court are still arguing over who should lead the army to put down the rebellion. It is really sad. On stage, the storyteller narrates with emotion as he shakes his head. The audience either cursed or lamented the end of the dynasty. Turning around, he only cared about what he was going to eat at night. Anyway, if the sky falls, there will be a tall man to hold it up. The Shou dynasty has been in constant rebellion for 800 years, and I have never heard of anyone being able to capture the divine capital, so there is no need to worry too much. After all, it's not you who is unlucky in the end. Prosperity, the people are suffering. Death, the people are suffering. Wei Hong couldn't help but sigh. After the great disaster, there was military chaos again.
I don't know how terrifying it would be to see 10 houses and 9 empty houses in other states exchanging children for food.
Fortunately, we were born in God.
Although he started out in poverty, he managed to survive the day with enough food and clothing.
That makes sense.
Lin Weixing agreed with a smile. You are becoming more and more compassionate, like a scholar. Now you don't look like a pig butcher, but more like a young man from a powerful and wealthy family.
Uncle Lin, don't make fun of me.
Wei Hong laughed dumbly. I actually like to kill pigs. I don't have to sit around in the camp every day. When I have free time, I can meet up with 2 friends to drink tea and listen to books, or go to Gulan to listen to music.
Isn't that right? Beautiful?
You are quite smart.
Lin Weisheng continued to joke, but you should also consider getting married and having children, right?
You will be 17 soon, and you will be crowned next year.
Ordinary farm children have children at your age, but your grandfather is very anxious.
Speaking of which,
Wei Hong couldn't help but feel a headache secretly.
Old Wei Tu saw that his family was getting richer and richer. Naturally, he was looking forward to holding his great-grandson every day when he was full and warm, but Wei Hong had no interest in getting married and having children, so he wasted his time searching for a woman of the right age for the parents of the Li family.
You just have a high spirit.
Lin Weixing drank tea and pointed out, you can make a good living by killing pigs. Now that you have successfully practiced martial arts and found a powerful person to affiliate with, your life will get better and better. Although you are not worthy of a high-ranking family, but it's okay to find an innocent woman from a small family to be your legal wife. As the saying goes, the most unfilial thing is to have no offspring. For the sake of the old man, you should get married as soon as possible.
The Lu Dong family of Lu Ji clothing shop on West Street has a daughter.
She is now 15 and tall, and the Ludong family is also interested in you. When Wei Hong heard this, he quickly raised his hand to stop him. He shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. Uncle Lin, are you here to be a lobbyist for my grandpa? I said, why do you have time to drink tea with me? That's it. There's nothing I can do about it. Old Wei heads to me every day to complain. Lin Wei said confidently, as your elder, you have to help me out. My matter is not urgent. Wei Hong refused with a smile. He really has no interest in girls who are 15 or 16 years old. Forget it. Lin Weisheng was also a sensible person. He casually changed the subject and said, I heard about an interesting thing happening in the slums recently. There was a kind man who came from nowhere and threw money into the homes of poor households every night. What do you think? Isn't it weird? Oh? Is there such a thing? Wei Hong pretended to be surprised. No. Lin Weisheng took a sip of tea and continued, do you remember Lao Lu who used to sell awful soup on the street? He was seriously ill and had no money to treat him. His family was crying every day, and they had already prepared straw mats. Mingyi was ready to do something, but he received several large bunches of copper coins at night. In the past few days, I have been treated at a medical center, and I have come back to life and started jumping around. Now I burn incense at home every day to pray for my benefactor. I don't know who was so kind. Wei Hong raised his eyebrows and smiled without saying a word. Who can be so kind these days when everyone is in danger? Isn't it just that he took the gambling money from the Blood Crow Gang's Sifan gambling house and had 3 large boxes of copper coins with nowhere to spend it? After the limelight passed, he might as well take advantage of the night to send warmth. These copper coins are not much, but they can help many people. It was just a matter of convenience, so it can be considered as a good deed. And Lin Weisheng suddenly said in a serious tone, I just heard that the leader of the Zhengyi Hall of the Tiger Head Gang died of a serious illness this morning. The news has just spread. You should be careful. Wei Hong paused while drinking tea and frowned subconsciously. He naturally understood what Lin Weisheng meant. The last time the Blood Crow Gang attacked the Tiger Head Gang, it was rumored that the leader of the Zhengyi Hall dragged his sick body, which had not yet recovered, to force the leader of the Disha Hall of the Blood Crow Gang to retreat, and then disappeared without a trace. Now 2 months have passed, and he still couldn't hold on. In this way, others may not have any trouble, but there will definitely be turmoil within the Zhengyi Hall. Several deputy hall masters will probably beat their brains out in order to fight for power. At the same time, Zhuji Neat Shop will definitely be implicated. The big boss and the second boss were not on good terms. Now that Zhu Sihai's backer died suddenly, will the second boss Tan Fei take the opportunity to stir up trouble? Thank you Uncle Lin for your advice. You are really well informed. Wei Hong couldn't help but sigh. You are still in the mood to joke? Lin Weisheng said unhappily, you should think about yourself. If you are troubled, you should change your place as soon as possible. What are you afraid of? When the enemy comes, the general will stop him, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. Wei Hong smiled indifferently, and his heart was even calmer. He is no longer the same as before, so why should he be afraid of a small-scale turmoil? Please vote and read. In the evening Wei Hong returned to Tianbao Lane with a box of cakes and a bag of braised beef. The children in the lane were playing and fighting, and the neighbors were eating and drinking. These real human fireworks made him feel good every time he saw them. Brother Hong, you're back. You can't call me Brother Hong, you have to call me Wei the Butcher. Ha, old Wei has a good grandson. As they walked along, the neighbors joked and joked. While Wei Hong was greeting happily, he took out candy from his arms and gave it to the children. Soon, all the children in the lane crowded over happily. It has been a few months since we moved here. The Wei family has gradually integrated into this place, and the atmosphere between the neighbors is very harmonious and friendly. Look, look! Aunt Wang next door said happily, Brother Hong brings candy to the children every now and then, you are going to spoil them. It's not worth much. Wei Hong smiled indifferently. After the children reluctantly asked him to leave, he returned home. At this time, Grandma Wang and her grandchildren had already cooked dinner. Chunlan and Xiuju saw him coming back. One took the cakes and beef from him, and the other hurriedly brought a basin of water. Brother Wei, wash your hands, you can eat soon. Xiuju said with a smile. Don't be so troublesome, I'll go to the well to wash my hands by myself. Wei Hong said dissatisfiedly, don't always think of yourself as a servant, it's too formal. I'm happy to do so. Xiuju smiled. Wei Hong shook his head and said nothing more. Just as he was about to invite everyone to have dinner together, Xiuju put down the basin and took out a set of blue brocade clothes from the house, saying, "Brother Wei, try this set of clothes first. I made it for you. If it doesn't fit, I will change it." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Wei Hong didn't refuse again. He often bought some cloth to take home. Grandma Wang and her grandchildren were very skillful. His and his grandfather's clothes were all sewn by them, which were more comfortable than the ready-made clothes in the general tailor shop. The brocade clothes sewn by Xiuju this time were also good. Not only were the stitches fine and the layers clear, but the inner layer also had specially designed hidden pockets. The joints of the hands and feet were also widened, which was just right for a warrior like him who needed to show off his skills. Just right. Wei Hong tried it and said, "No need to change it, just like this. Everyone, let's eat first. I bought Lin Ji's braised beef today." Yes, let's eat first, I'm starving." "Wow, it smells so good." Laughter and joy suddenly rang out in the small courtyard. Wei Hong is now well off, and there are 3 or 5 dishes on the table every day. Pork, mutton, fish, and beef are constantly available every day, and the oil and water are very sufficient. Grandma Wang's face is also much rosier than before. Xunlan and Xiuju are no longer as thin as before, and are becoming more and more like a graceful young lady. They even successfully joined the embroidery room of Hongyun Chamber of Commerce as embroiderers. Now the 2 of them can earn 2 or 3 taels of hard-earned money every month. Grandma Wang's family is gradually getting better off. The life now is really something I dare not even dream of. Grandma Wang remembered something while eating, and couldn't help wiping away tears. "Thanks to the kindness of you 2 grandparents, otherwise Sister Wang, look at what you said, and you said these again." Old Wei hurriedly comforted her. Wei Hong also hurriedly picked up some food to stop her sighing, and said, "Grandma Wang, don't say these depressing words, come on, keep eating." Okay, keep eating." The guests and hosts had a happy meal. After eating, Wei Hong immediately devoted himself to practicing martial arts. For 2 months, he practiced hard every day, refining his skin with various rough means day and night. The skin membranes all over his body suffered hellish torture, which was even more terrifying than going through a mountain of knives and a pot of oil. Growth under pain is also very rapid. Although his progress in refining his skin was getting slower and slower, after 2 months, he finally reached the limit of the middle stage of refining his skin. Tonight is the best time for him to break through. "I have to shed my skin again." Wei Hong asked Xiuju to stay outside the training room and not allow anyone to disturb him. He lit the furnace as usual, pulled the bellows and started to boil the molten iron. This time he didn't use copper water, but specially asked the blacksmith to make a new pot mixed with some black iron, and then put the iron block in to start boiling. Iron has a higher melting point than copper, and the temperature required is also higher. Wei Hong took great efforts to melt the iron block into liquid. Then he began to put his palm into the molten iron. Zzz. A burst of white smoke rose, accompanied by severe pain. Wei Hong did not wail, and even his expression did not change at all. After washing his whole body with copper water every day for such a long time, his skin membrane had already been as hard as if it was coated with layers of copper water, and his endurance had already been qualitatively improved. This kind of pain was nothing to him. Of course, the effect of iron water on skin refining was also amazing. After a while, Wei Hong once again experienced the pain of skin and flesh being torn apart and blood and flesh being boiled. This kind of pain was 100 times more terrible than Ling Qi. If it were not for the continuous restoration of vitality, he would not dare to be so reckless. Gradually, Wei Hong began to splash the iron water all over his body. He did not miss any place and kept applying high-temperature iron water. The pain began to increase exponentially. Even though Wei Hong had long been accustomed to the severe pain, he could not help but grit his teeth and look hideous at this moment. Unfortunately, after a while, the skin refining progress was still stuck at 99 out of 100. The last step restricted him tightly, and he couldn't break through no matter how hard he tried. Damn it! A trace of madness rose in Wei Hong's eyes. He glanced at the huge amount of vitality accumulated on his attribute board. He grabbed the towel and stuffed it into his mouth, and then lay directly in the iron pot. Puff, puff, puff. The hot molten iron splashed all around. An even more exaggerated white smoke quickly enveloped the entire training room. More than half of Wei Hong's body was soaked in the molten iron. The horrible pain came like a tide, and he couldn't help but let out a terrifying roar. But he still endured it. 1 breath, 2 breaths. 3 breaths, 5 breaths. Just when Wei Hong was almost cooked, his blood and qi began to surge wildly. Who? Wei Hong gasped heavily. He escaped from the iron pot with his last bit of strength and fell to the ground in the training room. In the last moment before he fainted, he chose to add points crazily. Then his eyes went dark and he passed out completely. In a daze, he felt the warm and powerful vitality constantly repairing his injuries, his whole body was itchy, and his skin began a new round of transformation. The old skin on his body began to break and fall off layer by layer. He was like a snake shedding its skin. Unknowingly, the new skin had broken free from its shackles and appeared. Although it was white and tender, it had a faint metallic temperament. Even the flesh and blood under Wei Hong's skin changed inadvertently. Every beat of his heart carried the rolling blood and qi, which began to flow throughout his body.
Please vote and read more. Brother Wei, wake up? Are you okay? Wake up!
A call came from my ears. Wei Hong, who had been unconscious for an unknown length of time, slowly regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and glanced around, and saw Qiu Ju squatting aside with an anxious look on her face. It was obvious that it was her who had just shouted.
Brother Wei, you finally woke up, are you okay? Qiu Ju looked happy. It's okay.
Wei Hong shook his head and asked casually, how long have I been unconscious?
I don't know. Qiu Ju quickly replied, you went in to practice at 5 o'clock in the morning.
2/4 of an hour later, there was no movement in the room.
I thought you were practicing Zhuang Kung Fu and didn't bother you. I didn't bother you until about 9 o'clock.
I came in to check when I realized something was wrong. It's probably 3 o'clock in the morning.
Call.
Wei Hong let out a long breath of exhaustion. I was unconscious for more than half an hour. Fortunately, I was at home, otherwise I would have lost my life if I met a thief. I must not practice so recklessly next time. However, after glancing at his new skin and the large expanse of old skin on the ground, he couldn't help but smile.
Xiao Ju, you go and rest first. You have to go to the embroidery room to work tomorrow.
Wei Hong waved his hand and said, I just had a breakthrough and fainted.
I'm fine now. Don't worry. Brother Wei, have you made a breakthrough again? Great. Qiu Ju's face was filled with happiness. Don't let it out. Good. Qiu Ju nodded repeatedly. Close the door thoughtfully and leave, not disturbing him again.
Only then did Wei Hong have time to check the results of his breakthrough. Post, Wei Hong age 17 out of 72, vitality points, 8764 HP, 151.7, realm, late stage of skin refining realm 1 out of 100, skills, 13 tiger movements extreme talent, tiger roar, 100 forged golden body skill extreme talent, golden body protection, martial skills, 5 beast fist extreme talent, heart of beasts, basic hidden weapon extreme talent, laser, supernatural power, none yet, skills, cooking deshang, 129-800, fishing mastery, 45/300, butchering deshang, 758/800, tip. 100 points of vitality can increase your lifespan by 1 year, 100 points of vitality can increase your health by 1 point, and 1 point of vitality can increase your skill proficiency by 1 point. The health value has exceeded 150, and the strength of one arm should have reached 1,500 kilograms, right? If I fight Zheng Fuxing now, I am afraid I can kill him with one move.
In addition, the defense should also be improved a lot.
Wei Hong pulled out the heartbreaking knife and stabbed his palm viciously.
However, the white and tender palm is like a diamond.
Not only does it deflect the attack, but the flesh and blood film will harden the moment it is attacked, making it feel like it is stuck on an iron block.
Hiss! Wei Hong gasped in surprise. He never expected that his defense power would be so amazing.
You must know that even Zheng Fuxing, who has completed skin refining, cannot stop this heartbreaking knife made of black iron, but he has just entered the late stage of skin refining, and his defense is actually stronger than him?
Not bad, not bad.
Wei Hong was pleasantly surprised to see that he had accumulated thousands of vitality points.
Simply add most of the vitality to the health value. Bite. 8,000 vitality points are deducted, health points plus 80, current health points are 231.7,
Wei Hong suddenly took a breath of cold air. I just feel a majestic vitality constantly rushing into my body. The energy and blood in his body began to surge, so much so that his face began to turn red. If the membrane he had just broken through had not become several times stronger, he would have been bursting with energy and blood at this moment.
Unknowingly, Wei Hong's body size was also increasing dramatically. Normally, he is only about 8 feet tall.
But now his arms and legs have grown like Popeye's. The body size suddenly increased to more than 9 feet 5 inches, and the whole person was like a little giant. The clothes all over his body were burst and torn in an instant, revealing the intricate and clear muscles.
At this moment, Wei Hong even had the illusion that his punch could blow up a house. However, he knew that this was just an illusion. His health suddenly skyrocketed. If he had plenty of energy and blood and could not control his strength well, his combat effectiveness would decrease. Only by diligently practicing and digesting and controlling all the health points can the strength grow steadily. Call. Wei Hong smiled with satisfaction and slowly collected his blood. After the surging energy and blood calmed down, his body shape gradually returned to normal. However, his skin is still as fair as jade, and one can tell at a glance that he has just undergone molting, which will inevitably expose his strength. Take advantage of the night. Wei Hong simply cleaned the practice room. Then as usual, go to the well to get water to wash away the dirt all over your body. After he put on a new set of powerful clothes, he couldn't help but estimate his own strength. Now I only need one move at most to kill Zheng Fushan. Even the masked man I have fought against is confident that he can win with 10 moves. Meng Qaishan shouldn't be able to withstand my 100 moves. Although he is not invincible in the skin refining realm, if I am not wrong, looking at the whole world, I am afraid that it will be difficult to find a strong skin refining realm person who can compete with me, right? Wei Hong is very confident in his own strength. His biggest gain from this breakthrough was not the sudden increase in strength. It's about increased defense and talents that appear after each martial skill reaches its limit. 13 Tiger Moves Extreme Talent. Tiger Roar. Visualize the roar of the tiger's divine will, which has the effect of shocking the enemy's mind. Extreme Talent of 100 Forged Golden Body Skill. Golden Body Protection. When the skill is fully operated, a golden body defense layer will be condensed under the skin membrane, which can enhance the defense power several times for 5 breaths of time. 5 Beast Fist Ultimate Talent. Heart of Beasts. When practicing beast-type martial arts, the ability to comprehend is increased by 300%. Basic Hidden Weapon Extreme Talent. Laser. Increase hand speed by 50% when activating hidden weapons. These martial arts were all pushed to the limit by Wei Hong by adding points. Then after they reached their limit, a talent appeared each. With these innate characteristics, his combat effectiveness can be said to have made a qualitative leap. If he had another private fight with Meng Qaishan, Wei Hong would definitely make him feel desperate and crush him head-on. It has only been more than 3 months since my last breakthrough. If people know that I have reached the late stage of skin refining in less than half a year, Wei Hong's heart tightened and he secretly thought something was wrong. Being too pushy is not a good thing. The last breakthrough had already earned him enough attention. If the news of this breakthrough spreads again, I'm afraid it would attract more than just ordinary people's attention. The children of rich and powerful families are constantly using medicines all year round, and they only have a breakthrough every year or two. You, a pig butcher, have achieved 2 breakthroughs in half a year, so you are so high profile that you risk your life? Even if someone is secretly jealous and scheming, being so high profile is not conducive to his plan to kill pigs for development. We must find a way to change our skin color. Wei Hong sighed. Please vote and follow up to read. It is not difficult to change the skin color. Just find some herbs, crush them to extract the juice, and then apply it on the body. After a while of tinkering, Wei Hong barely painted his skin dark yellow. Although it may be a little different from usual, it is still not easy to see without careful observation. Ding! Primary Disguise Skill Proficiency +1, current proficiency is entry level 1 out of 100, huh? This is alright? Wei Hong raised his eyebrows and seemed a little speechless. I just tinkered with it and made the panel include the disguise skill? But think about it, this does change the appearance, so it can be considered as barely. In this way, I just need to max out its proficiency. Wouldn't it be that I have learned a disguise skill without a teacher? Wei Hong laughed dumbly. After a simple wash, he went back to his room to rest for 2 hours. In the second half of the night, he went to the butcher shop to work as usual. But the atmosphere in the butcher shop today seemed a little strange. On weekdays, Zhu Sihai was in charge of the overall situation, and everyone was chatting and laughing while waiting for the pig slaughtering work. But today, the whole place was silent. Not only was Zhu Sihai nowhere to be seen, and the second-in-command Tan Fei, who was usually not present, also came here. This is a tall and serious man. When his cold eyes swept over, he always gave people a faint sense of oppression. Second-in-command. Wei Hong greeted him indifferently. Tan Fei had no expression on his face and did not say anything, still waiting for others to arrive. Daniu, what happened? Wei Hong asked in a low voice. I don't know. Li Danio hesitated and said, wait, it looks a little wrong. Yeah. Wei Hong nodded indifferently. He didn't care what was going to happen. The butcher and the butcher shop were in an employment relationship. In the past,
the disagreement between the first and second in command did not affect them much.
It was just some different work arrangements.
If he was not happy with the work, he could always change to another butcher shop to slaughter pigs.
If you don't want me here, I'll find another place to stay. Can a living person be suffocated to death?
So Wei Hong was not panicked at all, just standing quietly by the side waiting. But suddenly his eyes focused for a moment, and suddenly frowned secretly.
Black nails?
Wei Hong actually saw the black mark on the finger of the masked man he accidentally met on the night of the Lantern Festival on the little finger of Tan Fei's left hand. This mark is very special. It's like the blood clots accumulated on the fingers when a heavy object hits them.
Most people probably don't have it on their hands. Could Tan Fei be the masked man?
Hiss.
Isn't his backer the deputy head of the Zhongyi Hall? Why did he kill so many people from the Tiger Head gang that night?
Wei Hong was confused, and felt that this person must have a big secret. But these had nothing to do with him, and he didn't want to get involved.
Wei Hong just withdrew his gaze lightly, pretending not to know about it. Are all the people here?
Tan Fei, who had been silent, finally spoke up. He said in a cold voice, "The big boss is suddenly ill. From now on, I will be in charge of the butcher shop.
You should do what you usually do. Everything remains the same. Do you understand?"
Yes.
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But privately, they couldn't help but look weird. What do you mean the big boss is ill? It's obvious that his power has been taken away.
Next, the second boss Tan Fei will probably have to take charge of everything. But as long as it doesn't affect themselves, no one will be stupid enough to come forward at this time.
Wei Hong, Li Daniu. Tan Fei suddenly spoke up. Second boss, do you have any instructions?
Li Daniu smiled apologetically, and Wei Hong also frowned and looked over.
Tan Fei directly ordered, "The old man of Cheng Mansion is hosting a birthday banquet today and wants 2 butchers from our butcher shop to help slaughter the elk. You two should finish the work as soon as possible and go to Cheng Mansion after dawn."
This? Li Daniu looked embarrassed.
He subconsciously looked at Wei Hong, obviously not wanting to take this job.
On weekdays, if the wealthy families have a banquet, they will indeed ask the butcher shop to send people to help slaughter various pigs, cattle, sheep, and elks.
If the work is done well, there will be rewards.
If the work is not done well, it will cause trouble for no reason, so most people dare not take it. Wei Hong thought about it, but nodded and said, "I'll remember it."
Okay.
Tan Fei nodded with satisfaction and continued to arrange other people to work.
Seeing this, Li Daniu couldn't help but complain in a low voice, "Brother Hong, why did you agree? We haven't worked alone in a rich family. What if something goes wrong? How can you make mistakes when doing your old job?" Wei Hong sneered and asked back, "Do you want to contradict him on the first day that the second in command takes charge?"
No, I dare not." Li Daniu shut up immediately. He is an honest man, so he naturally dares not show his head.
Wei Hong chuckled and said nothing more.
The two rolled up their sleeves and tight aprons, and immediately started to work. Soon, there were more pigs and sheep under the knife. Message prompts popped up one after another, and the amount of vitality continued to increase.
Wei Hong couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. It was good to be able to brush vitality safely.
He didn't care who was in charge and seized power.
Anyway, it didn't affect him.
The slaughtering skills that were about to reach the perfect level made him kill pigs like a fish in water. Although he has not yet reached the level of the legendary butcher Ding's butchering of an ox, he can butcher a pig along the joints without damaging any bones using just an ordinary meat cleaver. A pig goes from bleeding to shaving, removing limbs, and cutting meat.
Normally, it would take half an hour for the swordsmen to work together in pairs.
But Wei Hong could easily finish it in less than 2 sticks of incense with 1 man and 1 sword. Now he is recognized as the #1 knife master in the entire butcher shop. Whether it is strength or skill, he is definitely unmatched by other knife masters.
"Brother Wei, let's talk?"
Zhao Jichang couldn't help but come over and speak while the people around him weren't paying attention.
"What are you talking about?"
Wei Hong asked with a half smile, but the movements of his hands did not stop at all, and half of the pig was easily dismembered by him.
"Did you see it too?"
Zhao Jichang said unwillingly. Now that the big stall owner's backer has fallen, the second stall owner can't wait to seize power, and even arranges for you and Daniel to work in the homes of rich families.
It's obviously out of good intentions. If you accidentally offend a wealthy person, think about it, you may get some good results.
Really?
Wei Hong didn't want to answer this question and asked directly, "What do you want to do?"
"Nothing to do, just chatting."
Zhao Jichang sneered.
He hesitated for a while, but finally said nothing more. He just left one sentence before leaving: "Brother Wei, it's best not to forget who brought you into the butcher shop."
Being ungrateful is not a good thing.
Wei Hong moved his hands for a moment and couldn't help but glance at his back.
What does this guy mean?
Could it be that the first stall owner and the third stall owner were planning to set up another business, and then wanted Zhao Jichong to come over and test it out?
Interesting.
Wei Hong shook his head indifferently.
Didn't make a choice right away. A favor is a favor, and a choice is a choice.
No matter what they had planned behind the scenes, it was impossible to kidnap him.
Early in the morning, the Chang Mansion on South Street, Anlafang.
Because of the birthday of the old man of the Chang Mansion, the house was decorated with lanterns and guests gathered early in the morning. Hundreds of servants were busy inside and outside, and the backyard was even more lively.
Wei Hong and Li Daniu were like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden. Led by a servant all the way, they went straight to the side yard.
Today, there are probably hundreds of tables of buffets. The pigs and sheep are all ordered from the butcher shop, but the venison needs to be slaughtered on the spot. Please trouble the two butchers.
During the banquet, all kinds of powerful and wealthy people will come. You two just stay in the back kitchen. Don't walk around and bump into the nobles.
The servant patiently reminded. Wei Hong and the others naturally nodded in agreement. After a while, the three arrived at the side yard. The Chang Mansion occupies a large area with a total of 7 courtyards, 4 of which have kitchens.
The kitchen in the side yard is just one of them.
At this moment, many people are busy here.
There is a table at the door of the kitchen.
There were several elks imprisoned in iron cages nearby. They were tall and had ferocious horns, muscular bodies, and shiny fur. They were completely unlike the deer in Wei Hong's impression.
Is this a deer?
Of course. Li Daniu explained in a low voice, this is a Qingyan deer with rare blood of demon beasts. They are extremely powerful and faster than tigers and leopards. They only live in high mountains and swamps. It is difficult for non-bone refining masters to hunt them. It is said that their flesh and blood can be used as medicine to nourish bones, and their fur can be made into leather armor.
Each one is priceless. The butcher is right.
The servant next to him said with a smile, today, a total of 7 Qingyan deer need to be slaughtered, 4 before lunch and 3 before dinner. Although they are not wild Qingyan deer, they are still wild and difficult to tame. You two should be careful.
Oh? Wei Hong immediately became interested. Are there any domestic deer of this kind? You two don't know yet, do you?
The servant whispered, the emperor likes venison, so the rich and powerful in the world all eat venison.
There are not so many venison in the world that can be hunted at will. In fact, most of them are raised by humans.
That's right. Wei Hong asked curiously, we are ignorant and don't know where elk are raised.
I don't know either.
I heard that most of them are transported from Yunzhou.
The servant muttered, recently, Yunzhou has seen many immortals.
It is rumored that it is a domestication method taught by immortal disciples.
Otherwise, how dare ordinary people domesticate such a ferocious creature? Wei Hong didn't ask any more questions after hearing this.
There are too many secrets in this world, and immortal disciples are not rare. He had seen a stream of light flying high in the sky in the palace several times. Although he didn't know what it was, he should have guessed that it was a method of immortals. But he was not in a hurry to contact the existence of this level. Now he is too weak, and only when he becomes strong enough can he get the ticket to this level. Anyway, in theory, Wei Hong's lifespan can be continuously enhanced, so he can always live to that day.
Let's start. Wei Hong weighed the butcher knife in his hand and said, deer is not much different from sheep. After bleeding, just skin and cut it. Let's cooperate.
Okay.
Li Daniu agreed.
After the two of them were ready, they chose the smallest deer. It was about 1 person tall and weighed at least 200 or 300 kilograms. It was several times larger than ordinary sheep and didn't look particularly easy to mess with.
Li Daniu opened the iron cage and just walked in.
The elk rushed wildly and pushed towards him fiercely.
Damn it!
Li Daniu stood firmly and raised his hand to press the deer's horns, trying to press it down. But he was pushed out the next moment and hit the iron cage and almost vomited blood. Wei Hong took a step forward quickly, raised his hand and grabbed the deer horn and pressed it hard, and then he saved Li Daniu from the deer horn, otherwise he would be in trouble.
Hiss!
Li Daniu couldn't help but exclaimed, I have more than 300 kilograms of strength in one arm now, and I can't even hold it down?
Without 800 kilograms of strength, don't even think about it. Wei Hong sneered and reminded, it wasn't angry just now. If it hit you in anger, I would have to collect your body later. Fortunately. Lidania wiped the cold sweat. I'll use the knife, and you can help me later.
Wei Hong casually reminded, and his strong arm strength easily held the Qingyan deer.
He casually dragged the deer to the table and pressed it down. He raised his hand and cut its throat with a knife, and the blood spilled into the wooden barrel like money. Lulialu.
The deer struggled madly. But Wei Hong was too strong.
He was like bullying a chick.
No matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't shake its iron-like hands. In the end, it could only watch its blood flow out.
Ding! Life plus 154, so many?
Wei Hong narrowed his eyes secretly.
A deer is comparable to 7 or 8 pigs?
It is worthy of the existence of rare monster blood. If it kills a real monster in the future, I don't know how much life can be earned.
He looked around at the other elks and couldn't help but smile.
Today was really not in vain.
One day's income was comparable to several days. Let's start skinning.
Wei Hong waved his hand.
Lidania came to help.
With almost full-level slaughtering skills, Wei Hong did not make any mistakes even though it was his first time to kill a deer. He raised his hand and touched it to roughly know where the bones and joints under the skin and flesh were. The butcher knife was very agile in his hand. With a single cut, the skin and bones were easily broken down. Lidania tried to help several times, but in the end he couldn't find a chance to kill him.
He was so embarrassed that he could only do it from the sidelines. Good craftsmanship.
The servant gave a thumbs up. The knife skills are really good.
Fortunately, I found 2 butchers.
Otherwise, if the flesh and bones were wasted just a little bit, I don't know what a loss it would be. Wei Hong nodded in agreement. This kind of elk is indeed a great tonic. Every drop of blood exudes a light fragrance. If you dip a drop into it and taste it, you will immediately feel a sweet taste in your mouth. Not only is there no stench of pig blood, but there is also a warmth flowing through the whole body. If an ordinary person took a sip, he would have a nosebleed on the spot.
Great tonic.
Wei Hong couldn't help but sigh. This kind of blood is used as medicine, brewed, eaten raw, and stewed in soup.
It's all top-notch.
A deer must cost at least 1,000 taels.
Maybe, the Chang family is rich. Lidania chuckled. Chang mansion?
Wei Hong couldn't help but raise his eyes. Through the circular arch of the side courtyard, one could see the bustling crowd in the garden at a glance, and Cheng Qingshuang was among them. It turns out that the Chang family is Cheng Qingshuang's family. Wei Hong also saw Cui Yangfu, Xiang Hao and others in the crowd, and even Zhu Furong was among them. She was dressed in a fancy dress and was groveling to please several young masters and ladies from wealthy families.
Sister Chang, let me toast you.
Brother Xiang, you have become more and more energetic recently.
Are you not far away from breaking through the blood refining process?
In the garden a bunch of young masters and ladies are enjoying tea and chatting. Zhu Furong fawned over everyone with a smile on her face, and kept trying to find topics to talk about, but most of the people she got in exchange were cold looks, and she was so ashamed that she almost cried. If it were the past. Relying on the status of her father Zhu Sihai and her uncle,
Zhu Furong can barely squeeze into the small circle of wealthy people.
But now everyone knows that Zhu Sihai has lost power. Her uncle has also died suddenly.
Who will give her face at this time?
It was the first time that Zhu Furong had tasted such warmth from a human being, and she couldn't help but turn pale. At this time, she noticed a gaze looking at her, raised her eyes and glanced over, just in time to look at Wei Hong who was looking over, and also saw Lidania who was busy.
Snort!
Zhu Furong snorted in disgust.
Obviously he didn't want Wei Hong and others to see his embarrassment. Humph! Cheng Qingshuang asked unhappily, do you think we have neglected you?
No. Zhu Furong hurriedly defended, Sister Chang, please don't misunderstand. Furong just saw the 2 clerks in her butcher shop and was afraid that they would not do well.
Really? Cheng Qingshuang followed her eyes and couldn't help but laugh. It's Wei Hong. Sister Chang, do you know him?
Zhu Furong was a little at a loss. Of course. Cheng Qingshuang said with a slightly calmer expression, Wei Hong often goes to the Iron Fist gym as a sparring partner. He is very talented and has outstanding martial arts skills.
Who doesn't recognize him here?
Why, he is the clerk of the used butcher shop.
Yes.
Zhu Furong replied in a low voice, my father recruited him. He also wanted to recruit him into my family as my son-in-law, but I didn't agree.
Sister-in-law? Just you?
Cheng Qingshuang couldn't help but laugh after being stunned. Xiang Hao, Cui Yangfu and others also laughed at him.
Brother Wei has lofty ambitions and is definitely not a thing in the pool.
Cui Yangfu curled his lips and sneered, he will definitely be able to enter the blood refining realm in 3 to 5 years. He is also a backbone figure in a small force. Qingxuang, my sister, wanted to recruit him as a son-in-law with a daughter from the Chang family, but she didn't agree.
How can you be worthy of him?
Zhu Furong's face turned red and she didn't dare to refute for a while. At this moment, she couldn't help but think back to a few months ago.
Xu Sihai also said that Wei Hong was by no means a thing in the pool, and he had to seize it in advance.
At that time, she didn't even look down on a stinky butcher. With a high heart and arrogance, he only felt that he could not match himself unless he was the #1 scholar. But now times have changed, and the situation of the Xu family is not as good as before. Wei Hong's talent in martial arts gradually emerged, and even Cheng Qingxuang and others who she wanted to fawn over also looked kindly on him. At this time, Zhu Furong had to admit that her father's eyes were vicious, and she had to admit that it was not Wei Hong who was not worthy of her, but that she was not worthy of him.
Ha, a small family is just short-sighted. How can you see the dragon trapped in the sea?
Xiang Hao sighed with a half-smile. Now he is only a boy in his teens. If it takes another 20 years, I am afraid that even I'll have to wait and see. You can't be too short-sighted. Zhu Furong looked pale and twisted her handkerchief with her fingers. The eyes that looked at Wei Hong again were a little more complicated.
Let's go and see Brother Wei. Cheng Qingxuang took the lead and stood up.
Xiang Hao, Cui Yangfu and others also stood up when they saw this, and the group went straight to the side courtyard.
Brother Wei, why is it you? What a coincidence.
I also said that I would invite Brother Wei to come over for a banquet tonight. I didn't expect that you would be the one sent by the butcher shop to be the chef. A group of young masters and ladies from rich families greeted each other with smiles. The servants who came in and out of the kitchen were all shocked and at a loss. Wei Hong calmly stopped what he was doing and said with a smile, Wei's main job is a butcher.
What's so strange about being invited to kill deer? I haven't congratulated Mr. Chang on his birthday yet. I'm sorry. What are you talking about?
Cheng Qingxuang said with a dumb smile, you are here to bring glory to my Chang mansion.
Come on, come on. Let's go sit in the garden for a while. You can have a seat at the banquet later.
No. Wei Hong shook his head and refused. I came here today to work, but I can't delay my work.
Just use some in the kitchen for dinner. You can just go and sit down by yourselves. How can that be done? How can we not entertain guests when they come to our door?
Yes,
this is not the way to treat guests. Everyone persuaded patiently again.
Wei Hong had to promise again and again that he would go over to make amends after killing the deer. Near noon Wei Hong finally killed 3 elk. The flesh, bones, and fur are all completely divided, making it impossible to find anything wrong. He then washed off the blood on his hands, and took Li Danio, who was a little cautious, to sit down in the garden. He drank and drank with Cheng Qingxuang and others without the slightest hint of timidity. His demeanor was no less than that of a noble young master, attracting many noble ladies. They all looked sideways.
After a while of chatting,
Cui Yangfu couldn't help but start talking. Brother Xiang has been in skin refining for a few months.
It's almost time to prepare for blood refining, right? Refining blood? Wei Hong suddenly became interested. Others also looked at Xiang Hao. How can it be so easy?
Xiang Hao shook his head dejectedly and said with a wry smile, you can refine skin only when you have reached perfection and have enough energy and blood to refine blood. I have only been to perfection for more than 2 months, and I have reached a point where there is no way to go. It will take at least half a year, but it's okay to prepare in advance.
I am ignorant. Wei Hong couldn't help asking, what should I prepare for blood refining? Beast blood pill.
Xiang Hao answered concisely, this is a pill made from the blood of mountain spirits and fierce beasts. It can continuously strengthen the human body's qi and blood while refining the qi and blood power, allowing the warrior's strength to continuously transform.
Each pill is priceless.
If it is a powerful family, there is no need to worry, there is a constant supply of beast blood pills to swallow, but our small wealthy family has to search everywhere. If we can't find a good beast blood pill, we even have to organize people to go into the mountains to hunt, which is really not an easy task. A pill of the most common beast blood pill costs 100 taels of silver.
If you want to complete the practice of blood refining, you can't have less than 1 pill every 3 to 5 days, right? How much money can you make in 7 or 8 years?
This? Wei Hong was stunned when he heard it.
Blood refining realm actually needs to swallow a large amount of beast blood pills?
With the family financial resources of Xiang Hao, Cheng Qingxuang and others, it is impossible to collect them on a large scale.
Doesn't it prove that the beast blood pill is a rare and monopolized martial arts resource? No wonder there are thousands of skin refining warriors in the world.
But once you step into the blood refining realm, it is enough to support the door of a small force. It turns out that taking this step not only represents aptitude, it also represents endless resources. Thinking of this, Wei Hong couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. In the skin refining realm, he can still become stronger by being ruthless to himself, but will it be okay when he reaches the blood refining realm? He doesn't even have the blood refining realm skills, so where can the beast blood pill come from? Brother Wei, you haven't seen the beast blood pill yet? Xiang Hao suddenly laughed and said, the black market in the city will open tonight. Do you want to join in the fun? Black market? That's fine. Wei Hong was stunned and nodded in agreement. And reading again. Inside Anlafang there are actually quite a few shady black markets. Wei Hong naturally knew where the black market street Xiang Hao was referring to. The place is located on an unassuming street on the edge of a slum. There are remote old houses on both sides, which are deserted and quiet on weekdays with few people paying attention. But at night, it becomes very lively. All kinds of thieves, desperados, bodyguards, gangsters, and all kinds of businessmen who want to make money will gather here and sell all kinds of contraband. It is rumored that robberies and murders occur here every night, and idlers dare not come here. Join in the fun. Wei Hong used to be weak and dare not approach him. Now that Xiang Hao has made an appointment to go shopping, he is naturally interested in taking a walk. During the day, they were busy in the Chang mansion and drank a lot at the banquet. After nightfall, Cheng Qingxuan, Xiang Hao, Wei Hong and others took several carriages and headed straight to the black market street. It seems that these young masters and young ladies often come to places like this. Several carriages were followed by a bunch of guards, which showed that they were afraid of being watched. The moonlight was sparse at night, and both sides of the black market street were lined with red lanterns. Both sides of the street were filled with men, women and children setting up street vendors. There are both strong-looking men here, as well as men and women wearing masks. There are also beautiful-looking women and gray-haired old women. Everyone was either discussing prices in low voices or strolling around silently. There were a lot of people on the street but it seemed very quiet. Brother Wei, please don't conflict with others carelessly here. Xiang Hao reminded in a low voice, I have seen many people who don't know how to be noble and noble, who walked in lively and were eventually carried out. I heard that behind the black market street are not only the major gangs, but also the background of the current prince's palace. Chui Yangfu also introduced in a low voice, in short, if you buy a deal here, don't make a noise, don't do anything in public, otherwise no one will be able to cover it. Stay with you, got it? Wei Hong nodded and said nothing. He had never been a troublemaker, so these rules had little effect on him. Everyone got off the car at the street entrance and followed the flow of people into the black market street. There were quite a few young men like them who came to join in the fun, so they didn't attract much attention. There are stalls on both sides of the street selling swords, martial arts secrets, skin refining secrets, bruises and bruises, as well as poison powder and venom, intelligence secrets, and boys and girls. Even some military crossbows, armors and other contraband items are also sold. It can be said that as long as you have money, you can buy anything here, even hiring a murderer. For a moment, Wei Hong couldn't help but be dazzled. He looked around and asked Chui Yangfu, Brother Chui, are everything here real? Of course not all of them are real. In fact, there are quite a few fakes. Chui Yangfu chuckled and said, take the secret books as an example. The secret realms sold here are all kinds of mess. Someone once bought an ancient copy here. There are also people who are so deceived that they rely on their eyesight to identify various fragments of manuscripts. Most people really don't dare to buy them. It's interesting. Wei Hong couldn't help but become interested. He has an attribute board that can record various skills. You can tell whether the skills are real or fake at a glance. You can consider picking them up when you have time. But it's only limited to the secret techniques. He doesn't dare to buy other things indiscriminately, after all, his eyesight is average. And I only have a few thousand taels of silver on hand, so I can't buy anything good here. If you want to buy something, be sure to check out several stores before making a purchase. Xiang Hao reminded at this time, we are here mainly to buy animal blood pills and iron bets. It's good for you to take a look first when you come here for the first time, don't rush to buy it. Okay. Wei Hong asked casually, where can I buy the beast blood pill? Can it be authentic? What's the point of betting on iron? Beast blood pills are sold by only a few shops on the black market street. Each of them has a profound background and is absolutely guaranteed to be authentic. There is no need to worry about buying fakes. Xiang Hao continued, As for betting on iron rules, similar to gambling stones, various rare metals such as black iron, black gold, and glass gold are good materials for forging magical weapons. Most of these rare metals are mixed with common minerals such as iron and copper.
It is difficult to distinguish them without special refining techniques.
Therefore, a business similar to stone gambling has arisen in the black market. A pile of unrefined iron ore is piled together for others to choose from.
If you have good eyesight, you can naturally buy good products.
If you have poor eyesight, you can't blame others.
It's fun to come over and play occasionally. People come all the way. Listening to the chattering introductions around me, Wei Hong probably also had a general impression of the black market street.
This is a semi-legal place of chaos.
There are many good things hidden under the mixture, just like a thorny but beautiful rose. No wonder it attracts so many people.
Cheng Shuang and others wandered around for a while. Finally, he went straight to the 4 shops at the end of the black market street. They are the only shop on the entire street, and they stand out among the street stalls. They are already crowded with people. Today's market price of beast blood pill is 1,300 taels per bottle, not just for sale.
Everyone, please stop crowding and line up.
Each person is limited to purchasing 1 bottle, while supplies last. There are 2 boys in front of each of the 4 shops to maintain order. Cheng Shuang and others took a look at the price and immediately waved their followers to queue up to buy. When Wei Hong came here for the first time, he was not in a hurry to buy. He just watched the warriors one after another curiously and bought each small jade bottle from the store with real money. The jade bottle contains a number of longan-sized, blood-red elixirs. When a warrior pours out the pill to verify its authenticity, people around can always smell an alluring fragrance.
This is the beast blood pill.
Xiang Hao said casually, there are 10 pills in a bottle. 4 shops sell them every 3 days. It's hard to buy them if you don't hurry up.
Didn't they say that 1 pill costs 100 taels? Wei Hong asked back. Things on the black market are bound to have some premiums.
Xiang Hao chuckled and said, the 4 major shops are honest with a 30% premium.
Some people can make another 20% by reselling them. You should know that beast blood pill is not so easy to refine.
Many big families need to send out a large number of hunting teams to meet their own needs.
We are lucky to buy some from others.
Although I haven't started refining blood yet, I have to go to the black market every few days. If I have enough money, I can buy some beast blood pills and save them.
It will be convenient to use them in the future.
Wei Hong nodded in understanding.
Suddenly, an idea popped up in his mind. Do I need the beast blood pill when I refine blood?
This pill should have the effect of replenishing qi in blood and purifying qi in blood.
You can use vitality to replenish qi in blood, but what about purifying qi in blood? Brother Xiang, can I buy the recipe of the beast blood pill?
Wei Hong suddenly asked.
Yes. Xiang Hao said with a strange look on his face, you don't want to refine the pill yourself, do you? There are indeed many people who have this idea. The recipe can also be bought on the black market, and the difficulty of refining is not high. However, it is very troublesome to go hunting in the deep mountains and forests alone, and collect many rare herbs. I advise you not to have wild ideas.
I understand, don't worry. Wei Hong smiled, but his eyes showed a heartbeat. After some fighting, Xiang Hao, Cheng Shuang and others each bought 1 or 2 bottles of beast blood pills. Seeing that the elixir was in hand, everyone's faces lit up with joy.
Brother Wei, would you like a bottle?
Cui Yangfu said with a smile. My entourage queued up to buy 2 bottles.
How about giving you one?
Brother Cui, you're welcome.
Wei Hong quickly refused. I'm only in the middle stage of the skin refining realm now.
It's useless to buy the beast blood pill so early.
I'd better come back later. That's fine. Cui Yangfu nodded.
Everyone walked along the long street and walked to a small alley. There are dozens of large and small stalls here, and each stall is filled with a large number of strange iron blocks. Some are black, some are exuding a faint silver light, and they are all unrefined mineral materials.
This is a stall for betting on iron.
Xiang Hao explained casually. The stall owners buy these mineral materials from the mines and transport them. The buyers negotiate the price and smelt them directly. It is clear whether they make a profit or lose. Wei Hong glanced around and found that this place was indeed similar to gambling stone. He also has no ability to distinguish between true and false, so he is naturally indifferent to this.
You guys go ahead and play.
Wei Hong twitched his lips and said, I'll just watch the fun.
That's fine.
Xiang Hao nodded, squatted in front of a stall and began to select mineral materials. The middle-aged stall owner cheerfully introduced, everyone, take a look and choose whatever you want. All the mineral materials in this stall are transported from the Tsangzhou mine.
Someone once found a lot of good stuff at my stall.
The small one costs 180 taels, the large one costs 500 taels, you can choose whatever you want, and you can smelt it after you buy it.
This piece, and this piece.
Xiang Hao chose 3 pieces of mineral materials of different sizes and quickly paid the silver check. The middle-aged stall owner quickly called to the waiter and threw the mineral materials aside to the small smelting furnace. The bellows roared and twitched, and the flames burned brightly in the furnace.
Soon, the first piece of mineral material weighing several dozen kilograms was melted into a pool of molten iron.
Hey, look, this molten iron has some golden color.
Could it be that there is black gold in it?
Shit, what if it's copper?
People around were talking a lot.
The middle-aged stall owner smelted mineral materials into molten iron with ease and poured the molten iron into clean water.
Bah! After bursts of white smoke, the molten iron quickly cooled into iron blocks.
In this step, most of the impurities have been removed. The iron block at this moment was dark silver, no different from the pig iron commonly used in blacksmith shops.
Next,
the middle-aged stall owner continued to smelt. This time, the temperature was controlled to increase, and the iron gradually began to melt again. When the iron block melts again into a pool of molten iron, a small pile of unmelted metal appears in front of you. The middle-aged stall owner gathered them together and took a look at them and couldn't help but laugh. Hey, you are very lucky, your distinguished guest.
It's really black gold, but it's a pity that there are a few.
After saying that, the guy turned up the flames and turned the black money into flames. Then it was thrown into water and cooled into a solid piece of metal. Finally, the weight was weighed and he said, the pig iron is 16 jeans and 5 taels, and the black gold is 1 taels and 7 cents.
Not bad, not bad.
Xiang Hao smiled with satisfaction. 1 tael of black gold is worth nearly 100 taels.
Although 1 tael and 7 yuan is not a profit, it is not a loss. It's interesting.
Wei Hong also curled his lips with interest. He found that the smelting technology in this world was very mature. They understand that various metals have different melting points, and they also know how to add catalysts such as carbon ash to make metals react.
Although the methods are a bit wild, the results are always the same. Dark iron, black gold, mithril, gold and many other rare metals.
Each of them is a priceless item, and once shipped, it will always attract crowds of cheers.
Wei Hong, do you want to play?
Cheng Xingxuang said with a smile, go and choose a few pieces.
If you lose the bet, it's mine.
No, I'm not very interested in these.
Wei Hong waved his hand indifferently. You want to visit the kung fu stall?
Cheng Xingxuang was very smart and saw his intention right away. Wei Hong nodded in disbelief. Seeing that the others were still picking and choosing, he simply said, well, I'll go to the exercise stall first, and you can continue playing.
We'll meet at the street corner later.
Good.
Cheng Xingxuang didn't say anything, just watched him turn and leave.
Wei Hong walked out of the alley and returned to the black market street, and he went straight to the kung fu stall. After all, except for the techniques that are attractive to him, the other things here are not of much use to him for the time being, and there is really no need to waste time anymore.
There are about a dozen kung fu stalls in Black Market Street.
Most of them are very deserted, with basically no one visiting them. Wei Hong observed for a while and found that one of the small stalls had the best business. The stall owner was a woman in Xingyi wearing a bamboo hat whose face and appearance could not be seen clearly.
There were hundreds of handwritten secret books on the stall.
These secret books were scattered in a mess on the stall. From miscellaneous books to martial arts notes, from skin refining to blood refining. The woman in Xingyi was sitting aside with a book in her hands, letting passers-by read the book without paying attention, and unknowingly made a few sales. Wei Hong squatted in front of the stall and flipped through a few books at random. I found that these handwritten manuscripts had beautiful fonts and clear pictures, and were neater than ordinary printed books.
No wonder the business was better than other books.
I am now at the late stage of the skin refining realm and will be able to reach the blood refining realm in less than half a year.
I would like to learn about the blood refining technique first.
Wei Hong carefully analyzed his current situation. Probably guessed that it was not easy to get the blood refining technique. He either joined the Tiger Head Gang or joined a martial arts school, otherwise it would be difficult to find the blood refining technique. Although there were many blood refining techniques on display in the black market, as Cui Yangfu said, most of them were real and fake and difficult to distinguish. Even if there were real ones, most of them were incomplete. Trying to find treasures in a garbage dump is no less than looking for a needle in a haystack. Wei Hong first chose the stall with the best business, and first eliminated most of the scammers. After all, those who can do well in the black market street cannot do it without a good reputation. Then he kept searching in the pile of books. Every few breaths, his eyes could not help but pause. Relying on the powerful collection function of the system panel, Wei Hong easily found the real blood refining technique from the pile of books. Yellow grade top grade True Blood Sutra, yellow grade middle grade Blood Evil Art, black grade middle grade Black Snake Blood Refining Art? It's a pity that it's a fragmentary copy. Ha! There's also a disguise technique? And hidden weapons and body movement techniques? Wei Hong looked around like he had found a treasure. The green-clothed woman finally couldn't help but raise her head. She said in a hoarse voice with a warning, "Customers better not rummage around. You can leave if you don't want to buy." "Buy, why not?" Wei Hong asked back, "What's the price?" 30 taels for a fragmentary technique manuscript, 120 taels for a complete technique manuscript. The green-clothed woman quoted skillfully, "Miscellaneous books and practice notes are all 10 taels each. In addition, once sold, they will not be returned or exchanged, and the authenticity will not be guaranteed after the payment is completed." So expensive? Wei Hong secretly smacked his lips, but still gritted his teeth and started to buy, all of these. Please vote and read more. A while of picking and choosing, Wei Hong selected a total of 30 or 40 books and prepared to take them all with a wave of his hand. The guest is really not joking? The woman in green clothes was also a little shocked at this moment. Obviously, I have never seen someone so crazy, buying so many cheat books at once. Of course it's not a joke. Wei Hong took out a wad of banknotes and said, "I lack martial arts inheritance, so I want to buy a few more books to study at home." The woman in green is speechless. But he didn't say much and just gave him a discount. "Your Excellency has selected 23 incomplete blood refining inheritance books, 7 complete blood refining inheritance books, 6 miscellaneous books, and 1 disguise skill." "Okay, just give me 1,500 taels." The woman in Xingyi was in a good mood and found a cloth bag to put his books in. "Thank you." Wei Hong paid the check with satisfaction. "Do you have any recipe for animal blood elixir?" "Yes." The woman in green smiled sweetly. "There is no shortage of bold people in this world who want to refine the beast blood elixir by themselves." "No. I will give you a copy." After speaking, she threw out a thin pamphlet. At this point, the transaction between the two was officially completed. "Brother, you like to search for exercises? I have them here. Guests, come and take a look. I have a lot of blood refining skills here. I will definitely not let you down." The other bookstall vendors all had their eyes shining. Everyone seemed to have met someone who had been taken advantage of, and they hurriedly asked him to come over and take a look. Wei Hong didn't refuse, and went to one stall after another without hesitation. Whenever you encounter a cheat code that the system can collect, grab it on the spot. They are all manuscripts anyway. Regardless of whether the inheritance is complete or not, it still has reference value. What he lacks most now is martial arts inheritance and knowledge. These things that can be bought with money are worth it to Wei Hong. As for the bookstall vendors, they are also happy to make a lot of money. Anyway, copying secret books only costs a little money and is almost a costless business. Who wouldn't be greedy if you can earn hundreds or thousands of taels in one go? This purchase, which everyone enjoyed, lasted for half an hour. When Wei Hong walked to the black market street with a large bag of books on his back, and everyone looked at them like they were looking at fools, Zheng Qingxuang and others had just finished their work. "Brother Wei, what did you buy? Why so much?" "No way, it's all secret books?" Zheng Qingxuang and others took a breath of cold air. They all looked like they had seen a ghost, obviously not understanding why he did this. Wei is ignorant. It's always good to read more martial arts books. Wei Hong said casually, "And these are not very valuable, just buy them home and display them. Come on, let's go back first." Yes, come back another day." Everyone said nothing more and went straight to the carriage to return. At night Wei Hong returned home carrying a large bag of books. After rejecting the curious Chiu Ju and others, he went into his room and carefully stacked these secret books on the desk. This time he spent a total of 3,600 taels of silver in exchange for 128 secret books. Most of them are secret books of the blood refining realm, and there are complete and incomplete inheritances, but most of the complete inheritances are yellow-level street stuff. As for the incomplete inheritance, there are Xian-level techniques, but unfortunately they are all seriously damaged. One path to martial arts, one method can lead to all methods. When outsiders see him buying so many exercises, they will only ridicule him for being stupid. Little did he know that Wei Hong also had his own considerations. First of all, these skills are all real, and he only needs to choose the one that suits him best, and then absorb the essence of other skills. When the skills reach the limit and he can control them freely, he can easily create the most suitable one.
Own skills. There are so many, which one should I choose? Wei Hong frowned in distress. But this problem soon became easily solved. Because he was surprised to find that similar techniques could actually merge and cover each other. Take primary disguise as an example. This was a useless skill he acquired when he used herbs to change his skin color. However, after the system included several disguise-type skills, it disappeared. From the last few identical disguise skills, only the strongest one remains: Thousand Faces and All-Seeing Art. This is a very esoteric technique. Although it can be bought everywhere on the black market, it is not easy to practice it. Legend has it that once you master it, you can freely change your skin, bones, appearance, and even control your voice to disguise your temperament, easily transforming yourself into another person. This is incomparable to the elementary disguise technique. That means if I collect all the blood refining techniques, I will leave the strongest one in the end?
Wei Hong was pleasantly surprised.
Really?
Soon many techniques on the attribute board continued to disappear. After a while, there was only one blood refining technique left on it: Devil 8 Blood Refining Manual, a high-grade Xian levels on.
High-grade Xian level? Wei Hong secretly smacked his tongue.
He found that this technique was quite difficult. The opening chapter says about absorbing the essence and blood of apes all over the world to strengthen one's body. After mastering it, he not only has the speed of an ape, but also has infinite strength. He has a boxing technique and a body technique. His explosive power, endurance, and combat effectiveness are far superior to ordinary skills. But it is not without its shortcomings. First of all, the skills are incomplete. Although there are many blood refining skills for reference, only after Wei Hong brushes it to the limit can he fully understand the remaining skills.
Secondly, it cannot become stronger by swallowing ordinary animal blood pills.
It is necessary to kill monkeys and use their blood essence to refine the beast blood pill and swallow it. The secret book also records a method for refining monkey beast blood pills. Wei Hong found the method for refining ordinary beast blood pills that he bought from the pile of books and found that except for the different blood essences, the other processes and materials are almost the same.
So, Wei Hong has natural limitations in practicing this technique.
Others have to spend money to queue up to buy ordinary beast blood pills, and he has to pick and choose.
Where in the world can there be so many monkeys for him to suck blood?
If it were someone else, they would have to give up this technique immediately.
However, Wei Hong thought about it and didn't care too much.
After all, he never expected to become stronger with beast blood pills. Vitality is the best way for him to replenish his blood. It's a pity that I can't practice the blood refining realm technique now. Wei Hong regretfully gathered his mind and began to sort out his gains today. Many secret books were finally summarized into 2 real skills, plus a few miscellaneous books. In addition, there are some scattered and incomplete boxing, body movements, and swordsmanship, which are all martial arts that can only be practiced in the blood refining realm. For the time being, Wei Hong can only put them aside. Only one of the miscellaneous books interested him. The Principles of 100 Herbs, quite interesting. Wei Hong stayed up late to study with the help of an oil lamp. He hoped to find the secret of refining the beast blood pill from it. He knew that only by understanding the refining method of this pill could his practice in the blood refining realm be completely unimpeded, so he studied it very hard. The following days were peaceful and fulfilling. Wei Hong went to work every day, practiced martial arts and made skins, occasionally studied 100 herbs and pharmacy, or went to meet a few close friends to drink tea and listen to music. His life was very comfortable.
As for Juji Meat Shop, there have been many changes.
Since the second-in-command Tan Fei took over the control of the meat shop, Zhu Sihai and the third-in-command Zhao Mingjie have been sick and have not appeared again. Some people say that they want to set up a new business. Some people say that they have found a new backer. Wei Hong was too lazy to pay attention to this, and just buried his head in work every day. Tan Fei was a serious person. After he came to power, he neither suppressed anyone nor retaliated against the knifemen of the big-in-command faction. He just made some adjustments to the daily work. Now Wei Hong and others have to slaughter pigs and sheep before dawn every day. After breakfast, they have to follow Tan Fei to collect pigs outside the city, and the workload has increased a lot. Early in the morning Tan Fei personally led the team out of the city. Wei Hong, Li Dania and more than 10 other people each pushed a wheelbarrow, lined up in a long line, and walked on the muddy and winding mountain road.
Damn it! Li Danio couldn't help but complain in a low voice, "We are not responsible for collecting pigs on weekdays. Now we have to work outside in the wind, sun, and rain every day. Several pairs of shoes have been worn out.
Even the time for practicing martial arts has been reduced a lot.
It's really unlucky. The second in command has just taken power. How dare he leave us in the shop?
Naturally, he has to bring us out and keep an eye on us personally. Those who stay in the shop to sell meat are all trusted by him."
Wei Hong laughed dumbly and didn't complain too much.
He is a man who can endure hardships. Moreover, his martial arts strength is increasing day by day, so walking on some mountain roads is not tiring.
It's okay to be a little tired.
Li Danio couldn't help but stammered, "It's just that running around outside is a little unsafe after all. Who knows what ghosts you will encounter?" Wei Hong naturally understood what he meant. What he was worried about were dangers such as bandits, strange things, and wild beasts. These days, bandits are rampant and chaotic, and there is no safety in the city.
"Don't think too much."
Wei Hong comforted him carelessly, "Pigs are only collected within a few dozen miles of Shindu.
What bandits dare to run wild here? Our Dangtu has been running around all year round and nothing has happened.
Our situation is much better than the turbulent places in other states.
Be content." "That's right." Li Danio couldn't help complaining, but Erdangtu is also a fool. He can just go to the water and land docks to find the boat gang to buy pigs. Why go to the mountain villages to buy pigs?
The boat gang transports pigs from other states all the way, so the price is naturally much more expensive.
How can it be more cost-effective to buy pigs by yourself? Wei Hong chatted casually.
But there was no resistance in his heart.
It's good to go out for a walk every day, which is better than staying in the city all day. After a hard climb, everyone finally arrived at the first destination along the rugged mountain road. This is a village hidden in the mountains.
A stream flows down from the mountains. There are hundreds of yellow mud and thatched houses built on the hillsides on both sides.
Many farmers are working in the fields at the foot of the mountain. There are also children laughing and playing on the village roads.
If you ignore the pale and thin appearance of these villagers, I am afraid Wei Hong will really praise it as a paradise.
Hey! As soon as everyone entered the village, a goat-bearded old man in sackcloth clothes came up to greet them, and said with a happy face, "Tandang-tu, I haven't seen you for a while, come in and have some tea first."
"No need."
Tan Fei waved his hand and said, "We have to go to other villages later, your Zhangjia village is just the first stop, please hurry up, village chief."
Hey, good.
The old man in sackcloth clothes hurriedly called around, "You filthy guys have heard it, right? Who has pigs to sell? Quickly take Tandang-tu to take a look, so as not to waste the noble man's time. Tandang-tu, please go to my house first, my pigs are fat."
"Let's go to my house first, my pigs have been raised for half a year."
The villagers all gathered around when they saw this. Each of them was full of flattery and expectation.
In this era of backward productivity, livestock raised with leftovers and pig grass can be said to be the biggest source of income for farmers. Farmers are reluctant to eat them at home, so they naturally hope to sell them at a good price.
Tan Fei walked around the pig pens of each family with ease.
While negotiating the price with the villagers, he asked people to start loading pigs.
Wei Hong took a bamboo pig cage from the wheelbarrow, endured the stench and walked into the pig pen. With the cooperation of Li Danio, he quickly loaded a pig into the cage. The villagers brought out a scale and weighed it again and again before deciding the weight. 147 catties, 18 coins per catty, total price 2 taels 6 coins 46 coins. Tan Fei said without raising his head, "Ergus, get the money." "Thank you, Mr. Tan." A farmer immediately stepped forward with a smile on his face.
Seeing this, Wei Hong couldn't help but silently calculate the account in his heart.
The butchers sell pork by part, and the price is about 38 to 43 won per gene.
But the live pigs in the village can only be sold for about 18 won, which is more than double the price.
No wonder Tan Fei came all the way here to buy pigs.
A pig is raised for more than half a year and only sells for more than 2 taels.
The farmers are probably having a hard time.
It is not popular to raise castrated pigs in this world. If they are castrated before raising, the pork will have less fishy smell, and a pig can weigh 300 to 400 gene.
Wei Hong suddenly had an idea, should he raise pigs for profit?
With the information gap of castrated pigs, if he wants to raise pigs for money, he will definitely make a lot of money. But after thinking about it seriously, he smiled and killed this unrealistic idea.
He is not short of money now.
He doesn't have enough time to practice martial arts and kill pigs every day, so how can he have time to get involved in pig farming? Once he starts raising pigs, the secret of castration will be impossible to keep.
What can Wei Hong use to form a monopoly?
So he is too lazy to think about such a thankless job that doesn't make much money.
In a few months, he will enter the blood refining realm.
A lot of small forces are willing to ask him to be affiliated, and the silver will be delivered to the door automatically.
Why bother? Thinking of this,
Wei Hong gathered his mind and continued to weigh the pigs and load them.
It's good to get familiar with the process now.
After all, if he sets up his own business in a few years, he may have to come out to collect pigs himself.
Yes.
Wei Hong's eyes suddenly lit up, and he patted his forehead in annoyance. How can you make more money by killing pigs for others than by killing pigs yourself? If he sets up his own business, he can not only take care of all the pigs and sheep in the butcher shop, but also earn a lot of money.
Why not?
At that time, he can recruit a group of butchers and implement the assembly line slaughtering mode. He is responsible for bleeding, and his subordinates are responsible for cutting and cutting meat. Killing dozens of pigs a day is like playing, and the profit is at least 7 or 8 times more.
Isn't it wonderful?
But opening a butcher shop is not easy.
There are many things involved.
It takes a long time to plan. Wei Hong murmured in his heart. Asking for monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and rewards running around for half a day. Wei Hong and his team rushed to 3 villages non-stop before finally loading the convoy to the full capacity.
Each of the more than 10 wheelbarrows carried 3 or 4 fat pigs.
4 or 5 mountain men were hired behind the convoy to help drive away dozens of goats. Walking faster, let's eat some dry food to satisfy our hunger after we pass the mountain call ahead. These pigs and sheep have not been fed. They must rush back to the butcher shop in the afternoon.
Hurry, hurry! Tan Fei shouted and patrolled with sharp eyes. Everyone did not dare to neglect, and gritted their teeth and continued to move forward.
A cart of pigs weighs several hundred kilograms, and the mountain roads are muddy and bumpy. Even though the swordsmen are martial arts practitioners with arm strength of several hundred kilograms, they can't help but gasp for breath at this moment. Among them, Li Daniu was the most strenuous. After all, compared to other veteran swordsmen, he was the weakest and had the smallest arm strength. In addition, he did not have much experience in pushing carts, so his face turned pale from exhaustion.
Daniu, stop for a moment.
Upon seeing this, Wei Hong said quickly, "You can put another pig on my car, I still have some energy left."
No. Li Daniu blushed and said, "How can I let you do my job?
And you already carry one more car than me.
Stop talking nonsense and hurry up." Wei Hong could not refuse and stopped the wheelbarrow.
He directly threw a pig and its cage into his car and tied it up, then easily pushed the car up and motioned for him to follow the convoy. At this point, there are only 2 pigs left in Li Daniu's car. There were actually 5 pig cages piled on Wei Hong's car.
His hands were like iron pliers holding onto the handlebars.
The wheels creaked under the weight of hundreds of kilograms, as if they would fall apart at any time. However, he remained motionless, and his body did not sway in the slightest.
Maid, this monster is so powerful? Something's wrong, isn't he just in the middle stage of skin refining?
I'm not as strong as him in the late stage of skin refining.
Bah! Comparing people to each other is irritating, but Mater is unlucky.
The swordsman cursed in a low voice, their faces full of envy and displeasure.
Even Tan Fei couldn't help but look at it a few more times in surprise.
Wei Hong turned a deaf ear to this, so he didn't bother to pay attention to others.
Even Tan Fei didn't want to talk to him. Showing some strength is to tell them that you are not someone to be trifled with and don't rush into trouble.
The convoy moved forward in this strange atmosphere. After passing a mountain call and approaching the official road, Tan Fei finally raised his hand to signal to stop.
Take a rest and eat some solid food. Tan Fei made arrangements. After getting off the official road, we can walk 10 miles back to the city.
You guys need to work harder.
Phew! I can finally rest, I'm so exhausted. My legs are going to break. Drink some water first. Everyone sighed and wiped their sweat.
Li Daniu parked the wheelbarrow and awkwardly handed over the cowhide kettle.
Brother Hong, drink some water.
Li Daniu said with a smile, "It's my first time to go out to collect pigs and I have to help you."
I'm really sorry. Don't talk about this.
Wei Hong waved his hand nonchalantly and joked casually, "It's just a little effort.
Do you think I'm tired? You are really a monster."
Li Daniu couldn't help but smile bitterly. You must know that he was the one who taught Wei Hong to practice the 13 postures of the tiger. Now that his arm strength is only 300 to 400 kilograms, Wei Hong is already unfathomable.
This gap is really exaggerated. Eat some dry food and rest for a while. Wei Hong reminded, we still have to walk 10 miles later.
It will be more comfortable to take the official route later. Li Daniel muttered as he broke open the pancake and started eating.
The environment when going out to collect pigs is difficult, and a stack of flatbread is everyone's lunch.
Wei Hong didn't mind it either, so he picked up 2 of them and started chewing them. But just after taking a few bites, he saw a group of bicycle racks coming from a distance on the official road below. This carriage has a luxurious and domineering frame, and is pulled by 6 scaly horses with the blood of demonic beasts.
It is guarded by dozens of black armored cavalry at the front and rear. The formation is quite large.
There are many dignitaries and royal relatives in the divine capital, but not many of them perform in such a grand manner.
For a while, other people's eyes couldn't help but be attracted. This is the Black Armored Army? No, isn't the Black Armored Army resisting barbarians on the border? Why are they here? What do you know?
These are the elites of the Black Armor Army, the guards around General Meng.
General Meng is preparing to be called up to fight? Everyone was surprised and started talking.
Wei Hong also roughly understood the owner of this pair of frames. The Meng clan was one of the 5 top clans in the Great Zhou dynasty. Their descendants were spread all over the state capitals, and their power was so intricate that it was terrifying.
Meng Beiwei, the 17th generation descendant of the Meng family, is even more prominent among the powerful.
His talent in martial arts has been astonishing since he was a child. He entered the bone refining realm at the age of 16, the Xiang refining realm at the age of 18, and was already a strong Xiantian realm before the age of 25. He has fought in all directions throughout his life and made great achievements. The 100,000 black armored troops under his command are the elite among the elite of the Great Zhou dynasty. Now he is over 40 years old. Not only does he have a high prestige in the military, but he is also famous in both the government and the public. He is called a military god. However, in the past few years, in order to avoid the emperor's fear, Meng Beiwei deliberately claimed that he was ill and had been living in Crouching Tiger Villa, 100 miles away from the divine capital.
Now his frame is here.
Needless to say, one should know that the court was preparing to send him to quell the rebellion. I heard that the rebellions among the vassals in various places are intensifying, and the court can no longer sit still. Wang Daji couldn't help but said, the prince strongly recommended General Meng to go out to fight the rebellion, but Meng Beiwei declined because of his old wounds.
Several times, I'm afraid I won't be able to push it away this time. It's good to suppress the rebellion.
I heard that soldiers and bandits are rampant in Sangzhou, Shuzhou and other places, and the people are displaced and miserable.
It's really pitiful.
Yes, the Great Zhou dynasty has become more and more turbulent in recent years.
Is this a sign of the country's demise? Who knows? The demise of the country has little to do with us. Everyone was chatting.
Wei Hong stared at the black armor cavalry with burning eyes. These cavalrymen were tall and strong, and both the people and horses were wearing heavy armor. From a distance, there was a terrifying blood and evil spirit sweeping over, giving people an amazing sense of oppression. It is hard to imagine what the scene would be like if such a terrible army charged on the battlefield as a whole.
I am afraid that even the mountains could be flattened. Maybe Wei Hong's eyes were too hot.
Maybe the black armor army was too vigilant. Separated by half a mountain, a line of sight had already swept over, frighteningly Daniel and others so much that their faces turned pale, and even Wei Hong seemed to be struck by lightning.
Cry!
A falcon made a long cry in the sky.
The black armored soldiers slowly withdrew their sight.
It was obvious that they had also judged that Wei Hong and others were not a threat, and they were too lazy to look at them anymore. But just when the convoy was about to leave the mountains, a dense rain of arrows accompanied by shouts of killing suddenly sounded. Kill, kill, kill. Puff, puff, puff. A large number of assassins in black clothes and masks holding military crossbows and swords rushed out of the mountains and forests.
They directly surrounded the carriage of Meng Beiwei under the protection of the black armored soldiers. A sudden assassination broke out. Oh no! Something happened. Someone is trying to assassinate General Meng. What should we do? Damn, is the assassin hiding in the forest? Everyone took a breath of cold air, and felt a chill on their backs.
Even Wei Hong couldn't help but change his expression suddenly, because no one expected that there would be an assassination against Meng Beiwei in such a place close to the capital of God.
The situation in the Great Zhou is turbulent now, and assassinations are prevalent. Many dignitaries are fighting each other openly and secretly.
This matter originally had nothing to do with Wei Hong and others, but they were unlucky to accidentally bump into this matter. If they didn't stop to rest, they would have bumped into the assassin today.
And the assassins will definitely erase the surrounding traces after they have accomplished their mission. Will they still be able to survive by then? Second in command, let's go.
Wang Daji said in fear, this kind of thing is not something we can get involved in.
If we don't run away, we will be affected and none of us will survive. Yes, run away. What bad luck, how did we encounter such a thing? Everyone was panicked and terrified. Tan Fei's face kept changing, and his eyes stared at the bottom without reacting. After a long time, he sighed and said helplessly, escape? Where to escape? How far can we run with so many pigs and sheep? Everyone was silent again after hearing this. Now they are in the mountain road, and they can only run up the mountain. Even if they leave the pigs and sheep and run into the mountain, they can't run away. Wait.
Tan Fei said in a deep voice, if the Black Armor Army wins, we will be safe, and General Mang will definitely not be angry with us. If the killer wins, we will abandon the goods and flee into the forest. At that time, life and death will depend on God's will. Wei Hong raised his eyebrows slightly and had to pray secretly. Tan Fei's judgment was still very accurate. For those innocent people who were implicated, escaping or not actually meant little, it just depended on who could win.
The life of the weak was never a life.
Life and death were not controlled by oneself, which was really a pity.
The falcon has already flown back to report the news.
Wei Hong looked up at the sky and said coldly, this place is only 10 miles away from the capital of the gods. It will only take 2 cups of tea if we gallop.
Plus the time to mobilize the troops, reinforcements will arrive within an incense stick. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If reinforcements arrived within an incense stick, this assassination would not be easy to succeed.
The fight on the official road continued, hundreds of black-armored soldiers calmly protected the frame, and at the same time, they sent people to fight with the killers in close combat.
Puff puff puff.
The iron spears and swords in their hands were like the sickles of the god of death, easily harvesting the lives of killers one after another. The official road was suddenly filled with blood and a large number of corpses fell. However, the assassins were well prepared. Crossbows and strong bows were constantly fired in the forest. Gradually, casualties also occurred in the black-armored army. Both sides were anxious for a while.
After a while, 8 bald strong men suddenly appeared in the forest.
They were all shirtless and holding iron chain meteor hammers. Their fat bodies were like hills. When they walked, even the ground was shaking.
Ah! Die!
The bald strong men swung the iron chain meteor hammers with a grim smile, and blasted the approaching black-armored army away with a raised hand. The meteor hammers rolled up a whirring sound when they swung, and the terrifying force fell, and even the war horses were directly smashed into bloody pieces and scattered all over the ground.
Hiss! Wei Hong and others took a breath of cold air. What kind of terrifying force is this? I'm afraid it must be no less than 10,000 pounds of strength, right?
This is Meteor, one of the top 3 killer organizations in the world. Tan Fei couldn't help but sighed, 8 of them are good at using meteor hammers, and each of them has the strength of the peak of refining the internal organs. With their combined strength, they can even resist the strong men in the innate realm.
How much money did you spend to invite them? Innate? Refining the internal organs?
Wei Hong murmured in silence, but his eyes were full of desire. Money and enjoyment are just clouds to him, and this kind of powerful strength is his lifelong pursuit. The 8 Vajras attacked together, and the Black Armor Army can't stop it.
Yes, I heard that General Mang has an old injury. I wonder if he can take action. If we continue to fight like this, won't we be able to hold on for even a stick of incense? The fighting on the official road is heartbreaking.
Just when everyone was anxious, 3 masked men and women rushed out of the forest. They were wearing long clothes and holding sharp swords, floating in the air like hawks and rushing straight from the treetops to the car frame.
Innate realm? Everyone was stunned with shock. Wei Hong couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. Is this the legendary Xiantian realm expert who can temporarily control the air and float in the air, like a land immortal?
The 3 people swept the sword energy in their hands, and the frame was broken into pieces in an instant. Then a tall figure holding a long halberd soared into the sky. The 4 figures fought madly at low altitude, and various sword energies swept out. The black-armored army and the killers were forced to retreat one after another. For a while, the official road was in chaos.
Boom boom boom.
The battle between the 4 Xiantian became more and more intense. They rushed into the mountains and forests from low altitude, and the battlefield continued to expand. The mountains on both sides were immediately affected. A large number of ancient trees were cut off, countless rocks were swept down by the sword energy, and a large number of deep pits appeared on the ground. No matter whether it was the black armored army or the killer, if they were affected at all, they would vomit blood and die on the spot.
Such a shocking scene made everyone even more terrified. Is this the power of the Xiantian? Too scary, isn't it? Oh no, will we be affected? Or should we retreat a little?
It shouldn't be that bad, this place is still some distance from the official road.
Everyone was discussing in fear.
Wei Hong stared at the battlefield intently. Not only was he not frightened, but he showed a trace of envy and obsession. With a wave of his hand, the sword energy soared into the sky, and the grass, trees, mountains and rocks were all crushed to dust.
What a terrible power! Is this the power of the Xiantian realm? I wonder how it compares to the immortal cultivators. One day I will reach this realm.
If I can't achieve it in 10 years, I will do it in 20 years. If I can't achieve it in 20 years, I will do it in 100 years.
My way will never stop.
Wei Hong's eyes gradually became firm.
However, the battle on the official road did not last long. Everyone looked up and saw a group of cavalry in the distance.
They were coming here from the direction of the capital of the gods at a rapid speed, and they would arrive in less than half a cup of tea.
And the battle below was still intense.
The tall figure holding a long halberd suppressed the 3 innates by himself, and beat them back step by step, and one of them even vomited blood.
As for the black armor army, although they were killed by the 8 Vajra, they were scattered all over the ground.
However, they fought to the death and would not be completely wiped out for a while.
Boom! The earth-shaking sound of horse hooves finally reached the battlefield.
Both sides in the bloody battle changed their faces, one was ecstatic and the other was naturally sad.
Ah, brothers, keep killing. Reinforcements have arrived. Retreat! Retreat immediately! After a series of shouts, accompanied by the sound of horse hooves approaching, the masked killers chose to flee without hesitation.
They forced their opponents to retreat, turned around and fled into the mountains and forests and retreated completely.
Please support and reward. After the battle, martial law was imposed on the official road.
A cavalry corps of more than 1,000 people came charging forward. Soon, the area was surrounded by a dense crowd, and merchants and passers-by on both sides of the official road were stopped and not allowed to pass, causing quite a commotion.
But fortunately, as Tan Fei said, if General Meng was not in trouble, no one would be implicated.
After the patrolling cavalry confirmed their identities, the group was allowed to leave and return to the capital smoothly.
In the afternoon,
when Wei Hong got off work and walked out of the butcher shop, the whole capital had already spread the news of General Meng's attack. The streets and alleys were full of discussions in tea houses and taverns, and even passers-by on the street couldn't help but whisper to each other.
Mr. Hu, business is good.
At the entrance of Tianbao Alley, there was a braised meat stall. The rich aroma wafted from the hot braised meat soup, causing passers-by to swallow their saliva, and several small tables were already full of diners.
A hunchbacked old man in hemp clothes raised his cloudy eyes and immediately smiled. Wei the butcher is here? Come sit down.
No, cut some braised meat to take home.
Wei Hong casually ordered, first cut 2 pounds of braised beef, and then cut 2 pounds of beef offal. Okay.
The old man in hemp clothes agreed happily and quickly fished the meat out of the braised meat soup.
Oh my, this time General Meng was assassinated, it's really exciting.
The patrol camp sent out tens of thousands of people to track down and search everywhere.
The scene is not small.
That's right, it is said that the killer organization Meteor did it, and it is rumored that there is also the hand of King Rui behind it.
Bullshit. I think it's probably the hand of King Huai. They don't want to see General Meng lead the army to suppress the rebellion.
Now the anti-kings in various places are rushing to expand their forces.
This time it's a big deal.
The cautious discussion of the diners on the side came into his ears. Wei Hong smiled and didn't interrupt, nor did he brag about the fact that he had witnessed the assassination of General Meng.
Instead, a guest sighed and caught his attention. Oh, I wonder how many heads will be chopped off this time.
Yes, every time the powerful fight overtly or covertly, a group of people under them will be chopped off. This time General Meng was assassinated, the emperor will definitely investigate in anger. I'm afraid someone will have to take the blame.
TSK, didn't your child get tuberculosis, old Sue?
I heard from the old people that eating steamed buns with fresh human blood can cure tuberculosis.
In a few days, there will be a lot of heads rolling in the market. Why don't you try it? The diners were talking and laughing.
A short and fat man couldn't help but be moved. Wei Hong's head was buzzing at this moment, and there were only 4 big words in his heart and eyes: heads rolling.
Good opportunity.
He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his heart was even more turbulent. He has always known that killing people can earn more money than killing pigs. But because of various concerns, he has always been patient and low-key, never hurting people, and even more so, he doesn't want to become a demon who slaughters all living beings. But today he suddenly realized that he was a little stupid. He can stick to the bottom line and not kill people indiscriminately, but it doesn't mean that there is no opportunity to kill people openly and reasonably, such as being a beheading executioner. These days, the emperor is angry and millions of people are buried. Any major case of treason will have to kill thousands or tens of thousands of people. If Wei Hong works part-time as an executioner, wouldn't it be a lot of money? Ha ha ha. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. He threw down a 5 liang silver ingot and said, "Mr. Hu, give everyone here another pound of meat and a jar of wine. I'll treat you today." After that, Wei Hong picked up the beef wrapped in lotus leaves and turned away. He did not choose to go home, but went straight to the main street of Beicheng.
Hey, who is this person so generous?
The diners were a little confused. The old man in hemp clothes happily put away the silver ingots, and then said, "This is Wei the butcher from Juji Meat Shop. His grandfather is the old Wei who used to be the night watchman.
Maybe he has encountered something happy today.
Come on, everyone is eating and drinking, and today Wei the butcher will pay the bill."
That's great, ha ha ha.
Old Wei has given birth to a good grandson, and he will be blessed in the future.
Yes, it's really enviable.
The diners were all smiling after getting a bargain.
But they didn't know that Wei Hong was happier than them.
After all, it's not easy to find a way to make a living.
How could he not be happy when he was enlightened today?
Walking all the way to Beicheng Street, Wei Hong bought a jar of wanwali, and then walked to a remote alley and knocked on the door of a dilapidated courtyard.
Who is it? Knock, 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 what are you knocking for? There was an impatient shouting in the courtyard.
Then, a burly bearded man roughly opened the gate, and his pair of copper bell bull eyes glanced over unhappily, which immediately made people feel a chill.
"Excuse me, are you Master Deng Haisheng?"
Wei Hong politely clasped his fists. The bearded man glanced at him up and down, and saw that he was tall and burly with extraordinary momentum. The fierceness on his face was restrained a little, and he said coldly, "It's Deng, who are you?" "I am Wei Hong, a butcher at Juji Meat Shop."
"My grandfather is Old Wei, who used to be the night watchman at Anlafang.
I met you at Uncle Lushan's house a few years ago.
I wonder if Master Deng still remembers you." After a lot of rambling, Deng Haisheng finally figured out his identity. His stiff face immediately eased a lot, squeezed out a smile and said, "It turns out to be Nephew Wei.
I saw you a few years ago, you were still a little kid.
I really can't recognize you after not seeing you for a few years.
Sorry. As he said that, Deng Haisheng welcomed him into the courtyard. This courtyard had only one main room and one side room. The space was small, and there were a lot of miscellaneous items piled up around. It seemed that he lived alone.
"My dear nephew, please sit down."
Deng Haisheng pushed away the miscellaneous items on the 8 immortal table, smiled awkwardly and wanted to pour tea, but he couldn't find a clean cup after searching for a long time.
"Master Deng, don't be busy."
Wei Hong put the meat and wine wrapped in lotus leaves on the table and said with a smile, "I came to visit you today, firstly to reminisce with you on behalf of Uncle Lushan, and secondly, I also want to ask you for a favor."
"What is it?"
Deng Haisheng found 2 bowls to pour wine while untying the braised beef, and then muttered, "I heard that Lushan is dead. You are not lying to me, are you?"
"Of course not, Uncle Lushan is indeed dead."
Wei Hong choked up and said with emotion,
"No, I have buried it.
Although I haven't held a funeral, I will still pay tribute to it on the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month."
"Ah."
Deng Haisheng didn't know what he remembered. His face suddenly became quiet, and he couldn't help but exclaimed after taking 2 sips of wine, "Hey, 20-year-old Wanwali?
Good wine. What do you want to bring such good wine to your door?" "To be honest, Master Deng,"
Wei Hong said straight to the point, "I want to learn beheading."
"Learn beheading?"
Deng Haisheng coughed twice. A pair of eyes looked at him suspiciously, as if looking at a monster.
"Please give me a monthly ticket. A butcher actually wants to change his career to become an executioner?" This made Deng Haisheng a little confused, and he couldn't help but wonder, "Are you here to make fun of me?
You can make a lot of money from killing pigs every month. Why do you do such dirty work?"
"Ha ha."
Wei Hong smiled and poured himself a glass of wine. Although the executioner's job is the same as that of a butcher, it is killing.
But there are huge differences in many aspects.
After all, one kills people and the other kills pigs. Although the butcher is dirty and tired, he earns a lot and walks out decent.
Executioners kill people all year round and are full of evil spirits. Most of them have a bad temper and are addicted to alcohol. It is also rumored that they are unlucky for their relatives and parents, so most of them can't even marry a wife and have to be lonely all their lives. At the same time, executioners are involved in too many lives and are likely to encounter dirty things. So being a butcher these days will make people envy, but being an executioner is a low-class job, and it will only make people disgusted when you go out. Deng Haisheng really couldn't understand why Wei Hong would jump into this fire pit. Don't mess around, kid. Deng Haisheng couldn't help but persuade, you are only 17 or 18 years old this year, right? If you become an executioner, it will be difficult to get married in the future. Which good family will marry their daughter to someone who kills people every day? I don't care about getting married. Wei Hong smiled indifferently. To be honest with Master Deng, I actually have a bloodthirsty disease since I was a child. I can't control my emotions if I don't kill for a day, so I chose to be a butcher. But now killing pigs is not enough, I want to kill people. Hiss. Deng Haisheng took a breath of cold air and felt his scalp tingling. What kind of weird disease is this? Can't he be a born madman? There are always some people in the world who are well-dressed but cruel and bloodthirsty. I didn't expect Wei Hong to be such a person. Deng Haisheng subconsciously felt a chill. Such people can't be provoked. My dear nephew. Deng Haisheng smiled and said, it's not good to do our business. It's easy to offend people and get into dirty things. You should think about it carefully. No need to think about it. I just want to kill people. Wei Hong was too lazy to talk nonsense. He took out a silver note of 100 taels and slapped it on the table. Master Deng, the small apprenticeship fee is not a respect. You don't have to worry that I will get sick. After all, I just want to kill people openly. I won't do anything to commit crimes. This? Deng Haisheng's expression changed for a while. Finally, he smiled calmly and accepted the silver note. Okay. Deng Haisheng nodded and said, since my dear nephew wants to learn, then I will do my best to teach you. After that, he couldn't help but take a sip of wine, and then said with a strange expression, there are still people who are eager to be executioners these days? It's really strange. In the past, we were not poor and destitute. Who would do such dirty work? Everyone has their own ambitions. Wei Hong chuckled. That's right, everyone has their own ambitions. Deng Haisheng said no more, and said directly, we executioners are nominally under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice, but we have no rank or salary. We are just registered in the Ministry of Justice and are ready to work at any time. Usually, we are rewarded with 2 cents for beheading a person. When we meet the prisoner's family, they will give some red envelopes when they collect the body. There is no other income, so most of the time we live in poverty and have to find other ways to support ourselves. If you want to be an executioner, it's easy. I will find someone to record you in the list of the Ministry of Justice. Just practice your hand in the name of my apprentice. Wei Hong smiled with satisfaction. As the saying goes, money makes the devil work, and the ancients are not deceiving me. As long as you are willing to spend money, isn't it easy to be an executioner part-time? My dear nephew, do you want to learn beheading or wielding a knife? Deng Haisheng asked again. What does wielding a knife mean? Beheading is about exertion, while wielding a knife is a technical job. Deng Haisheng took a sip of wine and said with a smile, do you know about the death penalty by slow slicing? A small knife is used to cut the prisoner's body 3,000 times, and the prisoner must not die during the period, otherwise the executioner will have to pay with his life. Those who are not from the family tradition dare not wield a knife. No need to be so troublesome. Wei Hong waved his hand indifferently, I just want to chop off the head and see blood, and I am not interested in wielding a knife by slow slicing. Okay. Deng Haisheng breathed a sigh of relief. If you want to learn to wield a knife, I really have to spend some time to teach you the family craft for the sake of the 100 taels of tuition. Since you only want to learn to chop off the head, it is much simpler. You kill pigs all day in the butcher shop, and you are also a martial artist, so your knife skills should be pretty good. When chopping off the head, you only need to aim at the third section of the back of the neck. Wei Hong raised his hand and touched his neck. He probably had a rough idea in his mind. With his sword skills, it was not difficult to hit here. He would make sure that the prisoner's head would fly off with one stroke of the sword, and there would be no delay at all. What if the prisoner is strong and his skin is invulnerable to swords and guns when beheading? Wei Hong continued to ask. Deng Haisheng sneered while eating braised beef. What does it matter if he is strong? On the first day of entering the prison of the Ministry of Justice, he will have to use iron chains to pierce his scapula,
and his tendons of hands and feet will be disabled.
He will be tortured in prison for a period of time. Even a strong person in the innate realm will be neither human nor ghost. And the one used for beheading is the special black gold and black iron ghost head sword made by the Ministry of Justice. This thing can cut iron like mud. No matter how strong the skin is, it can't stop a knife. Don't worry. Then,
Deng Haisheng talked about many rules and taboos of the executioner.
Rule 1, don't talk to the prisoner, let alone look at the prisoner. Rule 2, before the execution, one must drink alcohol and spray the knife with it.
The alcohol is a mixture of strong liquor and black dog blood, which has the effect of covering up the resentment.
Rule 3, before the execution, you must worship the heaven and earth and ghosts and gods to avoid being entangled by karma. Rule 4, after the execution, you cannot turn back all the way back to the yamen.
When you arrive at the yamen, go to the main hall and let the yamen runners beat you with a board, in order to beat away the wrong souls.
People call this beating the evil spirits. These are the rules left by the older generation.
Deng Haisheng said with a serious face, if you don't want to be entangled by the weird, you'd better remember them.
Otherwise, killing too many people and the resentful souls will come to you to take your life is no joke. There are not many executioners who can have a good end these days.
Wei Hong felt a chill for no reason. However, he was a bold man and was not frightened by these few words. Instead, he nodded solemnly and said, "Thank you for your teaching, Master Deng.
I have taken note of it. I wonder when I can learn to behead people."
In a few days, you have also seen the recent situation. Deng Haisheng sneered, every time the powerful fight overtly and covertly, there will always be some unlucky people who become scapegoats.
There is no need to wait until the autumn to be executed. There are people who fall dead every day. I will find some connections to put your name on the list in the next 2 days. I will notify you when you need to behead people. Don't worry about not having heads to be chopped off.
I am just afraid that you will be soft-hearted at that time.
Soft-hearted?
Wei Hong was slightly stunned, and finally sighed silently.
He is a human being, not a demon. How can he not be soft-hearted when killing people? In feudal society, families were often confiscated and clans were exterminated. Many women, children, the elderly and the young were obviously innocent but were pushed to the guillotine. Will he really be able to do it then?
For several days Wei Hong's mood was a little complicated.
I still can't get over the indiscriminate killing of innocent people.
However, he could not regret it after he fired the bow without turning back. On the 4th day, Deng Haisheng came to the door and handed him a blood-red executioner's suit. He told him that he would be working at the North Street Market at 3 o'clock noon on the 2nd day and that he had to arrive a quarter of an hour in advance to prepare. It just so happens that the situation has been chaotic these past few days. Tan Fei, the second stall owner, did not dare to go to the mountains and countryside to collect pigs. The pigs and sheep slaughtered every day are transported from the water and land terminals. Therefore, Wei Hong had a very leisurely afternoon, so he had time to go and behead him.
Had lunch.
Wei Hong changed into a blood-red coat early. With a red strip of cloth tied around his head, he looked like an executioner and attracted the attention of passers-by. When we arrived at the Kaishiku of Bay Street, we saw that the place was already bustling with people. There was a beheading platform on one side of the intersection, and there were more than a dozen government officials guarding it. On the stage, Deng Haisheng also put on blood-colored clothes. He was holding a ghost-headed sword beside him with his eyes closed and concentrating. When Wei Hong walked over, the government officials looked at him and did not stop him. Although he was a stranger, he was wearing the clothes of an executioner, so no one would be disillusioned.
Master Deng. Well, you're here?
Deng Haisheng raised his eyes and took a look, then nodded with satisfaction. Today we have to chop off 17 or 8 heads. They are all criminal thieves who committed crimes not long ago.
The yamen is going to empty the prison.
Deng Haisheng explained casually. Wei Hong immediately understood what he meant by these words. First of all, he was trying to comfort himself that he didn't need to feel any psychological pressure because the gangster was not unjustly killed.
Secondly, he also vaguely revealed some information.
The assassination of General Meng still needs to be investigated. It is expected that many people will die next, so the yamen kills a batch of prisoners in advance to prepare to free up the cells to welcome the next batch of unlucky people.
It's 3 poles in the sun. A small sedan came slowly under the way opened by the yamen servants.
There were more than a dozen prison vans escorted by armored soldiers from the patrol battalion at the rear. The prison cars were lined up across the crowd, and the sinister-looking gangsters were escorted to the stage. A middle-aged official in official uniform slowly stepped out of the sedan.
Under the scorching sun, the middle-aged official ignored the pointing fingers around him. Sitting behind the desk, he glanced at the files and then told the clerk beside him, "It's already late, let's get started." "Yes." The clerk held up the scroll in front of the people and read loudly, "It has been found that the mountain bandits Lu Qing, Su Hai, and other 18 thieves have gathered in county to act as bandits, burning, killing, looting, and doing all kinds of evil, causing the people's lives to be devastated and people's hearts to be in panic. His crime should not be tolerated. Today, the Ministry of Punishment has sentenced the bandits to be beheaded in public, in order to uphold the national law and express the anger of the people. If anyone follows suit, the national law will not tolerate it. Okay. Kill these bitches. Kill. Kill them quickly." The crowd watching the fun in the audience suddenly surged. Some people were filled with righteous indignation and gritted their teeth, while others simply wanted to see the bloody excitement. The middle-aged official nodded with satisfaction, dropped a bamboo stick with the word G engraved on it, and shouted loudly, "The auspicious time has come. If you prove your identity, behead." "Yes." Deng Haisheng agreed loudly. He picked up the wine bowl on the side, took a sip and sprayed it on the ghost head sword. Then he pulled out the tag from the neck of the first bandit to verify his identity. After checking that he was correct, he pressed his head on the guillotine and chopped it off with a vicious knife. Put! The bandit's head flew up with eyes wide open. The blood was splashed out like a fountain. This scene was so frightening that there were bursts of screams in the crowd. Many timid and curious women and children turned pale with fright, and even more people screamed excitedly. "Did you see it?" Deng Haisheng looked at Wei Hong without changing his expression and asked with a smile, "Do you dare to take action?" "Why don't you dare? Just rest and let me do it." Wei Hong took the ghost head sword from his hand. "After weighing it, I found that the knife weighed at least 30 kilograms. Moreover, the materials used are extremely luxurious, and the entire body is forged from dark iron mixed with black gold. It is no wonder that the heads of these bandits can be chopped off. You must know that they are all martial arts masters. Go ahead, make sure you are right, and then raise the knife and drop it." Deng Haisheng reminded again, "Only cut the third section of the neck." Wei Hong stepped forward without changing his expression. The second person to be led to the guillotine was a young man with a shark mouth and monkey cheeks. His face was full of fear, but he was pretending to be ferocious. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Boy, if you dare to touch me, I'm not easy to mess with. The little bully of Xian County is not easy to mess with. Be careful, I will kill your whole family and rape your sister." Wei Hong didn't even bother to look at him. While identifying himself against the portrait in the file, he pulled out the wooden stick from his neck. No, master, don't kill me. Please don't kill me, otherwise I won't let you go even if I try to trick you." The shark-mouthed, monkey-cheeked young man who had been threatening fiercely just now had already been frightened to death and was wailing in fear for mercy, but no matter how loudly he screamed, he could not shake Wei Hong in the slightest. He took a mouthful of strong liquor and sprayed it on the ghost head sword. Then he stepped on the guillotine with one kick, just like killing pigs and sheep countless times in the past. He raised the knife with an expressionless face and chopped it down with lightning speed and precision. Aha! Puff! Heads fly! The prisoner's frightened face was frozen on his face. The next moment, the head rolled to the ground and slid far away, and blood spurted out. "Okay, good kill. Good sword skills." The audience immediately burst into cheers. But this time it scares more screamers. Perhaps because people who practice martial arts have strong energy and blood, the blood of prisoners is always extremely exaggerated. Most people will be frightened and sick for the first time they behead. But Wei Hong sneered again and again, letting the dead eyes of the head stare at him. "Bite. Vitality plus 374, the strength is pretty good." Wei Hong raised his lips and smiled, having a rough estimate of the prisoner's strength. Since killing Zhang Fuxing and more than a dozen members of the Blood Crow gang on the last chaotic night, he has figured out the pattern of obtaining murderous intent. Killing an ordinary person is probably comparable to killing 10 pigs, and you can get 1 to 200 lives. As the strength of the deceased continues to increase, the amount of vitality will continue to rise. From the early stage of skin refining to the perfection of skin refining, you can get about 200 to 500 vitality, so the prisoner you just killed should be in the middle or late stage of skin refining. Killing one person will cost me 2 days' profit from killing a pig. You can make money with blood. Wei Hong smacked his tongue with satisfaction, dragged the second prisoner over and started to kill him. Puff, puff, puff. Heads fell to the ground one after another,
and the smell of blood rose into the sky. The hustle and bustle around the vegetable market gradually fell silent, and more people turned pale with fright.
There was already silence in the crowd.
Only the scene of Wei Hong with a slight smile on his lips and a knife raised to kill was left etched in everyone's minds for a long time and cannot be forgotten.
Damn it, I thought he wouldn't be able to adapt to the first beheading, but the more he killed, the more excited he became? What a madman who was born to eat this bowl of rice.
Deng Haisheng couldn't help but murmured in shock.
Who is the executioner today?
He is so quick and decisive, beheading people like chopping melons and vegetables, which is really frightening.
Yes, you see he is smiling, he is clearly enjoying it. This is too cold-blooded. Ha, I think it should be like this, these bandits who have committed many evils should be killed, well done. Isn't this Wei the butcher from Juji Meat Shop? He doesn't kill pigs, but comes here to behead people? There was a lot of discussion on the streets of Kaishiku. Wei Hong's cold-blooded killing made many people's scalps numb.
At the same time, he also unknowingly gained a lot of reputation, letting more people know that there is a ruthless executioner on this street, and his notoriety began to spread quietly.
Good boy, you are really tough. The middle-aged official in charge of the execution said with admiration, who is this? Reporting to the Lord, this is the apprentice of Deng Wu.
The clerk beside him quickly replied, it is said that he has just been registered.
His surname is Wei and his name is Hong.
He is only 17 years old this year.
He usually makes a living by slaughtering pigs in the butcher shop. A butcher who also serves as an executioner? He is a strange man.
The middle-aged official looked strange. Ordinary executioners will be nervous and trembling after killing a few people, for fear that the resentful spirits will find them, and they have to wait for a few days before they can continue to behead.
But this boy is getting more and more excited. It's really interesting. That's right.
The clerk also said in amazement, anyone who sees the rolling head staring at him with his eyes wide open will be scared to death. Even an old hand like Deng Wu will have to drink a lot of alcohol to sleep after cutting off a few heads.
This boy is really weird. In the public eye, Wei Hong didn't care what other people thought of him.
Anyway, they were all big bandits, so there was no psychological pressure to kill them. One knife could exchange hundreds of vitality points for a head, so he simply treated these unlucky guys as wild monsters, so he was naturally very happy to kill them.
The last one.
Wei Hong dragged the bloody ghost-headed broadsword and walked towards a middle-aged man with gray hair, strong muscles, and cold eyes. The file records that this man is called Lu Qing, and he is 36 years old this year.
He is also a well-known existence among the mountain bandits in An County.
He has already reached the middle stage of blood refining. He is not only powerful but also ruthless and intelligent. There are countless souls who have died at his hands.
This kind of murderer can almost stop children from crying at night.
But Wei Hong just silently took a sip of the strong wine, sprayed it on the blade as usual, and prepared to take action without saying a word.
Boy, you killed 15 of my brothers, you are also a ruthless man.
Lu Qing did not resist, but just lay on the guillotine and looked at Wei Hong obediently. His eyes were chilling and made people shudder. Ha, if I had met you 2 years earlier, I could have rewarded you with wealth, but it's a pity, be careful when walking on the night road in the future. I have many brothers who have not been caught. If I can't kill the dog official, can I kill you?
Come on, give me a quick death.
Lu Qing chuckled and began to shake his head and sing an unknown little song. Wei Hong was too lazy to pay attention to his crazy words. Always remembering the rule of not talking to prisoners, he raised the knife and chopped it down with all his strength.
Shwa! Puff!
Lu Qing's head flew high, and blood sprayed all over the ground. He died with a smile on his lips, as if he was singing a song even when he died.
Ding! Vitality plus 794, the blood refining realm is worthy of being the blood refining realm.
Even though he has been tortured in prison for so long, there is still a terrifying force rebounding under the membrane when he cuts down. If an ordinary person came to cut him, he would definitely be ambushed. Fortunately, my foundation is solid, otherwise I would have suffered a great loss today.
Wei Hong secretly exhaled a foul breath.
He then returned the ghost-headed sword to Deng Haisheng, lowered his voice and said, fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission.
Thank you Master Deng for your help.
Today, I really killed people happily. You kid, Deng Haisheng hesitated.
Master Deng, don't worry.
Seeing this, Wei Hong hurriedly said, the reward money for these heads belongs to you. I will prepare a table of food at Zuofenglu later.
I hope you will do me a favor.
Okay. Deng Haisheng nodded repeatedly, his face full of joy.
Since Wei Hong knows how to behave, why should he say more? Reporting to the Lord. Deng Haisheng raised the ghost-headed broadsword and shouted to the supervising officer, "Today, all 17 bandits have been identified and beheaded for public display. Please give your instructions." "Yes." The middle-aged official nodded with satisfaction, and then stood up and left.
When his sedan chair left, dozens of men and women rushed out of the crowd below. They rushed to the execution ground like hungry wolves. Even Wei Hong was frightened by this change and subconsciously wanted to touch the black iron plum blossom needle.
"Don't panic."
Deng Haisheng smiled and reminded, "The head has been chopped off. No one will rob the execution ground at this time.
They just want to get some human blood." Human blood steamed bun? Wei Hong suddenly realized it. He looked at these people in amazement and bribed the yamen runners with money. Then he used the steamed bun to dip the blood plasma on the ground with a pious face, ready to take it back to treat his children. This kind of foolish thing is already the norm in the Great Zhou. Wei Hong naturally couldn't say much except sighing. "Let's go back to the Ministry of Justice."
Deng Haisheng said, "We killed a notorious bandit today. His body will be thrown into a mass grave and fed to dogs.
No family will come to redeem him. Otherwise, we can make a small fortune."
After saying that, the two walked towards the yamen one after the other. Deng Haisheng walked along with the knife, and passers-by retreated in all directions. It was as if they had seen some plague god, fearing that they would be contaminated by bad luck. Many people who had seen Wei Hong kill people avoided him as if they had seen a ghost, and the scene was quite funny.
"Did you see it?"
Deng Haisheng mocked himself, "Doing our business is stinking dog shit.
Who would be willing to do it if they couldn't survive? It must be you who is crazy and wants to do this kind of dirty work even if you spend money." "Ha ha ha." Wei Hong laughed dumbly. "Let's go back to the yamen first."
Deng Haisheng flicked the ghost-headed broadsword and sighed, "This thing can't be lost, otherwise both of our heads will be in danger." As they spoke, the two went straight to the Ministry of Justice. It was the first time for Wei Hong to come here. The Ministry of Justice was located at the junction of Anlafang and Pinganfang, occupying an area of more than half of the street. There are 4 stone statues of gluttonous beasts at the door, and there are also police officers guarding the door. At first glance, they are so awe-inspiring. Deng Haisheng took him into a side hall of the yamen with ease. He first found a clerk to hand over the ghost-headed sword, and then found 2 police officers to beat themselves, completing the steps of exorcising evil spirits. Then he received the reward for beheading today and said happily, "Let's go and have a drink." "Okay. Zuofenglu, don't go home until you are drunk." Wei Hong agreed happily. Today, 16 heads were beheaded and 6 or 7,000 lives were earned. Directly more than what he earned from killing pigs in the past month. In a good mood, he naturally would not be stingy to celebrate. Ask for recommendation votes and follow-up reading. Zue Feng Tower, the guests are noisy and drinking glasses. Wei Hong and Deng Haisheng found a seat by the window on the second floor. A table of good wine and food was ordered, and the two of them drank together comfortably. Come on, you've had a great time killing today, I'll give you a toast, Master Deng." "You kid, you are really evil." Deng Haisheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, he was still very satisfied with the apprentice he had accepted out of nowhere. Wei Hong knows etiquette and discipline, knows how to advance and retreat, and kills people without blinking an eye. He is really a good material for being a natural executioner. Deng Haisheng just brought him into this industry, and he was able to win his favor without any effort at all. It was very cost-effective to say the least. "Come on, keep drinking. I won't come home until I get drunk today." The two of them continued to drink and exchange cups. It's a pleasure to eat meat and drink wine. But not long after drinking, Wei Hong's eyes were attracted by the movement on the street. It turned out that a group of soldiers set up a table at the street corner with great fanfare and posted an imperial list. There were also several strong men with loud voices shouting around. The country is in crisis today. The rebels are rebelling against the king. The country is in danger of losing its eggs. The people are in danger of falling. If the country has no generals, how can we call home? At this time of crisis, the imperial court has decided to recruit troops to fight against the traitors. General Meng Beiwe will be sent south to quell the rebellion. We are now recruiting people with lofty ideals to fight and defend the country. Those who join the army will be exempted from taxes for 3 years and receive generous military pay every month. If they have meritorious service in battle, they will be granted the title of Marquis or Prime Minister. If there are casualties, they will be generously compensated. The shouts immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people.
Passers-by on the street stopped to watch, and soon they were surrounded by people.
Is this recruiting soldiers? Good guy, the recruitment has come to the capital of God?
Deng Haisheng put down his wine bowl and cursed, "These princes in the court are really stupid. They are embarrassed wherever they recruit soldiers. Why did the Zhou dynasty last for 800 years?
Are you still an embarrassment to defeat several rebel kings? Master Deng, be careful."
Wei Hong reminded casually, "Nowadays, the situation in the Great Zhou dynasty is turbulent. There are barbarian attacks outside and anti-king rebellions inside. The various state capitals are suffering from disasters and have no time to take care of themselves.
There is no way to send soldiers to quell the rebellion.
From the capital of God, it's normal to temporarily recruit troops to go south.
This little brother is right.
The imperial court has been in rebellion for a long time and has been unable to send troops.
Now it is difficult to recruit General Meng. What can we do if we don't recruit troops at short notice?
The black armored army is still guarding the border. The northern D and the southern barbarians are watching with eager eyes.
The border troops are unable to send people anywhere.
No, I heard that the imperial court is planning to mobilize 12 patrol battalions from Shindu this time and recruit 500,000 new soldiers to go south to train while marching.
Alas!
This is why they only issue imperial lists to recruit troops in the capital of God.
If it were elsewhere, the diners in Zuifeng Tower were talking endlessly.
Wei Hong naturally understood the key to this, which was that only in the capital city of the gods could you recruit soldiers with dignity. If you wanted to recruit strong men in other places, you would have to forcefully recruit them. It seems that the situation in Dazhou is really not optimistic. Wei Hong murmured in a low voice. Whatever, if the sky falls, there will be a tall man holding it up. Deng Haisheng took a sip of wine and said gloatingly, "No matter how chaotic the world is, it has nothing to do with us ordinary people.
I guess not many people are willing to go to recruit soldiers.
In the end, the imperial court will still find each big family to share the money."
2.
Wei Hong nodded in agreement.
The twists and turns are actually tacit. Even though the imperial court spends a lot of money to recruit soldiers, few people dare to go.
Eventually, the pressure will be put on the powerful and wealthy households, forcing them to provide money, effort, people, and food.
The wealthy households will be forced to turn around and exploit the common people. This is class. The underlying logic of domination. The recruiting troops are noisy in the streets.
One after another, people were attracted to sign up. However, most of the people are still very clear-headed.
The imperial court is recruiting cannon fodder. Only fools go there. Be careful to take the money but not spend it. Silence, silence. At this time, a tall military general roared, "How can you not want to serve the country while enjoying the blessings of the great Zhou dynasty?
Now that the national crisis is facing us, it is a good time for men of our generation to stand out. Those who have eggs can fight with me. Rebellion and kill the enemy, follow General Meng on the expedition, and I will protect you all from becoming a general. Now, each person who registers can receive 30 taels of housing allowance. After joining the army, he will receive 3 taels of military pay per month, equipped with armor, cotton-padded clothes, and swords. He can also practice advanced martial arts for free, and secret medicines will be distributed every month." Our founding ancestor of the Great Zhou dynasty was a military soldier. 800 years ago, he risked his own life to build this unparalleled foundation.
Don't you want to imitate the ancients and make contributions? In the crowd, many young men were excited. Setting up a family and spending military pay is not very attractive.
But free learning of advanced martial arts and various secret medicines is really exciting. We know that it is not easy for civilians to practice martial arts.
Who doesn't want to become stronger and change their destiny?
At this time, if you shout a few slogans about sacrificing your own life to achieve great achievements, young people will inevitably make a choice in their passion.
I'll go. Count me in. Maid, what's the point of death?
I'm not afraid of being poor.
More and more people stood up and lined up to sign up.
Wei Hong frowned and looked at the general who had just spoken, recognizing his identity, Meng Kaishan. This man once had a fight with him on the painting boat, and he suffered a lot of humiliation at that time.
He didn't expect to meet him here. Meng Kaishan? Meng Beiyue? Wei Hong was surprised. Could this guy also be a member of the Meng family? That's right, this surname is not common.
There are thousands of disciples in the Meng family's side branches, and it's not surprising to have some blood connection. This time, General Meng will definitely send family members to follow him.
Thinking. Meng Kaishan below also raised his head and looked over. The two looked at each other, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He.
Meng Kaishan raised a playful sneer at the corner of his mouth. He waved his hand directly to signal other soldiers to continue to register.
He took two people and went straight upstairs, attracting everyone's attention. General, do you want to drink tea?
The waiter nodded and bowed to greet him. Meng Kaishan waved his hand impatiently and pushed him away, and stood in front of Wei Hong and Deng Haixing's table with his people. The huge figure that looked down on him brought extreme oppression, and the aura he exuded silently was even more suffocating.
Blood refining realm? Wei Hong frowned slightly.
He sensed a threat from him that he had never felt in the skin refining realm. The last time the two fought, Meng Kaishan was still in the perfect skin refining realm, but now he could pose a threat to Wei Hong, proving that he had not been in vain during this period of time, and had obviously broken through to the blood refining realm.
Wei Hong, right?
Meng Kaishan said with a fake smile. Meng is now recruiting you as a soldier of the Rebellion Suppression Army, as a lieutenant of the temporary recruitment of soldiers in the Rebellion Suppression Army.
Go down and register now.
Hiss. The sound of people sucking in cold air suddenly rang out all around. No matter how stupid everyone was, they could see that there was a conflict between the two. Meng Kaishan clearly wanted to rely on his status to forcibly recruit Wei Hong as a soldier. Good fellow, this guy could have offended anyone else but the military commander, and now he is being forced to be cannon fodder, right? TSK, how pitiful. If the two have a grudge, won't they be bullied once they enter the military camp?
Hush! Keep your voice down. What if we make this military commander unhappy and he wants to force us to join the army? Everyone was talking about it with gloating.
Pairs of eyes were scanning from all over the restaurant. Wei Hong raised his eyebrows and was extremely surprised. He never thought that he would meet Meng Kaishan here today, and he never thought that this bastard would be so vengeful that he wanted to force him to be cannon fodder.
I'm sorry, sir.
Wei Hong sneered and said, I have an elderly grandfather to support at home, and I have no intention of joining the army for the time being.
Ha ha. Meng Kaishan laughed even more happily, and he sneered with a playful look on his face. What does your intention have to do with me? Now I am forcibly recruiting you to join the army on behalf of the Rebellion Recruiting Department. Wei Hong, do you want to disobey the military order?
Swish. Two soldiers on the side drew their swords and threatened. If he dared to refuse or resist, they would kill him without hesitation. Wei Hong's fingers tapped the table unconsciously, and his eyes looked at Meng Kaishan coldly. Obviously, he also saw that this person wanted to take the opportunity to kill him, and he wished that he would turn against him on the spot. No matter how capable Wei Hong is at that time. In this divine capital where masters gather and heavily guarded, he can't escape the fate of being arrested and suppressed. But joining the army is not what he wants. Being cannon fodder on the battlefield is so dangerous, he absolutely doesn't want to go. When Wei Hong was struggling with how to deal with it, Deng Haixing suddenly said, I'm sorry, sir.
My apprentice doesn't want to join the army. Please give me some face. Face? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me about face?
Meng Kaishan roared impatiently, when the country is in trouble, there are rules for all men.
Do you really want to disobey the military order? No.
Deng Haixing said with a smile, I am an executioner registered in the Ministry of Justice.
Wei Hong is my apprentice.
He is also on the list of the Ministry of Justice. According to the rules, he is fully qualified to refuse the call up.
Oh? Wei Hong's eyes lit up. Meng Kaishan's face turned ashen. Everyone didn't expect such a change, and they couldn't help whispering for a while. Alas! Wei Hong pretended to sigh and said, Look, sir, what a coincidence, isn't it?
Today I just took on the job of an executioner, and I just happened to be on the list of the Ministry of Justice.
You tell me. I don't want to disobey the military order, I just can't do anything. Puff!
Bursts of suppressed laughter rang out in the crowd.
Meng Kaishan's face became even uglier.
However, he didn't say anything more, just glanced at Deng Haixing coldly. Then he turned around and left with his men, returning to the street to recruit soldiers. Only Wei Hong knew that this petty bastard had not given up looking for trouble. If there was a chance, it would be better to kill him completely, otherwise it would be troublesome in the future.
Thank you, Master Deng.
Wei Hong silently poured a glass of wine and said seriously, If it weren't for your righteous words, I would be in big trouble today.
I owe you a favor. Don't talk about these. I just told the truth.
Deng Haixing waved his hand proudly, besides, I feed my whole family. I have chopped off countless heads over the years.
Would I be afraid of a young boy like him?
You have to be careful. I don't know how you offended such a person.
He. Wei Hong chuckled and said nothing more.
He raised his hand and drank the wine, blocking his murderous eyes. If Deng Haisheng hadn't suddenly rescued him today, he would probably agree to join the army, and then find a way to arrange for his grandfather to evacuate the capital, abandoning all his foundations and playing a game of life and death. So he had to remember this favor. He also had to remember the grudge against Meng Kaishan.
Wei Hong has always been a man who distinguishes between gratitude and resentment.
He doesn't care about the other party's suspected identity as a branch of the Meng family. He looks at Meng Kaishan as if he is looking at a dead person.
In the evening after having a good meal,
Wei Hong sent Deng Haisheng away before returning to Tianbo Lane. As soon as he got home, he saw Grandpa, Grandma Wang, Xun Lanqiuzhu, and the four of them looking at him worriedly.
Obviously, the news on the street has spread to everyone. Stinky boy, you became an executioner? And you chopped off dozens of heads?
Old Wei slammed the table in shock and anger. Why didn't you discuss such a big thing with your family?
How can you get married after doing such a dirty job?
Who dares to marry their daughter to a butcher?
16.
Wei Hong poured him a cup of tea and sighed indifferently. It's not easy to survive these days.
I just want to get stronger quickly. How can I care whether I can get married in the future?
You?
Old Wei was so angry that he had a headache.
Grandma Wang quickly advised, Brother Hong, don't be angry with your grandfather.
Being an executioner is not something that ordinary people can do.
He is doing this for your own good.
I know.
Wei Hong smiled calmly, but it is too difficult to become strong in this world. I have no family background to help me, so I can only abandon everything to pursue power.
What's the point of getting married?
A wife, children, and a warm bed have never been in my life plan.
Everyone was a little confused about what he meant.
Wei Hong was too lazy to say anything else, and directly comforted him. Grandpa, don't worry, I have my own plans for my life.
As long as I become strong enough, I can find any woman.
I will marry dozens of wives and concubines and give you hundreds of grandchildren to hold.
Nonsense, you stinky boy.
Old Wei smiled bitterly and cursed, but his heart finally relaxed a little. Wei Hong is a child with ideas and has been very independent since he was a child. Although Old Wei did not agree with him being an executioner. But the overall situation has been decided and there is nothing more to say. I can only hold my nose and admit it.
Grandpa, you don't know yet.
Wei Hong continued, if I hadn't registered with the Ministry of Punishment today, I would have been forcibly used as cannon fodder. Then he told the story of Meng Kaishan.
Everyone was immediately frightened when they heard this.
Xiaoju patted her heart and muttered, thank you, thank you.
Brother Wei, if you are dragged into the military camp, you will definitely be framed. Alas, good fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Things are unpredictable, so be it.
Old Wei too said no more, but repeatedly told him to be more careful.
The current situation is turbulent, and we are lucky to be able to survive.
Today, people from the Huda gang came to collect taxes again.
Grandma Wang sighed, not to mention all the messy taxes in the past, now there is another one.
Each person has to pay a full 5 silver coins to quell the chaos.
If life had not become more relaxed now, how would we be able to pay this amount? Xun Lanqiuzhu also looked frightened when she heard this.
Thanks to Wei Hong's protection, they were able to move out of the slum and earn money in the embroidery room to support their families.
If not, the protection fee collected by the Huda gang alone would be enough to force them to death. The world is really hard and survival is not easy. Please vote and follow up to read.
At night Wei Hong was preparing to practice as usual.
An unexpected person pays you a surprise visit. Uncle Lin?
Wei Hong looked at Lin Weisheng, who was wearing a gray robe and covering his face with his sleeves outside the door. He couldn't help but show a hint of surprise and hurriedly welcomed him in.
Go to your room without disturbing others.
Lin Weisheng looked tired and his voice was hoarse. Wei Hong nodded when he heard this and took him directly into the room.
After pouring him another cup of tea, he asked, Uncle Lin, what happened? Alas!
Lin Weisheng sighed and handed over a house deed and said, this is the house deed for this small courtyard.
I have transferred it to your name. You can live here with peace of mind from now on. What does this mean? Wei Hong was shocked. A small courtyard in Chengdu, no matter how remote, costs thousands of taels of silver. Lin Weisheng actually gave him the yard? Why is this so? Uncle Lin, it's not necessary, is it?
Wei Hong quickly evaded, you also know that I am getting richer and richer now, and renting and buying a house is no longer a problem, so you don't have to help me like this.
You brat!
Lin Weiqing smiled bitterly and sighed, of course I know you are capable now, but this time you are not helping, but supporting me.
Tugu? Wei Hong's tone became a little heavier.
Lin Weiqing went straight to the point with a wry smile, today, I have heard about you being an executioner. I may have to trouble you to send me on my way in less than half a month. It is also good to arrange some money early to avoid being confiscated by others.
Go.
These words contained too much information.
Wei Hong was still a little confused for a while.
However, he could probably guess that Lin Wei was afraid that he would be involved in a dispute between powerful people and get into big trouble, otherwise he would not say such depressing words.
Uncle, calm down.
Wei Hong smiled deliberately to reassure him, you are an honest restaurant owner.
How can something happen if you don't provoke anyone? Well,
Lin Weiqing sighed and patiently explained the matter. A few years ago, when he was in poverty, he was appreciated by a nobleman, and his life became increasingly stable as a restaurant owner. This nobleman was Ding Weimao, the third-rank minister of the Ministry of Personnel. He came from a poor family and was ranked among the top 3 jinshi. He has been in the court for many years, although he is not as good as a first-class family. He can barely be considered a second or third-rate person in this divine city. In recent years, he has taken refuge under the prince's command and charged into battle, and there is a faint tendency to go further. It stands to reason that with such a noble person as my backer, I, a restaurant owner, can live a leisurely life. Lin Weiqing said bitterly, but there are unforeseen circumstances, the situation in the court has changed, and a fire has burned my boss's head. The assassination of General Mang is most likely the work of several rebels. However, as the emperor is dying, the prince and the 6th prince have been fighting for the supreme position for many years. The assassins of this assassination deliberately left clues pointing to the prince. Lin Weiqing hesitated to speak.
However, Wei Hong couldn't help but cursed secretly.
No matter how stupid he is, he still understands what these words mean. Regardless of whether Ding Weimao colluded to rebel against the king or was framed by others, once a power struggle is involved, the superiors may treat the subordinates as abandoned sons. This is nothing more than losing the car to save the commander. The criminal department is busy emptying the cells, and a large number of people will be implicated and will be investigated and punished in the near future. Wei Hong frowned and analyzed, if the backer behind you falls, it is normal for you to be involved, but it is not necessary to be left alone.
You don't understand.
Lin Weiqing said with a pale and bitter smile, Xinhua Pavilion has been helping the prince collect intelligence, make friends with dignitaries, and welcome guests over the years. As the shopkeeper, I know too many secrets, and I am not an ordinary merchant at all.
The struggle for power is always about eradicating the roots. If you seize the slightest advantage of your opponent, you will implicate the 9 tribes. How can my family survive?
Wei Hong was speechless for a while. Although he was in the capital of the gods, he always thought that the struggle for power had nothing to do with ordinary people like him. Now when someone around him suddenly gets involved in it, he realizes that the power struggle is right around him. Whether it was the last dispute between the Tiger Head Gang and the Blood Crow Gang or the assassination of General Mang, the people at the bottom will be the unlucky ones in the end.
Pack it up.
Wei Hong said seriously, I will send you out of the city early tomorrow morning.
We haven't started cleaning up yet.
It will take a few days to escape thousands of miles away.
It's useless.
Lin Weiqing sighed bitterly, I am surrounded by ears and eyes, and I will be held down if I move.
How can I escape so easily with my family?
Wei Hong fell silent again. He is just a late-stage skin-refining warrior. At this time, there was really no confidence that Lin Weiqing and his family could be sent away.
Ha ha.
Lin Weiqing smiled freely and sighed, I received the wealth and honor from my employer. It is normal for me to suffer both prosperity and loss.
I am just dying. I just pity my 5-year-old daughter Yuan. Do you want me to give her away or adopt her?
Wei Hong didn't say anything more. He just asked about the other party's needs. He is a compassionate and grateful person. Lin Weiqing had helped him a lot in the past, so he had to return the favor. He would agree to anything without endangering his own life.
Adopt it.
Lin Weiqing murmured nonchalantly, a girl has no one to protect her, no parents and relatives, and she will be kidnapped within half a day of being outside. It is impossible for her to survive. 2 years ago, I dug a tunnel under my main house that leads directly to the toilet in the backyard. If our house is raided, my wife and I will immediately set the main house on fire.
Yuan will be in the tunnel at that time.
If you see a huge fire in my house, please take her away afterwards. There are also some gold and silver items I have accumulated over the years hidden in the tunnel. I hope you will treat her well in the future, even if you only give her a full meal. If you really don't want to adopt her, you can send her to a good family. After that, Lin Weiqing choked several times. Wei Hong silently poured him another glass of water, and then said solemnly, "Don't worry, I will do my best to protect her." He did not give any guarantees, let alone make any vows. But Lin Weiqing seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden and showed a relieved smile. This is a promise between men, and he can trust it. Brother Hong, take care. Lin Weiqing put down the teacup and stood up, his eyes were extremely deep. Go back and rest. Wei Hong stood up to see him off, and comforted him solemnly, don't think too much, the situation in the court changes rapidly, and nothing may go wrong. Yeah. Lin Weiqing nodded and turned and walked out the door. Under the night, Wei Hong stood there for a long time. Finally, he slowly exhaled and turned back to the practice room to continue practicing. Too many things happened today, and his mind was confused for a while, but no matter what happened or what vortex he was involved in, one thing would never change. I must become stronger as soon as possible, set a small goal first, and enter the blood refining realm before May. Wei Hong whispered softly. Seeking monthly tickets and follow-up reading. Practicing martial arts till now it's been half a year. Wei Hong spent about 20 days from the early stage to the middle stage of skin refining, and 3 months from the midterm breakthrough to the late stage. Logically speaking, it should take more than half a year to reach the perfect limit of skin refining state. But now he has actually set a goal for himself, preparing to enter the blood refining realm before 5 months. After a quick calculation, this time was only more than a month. In theory, this goal is indeed a bit crazy and very unrealistic. There is no chance of achieving it at all. After all, it takes time for the skin to grow. But who made Wei Hong have enough vitality reserves now? Although the last breakthrough has used up all the life points, I have accumulated more by killing pigs in the past few days. Today, I have gained thousands of points by beheading 16 people. Now I have a total of 7,341 life points. Next, as long as I insist on going to the execution ground to behead heads and killing pigs every day, I should have an endless supply of vitality. In that case, why not speed up your cultivation? The more Wei Hong thought about it, the more it made sense. Anyway, vitality can endlessly repair his physical injuries. This means that no matter how violent his skin refining methods are, he can eventually return to normal. Since Goldfinger is so awesome, isn't it a bit too cowardly for him to be so timid? Do it! It must be done quickly. Wei Hong once again took out the secret book of 100 forged golden body skill and started studying it, focusing on various exaggerated and terrifying skin refining methods. But these leather refining methods either require help from others. Either you need to find a suitable location or special materials. After repeated pondering, he could not find a method that suited him well. In that case, why not invent a method of leather refining yourself? Although my skin can't be said to be invulnerable now, almost all swords struck on my body will be deflected. My whole body is as strong as a diamond. It can only be broken by a sword forged from dark iron and black gold. Why don't you ask blacksmith who to help me make a few special maces, and then ask someone to help me beat my whole body? The more Wei Hong thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. I found paper, ink, pen and inkstone and started drawings overnight. After making some modifications, he invented a morning stick similar to the one used by Yaman to make wooden boards. However, this kind of stick was not made of wood but had to be forged with pig iron. The flat side also has to be designed with densely packed small nails. This kind of nail is forged from black iron and black gold. It can easily break through the skin membrane, and because it is only 1 centimeter long, it only damages the skin membrane but not the internal organs. At that time, Wei Hong will ask a few trustworthy people to hold special morning sticks and beat the body repeatedly without stopping. Wouldn't it be possible to smash all the skin membranes on the whole body? Hiss! Wei Hong couldn't help but take a breath of cold air just thinking about it. This is probably 10,000 times more painful than any Lingqi execution. Thinking of ways to torture yourself? He is really mean. However, only by enduring hardship can you become a master. If you don't do this, it is impossible to quickly improve your strength. The second day there is no need to go to the execution ground to behead or go out to collect pigs. After having lunch at the butcher shop, Wei Hong went straight to the West Street blacksmith shop, found blacksmith who was busy, and handed over the picture he had drawn overnight. Master Hu, could you please help me forge a few gadgets? Tai Jiang who took the drawing and took a look. There was a strange look in Gu Jingwu's eyes. Obviously he has been working hard for so many years, and he probably rarely encounters this kind of demand.
What are you doing? Hu Taijian couldn't help but ask.
Improved morning stick, used for leather refining.
Wei Hong replied with a sneer. This? Hu Taijian's expression was a little chapped. There was a hint of disbelief in his eyes, as if he was saying, "Are you kidding me?
This thing is used to refine skin, and not everyone can withstand the beatings on the body."
Can it be forged? Wei Hong quickly changed the subject. How much does it cost? One piece costs 500 taels. How many do you want? Just 5.
Wei Hong secretly breathed a sigh of relief while taking out the banknote to settle the bill.
Fortunately, only the small nails on the special morning stick were made of black iron. If the whole body was made of black iron, he might not be able to afford it even if it was sold.
Some time ago, the stolen money obtained from the Blood Crow Casino amounted to more than 8,000 taels. I spent more than 3,000 taels on the black market buying exercise secrets. Now he spent another 2,500 taels, and Wei Hong's savings on hand suddenly dropped to about 2,000.
Think about it. Wei Hong did not go home immediately after leaving the blacksmith shop.
Instead, he turned around and walked into a deserted alley, raised his hand and touched his cheek, and the bones and flesh on his face began to slowly squirm. After a while, he turned into a short, fat, vicissitudes of middle-aged man. After obtaining the 1,000 changes of disguise skills,
Wei Hong practiced on his own while adding points like crazy.
Now I have pushed this skill to the limit, and at the same time gained a special talent godlikeness. I can simulate anyone's temperament, gait, voice, and eyes. With this powerful skill, Wei Hong can now easily transform himself into a fat man, a thin man, a woman, an old man, or even a child. As long as he wants, he can shrink his bones and transform into a perfect person. Just put on the same clothes and stand next to the simulated object. He can put on a big show of the real and fake Monkey King, making it difficult for people to distinguish clearly. This greatly enhanced Wei Hong's means of survival. Even if one day he is wanted, it will not be easy to catch him. And now he deliberately transformed into a fat man just to rent a few rooms. There will definitely be chaos in the capital of God recently, so it is always good to prepare a few more hiding places. After all, the essence of a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows must not be forgotten. In addition, Uncle Lin's entrusting his son to me must be prepared early. If I am traced back, I will not be able to escape without any retreat. Wei Hong thought in his heart. Another reason for renting a house came to mind: practicing martial arts. He wanted to beat himself with a special morning stick, so he must ask for help. It is obviously not appropriate to bring too many people home at this time. It is better to rent a house outside. It doesn't matter if you don't live there. Anyway, it is not worth much. Boss, is there a small courtyard for rent in Rinny Lane? Wei Hong walked into a dental shop leisurely and asked. The shopkeeper immediately agreed happily. Yes, there are 3 courtyards for sale and 7 courtyards for rent in Rinny Lane. I wonder if you want to rent a courtyard by yourself or share it with others. Live by yourself. Wei Hong continued. Please send someone to lead the way to see the house. If it is suitable, I will decide. Okay, please wait. The shopkeeper quickly called a servant to lead the way. Wei Hong followed him to Rinny Lane, which was just across the street from Lin Weishing's house. It would be a good place to set up a foothold here. After a while, he chose a secluded small courtyard. In the end, he rented it at a price of 5 taels and 3 cents per month, and paid a year's rent at once. Wei Hong turned around and changed his appearance into another image. He ran to other shops to continue renting houses and set up one hiding place after another. Please recommend and read. The next day Wei Hong stood in the newly rented courtyard in Rinny Lane and looked around with satisfaction. This was the largest of the courtyards he had rented, not smaller than Wei's house in Tianbao Lane, and it was no problem to accommodate more than a dozen people. Rinny Lane is called courtyard number 1. There is courtyard number 2 in Taylor Lane. There is courtyard number 3 in Kaisher Street. TSK. In this way, no matter what happens, I can have a basis for retreat and can hide in it at any time with a different identity, which increases the safety a lot. Wei Hong smiled with his lips curled. The vermilion door was knocked on. He opened the door and saw a bunch of ragged boys and girls gathered at the door, attracting passers-by to look sideways. Brother Wei. Brother Hong. The boys and girls greeted carefully. Wei Hong smiled and waved his hand, saying, Come in. These people ranged in age from 5 or 6 to 17 or 18, and each of them was pale and thin. Some of them were disabled, and no one would look at them more than once when they walked on the street. But they were childhood friends of Wei Hong in the slums. Among them, Luan Xiaoqi was the boy who helped him find out about Zheng Fuxing last time.
Brother Hong, why did you come here with us? Luan Xiaoqi looked around in surprise and asked, did you buy this place? Rented.
Wei Hong said concisely, it's not a good thing for you to struggle in the slums. It's just right that renting this yard can give you a place to shelter from the wind and rain.
Let's all move in and live here in the future. We move in? Really? Everyone was stunned with surprise.
Obviously, he didn't expect such a pleasant surprise to happen to him.
Luan Xiaoqi refused subconsciously, no need, haven't we lived well for so many years? I'm afraid you are not used to living here. Not used to it?
Wei Hong sneered and asked,
do you also want your brothers and sisters to live like dogs? Hanging around doing nothing every day, stealing chickens and dogs for a full meal every day? If you are caught one day, you will chop off your hands and feet? Luan Xiaoqi smiled bitterly and did not refute. This is the survival mode of the lower class.
He understands it, and Wei Hong understands it even more. There are also a few teenagers in the crowd who have joined the gang of thieves and fantasized about getting ahead.
What happened?
Because they were caught stealing, their hands were chopped off directly, and they were disabled for life. They are like bugs struggling in the quagmire. Wei Hong now wants to pull them out of the quagmire and give everyone a warm and comfortable home.
How can Luan Xiaoqi refuse?
From today on, you all move in here and live here. Wei Hong said without letting anyone refuse, I will take care of your food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Whether you want to study, practice martial arts or learn crafts and embroidery, I will arrange it for you.
Luan Xiaoqi was shocked.
The boys and girls were also surprised.
A warm current flowed through their hearts, but no one could say no. Okay, go choose a room.
Wei Hong smiled and rubbed a little girl's head, saying, there are 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms here, with kitchens and toilets. The girls will live in the 2 side rooms, and the others will live in the 3 main rooms.
If there are not enough people, I will ask someone to buy a few beds another day. Go!
Luan Xiaoqi gestured to his younger brothers and sisters softly.
Really? That's great, thank you, Brother Wei. Wow! Can we really live here? Wow, that's great, the rooms here are so big.
The boys and girls cheered and jumped excitedly. Wei Hong raised his hand and stuffed a bag of silver into Luan Xiaoqi's hand, and told him, from now on, they will all be under your control. I will try my best to take time to come and teach you martial arts every day.
You will buy clothes and food for everyone. There must be meat for 3 meals a day. Have you made a note of it? Yes. Luan Xiaoqi nodded silently.
He didn't say anything to express his gratitude, but there were tears in his eyes.
Why are you crying? You are useless.
Wei Hong hugged his shoulders and smiled, now I have practiced martial arts successfully and I have enough money.
It is not difficult to support you. When you practice martial arts successfully in the future, you can help me. We are complementary to each other, understand? Don't be too hypocritical. Okay. I will take good care of them.
Luan Xiaoqi promised solemnly.
You can see it from the firmness in his eyes. Wei Hong's investment this time should not be a loss. Anyway, the 3 courtyards rented are empty anyway, so it doesn't matter if they live there.
As long as they are trained properly, they will be a group of trustworthy helpers. Although I don't expect them to help with killing and arson. But Luan Xiaoqi did a good job in collecting intelligence last time.
Maybe it will be useful in the future. In addition, Wei Hong once again stated his request, I want you to help me practice. How to help?
Luan Xiaoqi was surprised.
It's not difficult.
Wei Hong pointed to the 5 special morning sticks piled in the corner and said, I asked who the blacksmith to forge this morning stick. Each one weighs 12 pounds.
You can pick a few strong ones to help me beat my whole body.
Oh. Luan Xiaoqi stepped forward and grabbed the morning stick and took a look.
He couldn't help but take a breath. He also knew a little about warriors refining skin, but he had never seen such a weapon used to beat oneself. This was too crazy. But he also knew that Wei Hong must have his own secrets. Therefore, he didn't ask more questions, but just thought for a moment and said, except for a few girls, young people, and those with broken hands, there are probably only a few people who can help. Okay, go and arrange it. Wei Hong nodded. Okay.
Luan Xiaoqi didn't waste any words and directly asked the boys and girls to come out and give a lecture. Listen to me, Brother Hong is kind and let us live here, we can't be ignorant.
We must help with everything we can do, and we are not allowed to complain about the hardship, otherwise you will go back to the slums to starve and freeze, remember? Yes. I know, Brother Xiaoqi. Thank you, Brother Wei.
The boys and girls agreed with all their efforts. Daya and Arya, you keep 2 people to take care of your younger brothers and sisters, and take 2 people to buy vegetables and cook. Brother Hong said that we must have meat every meal in the future. Xiao Wu and Xiao Su, you who have broken hands should go to buy supplies, buy some clothes, shoes, socks, food, rice and flour. San Go, Erhu, follow me to help Brother Hong refine his skin. Luan Xiaoqi arranged the boys and girls neatly. The silver coins were distributed one by one, and everything was arranged in a short while. Some people bought supplies, some bought vegetables and cooked, and some looked after several younger brothers and sisters. In the end, including Luan Xiaoqi, there were only 7 half-grown boys gathered beside Wei Hong. They were all between 15 and 17 years old. Although they were pale and thin due to long-term lack of nutrition. But it was still easy to lift a 12-gene morning stick. Let's start. Wei Hong found a long and wide bench. He took off his robe and lay on it with his bare upper body, signaling them to beat hard. Brother Hong, do we really want to beat you with this morning stick? Isn't it? If such a heavy thing hits you, wouldn't it make life worse than death? Yeah, the nails on it are so sharp, how can we bear to do it? The teenagers seemed a little hesitant and did not dare to take action. Wei Hong chuckled and explained, the purpose of skin refining for warriors is to torture themselves in various ways. You can divide into 2 groups and take turns beating me hard. You don't have to care about my life or death. In short, I will definitely not die. Okay. The teenagers looked at each other for a few times, and finally gritted their teeth and agreed. Luan Xiaoqi first tentatively raised the special morning stick and smashed it down. He didn't use much force, but the flat side of the morning stick was covered with black iron nails. These small nails were extremely sharp and easily pierced Wei Hong's iron-hard skin in one go. Put! Blood splatters. Wei Hong's back instantly turned blood red. It was clearly visible that there were dense bloody holes on his back. And he instantly tightened the membrane to stop the bleeding, without letting too much blood flow away. But this scene also made the teenagers gasp in fear. Don't worry, continue. Wei Hong said seriously, this kind of whale stick is specially made. No matter how severe the whipping is, it will not hurt my flesh and blood and internal organs. You just have to work hard. I will personally cook and stew meat for you for dinner. Okay, Brother Wei, look at me. Brothers, work. The teenagers became motivated as soon as they heard this. They picked up the morning stick and beat it down. Beat after beat, blood dripped from Wei Hong's body. At first, they didn't dare to use force and just tried to beat them, but Wei Hong easily controlled the skin membrane to tighten the wound every time and stopped the bleeding instantly. They also gradually saw the clues. Therefore, he no longer held back his hands when he was beaten, and he was beaten harder every time. The 7 people were divided into 2 groups. One group of 4 and the other group of 3. After each group beats 100 times, the players are replaced, and it doesn't feel particularly hard. Hiss! Wei Hong only felt refreshed and relaxed. This leather refining method is not as painful as molten iron, and is hundreds of times more efficient. By adding more breath time every few dozen times, he can recover from his injuries 1,000 times faster. Outsiders only saw blood splattering all over his body. Little did he know that his wound would stop bleeding immediately and heal within a breath. The skin membrane undergoes repeated tossing between damage and healing, and naturally becomes stronger and stronger. Bite. Leather refining progress +1, the current progress is 27 out of 100 in the late stage of leather refining. Bite. Leather refining progress +1, the current progress is 28 out of 100 in the late stage of leather refining. Bite. Leather refining progress +1, the current progress is 29 out of 100 in the late stage of leather refining. One message after another flashed by. A trace of excitement flashed across Wei Hong's face. It turns out that this skin refining method is indeed suitable for him. In the past, the progress of molten iron leather refining could be increased by up to 3 or 4 points in one day. The progress is now increasing rapidly. I believe that I will be able to reach the completion of skin refining in a few days. Ha! Luan Xiaoqi quickly discovered something was wrong. At first, he could easily break the skin if he beat it. But gradually, Wei Hong's skin seemed to be undergoing transformation. The force required to hit him again and again was getting bigger and bigger, and his skin also had a counter-shock force, which inadvertently shocked the young people to the point of pain. What's going on? I'm so tired. Ho-hoo, why do you get a shock even if you keep beating me? No, let's change quickly, I'm exhausted. The teenagers also discovered that something was wrong. Wei Hong's membrane was getting stronger and stronger, and they had to exert great effort every time they hit it, and the shock would make their hands numb.
These sallow-faced and skinny teenagers were finally a little weak. Continue. Luan Xiaoqi gritted her teeth and encouraged, each set of 30 blows is replaced. Don't use all your strength. Remember to relax your hands when hitting the whale stick.
After hearing this, the teenagers changed their strategies one after another. After beating them more times, they gradually got the hang of it. When the whale stick hits the body, relax your arms and the force of the shock will be reduced a lot. You only need to raise the whale stick again and hit it again. In this way, the skin refining continues. More than an hour passed, and the teenagers finally couldn't hold on any longer. One by one, they collapsed on the ground and gasped for air. The clothes on his body were already soaked with sweat, and his face turned pale from exhaustion and he could no longer say a word.
However, Wei Hong felt comfortable all over, and his skin membrane also strengthened again and again.
He got up and went to the well to get water to wash away the blood on his body, and then looked at his gains. The leather refining progress was 38 out of 100. It has increased the progress by 12 points. If we continue to increase it at this frequency, we will be able to successfully break through to the skin refining realm in less than 5 days.
It is really fast. Wei Hong couldn't help but secretly clicked his tongue.
But only he can achieve this kind of speed.
Without a steady supply of vitality, who would dare to refine skin like him?
Seeing the embarrassed teenagers lying on the ground, Wei Hong smiled and said, "You are still too weak. From today on, I will teach you the 13 stances of the tiger. After practicing the martial arts, your strength will gradually increase.
I won't be so tired in the future." "Okay, thank you, Brother Hong."
"Thank you, Brother Wei." The young people's faces were full of excitement and happiness. As the saying goes, the rich in literature and martial arts are poor, and practicing martial arts is not something that a teenager from the slums can think about. Whether joining a gang or a martial arts school, it costs a lot. Wei Hong can support them and teach them the Zhuanggong, which is a great favor to them.
"Come on, I will teach you the first move, the tiger descending the mountain."
This move can slightly shake the muscles of the whole body, which is especially effective for the arms and can relieve the soreness of your muscles.
Wei Hong patiently began to teach the teenagers martial arts.
His 13 tiger movements had already reached the limit. There are thousands of people in the world who practice the Zhuanggong, but there are almost no ones who can reach his superb attainments.
The teenagers are also blessed.
With his personal teaching, everyone can learn without taking detours.
Who?
The small yard was filled with shouts and shouts soon. The teenagers endured the fatigue and lay on the ground, gritted their teeth and began to practice the first move. The sound of breathing continued, like a tiger cub whimpering.
Gradually,
the children who were playing in the yard also gathered. They watched this scene in a daze, and even imitated it.
"Brother Wei, can we practice?"
Several girls who went out to buy vegetables, and several boys who had broken their hands, just came back and saw the scene of everyone practicing martial arts, and a trace of envy appeared on their faces.
"Of course,"
Wei Hong said seriously, "you can all practice martial arts in the future.
No matter whether you are a man or a woman, as long as you are willing to work hard, you will have the opportunity to succeed."
"But we..." A boy with a broken hand raised his broken limb awkwardly, and a trace of loneliness flashed across his face.
"It doesn't matter,"
Wei Hong comforted. "Zhuanggong not only has prone postures, but also standing postures.
As long as you want to learn, I can teach you."
"We want to learn. Please teach us, Brother Wei." The boys and girls were moved to tears. In the evening, Wei Hong personally cooked a big pot of braised pork rice. The fragrant meat pieces were spread on the rice, exuding an alluring aroma. The boys and girls who had practiced martial arts for half a day were exhausted. They ate their rice bowls voraciously, and everyone's face was filled with deep satisfaction and happiness. In the past, they were hungry and cold and struggled to survive. Now they have warm clothes, full food, and can practice martial arts, and the future is full of hope.
What else can everyone be dissatisfied with at this moment? At night, Wei Hong withdrew and went home.
Looking back at the lights of thousands of houses, there was a light in Rinny Lane that belonged to him. This made his heart feel a little bit of belonging.
"Get out of the way, all of you. Ding ding ding. Curfew is advanced, go home immediately."
Bursts of horse hooves and noise suddenly came from the street. Wei Hong looked over in the direction of the noise, and saw a line of armored soldiers galloping through the long street, while the patrol battalion beat gongs and drums to tell people to go home. The pedestrians on the road were so frightened that their faces suddenly changed. Many vendors also hurriedly began to close their stalls.
Obviously everyone knew why this was happening. This storm has been brewing for so long, is it finally going to fall? Wei Hong murmured, and turned back to Tianbo Lane. That night there was unrest everywhere in the capital. One after another, officials and wealthy families were implicated in the confiscation of their homes.
The noise and the sound of soldiers mobilizing kept many people awake all night.
Wei Hong didn't care much.
After all, it would be strange if the power struggle that had been brewing for so long didn't break out.
He just silently paid attention to the direction of Lin Weisheng's house.
Once he found a huge fire, the agreement between the two would take effect. The chaos lasted for several days. A large number of officials were raided, and large amounts of treasures were directly put into the treasury.
Thousands of men, women, old and young were taken to the prison, until the cells of the various government offices were filled to the brim, and the millions of people in the city of God were in panic.
The city gates that were free to enter and exit in the past were already strictly guarded. No one dared to walk around at night, and the butchers had to be checked every night when they delivered goods. The whole city of God seemed like a taut string. No one knew whether the fire would burn them, so they could only wait quietly for the situation to subside.
Until the fourth night,
the thing that Wei Hong least wanted to see finally happened. A raging fire suddenly broke out in the silent night, and all kinds of shouts and shouts of fire resounded through the sky, and the neighbors in the nearby streets were awakened by the alarm.
Alas! Wei Hong sighed and changed into a black suit.
The heartbroken knife and the black iron plum blossom needle were all carried with him. He raised his hand and wiped it across his face, and he turned into a middle-aged man with a fierce face. Then he went out quietly in the night, and disappeared like a monkey after a few jumps, and soon appeared in the attic of a wealthy family.
Jumping high and looking far away, Wei Hong's luck was completely wiped out.
Because the place where the fire started was Lin Weisheng's house, which was across the street from Rennie Lane.
Such a small merchant family was not spared?
It's really a disregard for human life. Wei Hong was silent, and he had a clearer understanding of the cruelty of this world in his heart. He did not rush down to save people immediately. Instead, he quietly approached again and looked down at the situation. The main house of Lin Weisheng's family had been burned, and the raging fire almost spread to other houses. Dozens of people around were so scared that they hurriedly looked for buckets to put out the fire.
On the street,
a team of more than a dozen soldiers guarded 7 or 8 servants, among whom Lin Weisheng's family of 3 was not seen, which showed that his plan had been largely successful. Now Lin Weisheng and his wife must have been buried in the sea of fire. Their young daughter was probably knocked unconscious and hidden in the underground passage. The soldiers in charge of the house search obviously had no interest in such a small family. After searching for a while to make sure that no valuables were left out, they were too lazy to put out the fire and directly escorted the servants to evacuate. The fire burned until the second half of the night before it was put out. The Lin mansion had already become a mess, with charred and thick smoke everywhere. The slightly valuable things were either confiscated during the house search or looted by the fire extinguishers. From pots and pans to door frames and bedding, everything was swept away, just like a thief.
Do you want to collect the body of shopkeeper Lin? A big fire almost burned my house. It's so unlucky.
What the hell? Such a big fire has turned it into ashes.
How can there be a body to collect? Let's go home and take a shower. Alas! Shopkeeper Lin is such a good person, why did his house get raided?
The neighbors talked about it for a while, and finally dispersed. After confirming that there was no one around, Wei Hong jumped into the Lin mansion.
He looked around and approached the toilet quietly.
He endured the stench and searched in the moonlight. He found that there was a hollow sound under the mud on the left side of the toilet.
He dug up the mud and took a look. There was indeed a tunnel entrance covered by wooden boards below.
Wei Hong carefully lifted the wooden board and rushed in. He saw that the tunnel was pitch black, about 3 or 4 feet away, and led directly to a small basement under the main house.
It was pitch dark here.
Wei Hong's eyes adjusted for a long time before he saw in the moonlight a 5-year-old girl sleeping soundly in the basement, along with a bag of gold and silver.
The girl was wearing a small red jacket.
Her face is young and charming, and she looks very delicate. In her sleep, she didn't know that her parents were dead. He was fast asleep at the moment, and his cute appearance made people feel a little soft in their hearts.
Well,
Wei Hong sighed, picked up the small bag, hugged the girl and turned around to leave. Before leaving, he carefully covered the wooden board back at the entrance of the passage, and then sprinkled it with dark soil to cover it up. He believed that no one would notice the place due to the mess of Lin Mansion.
In the dark night,
Wei Hong did not leave Lin Mansion through the main entrance. Instead, he jumped up and ran up the wall. After a few jumps, he jumped into an unknown alley, preparing to take it home and settle it first. On weekdays, Grandma Wang and Old Wei Tu take care of the family, so the little girl Lin Yuan can't make any mistakes. In the eyes of everyone, Lin Weiqing and his wife had perished in the flames. Even if they went to the fire scene to search, there would only be a pile of fly ash, so they only had to hide her for 2 or 3 years, and no one would recognize her even if she changed her appearance.
But when walking through a small alley,
Wei Hong saw another group of soldiers searching the house.
The leader among them is still an old acquaintance, Meng Kaishan.
Quick, 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 be damn smart, don't leave a hair for me. Meng Kaishan commanded the soldiers to break down the door and kill people, constantly searching for the treasures of a wealthy family, and screams and wails could be heard from time to time in the mansion.
It goes without saying.
This is taking the opportunity to collect military expenses.
The accumulation of several generations of rich families who had their homes confiscated would be robbed in an instant.
The men would be killed on the spot or beheaded later, while the women would all be sent to the Jiaofang division.
How could it be so tragic? In the eyes of the truly powerful, what is the difference between a wealthy businessman and an ant? They are nothing more than a money bag that can be accessed at any time.
Wei Hong sighed, and a crazy thought suddenly arose in his heart.
Since we happen to bump into him tonight, do we want to kill this idiot Meng Kaishan?
There is only one thief in the world who can steal for 1,000 days. How can you guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Meng Kaishan showed strong hostility when he recruited soldiers last time. Such a person must not be kept, otherwise he will be harmed again one day. Wei Hong happened to meet here tonight, and he couldn't help but want to kill him. He first quietly sent the girl Lin Yuan back home, and then quietly turned back to the street, silently observing Meng Kaishan and his group, constantly making judgments and analyses in his mind. Last time we fought, Meng Kaishan's arm strength was about 1,800 kilograms. He had just broken through to the blood refining realm and could only have 3,000 kilograms at most.
Now I am approaching the third molting, and my arm strength is 2,700 kilograms.
Although the two are a big realm apart, it is not impossible to fight against each other. With my extreme level 5 beast fist and hidden weapon skills, it should not be difficult to kill him in a head-on fight. Wei Hong's eyes were cold, and he did not intend to launch a sneak attack. Although Meng Kaishan brought some soldiers with him, most of them were busy raiding the house.
I just need to fight quickly and not be surrounded by the army.
It is not difficult to kill him and leave. During this period, Wei Hong's strength has increased too fast. Even he himself does not know how strong he is. At this time, he is very happy to have an enemy to practice his skills. At this moment, he looks like a middle-aged strong man, wearing the most ordinary black tights, and no one can recognize his identity. Therefore, after Wei Hong made up his mind, he drew out the heartbreaking knife and rushed towards Meng Kaishan.
Don't hurt my relatives, you court hawks, die!
Wei Hong deliberately roared, and rushed over with a face full of grief and anger.
Ha! There is a fish that slipped through the net?
Meng Kaishan did not doubt the identity of the person who came, just thinking that he was a relative of this rich family, and raised his hand to draw the knife and wanted to kill him. Swish! Ding ding ding! The two of them clashed wildly under the moonlight.
After just 3 or 4 moves,
Wei Hong slid back and left the battlefield, his eyes already showing a hint of calculation and determination.
The brief test just now showed that his judgment was correct.
Although Meng Kaishan was stronger than the average early stage of the blood refining realm, he was not much stronger. His arm strength definitely did not reach 3,000 gene, and he might even be 100 or 200 gene weaker than him. It was just that when the strong men in the blood refining realm attacked, there was always a terrible dark force. This made Wei Hong lose the upper hand in the 3 battles with him. It can be seen that the gap between the 2 realms is not just measured by strength.
The blood refining realm is just like this.
Wei Hong sneered hoarsely.
Skin refining realm? Meng Kaishan took a breath of cold air, and it was obvious that he also found something wrong.
This opponent who suddenly rushed out had not yet broken through to the blood refining realm, but had already reached an arm strength of more than 2,000 gene?
Where did this monster come from? Shwa shwa shwa.
The soldiers on the side drew their swords out of their sheaths and prepared to besiege. Meng Kaishan scolded impatiently, "Get out of here, go and do your own things, this little thief belongs to me."
Yes. The soldiers dared not say anything and could only retreat.
This is what Wei Hong wanted to see. He sneered and rushed forward again.
Die!
Meng Kaishan whistled and chopped down with a 7-foot-long sword. His sword skills were as fast as lightning, and one sword after another fell like a rain curtain. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. This sword weighs at least 30 or 50 kilograms. With the arm strength of several thousand kilograms, it is afraid that even a giant elephant can be cut in half. Wei Hong held the sword in his backhand and calmly dealt with it. He took advantage of his flexible body skills and moved around. He stabbed the opponent's heart, neck, abdomen and other places with his sword, forcing Meng Qaishan to retreat in embarrassment.
Is this all the court hawks are capable of? Such a waste dares to raid my Shen family?
Wei Hong deliberately provoked the other party with a cold voice. Meng Qaishan was so angry that his face turned red. He swung the sword in his hand more fiercely, and from time to time he cut a lot of marks on the bluestone street and the walls of the shops next to him, making a mess around him and scaring other soldiers to retreat.
That's it? Wei Hong became calmer.
He found that Meng Qaishan had not made much progress compared to the last time. Although his strength and speed had increased, his fighting mode had long been fixed, and he lacked agility under the big opening and closing, which was just restrained by himself.
Die!
Wei Hong was too lazy to waste time, and his figure flashed and appeared beside him. The short sword in his hand launched a violent attack. Meng Qaishan's face changed suddenly, and he had no time to dodge. Puff puff puff! The heartbroken sword easily pierced the connection of the armor and directly pierced under his ribs. Meng Qaishan took a breath of cold air in pain and stepped back a few steps, and drops of cold sweat immediately flowed down.
Sir!
Be careful! The soldiers exclaimed and surrounded him.
Get out of the way!
Meng Qaishan angrily raised his hand to brush them away. His blood was boiling and his muscles were swollen. His armor was almost burst. In his rage, he instantly transformed into a black-armored giant. He raised his hand and slashed down with a big knife, which was 3 times more fierce than before.
Ha!
Wei Hong was surprised. This was his first time fighting against a blood-refining realm expert. He never expected that Meng Qaishan not only had a hidden force in his attack, but also that the piercing of the heartbreaking knife into his internal organs did not affect his combat power too much. It was obvious that the vitality of the blood-refining realm had increased dramatically, and the internal injuries were not enough to be fatal. Anyway, the other party was stimulated to be violent because of the injury.
Interesting.
There were more and more soldiers around. Wei Hong knew that he could not fight for a long time, so he decisively withdrew and went to meet him.
Looking for death.
Meng Qaishan smiled grimly and seized the opportunity to chop him down with a knife, wishing to chop him in half on the spot.
But facing this fierce knife, Wei Hong actually raised his left hand like lightning and grabbed it. Ding!
The big knife slashed fiercely on his left hand. Everyone thought he would be cut in half, but they saw that his palm and even his whole body were filled with a layer of gold. The terrifying blade could not break the golden body at all, but was clamped tightly by the iron-like palm. The ultimate talent of the 100 forging golden body skill, golden body protection. When the skill is fully operated, a golden body defense layer will condense under the membrane, which can enhance the defense several times for 5 breaths.
You?
Before Meng Qaishan had time to exclaim, Wei Hong had already bullied him again. He closed the distance between the two men with a single step, and stabbed out with the intestinal slash in his hand like crazy. Puff puff puff! Instantly, there were more than a dozen blood holes on Meng Qaishan's body. Although he barely protected the key parts such as the heart and head. But the lower back, liver, kidneys, ribs, neck and other places were all penetrated. All this happened too fast. Meng Qaishan had no time to save himself, blood was surging in his mouth, and in the end he could only watch Wei Hong stab into his eye socket with a knife.
Sir?
The surrounding soldiers screamed in fear. Gritting his teeth, he swung his knife at Wei Hong.
Bang!
Wei Hong swept Meng Qaishan's dead body away. The surrounding soldiers were knocked over and thrown to the ground. Taking advantage of the chaos, he was too lazy to entangle anymore. He disappeared in a few flashes, leaving only a bunch of soldiers whistling wildly and waving people. The street was in chaos for a while.
Please vote and read. Early morning. Wei's residents in Tianbao Lane. Old Wei and others got up early to wash up.
When they saw Wei Hong holding a sleepy little girl and walking out of the room, they all widened their eyes in astonishment.
Who is this? Everyone was stunned. This is Uncle Lin's daughter Yuan.
Wei Hong took a special leave today and did not go to work. He sighed while holding the cute little girl who had just woken up. The Lin mansion was ransacked last night. Uncle Lin and his wife were buried in the sea of fire, and I only brought her out.
How could this be? Everyone couldn't help but show a trace of sadness on their faces.
Lin Weisheng used to take care of old Wei and Grandma Wang's family. At this moment, hearing that he was in trouble, it was natural to feel a sense of grief.
Grandma Wang took Yuan tremblingly.
While shedding tears, she called her darling. She will live here from now on. Many people in the nearby streets know her. She is not allowed to go out unless necessary, and outsiders are not allowed to see her. Wei Hong said seriously, Grandpa, please take care of her when you have time.
Don't let Yuan Yuan get into trouble, otherwise we will let Uncle Lin down.
Don't worry. How could old Wei not agree? Don't worry, brother Wei, we will take good care of her.
Yuan Yuan, sister will hold her.
Chunlan and Xiuju also expressed their opinions. This chubby little cute baby immediately aroused everyone's desire to protect her. They all wanted to hold her in their arms and cherish her. How could they not love her?
Lin Yuan Yuan has already reached the age of remembering things. Maybe it was because Lin Weisheng had specifically explained it. Or maybe it was because she was precocious.
She didn't cry when she came to a strange place, but just kept stretching out her hands for Wei Hong to hold her. Her big eyes were full of attachment, and her mouth was tightly closed and she refused to speak. This child has been greatly stimulated. Wei Hong rubbed her head and said, Don't worry, Yuan Yuan, we won't hurt you. Just stay here and we will take care of you instead of your parents. Poor girl. Grandma Wang hugged her and felt distressed again. The little girl Lin Yuan Yuan remained silent and didn't react much. Wei Hong was not good at coaxing people, so he could only hope that time would heal her pain. After breakfast, he changed into his casual clothes and walked out of the door. Although he took a leave of absence from the butcher shop today, he still had to go to Rinny Lane.
First, to see how the young men like Luan Xiaoqi were doing. Second, to see if the turmoil last night had affected other people. The street was now deserted. The streets that used to be bustling were all sparsely populated, and the occasional passers-by were in a hurry. It was obvious that the people were scared enough by the chaos in the past few days, so they didn't dare to go out and stroll. The door of the Shin mansion, which was raided last night, was open. All the valuables inside had been looted. Hundreds of bodies were lying in a pool of blood, but no one dared to collect them. What's going on?
Wei Hong was puzzled. What else could it be? A passerby sighed, I heard that when the Shin mansion was raided last night, someone resisted and killed a captain.
Tell me, isn't this defying the will of heaven? That night, those soldiers went crazy and killed people indiscriminately.
Those who should have been taken to the prison were beheaded on the spot. The Shin mansion was in bad luck.
Wei Hong's face froze for a long time and he was speechless.
In order to prevent his identity from being revealed, he lied that he was a relative of the Shin mansion, but he didn't expect to harm so many people. However, it is unknown whether this matter is a blessing or a curse for the people in the Shin mansion. After all, beheading on the spot can save a whole body. If he is taken to the prison, he will be tortured to death and then beheaded, and he will die anyway.
As for the women and children of the Shin family, they are even more unlucky.
Once they are taken to the teaching office, they will inevitably be trained to be prostitutes for thousands of people to ride, and even their descendants will have to be lowly slaves, which is even more terrifying than death.
Thinking of this,
the guilt that rose in Wei Hong's heart was completely extinguished. It is not him who should feel guilty, but the abuser in the upper position. Meng Kaishan's death must have been pinned on the false children of the Shin family. At most, they will post a wanted order at the city gate. It is impossible for them to search the entire Shindu for a blood-refining realm. Last night, the moon was dark and the wind was high. I changed my appearance again, so I shouldn't be recognized. Wei Hong thought about it in his mind for a while. Finally, he found that he only revealed two flaws. One is the heartbreaking knife, and the other is the golden body protection. Most warriors in the world like weapons with big openings and closings. There are not many people who use small knives like him. In addition, the characteristics of the golden body protection are obvious. If he is tracked down by someone with ulterior motives, he will still be in trouble. Although I don't know whether Meng Kaishan is a direct descendant or a branch of the Meng family, what his status is, and what relatives he has behind him, it's always better to be careful. Don't expose your talents of the heartbroken knife and the golden body in the future. As long as you kill pigs with peace of mind, no one can find out my details. Wei Hong beat himself up in his heart and turned to step into the courtyard of Rinny Lane. Luan Xiaoqi and more than a dozen boys and girls are busy at this moment. Some are washing and cooking, some are taking care of younger brothers and sisters, and more are practicing standing practice. Although they have only learned the first move. But everyone is practicing hard. Seeing them, Wei Hong seemed to see himself when he just started practicing martial arts. Equally thin and weak, and equally vigorous and energetic. Brother Wei. Brother Hong is here. When the boys and girls found him coming, they were immediately full of joy.
Wei Hong looked at their worn-out cotton-padded clothes, frowned and asked Luan Xiaoqi, "Didn't I give you silver? Don't save it. Everyone should buy at least 4 or 5 sets of clothes, otherwise what's the difference between going out and being a beggar?" "Yes, I'll go shopping in the next 2 days." Luan Xiaoqi asked, "Are you still refining leather today?" "Of course, if you are tired, you can take a day off." "Not tired." Luan Xiaoqi asked the teenagers to prepare, and said, "I saw Dang Wu when I passed by Zhuji butcher shop this morning. He wants you to behead him at 3:30 this afternoon. Let me tell you if I see you." "So soon?" Wei Hong frowned secretly. It stands to reason that the process of confiscating property and beheading should also be followed. But why was the beheading so hastily this time? It is probably because the prison is already overcrowded, and they are eager to deal with the people quickly.
I don't know how many houses were confiscated in this turmoil, and how many unlucky people will be beheaded.
Got it. Wei Hong nodded and said, "Let's start refining the skin." "Okay."
Luan Xiaoqi waved his hand, and the teenagers divided into 2 groups and began to beat skillfully. After eating and drinking enough and practicing martial arts in the past few days, the teenagers' strength has obviously increased a lot, and the efficiency of beating has also increased dramatically. The dense and rain-like morning sticks hit Wei Hong's skin membrane again at an astonishing speed.
Ding!
Skin refining progress +1, currently at the late stage of skin refining 93/100, ding. Skin refining progress +1, currently at the late stage of skin refining 94/100, ding. Skin refining progress +1, currently at the late stage of skin refining 95/100. The progress of skin refining is constantly approaching the breakthrough limit. Wei Hong's mouth curled slightly, thinking that today is the time to shed the skin. The third molting finally, it came naturally. Wei Hong was like a human-shaped python, with old skin constantly falling off his body, and the new membrane exuding a white jade-like light.
"This? What's going on? Brother Wei, are you okay?"
The boys and girls had never seen such a scene before, and they all gasped in shock. While feeling the majestic beating of his heart, Wei Hong curled his lips and smiled softly, saying, "Don't panic, I just broke through. You will also experience molting when you study hard and practice hard to the stage of skin refining."
"It's amazing."
The boy's desire to practice martial arts was instantly encouraged at this moment.
Wei Hong didn't say anything more.
He closed his eyes and quietly felt his changes, and found that his body functions became stronger. As his heart beat, surging blood circulated throughout his body. Not only did his strength easily break through the 2,700 gene mark, and his whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of iron armor.
A simple clap of his hands would make a bang 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 sound of metal and iron. "Come on."
Wei Hong waved at the teenagers and said, "Try my defense."
"Okay." Luan Xiaoqi didn't waste any words, grabbed the morning stick first and hit it fiercely. Bang! The morning stick was like hitting a piece of iron.
Not only was it bounced off on the spot, but the black iron nail only pierced a little bit of the membrane.
The membrane closed automatically before the blood even had time to flow out. Wei Hong was not satisfied with this.
He decisively pulled out the heartbreaking knife and stabbed it fiercely at his palm. But it could only penetrate less than an inch before it was firmly stuck.
"The knife can't penetrate? Isn't this too strong?" the teenagers exclaimed. "It's really scary."
Wei Hong was secretly satisfied in his heart. He found that it might be because his training method was too extreme. Not only would his strength be stronger than that of the same level warriors, but his defense would also be far beyond that of ordinary people. The heartbroken knife can easily pierce ordinary armor, and can also pierce the membrane of Meng Kaishan in the early stage of the blood refining realm, but it can't even pierce his own palm. It can be seen that his defense has long surpassed Meng Kaishan by a lot. And now Wei Hong has just broken through to the perfection of the skin refining realm, and there is still a distance from reaching the limit of perfection, which means that his membrane can continue to strengthen. When he reaches the limit of the perfection of the skin refining realm, I don't know how terrible it will be.
Not bad.
Wei Hong smiled with satisfaction, and felt that there was hope for the future. Ordinary people have 3 years of strength training and 10 years of skin refining before they have the opportunity to break through to blood refining. And he has only been practicing martial arts for more than half a year. It is naturally proud to have such an achievement, even enough to make anyone envious.
However, as his defense becomes stronger and stronger,
the effective skin refining will become more and more difficult. With the arm strength of the teenagers, they may not even be able to break his skin, so how can they continue to become stronger?
That's a problem.
Wei Hong stroked his chin and thought.
At noon at the entrance of the North Street Vegetable Market, Wei Hong once again put on the executioner's red suit and appeared on the execution ground with Deng Haisheng, ready to work. The once bustling vegetable market seemed a little deserted. There were no more people watching the excitement around, and the occasional passers-by were in a hurry. There were only well-trained armored soldiers. They lined up to guard the execution ground. Personally escorted batches of disheveled prisoners to arrive. An invisible murderous atmosphere permeated the surroundings, making people shudder. Such a big scene as today is not common. Deng Haisheng sneered and said, over the past few days, hundreds of officials and their vassal forces have been ransacked. It is said that thousands of people have been implicated. Now the prisons are overcrowded. The Ministry of Justice requires us to cut them all off within 5 days. Within 5 days? Wei Hong frowned. Don't worry. Deng Haisheng waved his hand and said, we won't chop off so many heads. How can 2 people chop off so many heads? There are more than 10 execution grounds in the vegetable market of other towns, and executioners of all sizes have to go to work. That's right. Wei Hong nodded and said nothing more. Soon, batches of prisoners were escorted to the stage. Wei Hong, Deng Haisheng, and 3 unfamiliar executioners, each holding a ghost-headed sword, stood in front of the guillotine. Soldiers escorted the prisoners in groups of 2. And more than a dozen clerks from the Ministry of Justice were responsible for verifying their identities. Sir, I am innocent, sir. I am a 6th-rank official of the Ministry of Personnel. You can't do this to me? Woo-woo, Daddy, help me. The prisoners were either crazy or crying and begging. The scene was a mess. No wonder few people dared to watch the fun at this time. The clerks of the Ministry of Justice picked up their pens and made a mark on the book indifferently. The prisoners whose identities were confirmed were immediately escorted to the guillotine. Behead! Puff, puff, puff. Wei Hong and others raised their knives and chopped off heads one by one. But before they could rest and catch their breath, the soldiers had already dragged the bodies away skillfully and replaced them with new prisoners, who had no choice but to chop them off again. Puff, puff, puff. Wei Hong turned into a ruthless killing machine. He raised his knife again and again with an expressionless face. No matter whether the person under his knife was a man, a woman, or a child, as long as he pressed them down on the guillotine, he would behead them the next moment. It must be said that his mood was somewhat complicated. He was happy to behead people and gain vitality, but he couldn't bear to kill innocent people. The conscience of humanity that had not yet been extinguished made him suffer. But he soon gave up this boring self-consumption. These people had no relationship with him and no cause and effect. What kind of fate he would get in this era was not something he could control. Don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame the superiors for fighting for power and using you as cannon fodder. Everyone has their own faults and their own debts. You can't blame me for your life or death. Wei Hong murmured with a distorted face. Unknowingly, he had killed too many people, and his body was stained with a strong evil spirit. Even if he kept telling himself that it had nothing to do with all this, it was still affected by his mind. Cruel, indifferent, bloodthirsty. All kinds of negative emotions surged in his heart. The killing interest that controls life and death is as addictive as a poison that sticks to the bones, making Wei Hong wish he could turn into a murderer and kill all living beings. Who? Deng Haisheng and other executioners were not in good condition. They were panting heavily, and their eyes were already a little bloodshot. Killing people with one's own hands always has psychological shadows. Seeing the lives of the same kind being wiped out by oneself, this kind of pressure will either make people collapse or affect their character and turn them into madness. This kind of pressure, whether big or small, is difficult to eliminate without external guidance. Boy, recite with me. The heart is as clear as water, the water is the heart, the breeze is not rising, and the waves are not startled. Sitting alone in the secluded bamboo, whistling and playing the harp, entering into a state of meditation, Deng Haisheng's voice was like a glass of ice water in the scorching sun. It was poured directly into Wei Hong's gradually crazy heart, which made him calm down suddenly. Please vote and read more, Ding. The fragment of purifying heart mantra was detected and successfully included. The current proficiency is 1 out of 100 for beginners, a system prompt flashed by. Wei Hong was surprised to find that the scripture of more than 1,000 words in Deng Haisheng's mouth was actually a fragment of the purifying heart mantra that can drive away the inner demons and distracting thoughts. Master Deng, what is this? It's a family heirloom. Deng Haisheng explained casually, my ancestors for 3 generations have been executioners. How can I not have some tricks? This is what my grandfather learned from a wandering Taoist priest.
Frequent silent recitation has the effect of calming the mind and concentrating the spirit. Thank you. Wei Hong nodded and said nothing more.
He knew that this purifying heart mantra must be more than that simple. The executioner's profession seems simple, but in fact, long-term killing has a huge impact on the mind. Either it becomes cruel and bloodthirsty, or it has to rely on alcoholism and gambling to relieve the mood.
Deng Haisheng is neither an alcoholic nor a gambler. I don't know how many times better than other executioners.
It can be seen that this fragment of the Qingxing mantra is absolutely very precious. Wei Hong silently recited the Qingxing mantra several times in his heart, and his true state of mind immediately calmed down a lot, and all kinds of messy thoughts also receded like a tide.
However, looking at the prisoners who were sent in continuously and the heads and corpses all over the ground, he just sighed in his heart, not enough, far from enough, add some. Ding!
Vitality 100, the fragment of the Qingxing mantra has reached the mastery level.
Ding!
Vitality 300, the fragment of the Qingxing mantra has reached the minor success level.
Ding!
Vitality 500, the fragment of the Qingxing mantra has reached the major success level. After upgrading 6 times in a row, this fragment of the Qingxing mantra was immediately upgraded from the entry level to the limit. Wei Hong's mind had countless insights into this 1,000-word scripture, as if he had transformed into a pure and in-action Taoist who chanted the true scriptures all year round.
Congratulations on comprehending the ultimate talent of the fragment of the heart-purifying mantra. Calm mind, reduce the chance of going astray by 50% during practice, quickly clear the mind of distracting thoughts, and increase the chance of immunity to strange bewitching by 50%.
Wei Hong narrowed his eyes in surprise.
This talent skill is quite awesome. The heart-purifying mantra can dispel distracting thoughts and reduce the chance of going astray, which is understandable, but what is the chance of immunity to strange bewitching? Could it also block some strange spiritual attacks? This is an unexpected surprise. It's a pity that it is a fragment. If it is a complete version, it would be more powerful.
Now Wei Hong has mastered this fragment to perfection. He knows that it is about 1/3 missing. If he has time to study it slowly, he still has a chance to deduce it to be complete.
Let's talk about it later. It's enough now.
Wei Hong took a mouthful of strong liquor and sprayed it on the ghost-headed sword. With the rise and fall of the sword, one head after another was easily chopped off.
Hey, this guy is awesome. He has killed 20 to 30 people, right? Why is there no reaction at all? Old Deng, this is your apprentice, right? He is awesome, even more powerful than you. Damn, bad luck, why can't he kill them all? The other executioners couldn't help but talk about it.
Then everyone fell silent again. Because of the great pressure in their hearts, they began to swear and breathe heavily, and everyone's forehead was sweating.
Killing is also stressful. This invisible pressure is enough to make people collapse.
Their hands were shaking, and the knife seemed to become heavier than 1,000 pounds. Especially when they saw women, children looking at them with innocent eyes. Then they kept begging. This kind of mental shock was simply fatal.
Who can really remain indifferent except for those who are born cold-blooded? Even Deng Haisheng, the family executioner, was sweating at this moment.
Only Wei Hong, after receiving the blessing of the heart purification mantra, kept his eyes calm. His heart automatically blocked the prisoner's cries and pleading eyes.
They didn't hurt him. He couldn't save them. Even if he didn't chop them, someone else would. So why should he have any emotional fluctuations for the sake of meaningless sympathy? You court lackeys, executioners, butchers. The roar of a half-grown boy was deafening. Why should we be killed if we didn't do anything? You will not die well. Kill my father and sister, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Ha ha.
Wei Hong sneered carelessly. There must be a cause for every effect. You were born into a wealthy official family and enjoyed wealth for more than 10 years. What's wrong with you being implicated by your family and dying now? You don't dare to look for the person who harmed you even if you become a ghost. You are so ridiculous. After speaking, the long sword fell. The boy's head rolled to the side. His eyes were wide open, as if he refused to believe that he was dead.
You are so cruel. Deng Haisheng couldn't help shaking his head and sighing.
Master Deng, take a break if you can't chop anymore.
Wei Hong smiled nonchalantly. I'll help you chop your share. You won't lose a cent of the reward. Okay, ha ha ha. Deng Haisheng laughed heartily. Other executioners also showed envy. Where can you find such a good thing where you can get money but can't work? Old Deng, you have a good apprentice. You have to treat us to a drink later.
Drink shit, let's go to the temple and Taoist temple to worship after work.
I don't want to be stared at by the weird. Yes, it's evil to kill so many people. It's better to worship. Everyone chatted with each other. Wei Hong cut off another head with his knife, and then asked casually, Master Deng, are there any ways to deal with weirdness in temples and Taoist temples? Who knows?
Deng Haisheng sat aside to rest, smiled bitterly and shook his head, but killing too many people is always a sin. I don't know if it is a punishment from heaven or a resentful soul.
After each large-scale beheading, there are always unlucky executioners who die inexplicably. Our bowl of rice is not delicious.
You killed the most today. If you are worried, go to Nanhua Temple or Xiang Temple to worship and spend money to ask for a peace amulet. It is rumored that whenever the evil suppressing department has a disaster that it can't handle, it has to go to these two places for help. I don't know if they have the inheritance of immortals.
It's always for peace of mind. Wei Hong's eyes lit up and he became interested.
If he said what he was most afraid of now, it was naturally weirdness. He was a butcher who also worked as an executioner.
Even if he offended his enemies occasionally, they were just ordinary opponents.
At worst, if he offended someone he couldn't afford to offend, he could still escape with his disguise. As the saying goes, small seclusion is in the wild, and great seclusion is in the city. The huge city of gods was crowded with people, so hiding him was like playing. Even if he offended the emperor and faced the crisis of confiscating his property, he might not panic. But he was helpless against the mysterious Wei Hong who appeared and disappeared at will. Once he met him, he didn't know if he could survive. It would be good if he could find some coping methods.
I have to go and take a look when I have time. Nanhua Temple is more than 10 miles outside the city. Xiang Temple is in Pinganfang. I can go there once in the afternoon.
Wei Hong murmured in his heart.
Xiang Temple located in Pinganfang, Xiqing District, Shindu. This is a 1,000-year-old Taoist temple covering a large area.
It is bounded by green bricks and tiles outside, and has various magnificent halls inside. The bell tower, drum tower, main hall, and wing rooms are scattered among them. Along the way, towering ancient trees block out the sun, making it a great place to cool off. There is a huge flow of people at the gate of the Taoist temple. There are not only the rich and powerful, but also the endless stream of carriages and horses.
There are also devout believers from ordinary families, crowding the surrounding streets. Wei Hong followed the flow of people into the Taoist temple, and saw several Taoist children guiding the flow of people.
The powerful and the rich were dressed gorgeously to lead the people to the main hall and the backyard, while the ordinary people could only go to the side hall to burn incense.
TSK, it's true that my Buddha only saves people of the Yuan dynasty. Wei Hong laughed dumbly. But if you think about it, it's probably understandable.
Taoist temples or Buddhist temples built in the capital of gods are inevitably polluted by the worldly air. The Taoists and monks inside are naturally not as quiet and inactive as those who practice in the mountains. It is natural for them to treat people with favors.
However, this does not affect the real ability of Xiang Temple. Otherwise, why do the rich and powerful come in an endless stream? Why do they have to ask them for help for things that the evil suppressing department cannot handle? Why do the royal family and ministers come to pray for blessings all year round?
Wei Hong walked all the way into the side hall where an unknown god was enshrined. He burned a stick of incense like others. When he closed his eyes and prayed with the sound of the bell in the Taoist temple, he inexplicably felt a sense of purity that cleansed his heart.
Ha! He couldn't help but narrow his eyes in surprise.
He found that the sound of the bell was similar to the Qingxinju.
It seems that there is indeed a big secret in Xiang Temple,
but this secret is definitely not accessible to ordinary people, and Wei Hong has no idea what to do for the time being. When he walked out of the side hall, just then, I saw a Taoist priest in grey robe setting up a stall to tell fortunes.
Wei Hong couldn't help but get interested, and asked after sitting down, what can Taoist priests tell?
Future fortune, good and bad luck, home feng shui, marriage fate. The Taoist priest in grey robe shook his head for a while, and suddenly said with a smile, what do you want to tell? You have a heavy evil spirit on your body, and your fate is grey with white, which is not a good sign.
Oh? Wei Hong was surprised. The Taoist priest can also see that I have a heavy evil spirit?
Of course. The Taoist priest in grey robe glanced up and down, and continued, you not only have a heavy evil spirit on your body, but also on your face.
I'm afraid you just killed someone? Awesome.
Wei Hong secretly smacked his lips. The so-called evil spirit is really a mysterious thing. However, the executioner and the butcher do have a daunting momentum. Even dogs will be scared to pee when they stare at them.
I don't know how people can see it. All day today.
Wei Hong chopped off at least 50 or 60 heads, more than Deng Haisheng and his men combined, and earned more than 10,000 lives, so it was inevitable that he would have more evil spirits. I usually kill pigs in a butcher shop, and occasionally I behead people at the execution ground. It's inevitable that I have some evil spirits.
Wei Hong said straight to the point, I killed a lot of people today, and I'm worried about being targeted by the weird.
I wonder if you can help me. Is that so?
The gray-robed Taoist priest was not surprised, and he promoted it with ease. If you are worried about killing too many people, you might as well take a purple sun concentration talisman from our temple home. This talisman has the effect of calming the house, exorcising evil spirits, and calming the mind.
It will definitely keep you safe.
Oh?
Wei Hong said in surprise, is that so?
The gray-robed Taoist priest chuckled and said, how dare I say that?
You might as well try it. If you are sincere, it will always work. A talisman is only 20 taels of incense money.
Okay, please Taoist priest. Wei Hong casually took out 20 taels of silver notes and stuffed them into the merit box beside him. The gray-robed Taoist priest saw this and stopped talking nonsense. He spread out the pen and ink and started to draw on a cut yellow talisman.
Amidst the flying dragons and phoenixes, a talisman was already drawn. He folded the talisman paper and stuffed it into a sachet.
Then he said solemnly, this talisman has infinite magical uses.
From now on, the layman can sleep peacefully without any evil spirits or weirdness. Ha ha!
Wei Hong sneered at these words in his heart. He specially donated 20 taels of incense money just to see the process of drawing the talisman. As a result, the system had no response, proving that the Taoist was just lying. This talisman was simply a useless ghost drawing. I don't know if the Taoist's level is not good enough, or he thinks that 20 taels is not enough to draw a real talisman. In short, his money was wasted, and it didn't splash at all.
Thank you, Taoist priest.
Wei Hong thought for a moment and asked again, I am very interested in Taoist scriptures.
I wonder if Xiang Temple has any scriptures that can be borrowed?
No. The gray-robed Taoist shook his head happily. The scriptures of this temple are not passed on to others. If lay people want to read the scriptures, they may as well go to the scripture pavilions of major Buddhist temples to have a look. Hey, this old Taoist priest with a big nose is really stubborn. Wei Hong complained in his heart. He stood up and prepared to leave, but he felt unwilling. It's not easy to come all the way here, and he also threw in 20 taels of incense money.
If there is no gain at all, wouldn't it be a big loss?
Since Xiang Temple has real skills, no matter how hard it hides, it will reveal some flaws.
Don't rush to leave, let's take a look.
Wei Hong walked around with the flow of people and unknowingly walked to the vicinity of the bell tower. When he saw the giant bronze bell hanging on it, his eyes lit up. The sound of this bell can make people feel clear-minded, it must be something extraordinary. When he got closer, he saw that the bronze bell was indeed engraved with dense and strange rune marks. Seeing that there was no one guarding the surroundings, Wei Hong walked closer to take a closer look.
Ha!
These rune marks are somewhat similar to the runes that the gray-robed Taoist just drew.
But there are some differences in some details.
Wei Hong suddenly realized. His damn gray-robed Taoist deliberately drew a fake rune.
But it's normal to think about it.
If it were a real rune, 20 taels would probably not be able to buy it.
Ding!
The Xiang concentration talisman remnant was detected, and it is being collected. A system message suddenly flashed.
Wei Hong couldn't help but smile.
Although I don't know what this kind of talisman is used for. I don't know how to draw talismans in the future and what materials are needed. However, he can collect a talisman that is suspected to be inherited from the immortals from the Xiang Temple, so the 20 taels of incense money he donated are not a loss.
Ding!
The Purple Sun Concentrated Spirit Talisman Remnant was successfully included, and the current proficiency is 1/500 for entry level, tisk tsk.
Wei Hong was secretly surprised.
It only takes 100 points to get started with ordinary skills, but it actually takes 500 points? Now he has a total of more than 15,000 vitality points. If an ordinary skill is upgraded to the limit, it only takes 4,700 vitality points, but now it has increased 5 times and it is not enough.
Let's upgrade it first. I can earn more vitality points tomorrow after I use up all the vitality points.
Wei Hong thought about it and clicked to upgrade directly.
Ding!
Vitality 500, Purple Sun Concentrated Spirit Talisman Remnant has reached the Mastery level.
Ding!
Vitality 1500, Purple Sun Concentrated Spirit Talisman Remnant has reached the Minor Success level.
Ding!
Vitality 2500,
Purple Sun Concentrated Spirit Talisman Remnant has reached the major success level. Please vote and read. After clicking 5 times to upgrade, Wei Hong completely used up the more than 10,000 vitality he had accumulated by chopping off dozens of heads. The Purple Yang Concentration Spirit Talisman skill also went from entry level to perfection without any obstacles. Although it has not yet reached its limit, it has also allowed Wei Hong to grasp a lot of unfamiliar information out of thin air.
All kinds of runes are intertwined in his mind.
Although no one has taught him, he somehow knows their uses.
Gathering yang, calming the mind?
Wei Hong picked up a branch and wrote and drew on the ground. Inexplicably, it was more fluent than the grey-robed Taoist's drawing. This Purple Yang Concentration Spirit Talisman looks like a ghost painting, but each rune is like a circuit board, and finally converges in 2 key areas, forming the effect of gathering yang and calming the mind.
Just randomly carving will definitely not work.
Wei Hong noticed that the runes on the bronze bell were actually golden. It can be seen that they are probably smelted and forged with some special metal.
In addition, Taoists often need cinnabar, chicken blood and other things to draw talismans.
Although he had mastered the method and skills of drawing this talisman, he still didn't know how to draw it, and he had no idea what materials were involved, so he couldn't imitate it at all.
Well, let's go back and think about it. You can always figure it out after trying a few more times. If not, you can go to the black market to find some reference books.
Wei Hong didn't force it too much. After all, these are not things he can touch for the time being. So just treat it as a dispensable chess piece, and think about it when you have nothing to do. In the next few days, Wei Hong took a special leave and soaked in the execution ground.
Chopping off 70 or 80 heads every day was like playing.
In just 5 days, he killed nearly 400 people, and at the same time accumulated tens of thousands of lives.
Now he was completely generous.
Without hesitation, he pushed the herbal medicine and the Purple Sun Concentration Talisman to the limit, and each awakened a special talent. The ultimate talent of herbal medicine, Shinnong, tastes hundreds of herbs, increases the resistance to poison by 50%, and the sense of smell, taste, and medicinal material identification ability by 30%. The ultimate talent of Purple Sun Concentration Talisman Concentration, you can quickly enter the state when drawing the talisman, with a success rate of plus 30% and a power of plus 50%.
In this way,
Wei Hong's current skills, martial arts, and skills in the leather refining realm, except for the insignificant ones such as fishing and slaughtering, have all been pushed to the limit. He still has more than 50,000 vitality in his hand, enough for him to lie down easily before impacting the blood refining realm.
It's a pity that the Purple Sun Concentration Talisman is not easy to draw.
Although Wei Hong has mastered this talisman, he still has no idea how to draw it.
He tried to kill the talisman with yellow paper and ink, but still failed miserably. Every time the rune falls on the yellow paper will spontaneously combust within a breath.
As if it is not enough to withstand the power of the rune. Wei Hong thought of many ways to solve this problem, but in the end, they were all in vain. He could only put it aside for the time being and continue to practice skin refining every day.
With his current practice progress,
I believe that he will reach the limit of the skin refining realm in less than 1 or 2 months. At that time, he can break through to the blood refining realm and completely escape the situation of the lowest level warriors.
Although the blood refining realm warriors are not big figures in the god's capital, they can barely squeeze into the circle of a small force, but in the outer state, they can occupy the mountain as the king and have a majestic existence. They are also fierce men who can fight against hundreds of people on the battlefield. How can Wei Hong not look forward to such a level of existence?
The days passed one by one. It was already early April, and the weather was getting warmer. After a period of chaos in the god's capital, General Meng Beiwei led the army to go to war, and gradually restored the previous peace and prosperity. Wei Hong slaughtered pigs and practiced martial arts every day. Occasionally, he played and practiced boxing with the boys and girls in the courtyard of No. 1 Rinny Lane, or went to drink tea and listen to music. His daily life returned to the previous carefree life. However, in Zhuji meat shop, the fight between the head and the second head was getting more and more intense. Xu Sihai, who had been silent all the time, finally responded. He didn't know who he had found as a backer, but he decided to give up Zhuji meat shop and set up a new business with his people.
Is this going to create Xinhao Lianqing?
In the meat shop, Wei Hong looked strange and ridiculed in his heart.
Xu Sihai and Tan Fei were negotiating in the backyard.
They didn't know what they were talking about, and outsiders couldn't hear it clearly, but the atmosphere was very tense. More than a dozen knifemen inside and outside looked at each other. Some time ago, several deputy hallmasters of Zhongyi Hall also fought and came to an end. Deputy Hallmaster Chang, the backer behind the second-in-command, suppressed other competitors and was officially promoted to the new hallmaster. Li Dania said in a low voice, "The big boss has no chance to regain power now, so we simply hooked up with the hallmaster of Lifeng Hall. Since you have hooked up with the hallmaster of Lifeng Hall, just kick the second-in-command out." Wei Hong was puzzled. This butcher shop is the hard work of the big boss. Why does he want to set up his own business?
You don't understand.
Li Daniu explained, Deputy Hallmaster Chang is notoriously difficult to provoke.
Zhongyi Hall is also the largest hall in the Hutagang.
Lifeng Hall has only been built up in recent years. He dare not provoke Zhongyi Hall at will. It's good that the second-in-command agrees to let him go.
I see. Wei Hong nodded and said nothing more. No matter how they fight, he has no interest in it at all.
He is even thinking about whether to take this opportunity to set up his own business. After all, he dreams of being able to slaughter the entire butcher shop by himself. But starting a business on your own is not easy. First, you have to find a gang to rely on and make connections. Second, you have to have your own familiar customers, otherwise it would be impossible to sell dozens of pigs and sheep every day by selling them at the meat stall alone, and you have to deliver them to restaurants and wealthy families. There is no rush to start a business on your own. Let's see what's going on first.
Wei Hong waited quietly.
Soon, Zhu Sihai and Tan Fei came out one after another. Tan Fei still looked indifferent and serious, while Zhu Sihai looked a little tired and old, and it was obvious that the turmoil during this period had exhausted him.
Announce something.
He glanced around, regained his former prestige as a big boss, and said loudly, "From now on, this store will be changed to Tan's Meat Shop.
The second boss will be fully responsible for the internal and external affairs of the meat shop.
I am going to reopen a Zhu's meat shop on Beta Street. Those who are willing to stay will be treated as usual, and those who are willing to follow me will be treated better."
Ha!
Tan Fei said nothing, but tacitly agreed with this sentence. More than a dozen knifemen present looked at each other.
Is it finally time to choose sides?
But most of them already knew the inside story, and they made their choices quickly.
I'll stay. I'll stay too. Wan Daji and others spoke without thinking.
What surprised people was that Zhao Jichang and the third boss Zhao Mingji also chose to stay without hesitation. In less than a few breaths, only Wei Hong and Li Danio had not expressed their opinions in the meat shop.
This? How is this possible? Zhu Sihai obviously didn't expect such a mistake.
He was stunned as if struck by lightning, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses.
Please vote and read on what's going on.
Wei Hong and Li Danio looked at each other. Both of them were a little surprised.
Isn't Zhao Mingjie, the third stall driver, from Zhu Sihai? Some time ago, Zhao Jichang was jumping up and down, trying to pull people in for him.
Why did the uncle and nephew abandon Zhu Sihai without hesitation and join Tan Fei's army at such a critical moment of establishing their own business?
I'm sorry, stall owner.
Zhao Mingjie showed an apologetic smile on his chubby face, cupped his hands and said, "Old Zhao, I have been working in the butcher shop for more than 10 years, and I really don't want to change places."
It doesn't matter. Zhu Sihai sneered and said, "Everyone has his own ambitions, as long as you don't regret it." He.
There were bursts of laughter in the crowd.
You, a lost dog who was about to be kicked out, what qualifications do you have to make people regret it? Do you really think that you are still the majestic stall owner from before? Zhu Sihai's face turned green and red. He couldn't help but look at Wei Hong and Li Daniu.
Among these people, they were the only two who had not made a choice. If he didn't want to get out of here in despair, the two of them were his last hope.
Brother Wei, Li Daniu, how do you choose?
Zhao Jichang said with a faint smile, "It's better to stay, so as not to have to run around."
Yeah, why bother?
Everyone tried to persuade me with every word. Tan Fei also cast his gaze over without saying a word.
Wei Hong is now truly the first knife in the butcher shop.
His butchering skills were so superb that even Zhu Sihai and Tan Fei were amazed.
Plus he worked part-time as an executioner and chopped off hundreds of heads.
There is a strong evil spirit accumulated in his body, and he can tell at a glance that he is very difficult to mess with. This kind of person is a pillar wherever he is, so Tan Fei naturally doesn't want him to defect to Zhu Sihai.
If you stay, you will be the second gear. Tan Fei offered a rare price. Hiss. Everyone was secretly surprised.
No one expected that Tan Fei would value him so much. You must know that Wei Hong is only 17 years old this year. Once he takes up the position of second gear, his monthly income will skyrocket at least dozens of times. Thinking about all kinds of oil and grease makes people greedy. Xu Sihai opened and closed his mouth for a while without making a sound. Naturally, he also wanted to offer a price to recruit Wei Hong, but when he thought that he was now alone, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, so in the end he could only remain miserable and silent.
But just when everyone thought Wei Hong would agree.
But he said coldly, "I'm sorry everyone, it's better to give someone a helping hand when it's time for them to be the icing on the cake.
Uncle Sihai has been kind to me, so I'll let him go."
"Me too." Li Daniu breathed a sigh of relief and added, "I will go wherever Brother Hong goes."
Okay.
Tan Fei still couldn't see his expression, but his expression suddenly became a little cold.
Xu Sihai's face was full of surprise. "Wei Hong, are you willing to leave with me?"
"Nature."
Wei Hong chuckled and nodded, ignoring everyone's complicated looks.
Outsiders only thought that he followed Xu Sihai to repay his kindness, and it was hard to say anything. But what everyone doesn't know is that he has never been a fool bound by kindness. As Xu Sihai established his own business, he also had his own considerations. Since you have established your own business and have no connections,
why not seek cooperation with Xu Sihai while he is alone? Moreover, the identity of Tan Fei is a mystery.
He was eating from the Tiger Head gang but secretly killing his own family. Thinking about the masked man he met last time, Wei Hong knew that he must not have a too deep relationship with him.
Okay.
The good nephew has friendship.
Xu Sihai's face was full of emotion. "Let's go."
"Say it." The three of them walked out of the butcher shop and headed straight to North Street.
Xu Sihai's expression was complicated along the way.
It was obvious that the incident just now made him feel quite agitated. After a long time, he calmed down with a wry smile and couldn't help but sigh. "I thought that if I set up my own business, I could take away 7 or 8 people, but I didn't expect it.
Zhao Mingjie actually tricked me.
If it weren't for your strong support, my nephew, Zhu would have become a laughingstock today."
"Big stall, can the three of us run a butcher shop?"
Li Daniu looked worried.
Xu Sihai fell silent again. Apparently this question also stumped him. How could 3 people afford a butcher shop? Who collects the pigs every day? Who will deliver the goods? Who will kill the dozens of pigs and sheep? I have some ideas.
Wei Hong suddenly said, "Uncle Sihai, didn't you find a new store?
Let's go over and have a look. Then we will make a detailed calculation.
If nothing happens, we should be able to support a store."
"Oh?" Xu Sihai's eyes lit up when he heard this.
Like a drowning man grabbing a straw, he hurriedly walked towards North Street. He did rent a shop near Kaishiko early. Although it hasn't been listed yet, it has been cleaned inside and out, all kinds of tools and cutting boards have been added, and the area is probably larger than the old store.
"Look, isn't it good?"
Xu Sihai took the 2 of them around and proudly showed off. "This place is close to the market entrance and there are many people around. It is definitely a good place to do business."
Wei Hong nodded in disbelief. He still recognized Xu Sihai's vision as a veteran.
"After all, I have been doing business for so many years, so renting a shop will not go wrong. The only thing that needs to be solved now is the manpower problem." With no one available around Xu Sihai, Wei Hong was just in time to try out his plan. "Uncle Sihai, I want to change the way the butcher shop kills pigs."
"In what way?"
The 3 of them sat down in the backyard of the butcher shop.
Wei Hong spoke his mind. "We are very short of manpower now.
If we slaughter pigs according to the previous methods, even if the 3 of us work day and night, we may not be able to handle it, so we must change to a more efficient pig slaughtering process. The reason why major butcher shops set a requirement of 200 kilograms of arm strength to be a butcher is mainly because pigs and sheep are fierce and it is easy to be injured by pigs without sufficient arm strength. But as long as someone bleeds the pigs and sheep and slaughters them, then scraping the pig hair, dividing the meat, cutting, cleaning the internal organs and other tasks do not require much strength. Just find a few newcomers to train them a little bit."
In a few words,
Wei Hong spoke out his imagined method of slaughtering pigs on an assembly line.
Xu Sihai's eyes lit up when he heard this.
If he was not short of manpower, he might not consider this model, but now it has become his only way to save the situation.
"Great, this is a great plan."
Xu Sihai thought about it again and couldn't help but slam the table and stood up. "Let's do it this way. In this way, only a small number of people are needed to slaughter all the pigs and sheep. As for collecting and delivering pigs, just hire more people to run errands."
"This method is really good." Li Daniu couldn't help but said with surprise, "Brother Hong's brain is good."
"Ha ha." Wei Hong didn't respond, but said seriously, "Don't be happy too early. Since the 3 of us can support a butcher shop, let's talk about the treatment first. Some ugly words are better said in advance to avoid quarrels another day. Please vote and read more. Since he is setting up his own business, Wei Hong will definitely take the opportunity to gain benefits. Xu Sihai, who was in high spirits, obviously realized this. He looked at Li Danio, who only followed Wei Hong's lead, and suddenly realized that there was no one around him who could be used, and the thin and weak boy had already qualified to be on equal footing with him. Wei Hong followed him to set up his own business, not just to repay his gratitude.
Don't worry, nephew.
Xu Sihai pondered for a moment and smiled. Tan Fei was willing to give you a second in command position to win you over.
Am I not even as good as him?
How about this? From now on you are the second in command of my Zhuji meat shop, and you will get 15% of the profit of the meat shop every month.
Okay.
Wei Hong nodded and said, Li Danio wants to be the third in command, and I will share half of the profit every month in the future.
Brother Hong, I will also share? Li Danio was shocked.
He just wanted to follow Wei Hong, not the third in command.
His arm strength is only less than 400 G now. How can he take on such a heavy responsibility?
However, Zhu Sihai didn't care about this. He agreed without hesitation. Okay, you two will be the second and third gears in the future.
Wei Hong's expression was relieved with satisfaction.
Having worked in the butcher shop for so long, he probably knew the income and expenditure well. Zhu's meat shop usually sells about 130 to 150 tails of pork and sheep a day, and it has to double during festivals, which means that in the past, there was a minimum turnover of more than 4,000 to 5,000 taels a month. After deducting the cost, the profit of this money is about 2,000 to 3,000 taels. Among them, 60% was handed over to the hall, and half was used to pay rent and labor. In this way, Wei Hong and Li Dania took 20% of the remaining profits, and Xu Sihai only had 15% left.
He and Wei Hong were barely on an equal footing. But Xu Sihai didn't care much about the amount of money now. What he wanted was status, identity, and face. He no longer wanted to be treated as a stray dog, so the two of them hit it off immediately. In addition,
Wei Hong thought for a while and said, I like to kill. I will be responsible for the daily slaughtering work in the butcher shop, and I will take care of it.
Okay.
Xu Sihai said, in this case, I will recruit 10 or 8 coolies to work hard every day to collect pigs in the countryside.
Then I will deliver the goods? Li Danio asked cautiously. Of course you have to deliver.
Wei Hong took over the conversation and said, it is easy to encounter danger when collecting pigs in the countryside. If you don't have the strength, you can't control the place.
You can just hang around in the city.
The three of them discussed for a while and quickly set the rules. Each person is responsible for one aspect, and they can naturally support a butcher shop by cooperating with each other.
One last point. Wei Hong frowned and said, how is Uncle Sihai going to find customers?
Once our butcher shop opens, dozens of pigs and sheep every day are not something that can be sold at the butcher stall. Just now when I negotiated with Tan Fei, I promised not to poach old customers. Xu Sihai said in a deep voice, but there are many restaurants and merchants under the name of Liefentang. If we find some wealthy families with whom we are close, the business should not be too bad.
Yeah. Wei Hong nodded and said no more. He is an outsider in this regard. Isn't the reason why he found Zhu Sihai for cooperation because of his connections?
He is responsible for finding customers, so there is no need to worry about business.
Let's do it.
Wei Hong said bluntly, I have 7 or 8 young men from the slums under my command. They are all down to earth and hard-working people. I will train them to kill pigs and cut meat in the future.
Okay.
Xu Sihai looked at him deeply. Naturally, he understood what Wei Hong meant. The two of them reached a tacit understanding of some kind of cooperation. From now on, the two of them will compete in the new butcher shop, one in charge of the outside and the other in charge of the inside. As for Li Dania, he seems to be dispensable.
If it weren't for this critical moment, he wouldn't deserve to share the profits. Li Danio obviously understood this.
After the three of them reached an agreement, they discussed some details before leaving. He couldn't help but catch up with Wei Hong, who was about to go home, and suggested with a smile, Brother Hong, with my ability, isn't it a bit too arrogant to be the third boss? Or let's just forget it. I feel guilty taking half a cent of the profit every month.
What are you afraid of?
Wei Hong patted his shoulder carelessly and said, when the big boss set up his own business, there were only 2 of us to support him. You deserve half a cent of the profit.
If you are not strong enough, practice more. When you get more than 100 taels of dividends every month, are you afraid that you can't buy secret medicine to become stronger?
That's right. Li Dania smiled innocently and said, I listen to you.
That's right. We are willing to support the big boss and repay his kindness. Wei Hong sneered and snorted, brothers should settle accounts clearly.
When it's time to fight for our own interests, we have to lose face and fight for them, otherwise people will just treat us as idiots.
Li Danius smiled and scratched his head again.
He didn't understand these twists and turns, but what Wei Hong said was definitely right.
He trusted him and was willing to believe him. North Street inside the empty Zinshuji meat shop.
Qi Fingyang, who appeared out of nowhere, brought her daughter Zhu Furong and slammed the table at Zhu Sihai angrily.
You Zhu, are you crazy? How dare you give them so much dividends? Do we still have a chance to live? What are you yelling about? Zhu Sihai scolded impatiently, don't you see what the situation is now? Zhao Mingjie has just been lured away by Tan Fei.
If Wei Hong and Li Daniu are unwilling to help me at this time, am I going to support a meat shop by myself?
Ignorant and stupid woman. Qi Fingyang was choked by the scolding. In the past, she relied on her brother's power to have the final say at home.
Now that his brother is dead, Zhu Sihai gradually stopped giving her face.
Qi Fingyang could only restrain herself a little, and just stubbornly retorted, it's just killing pigs, don't you know how to kill? Just hire someone to collect pigs and deliver them. You can hire anyone if you are willing to spend money. Why give them so much? 2% profit is at least 400 taels a month. What do you know?
Zhu Sihai sighed, you must not let others do things like collecting pigs and delivering them, otherwise you will be cheated by the lack of weight. Wei Hong is a man who knows his limits and is loyal.
It makes people feel at ease if you say it in advance. Okay.
Qi Fingyang was unhappy. Then you should train your own people as soon as possible.
When you have available people, kick them out immediately. Kick them out? Zhu Sihai sneered, as if he was looking at a fool. Do you think Wei Hong is easier to deal with than Tan Fei?
Even I can't figure out his current martial arts strength.
He has chopped off hundreds of heads in the execution ground. Such a ruthless person has always only kicked others. How can we kick him?
Don't say such stupid things in the future, otherwise our whole family will be killed by you.
Qi Fingyang was still a little unconvinced. Zhu Sihai was too tired to say more.
If you had been smart and listened to me at the beginning, and let Furong and Wei Hong get married, why would we be so passive?
He murmured with emotion.
April 12th. The wind and sunshine are beautiful, suitable for marriage, adoption, sacrifice, and business opening.
The new Zhuji butcher shop on North Street has been in preparation for many days and has finally officially opened.
Zhu Sihai spent a lot of money to build momentum. He not only booked a nearby restaurant to entertain guests, but also invited lion dancers to play gongs and drums. The leader of Gale Wind Hall is very considerate and comes to congratulate you in person. Some familiar shopkeepers and wealthy people also came one after another, creating a lively atmosphere. Wei Hong and Li Daniu also transformed into the second and third stalls who needed to be polite to others.
It's night. Inside Zhuji's butcher shop, the candles are brightly lit.
There were more than 30 figures standing on the slaughterhouse in the front yard. Among them, young men like Luan Xiaoqi who came from the slums were prominently among them. The remaining strong men were all recruited by Zhu Sihai, and most of them were strong civilians. Everyone was dressed in gray shortcoats, which looked quite impressive.
Today is the first day that our Zhuji butcher shop opened after its relocation.
Zhu Sihai lectured like a bell. In the future, as long as you work hard, you will not be short of even a penny per month, and you will have a daily meal. With a full esophagus, you can also practice martial arts and strengthen your body.
Most people don't dare to think about such a huge good thing.
You are all lucky enough to be selected because of the smoke coming out of your ancestral graves.
I hope you will cherish this hard-won opportunity and work diligently. Otherwise, get out of here.
Where to go?
Yes. Everyone agreed in unison. If I'm not in the store on weekdays, the second stall will be our paradise.
Zhu Sihai continued, you have to do whatever he asks you to do.
You are never allowed to cheat, remember?
Yes.
Everyone agreed again.
Zhu Sihai nodded with satisfaction, looked at Wei Hong and asked, would you like a lesson, nephew? You, the second gear, have to establish your authority, otherwise what will happen if someone looks down on you and fools you because you are young?
Uncle Sihai, don't worry, no one can fool me.
Wei Hong said with a smile, let's forget about the lectures.
If you don't understand anything, you can come to me at any time. I will do it every afternoon if I am free.
I will personally guide you in your practice and wish you a bright future.
Thank you, second gear. Everyone spoke in unison again, this time even louder than before.
Most of these strong men are local residents of Anlafang, and some of them know Wei Hong. Even if they don't know him, they have heard of him as Slaughterer Wei. After all, he is a ruthless man who chopped off hundreds of heads in the execution ground.
How can we not respect or fear such a vicious man?
Everyone feared Wei Hong more than Zhu Sihai.
Okay. Zhu Sihai nodded with satisfaction, and then said, Chui Fu, Jin Xiaoxing, Lu Tianyong, the night of you go to the shop for breakfast at 3:30 every day. After breakfast, follow me out to collect the pigs. Ma Yukai, Cheng Hongshine, the 7 of you are under the jurisdiction of the 3rd stall. You work at 3 o'clock every day, and you are responsible for delivering goods in addition to helping the kitchen and doing chores. The rest of the people are under the jurisdiction of the 2nd stall, who are responsible for killing pigs, selling meat and other trivial matters in the shop. Do you understand? Make arrangements in one go. Everyone immediately understood the scope of their work.
Wei Hong frowned as he looked at the number of people who were half the number in the old store.
No way.
Lidania saw through his thoughts and said with a smile, most of the newly recruited good family members have never practiced martial arts. They can't compare with swordsmen who have an arm strength of several hundred kilograms. It is inevitable for a big stall to recruit more people to do it.
They are alive, but they are not expensive. Wei Hong nodded and said nothing more.
These strong men only received 1 or 2 taels of wages per month in the early stage.
Luan Xiaoqi and others did not even receive wages during their apprenticeship. No matter how much they recruited, they would only get more food expenses.
There is never a shortage of meat in the butcher shop, which does not increase the cost much.
But if there are more people, the momentum will always look better. Let's start working.
Wei Hong said in a deep voice, today is the first day of opening of our butcher shop.
The bosses of each shop have placed orders.
They need to slaughter 21 pigs and 17 sheep.
It's rare for everyone to follow suit. I can learn more skills in the future.
After saying that, he started to arrange the work. One moment, he instructs several strong men to boil water, and the other moment, he instructs several apprentices to clean the chopping board. Zhu Sihai had stopped taking care of things over the years, so he was naturally not as good as Wei Hong in arranging the work in the butcher shop. He simply acted as a hands-off shopkeeper and didn't talk much, letting him arrange things properly.
Soon, Wei Hong personally walked into the pig pen and knocked out a big fat pig with one palm.
Then he squeezed the pig with both hands and threw it firmly onto the chopping board. Our butcher shop is newly opened, and most of the people are novices, so the method of killing pigs is quite different from other butcher shops.
I will be responsible for the bleeding process personally.
After the pigs and sheep die, you will be responsible for shaving and skinning, cutting the meat, and cleaning the internal organs. As Wei Hong explained, he sharpened his knife and started bleeding. The big fat pig was immediately awakened by the pain when the knife was struck, and blood spurted out. But before it could howl, it was knocked unconscious by a palm.
Immediately afterwards, Wei Hong personally demonstrated how to shave, divide, and cut the meat.
His butchering skills were so superb that even Zhu Sihai had to bow to him. The operation was like a work of art, and before he knew it, he had dismembered a pig into pieces.
Big piece of meat. See? It's that simple. You guys come and try it out. Under the hard guidance of Wei Hong, Luan Xiaoqi and other teenagers picked up the butcher's knife and started learning.
At first they were a little clumsy, but gradually they got the hang of it. Killing pigs is not a difficult task, and they can learn quickly with guidance. Today, they are just like Wei Hong in the past, a group of young people who are eager to change their fate, and they are naturally hardworking.
Work hard.
Luan Xiaoqi kept reminding others in a low voice, Brother Hong gives us a place to live, gives us food, teaches us skills and martial arts, and if anyone cheats, I will break his legs.
I know, Brother Xiaoqi, we are not stupid.
That's right, learn seriously. The teenagers promised with a smile.
The meat shop under the moonlight was full of prosperity.
Wei Hong was naturally full of relief in his heart. Now he can find a way to make a living for the teenagers and complete his plan to make a living by killing pigs on the assembly line.
It is really killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
As for how much he earns, he doesn't care much. From a slum boy to today, Wei Hong has surpassed too many people. He has always been a down-to-earth boy, so he doesn't want to covet too much. Wait until the butcher shop business is stable, and then start to strive for the blood refining realm with all your strength. There are still 18 days to May, and if you work hard, you should be able to reach the limit of the leather refining realm.
Wei Hong is in a good mood and plans his future.
He just feels that there are infinite possibilities ahead, which makes him full of hope and enthusiasm.
Please vote and read.
Early in the morning, the North Street vegetable market was crowded with people. The crowds of people who got up early to buy vegetables were noisy, and the streets were full of small vendors selling vegetables.
Come on, take a look. 3 days before Zhuji meat shop opened, the price of meat was 20% cheaper. Uncle Lou is here? Are you buying pig's trotters or large intestines today?
At the meat stall, Wei Hong held a butcher knife and enthusiastically solicited customers. These customers included old customers and new customers attracted by the low prices. For a while, the butcher shop was crowded.
Hey, brother, why don't you weigh the meat? An aunt asked in confusion. What are you weighing? Is this your first time buying meat at Zhuji meat shop? Wei the butcher is known as the best knife in Anlafang.
He can chop up bandits and pigs, sheep, cattle and horses.
He can cut as much as you want with one knife. There is absolutely no mistake.
That's right. Wei the butcher is a particular person. He will not be short of weight. The old customers on the side boasted with all their might.
The aunt said with disbelief, give me 2 pounds of tenderloin. If you don't weigh it, I won't pay you. Okay.
Wei Hong smiled while sharpening the knife and cutting the meat. If I cut it 1 centimeter off, you can just take the meat and leave. I won't charge you a penny.
After that, he cut it with one knife. A piece of tenderloin with perfect appearance was cut off.
It was thrown on the scale and weighed in public. It was indeed exactly 2 pounds, not a centimeter off.
Good skills, amazing. Give me 2 pounds too. I want 1 pound of pig intestines.
The guests were amazed and rushed to buy.
Xu Sihai was stunned and couldn't help asking Li Daniu in shock, does he have this skill?
Of course. Li Daniu said proudly, Brother Hong is not only good at killing pigs, but also sells meat in a straight line.
He has never missed a time when collecting money. There are many skills you don't know, otherwise why would Tan Fei fight to keep him? Hey! Xu Sihai smiled and shook his head, sighing that he was lucky.
Talents like Wei Hong are really treasures.
With excellent skills, they can thrive anywhere.
This time, choosing to cooperate with him, the butcher shop's business will be prosperous in the near future.
Looking back at the busy boy in the butcher shop, Xu Sihai praised inside again. He found that Wei Hong, with a few young men, could manage the butcher shop inside and out. He and Li Daniu only needed to arrange the collection and delivery of pigs, and they didn't need to worry about anything. It can be said that the entire butcher shop is now almost supported by Wei Hong alone. Xu Sihai has been in the bottom for decades, and he is definitely the best of the best, so he has no envy, jealousy or hatred, but only relief. It seems that in a few years, I can lie down and retire. Xu Sihai joked. You founded Zhu's meat shop. Li Daniu smiled and comforted. No matter what time it is, you will be the big boss. Ha ha ha.
Xu Sihai laughed heartily, and he was in a good mood.
While chatting, there was a commotion on the street. Great victory!
800 miles of urgent work, the vanguard camp of the anti-rebellion army defeated the front of the anti-Qing coalition in Lantian County, Sangzhou, and beheaded more than 30,000 people.
Great victory, great victory!
A soldier riding a tall horse with a flag on his back galloped all the way. He kept shouting and yelling as he headed straight for the Ministry of War, attracting the attention of passers-by along the way.
Great victory? No way?
General Meng has only been on the expedition for more than 10 days, and the army has probably not even traveled 700 or 800 miles.
How could it be so successful so quickly? Yes, didn't they say that the rebel army had many new recruits and was preparing to train while marching south? Hee, what do you know?
General Meng likes to win by surprise when leading the army, and is even better at using cavalry to charge, first breaking through the enemy's defense line and then pressing forward with the army, so the vanguard army's cavalry rushing over 1,000 miles is like playing.
So that's how it is, worthy of being General Meng, so awesome. Ha, I said that a mere thief can't make a big wave, right? What storms hasn't the great Zhou seen in the past 800 years?
The princes just make a fuss in their own fiefdoms, and the court will destroy them if they send troops.
In the streets and alleys,
passers-by were excited by the good news. Everyone was talking to their friends, and the restaurants were full of people. Many gossipers were eager to know more gossip, and the storytellers naturally had new topics.
Wei Hong didn't react much to this.
The victory or defeat of the army in a battle doesn't mean anything.
Moreover, the battle was far away in Sangzhou, and it was unlikely to affect the capital, so it didn't have much impact on him.
He should just kill pigs and sell meat honestly.
Are you envious?
Wei Hong glanced and found that Luan Shaoqi was full of yearning.
He kept listening to others talking about the battlefield.
How could he not understand that this was a young man's yearning for galloping on the battlefield and being crowned as a prime minister?
If he didn't have the memory of his previous life, I'm afraid he would be as excited as Luan Xiaoqi, right? Of course I envy you. Luan Xiaoqi nodded frankly and admitted, who doesn't want to leave a name in history and be granted a title?
Unfortunately, I am not strong enough. If I had practiced martial arts earlier, I would have had the opportunity to follow General Meng into battle.
Fighting bravely in the army can earn you secret medicines and manuals. If I didn't have younger brothers and sisters to support, I would definitely want to give it a try. A chance to be cannon fodder?
Wei Hong sneered and asked, who will support your brothers and sisters?
You don't think you are the son of destiny and can survive on the battlefield with swords and guns raining down, right?
Me?
Luan Xiaoqi's face flushed, and he argued with some dissatisfaction. How many brave generals have risen from humble beginnings in the storyteller's mouth? Why can't I do it?
You only see these brave generals who survived, but you don't know that thousands and millions of people died on the battlefield to produce such a lucky person whose ancestors burned incense.
Wei Hong patted his shoulder and smiled. Countless young people in the world have the same passionate dream as you, and they all fantasize about being able to establish an unprecedented achievement and save the building from collapse.
But in the end, they can only become bugs crushed under the wheels of history.
Young man, when you learn to admit your mediocrity, you will mature.
Luan Xiaoqi looked a little stunned.
Wei Hong laughed dumbly but didn't say anything more. His talent is the best among this group of teenagers.
He can reach 70 kilograms of arm strength after practicing martial arts for a month.
I believe he can reach 200 kilograms within a year. He is definitely a gifted genius among the common people.
But it is too difficult to stand out in this world.
Talent is only one aspect.
Resources, vision, and background are all mountains that are difficult to cross. The later a teenager like Luan Xiaoqi sees himself clearly, the more painful he will be in the end.
Mediocrity, isn't it a kind of happiness?
It's better to kill pigs, so there is meat to eat. Wei Hong sighed in his heart. In early May the weather in Chengdu gradually warmed up. The business of Zinshuji meat shop was gradually getting on the right track with Wei Hong's hard work, and it was gradually gaining momentum.
The business was very prosperous every day. Because the assembly line method of slaughtering pigs has been implemented.
Wei Hong enjoyed the vitality of slaughtering pigs and sheep in the entire meat shop, and he slaughtered as many as 700 or 800 every day. He was surprised and happy that he could double his income during festivals. Now he slaughters pigs and practices martial arts every day, and occasionally takes time to drink tea and listen to music. The rest of his time is spent on martial arts practice. After a period of hard training, his strength naturally improved by leaps and bounds. His strength, blood, and skin membrane defense were constantly transforming. After entering May, Wei Hong finally reached the limit of perfection in the skin refining realm. His skin membrane has reached the limit of the human body. When he was fully exercising, his whole body was like a layer of gold. Whether it was a sword, a gun, an arrow, or a magic weapon, it was like hitting a piece of iron when it hit his body. Not only was it difficult to damage it, but it would also be bounced and collapsed. His arm strength even reached an astonishing 4,200 jin. It was more than 3 times that of the warriors of the same realm, and his brute force alone was enough to dominate the skin refining realm.
So far, Wei Hong finally completed the first stage of practice.
Not only did he lay a solid foundation for his future, but he was also ready to start practicing the blood refining realm.
On the 3rd day of May,
he deliberately finished his work in the butcher shop early. After lunch, he returned to Tianbao Lane and locked himself in the training room to prepare for his first blood refining practice. Skin refining is done, and blood refining is just a matter of course.
Wei Hong murmured with anticipation.
On the table in front of him was a jade bottle, which contained 10 beast blood pills he had specially purchased from the black market. They were all made from the essence and blood of apes and fierce beasts.
One pill cost 200 taels, and he emptied his family to collect them. The practice of blood refining is very simple.
He kept swallowing pills to absorb energy to fill his blood. Then, he would purify his blood and qi by practicing the blood refining technique, and gradually reach the stage of blood exchange. Only those who have completed the first blood exchange and transformation can be considered to have officially broken through to the early stage of blood refining. After that, each blood exchange will increase a small realm. Each transformation can make people reborn and easily crush the warriors of lower realms. Wei Hong already has the Xin level upper grade blood refining technique, the true scripture of the demonic ape blood refining. Although it is an incomplete version, its power is still very good. Now let's see if 30 beast blood pills are enough for him to complete the first blood exchange.
Let's start.
Wei Hong poured out a beast blood pill and held it in his hand to observe. It looks like a blood-red longdon, exuding a faint fragrance, and you can smell a faint medicinal smell with a light sniff.
Atractylodes? Paris polyphylla?
Solanum nigrum, centigmo lily, ginseng, Bailey frost. Wei Hong quickly judged the taste of more than a dozen medicinal herbs. Since he had brushed 100 herbs principles to the limit and awakened the talent known to taste hundreds of herbs, his sense of smell became very sharp, and he could easily identify various medicinal herbs. Swallowed it in one gulp. He tasted the flavors of several medicinal herbs. Then the beast blood pill quickly dissolved in his stomach, turning into a rolling warm current that continuously swept his body. Wei Hong was instantly stimulated and his face flushed, as if he had added too much vitality at ordinary times, and his blood and qi were almost bursting the membrane under the boiling blood.
However, Wei Hong's foundation was too solid.
The membrane was like an iron barrel, and no matter how the blood and qi in his body boiled, it could not be broken. He took a deep breath and began to slowly practice the Demon 8 Blood Refining Sutra. This method is a combination of standing practice and boxing. It can be practiced while walking, sitting, or lying down. The behavior is as domineering and fierce as a crazy giant ape, and it is agile and swift. Once it is practiced, it can burst out with terrifying power when raising your hands.
Who? Wei Hong trembled all over. He immediately turned into a demon ape and punched and kicked alternately. For a while, the training room was filled with his sweaty figure. Sometimes he was like a monkey playing in the water, sometimes like a mad ape, and the roar of his fists and feet seemed to have the power to collapse the mountain, and even the air was shaken and whistled. At the same time,
the blood in Wei Hong's body was also flowing like a big river. They kept flowing in the blood vessels, and were constantly refined and purified as the fists roared. Every drop of blood seemed to absorb a lot of energy.
Ha!
A quarter of an hour later, Wei Hong slowly finished his training. The medicinal power of a beast blood pill had been easily absorbed. He was sweating all over his body, his blood was full and boiling, and his whole body seemed to be a hot furnace, steaming sweat beads into billowing white smoke. Not bad, probably equivalent to more than 100 vitality. There is a special energy in the beast blood pill. When it is combined with the magic 8 blood refining scripture to practice, it actually has the effect of accelerating the purification and strengthening of the blood in the body. Wei Hong couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. After a while of analysis, he compared the recipe of the beast blood pill and roughly figured out what the thing that has the effect of purifying blood is: 10-year-old red vermilion fruit. And it must be fresh 10-year-old red vermilion fruit. Wei Hong has been to several pharmacies to familiarize himself with medicinal materials during this period. Most of the medicinal materials for the beast blood pill can be bought in pharmacies, but this fresh red vermilion fruit is unique, even rarer than ginseng and deer antlers, and it is something that cannot be bought even if you have money. Obviously, it is the biggest secret of the beast blood pill to purify blood, so it is monopolized and banned by the aristocratic families. The beast blood pill has two effects: the first is to replenish qi in blood, and the second is to purify blood. I can directly use vitality to add some points to replenish qi in blood, which can save the first step. If I find a 10-year red vermilion fruit and swallow it directly, why waste time searching for beast blood pills? The more Wei Hong thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. As long as he found a large number of red vermilion fruits, he could quickly improve his strength, and it was not impossible to complete the blood refining realm within a year or two. It's just that the efficiency of the entry-level Demon 8 Blood Refining Sutra is still a bit low. Wei Hong glanced at the tens of thousands of vitality he had accumulated and decisively chose to add points. Ding! Vitality 500, Ziyang Concentration Talisman Remnant reached the Mastery Realm. Ding! Vitality 1500, Ziyang Concentration Talisman Remnant reached the Minor Success Realm. Ding! Vitality 2500, Ziyang Concentration Talisman Remnant reached the Major Success Realm. Clicked 6 times in a row. The proficiency of the Demon 8 Blood Refining Sutra was directly pushed to the limit from the entry level. Wei Hong also paid the price of 24,000 vitality. The amount of vitality on the books was directly cut in half, and only more than 30,000 points were left in the end, which really made him feel distressed. After all, this was the vitality that he had accumulated by chopping off hundreds of heads. How could he not feel distressed when half of it was used up in one go? However, the effect of spending tens of thousands of vitality points was also very good. Wei Hong's brain cells were tens of millions of times more excited and active, and his comprehension increased countless times out of thin air. The previously obscure places can now be seen through at a glance.
Ding!
Congratulations on awakening the ultimate talent of Demon 8 Blood Refining Sutra Boiling Blood. When you run the skills with all your strength, you can burn blood and increase your strength by 50%, while accelerating the blood purification speed by 120%. He silently closed his eyes and comprehended. After a long time, he opened his eyes again, and his eyes had become extremely bright.
And follow-up reading call. Drink.
In the practice room, Wei Hong practiced boxing like crazy again, sweating profusely. A set of magic 8 boxing techniques mobilized the energy and blood of the whole body to create a fierce wind. After adding some points, the boxing technique that was originally a little unfamiliar and obscure has now become extremely light and easy, with every punch and kick carrying astonishing power.
Finally, Wei Hong squeezed his fists fiercely. Boom!
The energy and blood all over his body was boiling like a furnace was exploding. His body also swelled uncontrollably, and he suddenly changed from an 8-foot-tall man to a 1-foot-2-foot-tall man. The muscles on his arms and thighs were so intricate that he looked as terrifying as a demon.
Call! Call! Wei Hong gasped for air. He just felt like he had endless power.
The energy and blood all over the body are boiling and burning, and every breath brings a powerful increase to the body. A violent thought fills the bottom of the heart, making Ji Jiao want to destroy everything.
Boom!
Wei Hong punched the ground viciously.
The bluestone tiles in the practice room fell apart instantly.
Not only was a 5-foot deep crater blasted out of the ground. Moreover, gravel splashed everywhere, making the entire practice room a mess.
What a terrifying power!
Wei Hong looked at his hands in disbelief. This is just the beginning of blood refining, not even the early stage of blood refining realm.
How could he actually carry out such a terrifying attack? The talent of boiling blood is simply a violent skill.
But Wei Hong soon felt weak, and the blood all over his body quickly disappeared under the constant high-temperature evaporation. The blood-boiling rage lasted for less than 30 breaths, and he could already clearly feel exhausted.
If it keeps burning, I'm afraid he'll turn into a mummy in less than a minute's tea time, right? It's interesting. Wei Hong did not stop immediately.
He just closed his eyes and quietly felt the changes in his body. I was surprised to find that burning blood actually has a purifying effect.
The blood all over the body is like a pot of soup.
The more it dries up, the more concentrated it becomes.
What is left in the end is often the essence.
It's much stronger than the purified effect of swallowing animal blood pills.
However, this skill will definitely injure the enemy by 1000 and damage yourself by 800. It doesn't take dozens of breaths to become weak quickly in a violent state. If the enemy cannot be eliminated during this period, the only one who will be unlucky is himself.
Fortunately, I can use vitality to replenish chi and blood, which means that as long as I have enough vitality reserves, I can theoretically use boiling blood rage endlessly. You can even use it to speed up your practice on weekdays.
Wei Hong couldn't help but feel very good when he wanted to understand this.
In this way, his practice in the blood refining realm will be extremely smooth. Others need to work hard for 10 or 8 years and invest countless resources, but he only needs to keep accumulating vitality and add points. How wonderful it is.
Over time, waves of weakness kept coming.
When Wei Hong's face turned pale, he couldn't think of anything else and quickly stuffed 2 more beast blood pills into his mouth. Wave after wave of medicinal power began to permeate the whole body, slightly easing the aftereffects of the blood burning skill, but the medicinal power was still evaporating too slowly, so that the feeling of weakness continued to increase.
Fortunately, there are still tens of thousands of people alive.
Wei Hong didn't panic at all and directly chose to add points. After deducting 100 vitality points several times, waves of warm energy began to sweep through his body. They are not like beast blood pills that can only be released slowly. Instead, they are instantly integrated into the blood of the whole body, making his feeling of weakness disappear instantly. It is more comfortable than eating several bottles of beast blood pills.
Soon,
Wei Hong's body was filled with energy and blood again. The effect of the beast blood pill also gradually took effect, and the surging power began to sweep through the body.
Come again.
Wei Hong gritted his teeth and got up from the ground and started practicing boxing again. He spent the entire afternoon sweating profusely in the practice room. No matter how hard or tired he is, he refuses to take a break. Not only did he swallow up the entire bottle of beast blood pill, but he also poured thousands of points of life into it. It can be said that one day of hard training is enough to compare with 2 months of other people's efforts.
In the evening, the blood in Wei Han's body finally changed from quantity to quality.
It flowed uncontrollably in his blood vessels, washing madly at every muscle and bone in his body.
Ah!
Wei Hong couldn't help but gasp, his internal organs twitching in pain. But he still gritted his teeth and held on without fainting.
This is something that must be endured during blood transfusion. It was too late for him to be happy. Why did he care about whether it hurt or not? Cough, cough, cough. Puff.
Wei Hong began to vomit blood crazily.
The blood was all black and smelled fishy.
Obviously, they were old blood that had been eliminated from the body. This scene seemed exaggerated, but it was no different from when it shed its skin, so Wei Hong did not panic.
Even after spitting out a large basin of black blood,
he also felt that the blood in his body seemed to be purified. They slowly flowed through the heart and blood vessels to the whole body, bringing powerful energy supplements to every cell, and also made Wei Hong's body unknowingly transform to become more powerful. Post, Wei Hong age 17 out of 89, vitality point, 27451 health, 571.3, realm, early stage of blood refining realm 14 out of 100, kung fu, 13 tiger movements, extreme, talent, tiger roar, 100 forging golden body, extreme, talent, golden body protection, demon 8 blood refining sutra, extreme, talent, boiling blood, heart cleansing mantra, extreme, talent, calm mind, martial arts, 5 beast fist, extreme, talent, heart of beasts, basic hidden weapon, extreme, talent, shooting, 1000 changes, talent, imitating God, magic power, none, skills, cooking, great, 547/800, fishing, mastery, 45/300, slaughter, perfection, 354/1200, herbal medicine extreme, talent, Shinnong tastes hundreds of herbs, purple sun concentration talisman fragment extreme, talent, concentration, hint, 100 vitality can increase lifespan by 1 year, 100 vitality can increase health by 1 point, 1 vitality can increase skill proficiency by 1 point. Is this the early stage of blood refining
realm? So strong. No, I must be far superior to the average early stage of blood refining realm. At least Meng Kaishan, who was once a child of destiny, can't even withstand a punch in front of me now. Wei Hong secretly compared it in his heart and found that he really couldn't be too modest. It's not that the enemy is too weak, but that he has long been invincible in the same realm. After a solid foundation, it is naturally far superior to peers. But you must not be proud. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the capital. I can still have an advantage when competing with small-scale warriors, but if I meet the children of the rich and powerful, I will be a bit inferior. Besides, I have just broken through. I don't have any martial arts or secret techniques that suit me, let alone supporting tactics. I will definitely suffer a loss when I meet the old blood refining realm. It's always right to be low-key.
Wei Hong warned himself in his heart, but he couldn't help but curl his lips. After working hard for more than half a year, he finally achieved some success.
Why shouldn't he be happy? Please vote and read more. Nightfall.
Black Market Street. A tall, burly man with a ferocious face walked around in front of various stalls, causing passers-by to avoid him, for fear of offending this person who seemed not to be trifled with. This person is naturally Wei Hong in disguise. After his breakthrough just now, he roughly summed up a thing or two and found that his background was still too poor. There are almost no martial arts or secret techniques in the blood refining realm. The only ones that can be used are blood-boiling talent and brute strength. Even if they encounter a more powerful opponent, they can't do anything to them. At the same time, he doesn't quite understand how to use the dark energy of the blood refining realm. So before it was time for the butcher shop to open, Wei Hong went to the Black Market Street in a hurry, hoping to find some blood refining realm martial arts skills. If not, it would be good to find some practice notes. It's a pity that I didn't gain anything from walking around. Most of the skill cheats sold on the black market are for the skin refining realm. Occasionally, those for the blood refining realm are also of the same skill type, and most of them are very incomplete. Trying to find blood refining realm martial arts and secret techniques is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Guessed. A stall owner laughed awkwardly. Our Black Market Street is a place where the underworld sells stolen goods. Where can you find good things from the blood refining realm? I think you should go to the inner city to have a look. I heard that the major trading houses in the inner city have you can even buy bone refining realm martial arts, but the price is a bit expensive. Wei Hong nodded thoughtfully. As far as he knew, the powerful class of the Zhou dynasty had a tacit agreement to monopolize martial arts resources. They don't care about the secrets of the skills at the skin refining realm, but the skills and secret medicines at the blood refining realm and above will be controlled.
Unless you join the gangs of major aristocratic families, the only other channels left are joining the army, joining the evil suppression department, and yamen.
Of course, all major martial arts schools also have blood refining realm techniques passed down to them.
But every martial arts school takes its own inheritance as seriously as the sky.
It cannot be taught to those who are not direct disciples, and it cannot be taught without going through various tests and honing. Even if the skills are taught, they will be hidden, for fear that the master will starve to death after teaching the apprentice. Most martial arts masters would only sincerely teach one or two disciples their secret skills when they are old and rely on their disciples to support them in their old age.
Wei Hong was absolutely unwilling to be tied down like this. As for the inner city, you can indeed visit it.
In order to make money, many well-versed business firms can naturally avoid control and sell secrets secretly. But the price is definitely sky high, and Wei Hong can't afford it for the time being.
Poor.
He sighed suddenly. The thousands of taels of silver that he had gotten from the Blood Crow Casino have now been spent completely. Although the butcher shop gets a few hundred taels of dividends every month, it seems to be a drop in the bucket when used in martial arts training.
That's it.
Even if there were martial arts for sale in the inner city, he wouldn't be able to afford it.
Wei Hong once again felt the pain of poverty.
Although his income now was enough for food and clothing, there was still too much left behind to make progress in martial arts.
We have to find a way to make money.
Wei Hong was so depressed that he turned around and wanted to leave the black market street. However, as soon as he reached the intersection, he saw a figure in green blocking his face.
Why do you want to stop me?
Wei Hong recognized her as a martial arts dealer on the black market street.
She was always dressed in green clothes and a bamboo hat.
She had an enchanting figure, but no one knew her age.
She was nicknamed Ji San Yang.
I bought my first exercise from her stall.
This kind of woman who can thrive in a mixed place is definitely not easy to get along with.
Therefore, Wei Hong was secretly wary.
Brother, don't be nervous.
Ji San Yang cupped her hands and lightly opened her red lips under the bamboo hat. It's just that the little girl saw you collecting blood refining realm martial arts skills, so she wanted to come over and have a chat.
I don't know, brother, have you heard of this? 5 summits?
No. Wei Hong shook his head calmly and motioned for her to continue. Ji San Yang immediately became interested when she saw this. If you are not in a hurry, why don't you take a step to speak?
Good.
Wei Hong is a brave man, but he is not afraid of being ambushed.
So she followed Ji San Yang into an uninhabited alley next to her.
She then said apologetically, there are so many people on the street in the black market that it is inconvenient to talk, but it makes me laugh.
If my prediction is good, little sister, you must have just broken through to the blood refining realm, right?
Of course. Wei Hong admitted frankly, otherwise, why would I search everywhere for blood refining realm martial arts? With all due respect, your actions are probably in vain. Ji San Yang said with a chuckle, little sister, I have been selling secrets in the black market for many years, and I know exactly what the situation is like here.
I want to trade for skin refining.
The state of cultivation is not too difficult, but when you reach the blood refining state, it is a different story. Generally, blood refining realm warriors have to join the army or public service unless they join major aristocratic families or gang martial arts schools. The major trading houses in the inner city do sell secret books, but most of them are ordinary goods and will never be able to become refined.
After some preparation,
Ji San Yang continued, my dear friend, you should be aware of this situation, so you might as well consider joining the disbanded alliance.
Disband the alliance? Wei Hong became interested. What kind of sect is this? There is no family, no sect.
Ji San Yang explained patiently, there are many warriors in the world who don't like to be restrained, so alliances came into being. Warriors without powerful backgrounds hugged each other to warm each other, exchanged practice experiences with each other, and gradually developed into a bunch of idle organizations. Our 5 summits were founded by 5 strong men in the bone refining realm. Although they are not the top scattered alliances in the divine capital, they are still considered to be first-rate existences. Members of our 5 summits hold meetings every month. They can accept tasks and make money in the meeting, and they can also freely trade secret books and secret medicines.
All kinds of information are also shared for free. Are you interested?
Wei Hong suddenly realized. No wonder Ji San Yang took the initiative to find him. It turned out that she wanted to kill someone.
Although she doesn't know what benefits she can gain by recruiting herself into the club. However, he was still very interested in joining a disaffiliated organization. I am indeed interested in your association, but I don't know how to join?
Wei Hong asked with interest.
Brother, just be interested.
Ji Sanyang hurriedly introduced. Most of the members of the San Alliance are loosely managed.
They don't care about their identity and origin.
Anyone can join, even if you change your name and disguise yourself, no one will care. And little sister, the reason why I work hard to talk and win over people is just because the contribution points can be redeemed for cheats by recruiting people.
It would be great if you are willing to join. That's it.
Wei Hong quickly climbed up the pole and said, I'm Gu Hong, I would like to introduce you to you.
Okay, Brother Gu, keep this token.
Ji Sanyang threw a copper token and warned, if there is no big event, our association usually gathers once every month at night on the 10th day of the lunar month.
The headquarters is at Mingyue Building on West Street.
Inside, the shopkeeper is also from our 5th summit.
I will be waiting in front of the restaurant before the party in a few days.
If I am not there, Brother Gu can also go directly to the shopkeeper with the token and tell me my name, Ji Sanyang.
Thank you.
Wei Hong clasped his fists slightly, then turned and left. A few days passed by during this period. Wei Hong learned about the disbandment of the alliance and the 5 summits from various channels, and found that just as Ji Sanyang said, it was the same organization, and it was an organization that could be joined. Wei Hong just broke through to the blood refining realm. Not only does he lack martial arts secrets, but he also doesn't know much about the common sense of the blood refining realm. There is an urgent need to get in touch with this organization to enhance its own heritage. Therefore, on the evening of the 10th day of May, he arrived near Mingyue Tower early.
This is a higher-end restaurant than Zue Feng restaurant.
All the powerful and wealthy businessmen come in and out. There are 4 young girls greeting guests at the door. Both the decoration and the pomp are 100 times better than ordinary restaurants.
As soon as he arrived in front of Mingyue Tower, Wei Hong saw Ji Sanyang.
She is dressed exactly the same as she usually does in the black market. As usual, he was dressed in tsing-yi and a cloak. There weren't many passers-by in the evening, so he didn't attract much attention.
Brother Gu. Miss Ji.
The two nodded to each other and said hello.
Brother Gu is indeed a trustworthy person. I was worried that you wouldn't come. Ji Sanyang teased with a sweet smile.
Of course not. Wei Hong raised his hand and said, please. Please.
Ji Sanyang stepped into Mingyue Tower with ease.
She should come here often. She just showed a token and the maid walked to the 3rd floor to greet her.
Although Mingyue Tower is not the top in the capital city, it is one of the best in Anlafang.
Non-rich and powerful people dare not set foot here. The owner behind it is one of the leaders of our 5 summits.
Every gathering is on the 5th floor of Mingyue Building. You can enter by showing your token. Ji Sanyang explained patiently.
Wei Hong said nothing, his eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. The entire Mingyue Building is built with a wooden structure, and every part is decorated in an antique style. From the top, you can overlook the scenery of the entire Anlafang. All the guests coming and going are well dressed. The 2 of them walked all the way to the 5th floor. There are 2 strong men guarding the stairs here, and ordinary guests are not allowed to enter. The 5th floor side is specially arranged to look like an empty hall. There were only a dozen tables and chairs, and there were already 20 or 30 people sitting sparsely at this moment. Among these people are tall, well-dressed men with fierce looks. There are also weird-looking old women, and young people wearing masks whose appearance cannot be clearly seen. Everyone exudes a strong aura that is very difficult to mess with.
Hey, isn't this Sanyang? The person next to you is a bit unfamiliar. Forgive me, who is this?
The arrival of Ji Sanyang and Wei Hong quickly attracted everyone's attention.
Some acquaintances started asking questions. The gazes scanned Wei Hong's body in a subtle way. Everyone, this is Gu Hong, the newcomer I just recruited into the club.
Ji Sanyang explained calmly, I recruited him to earn contribution points, so please don't compete with me. Ha, you are lucky enough to meet someone who has just broken through to the blood refining realm.
Brother Gu, please sit down.
Since you want to join the club, you are one of our own, so there is no need to be formal. Several older warriors greeted each other cheerfully.
The rest of the people were mostly indifferent and said nothing. Wei Hong didn't care too much.
He cupped his hands and said in a neither humble nor condescending manner, Gu Hong, please take good care of me in the future. I said 2 seen words. He was led by Ji Sanyang to a middle-aged man in a brocade robe.
Uncle Zua, this is my new recruit, don't forget my contribution. Ji Sanyang joked.
Look what you said, no one else's can be left out without yours. The middle-aged man laughed dumbly, nodded at Wei Hong and said, I am Zhuo Anping, the shopkeeper of Mingyue Tower and the foreign affairs manager of Wufeng Summit.
Welcome. Brother Gu, please show your invitation token to join us. Wei Hong nodded and handed over the copper token given by Ji Sanyang.
Zhuangping directly used his index finger to write the words 2, 3, 7, Gu Hong on the smooth side.
This hand immediately made Wei Hong take a deep breath. This token is not made of pure copper. It should be mixed with some kind of special metal.
It is no less than a heartbreaking knife, and its hardness is even better. Zhuangping can carve flowing fonts with just his index finger. Wei Hong is ashamed of this strength. He could destroy the token with brute force, but he couldn't write on the token with his fingers like Zhuangping.
It showed that the opponent was much stronger than him.
Brother Gu, keep it. Zhuangping handed over the token with a smile and said, "From now on, you will be a member of our 5 summits."
This association is a loose alliance-style organization without any tough rules. Every day let's get together here on the 10th day of the lunar month, you can come or not.
In addition, first-time members will have 100 contribution points in their name, and those who recruit people will also have 100 contributions. Members of the association can freely trade among themselves, and you can also use your contribution points to exchange for various items with me.
This is the latest redemption booklet, take a look.
After saying that, Zhuangping handed over a brochure.
Thank you, senior. Wei Hong thanked him and followed Ji Sanyang to sit down not far away.
At the same time, he began to look through the booklet in his hand and found that it contained a large number of martial arts secrets, secret techniques, ores, secret medicines, and even marked the amount of contribution that could be made by a warrior with a corresponding cultivation level.
Can you still play like this? Wei Hong was surprised.
Of course. Ji Sanyang chuckled, as long as you have enough contribution points, you can ask the 5 leaders to take action once.
Sharp. Wei Hong couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise.
At the same time, I also read this booklet more carefully. Ji Sanyang reminded him, you can take the booklet away and study it carefully later.
A new one will be replaced every month.
If you have any secret manuals to hand in, you can also exchange them for contribution points.
Okay.
Wei Hong nodded, and his attention was attracted by the booklet again. He found that the contribution system of the 5 summits was very complete, and the contribution points were also very precious. 100 contribution points can be exchanged for a complete Xian-level middle-grade blood refining realm method, which can also be split and exchanged for 3 martial arts.
No wonder Ji Sanyang is keen on recruiting people to join the association.
Wei Hong has no shortage of methods now. Although the Demon 8 Blood Refining Sutra is not complete, it has been pushed to the limit, and it will not be too difficult to deduce it in the future.
It is difficult to find a suitable method for another practice.
Even if you can find the same Xian level upper grade one, its power is definitely not as good as it. What I lack most now is a martial art that can bring out my full strength.
This boxing technique is good. My 5 Beasts Fist is too shallow. It is still not enough in the blood refining realm. I must change it. This leg technique is not bad either. When Wei Hong picked and chose.
Suddenly, he thought of a question.
Isn't it a bad idea to get something for free just after joining the club?
Seeing that he fell silent, Ji Sanyang probably understood his thoughts and couldn't help but chuckled. Don't worry, it's just a few manuscripts.
You still need to put bait when fishing. The leaders don't mind you taking advantage of it first. That's right. Wei Hong laughed dumbly. Please give me a monthly ticket.
Please give me a monthly ticket. After a lot of picking and choosing, Wei Hong finally decided to exchange for a boxing technique, a leg technique, and an explosive secret technique. The boxing technique is called the Collapse Mountain Fist, and its grade is as high as the middle grade of the Xian level. It is said that when practiced to the extreme, one punch can collapse the mountain, and it has a unique use of dark power.
However, this boxing technique is too fierce.
Those who perform this boxing technique are often prone to killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of themselves.
It is a bit like the 7 injury fist. Most people dare not practice it casually. This is powerful enough.
I have the vitality to repair the dark injuries and I am not afraid of any backlash. If I still use some soft boxing techniques, it would be too cowardly.
Only this kind of fierce and brutal boxing technique is suitable for me.
Wei Hong murmured in his heart. As for the leg technique, he also took a different approach and chose a relatively unpopular one, the middle grade of the Xian level, the powerful diamond leg.
Most warriors in the world who practice leg techniques will choose the agile type or the fast attack type.
After all, they rely on their legs to avoid attacks while turning and moving. If the speed is too slow, they will suffer a great loss.
However, this powerful Vajra kick is a violent impact style.
The booklet introduces that it is simple and rough, and once the power is applied, the legs will immediately become engorged and strong, not only as hard as Vajra and powerful, but also very fast in action. Its advantages are fierce kicks and fast impact speed. The disadvantage is that it is too rough and loses its agility. Once you meet a smart opponent, you will be played with by others immediately. Moreover, this kick is too brutal, and it is easy to cause hidden injuries to the legs. Therefore, the booklet specifically annotates the word careful selection, which is obviously not tolerated by the mainstream. However, Wei Hong does not care about this, and even feels like he has found a treasure. Rough is good, but how can you be worthy of me if you are not rough? If you can beat me, you will rush all the way, and if you can't beat me, you will run away with your legs. I don't want to follow your technical style. When I was weak, I had to use tactics to intersperse. Now that I am strong, I have to bombard all the way, right? Wei Hong is proud in his heart. In the past, he was too weak, so he had to use the heart-breaking knife. Now he is no longer the same as before, and he wants to crush all the enemies into meat dregs with his fists and feet. Therefore, the more he looks at this powerful Vajra leg, the more he likes it. The last explosive secret technique is called the blood reversal technique. This method can reverse the blood flow of the whole body at the moment of life and death, stimulate the potential of the warrior to meet the enemy, and can increase the combat power by 30% after entering the entry level, and at least 80% after reaching the great level. However, this life-threatening secret technique cannot be used for a long time. Otherwise, it will definitely cause the whole body meridians to be disordered and collapsed, causing irreparable damage. For Wei Hong, it is naturally a precious method that can be encountered but not sought. After all, he has a golden finger in his hand, and ordinary martial arts secrets are no longer worthy of him. Only the real forbidden technique can be enough to match him. Just these three. Wei Hong put away the booklet and stopped looking at it. Prepare to go to Zhuangping to exchange it after the party is over. He was in a good mood because he had just joined the 5 summits and had learned 2 martial arts and 1 secret technique for free. He thought to himself that his trip today was not in vain and his fighting power would definitely increase exponentially. Everyone. Zhuangping glanced at the whole audience and saw that there were already 50 or 60 people. Then he continued, let's officially start the meeting today. The 5 leaders are out for something and I will preside over it. I hope you don't mind. Manager Zhua, start it. That's right, who dares to object if you preside over it? There were sparse flattering voices in the crowd. Zhuangping smiled and didn't mind, and continued, okay. As usual, let's announce a list of people to be affiliated with. Those who are interested can contact me later. This month, a total of 16 stores have sought my protection and affiliation with Wufeng. The newly opened Linji cloth shop on West Street needs a blood refining realm warrior to take charge, with a monthly remuneration of 250 taels. The South Street Bandits gang needs a blood refining realm warrior to take charge, with a monthly remuneration of 500 taels. The Qingyun medicine shop on Zhuke Street needs a blood refining realm warrior to take charge, with a monthly remuneration of 280 taels. The information was read out from Zhuangping's mouth. Everyone listened with relish, and from time to time someone looked up with excitement. Wei Hong couldn't help but secretly surprised. He had heard that it was extremely easy for blood refining realm warriors to make money. They only needed to be listed in some small forces or stores, and come forward to solve problems when they were in trouble. They didn't have to do any work on weekdays, which was more enjoyable than collecting protection fees. Miss G. Wei Hong lowered his voice and asked, what are the rules for these shops that need to be affiliated? Can I take them over? Of course you can. Ji Sanyang laughed dumbly and said, anyone you like and whose strength meets the requirements can register. As long as no one competes with you, you can take it over. But there are a lot of things to learn here. First of all, it is best for everyone not to be affiliated with more than 5 shops and forces. Secondly, it is best to be affiliated with a shop first, and try not to be affiliated with a gang. Oh? Wei Hong thought about it after hearing this. He naturally knew that it was best not to be affiliated with a gang. After all, various small forces are complicated and in a situation of fighting and killing every day. If someone gets into trouble, will you stand up or not? If you stand up, you have to fight, and it is easy to get hurt. But if you don't stand up, why would others pay you a high price? So it is more cost-effective to choose a store to register. Businessmen value harmony. Finding a blood refining realm warrior to register is just to avoid trouble. Therefore, they often don't need to show up once in a year or two. It is definitely a pure profit business. But if it is so cost-effective, why can't you register with more stores? As the saying goes, people have their names, and trees have their shadows. We blood-refining realm warriors rely on our own bad reputations to protect the safety of shops.
Ji Sun Yang explained patiently, if your name is hanging all over the street, you are sure that you can protect it?
2. Wei Hong nodded suddenly. Generally speaking, small gangs may try to gain the reputation of being a blood-refining realm warrior, so they don't dare to harass someone with a name on their name, but if you try to hang out on a street, the local gangs will be the first to let you go.
In addition, making money in your name is a tacit and good thing. If you make all the money by yourself, will other people in the blood-refining realm be jealous? So Ji Sun Yan's reminder is still very important.
Although Wei Hong has not yet thought about making money in his name, it is always good to understand these unspoken rules to avoid suffering big losses in the future. Zuolanping had read out the entire list at this time, and then continued, in addition, this month, the Suppression of Evil Division, Dali Temple, and the Ministry of Punishment have issued a total of 24 yellow-level tasks to our 5 summits.
If you are interested, you can take them.
The first one is to hunt down Lu Feng, a criminal thief in the early stage of the blood-refining realm.
This person has committed crimes one after another in Yuzhou.
He is good at physical skills.
The difficulty of arrest is medium. The reward is 800 taels plus 50 contribution points. The second one is to assist the Suppressing Evil Division in cleaning up the strange incident in Lijia Village and County. It requires a minimum late-stage cultivation of the blood-refining realm.
There are 5 places in total. Each person can receive a reward of 1,500 taels, plus an additional 120 contribution points.
Zuolanping talks eloquently. Wei Hong secretly sighed, are there any such tasks?
At the beginning Wei Hong only thought that the 5 summits were a loose organization for blood-refining realm warriors to communicate. But now he was surprised to find that the functions of the 5 summits were not just that.
It also tends to be an organization similar to an intermediary. While attracting blood-refining realm warriors to join, it also integrates resources and distributes tasks. I have to say that it is indeed a good choice. At least it is much more convenient for the warriors here. They can freely choose money-making tasks to obtain training resources. It is ultimately easier than fighting alone. Sure enough, every class in the world has its own scenery. If you don't stand at this height, you won't be able to appreciate it.
Now that I have broken through to the blood-refining realm, I can barely squeeze into this level. Wei Hong murmured in his heart. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the various tasks announced by Zuolanping. If there are suitable ones for him, he doesn't mind picking up a few.
After all, he is really poor now.
He only has a few hundred taels of silver from his family. He is not hungry for food and drink, but if he wants to buy some martial arts supplies, he will never be able to buy them. I'm afraid there's no one in the world who is as poor as him in the blood-refining realm, right? After all, any person in the blood-refining realm now has hundreds of enemies on the battlefield, and any random refugee can dominate the mountain and cause trouble for one side.
Why is it so miserable? It's okay to find a few shops to collect money from.
Ordinary minor troubles can be solved by relying on the strength of the blood-refining realm.
Most of the small gangs will give them face. If you want to go out to arrest bandits, forget it.
It's too chaotic outside, and if you can't accept the task of the Suppression of Evil Department, don't accept it.
The evil is very evil. After a while of analysis, Wei Hong found that there were not many tasks he could take on.
After Zuolanping announced a batch of tasks, he said again, the Fuyun Escort Bureau, the Jianlong Escort Bureau, and the Pinyin Escort Bureau also issued tasks to our 5 summits this month, requiring the hiring of a group of blood-refining realm warriors and escorts. The price is 600. It ranges from 1,800 taels to 1,800 taels.
You can contact me for details later.
In addition, the test medicine and power test tasks issued by the 2 leaders, Wolf Spider and Siya, are valid for a long time.
The price is 3,000 taels each time. Anyone who is interested can contact me.
Wei Hong was slightly startled when he heard this.
Test medicine? Trial? What does this mean?
Ji Sun Yang on the side saw this and explained in a low voice, the 5 leaders of the 5 bone-refining realms in our 5 summits are all very mysterious.
They are only known by their code names.
They are Xingqian, Siye, Ghostface, Wolf Spider, and Smiling Tiger. Among them, Smiling Tiger is the big leader, and the rest are the 4 of them sit on equal footing.
Leader Siya likes to study ancient books and scriptures, and has collected many strange exercises. He often needs to find people to test and improve the exercises. Leader Wolf Spider likes to ponder refining medicines.
He has improved and made new medicines for various realms.
You have to find someone to try it after you refine it.
In short, you'd better not accept the long-term tasks they posted before. Although the money is a lot, be careful.
You make money but don't spend it.
Wei Hong looked strange, and he probably understood the danger of these two tasks. Whether it's trying to practice improved forbidden techniques or experimenting with improved secret medicines. The danger is self-evident, so it's no wonder that the sky-high price of 3,000 taels can be obtained every time.
However, Wei Hong has vitality to protect his body.
Even if he goes crazy during his practice, or the secret medicine has toxic side effects, it can still resist repair. If he really wants to make this money, he can still win it. It's just that he didn't want to be too high profile and attract attention, so he gave up the idea.
The above are the task requirements for this month.
Zhuanping continued, if you have any tasks you want to release, or if you have anything you want to trade, you can come up and speak.
We will also exchange practice experiences with each other later.
Let me do it, an old Taoist priest in grey robes said. The poor Taoist was entrusted by someone to go into the deep mountains and old forests east of Lingtai County to pick up a century-old albizia stamen. This thing is of great use to a certain nobleman, so the other party the price is astronomical, but there are so many ferocious beasts in the deep mountains and forests that it's hard to deal with them, so Pindao wants to ask a few blood-refining realm warriors to help. The mountains and forests east of Lingtai County are often haunted by ferocious beasts, and a bone-refining realm warrior once died in them.
I'm afraid this trip won't be easy, right?
That's right, Taoist Master Pingyang, you yourself are at the peak of the blood-refining realm, but you still want to find someone to help you?
Everyone was talking in a hurry. The old Taoist priest smiled slightly and said, we won't go too far into the mountains and forests on this trip. We are just asking for help to prevent accidents. If we are lucky, we may not even need to do it. Don't you want the benefit of picking it up for free? Above the middle stage of blood refining realm.
Everyone can sign up, there is a limit of 3 people, and the trip only takes 2 or 3 days, and each person costs 1,500 taels.
I'll go. Count me in. Taoist Master Pingyang's reputation is still trustworthy, count me in. 7 or 8 people chose to stand up.
The old Taoist priest selected 3 people, and the matter was settled. Immediately afterwards, other people came on stage to announce tasks, including invitations to go out to search for objects, medicine, and adventure, as well as to form teams to hunt ferocious beasts.
There were all kinds of weird ways to make money. There are even people who suffer from hidden injuries and seek medical treatment in public.
Wei Hong came here just to watch the fun, so he didn't interrupt. Only when everyone started to share their practice experiences did they start to listen carefully. Although his foundation is deep, he has just stepped into the blood-refining realm after all. Regarding the use of dark energy and the use of boxing and kicking skills, there are many shortcomings in combat experience. When everyone was exchanging experiences, he was on the side to confirm each other, but he also gained a lot. This time it's not in vain.
Wei Hong was secretly pleasantly surprised and became even more entranced.
By the time a party was over, it was already Haishur. People began to disperse one after another, and some people came to Zhuanping to accept the task. Wei Hong took the time to thank Ji Sun Yang at this time. Thank you Miss Ji for introducing me to the association.
I have gained a lot today. It is really fortunate for me. No need to be so.
Ji Sun Yang said modestly, I introduced Brother Gu to the association just for contribution points.
I would do the same if I met other people.
I haven't thanked Brother Gu for letting me earn 100 contribution points yet.
Wei Hong smiled and didn't say anything more. Just silently remembered this small favor. No matter what, it was because of Ji Sun Yang's invitation to join the association that he was able to get in touch with the organization of Sanmeng earlier, so it was right to owe a favor of a small size, and he would have the opportunity to return it in the future. Senior Zhua.
Wei Hong saw that most people had dispersed, so he walked up to Zhuanping and bowed, saying, You just said that I would get 100 contribution points by joining Wufeng, and I can exchange them for martial arts at any time.
Do you really mean that?
Of course. Zhuanping chuckled and said, although 100 contribution points are not much, it is also a kind of benefit we give to newcomers.
You can exchange it for anything you want at any time. Thank you.
Wei Hong didn't hesitate and said directly, I want to exchange for Collapse Mountain Fist, Powerful Vajra Kick, and Blood Reversal Method, and I also want to find a few stores to register.
Oh?
Zhuanping was immediately surprised. As the foreign affairs officer of the 5 summits, Zhuanping is obviously a very discerning person. He recognized at a glance that there was something wrong with the secret martial arts skills selected by Wei Hong. They are all violent and life-threatening methods, which are very different from the mainstream of the world.
Brother Gu is no longer choosing?
Zhuanping said hesitantly, I heard from Ji Sanyang that you should have just broken through the blood-refining realm. If you don't have the supporting martial arts by your side, I'm afraid it will be difficult to display your true potential. In terms of strength, these three martial arts are more than powerful but insufficient in dexterity, and it is difficult to fight for a long time.
It doesn't matter. Wei Hong smiled nonchalantly, I've always believed that strength can defeat all skill, as long as it's rough enough, why should I worry about dexterity?
That's fine. Zhuanping saw this and stopped trying to persuade him. He deducted his contribution points directly from a book, then found 3 thin manuscripts and handed them over.
In addition,
Zhuanping continued, there are a total of 9 stores suitable for the early stage of blood refining realm this month.
6 of them have been selected just now. You can take the remaining 3. Anyway, you don't have anything else on hand. There won't be any objections to it.
After speaking, he handed over 3 wooden cards. It says respectively Ruifu Liquor Shop 250 taels, Songji Yaxing 230 taels, Hongwon Embroidery Shop 450 taels.
Ha! Wei Hong showed a hint of surprise when he took the sign. Zhuanping chuckled and said, can you see something is wrong?
Of course, why is this?
Wei Hong asked directly. Generally, small shops looking for blood-refining realm warriors will pay more than 200 taels a month.
Ruifu Liquor Shop and Songji Dental Store are both new stores, so the prices are not high and it is normal.
No wonder others look down on them.
However, the price of Hongwon Embroidery Workshop is so high that it can hire warriors in the middle and late stages of blood-refining realm. It is definitely very rare to only hire someone at the early stage of blood-refining realm at this price. The other warriors are paying high prices and not choosing, so naturally something is wrong.
Hongwon Embroidery Workshop was originally an embroidery workshop under the Hongyun Chamber of Commerce.
Zhuanping explained patiently, after a power struggle within their Chamber of Commerce, the losing faction broke away from the Chamber of Commerce and established its own business, and Hongwon Embroidery Workshop was one of them.
1. Now their embroidery shop has been suppressed overtly and covertly by the Hongyun Chamber of Commerce.
Not only are there not many warriors who dare to take on their brand, but they are also harassed by gangsters. Zhuanping hesitated to speak, and finally said with a smile, anyway, it's a little troublesome.
If you don't want to take this order, I'll give it to you. It doesn't matter, I'll take it.
Wei Hong smiled carelessly. Others are afraid of offending Hongyun Chamber of Commerce, but he is not afraid.
Anyway, Gu Hong is just one of his identities.
If he really offends someone he can't afford to offend, he will just change his identity at worst.
Ji Sanyang has a good saying, why do shop owners look for people to rely on them? He didn't want to use his reputation as a blood-refining realm warrior to intimidate Xiao Xiao. If he didn't show his reputation, how could he deserve such a high price?
You must know that a few hundred taels a month is enough to equal the monthly income of nearly 100 families. It was impossible to collect such a large amount of real money for a long time without losing some blood. It happened that Wei Hong also needed to find someone to try his hand, so he took it quickly.
Don't be too forceful.
Zhuanping warned, now the Hongyun Chamber of Commerce has hired the Python gang to harass Hongwon Embroidery Studio.
If you accept the order, you will definitely confront them. Why don't I find the leader of the Python gang to come out and talk things over? And? No need, I'll take care of it.
Wei Hong shook his head and refused, but there was an undeniable domineering tone in his tone. Killing pigs to make ends meet is already a coward, but now that he has a different identity, he is still timid.
Aren't you sorry for your hard work and study every day?
Maybe even he himself didn't notice that after his strength increased, his true nature was inexplicably exposed, and his words gained a hint of the majesty of a strong man.
Let's let this be settled.
Senior Zhua takes his leave.
Wei Hongdong cupped his hands and turned to leave.
When he walked out of Mingyue Tower, he suddenly thought of something.
Chunlan Shouju seemed to be working in Hongwon Embroidery Workshop.
He had heard them complain that the embroidery workshop was not doing well, but he did not expect it to be like this.
Think about this. He quickened his pace home. After arriving home, Chunlan and Shouju were lighting lamps and boiling oil for embroidery.
Seeing him coming back, Shouju quickly put down her work and came up to him, asking, Brother Wei, why are you back so late?
Have you eaten? I'll get you some hot food.
Yeah.
Wei Hong really didn't eat.
Although Minji Yula served wine and food, everyone was there to exchange their practice experiences, so naturally they didn't want to eat.
Xiao Ju quickly heated up a table of food and delivered it. Wei Hong sat down to enjoy his meal and asked, "Is Yuan Yuan sleeping?" "Yes. Grandma took her to bed. She has been very good recently and even said a few words today." Xiao Ju babbled happily. Lin Yuan Yuan has been taciturn since she moved into Wei's house after a drastic change in her family. Wei Hong left early in the morning and came back late every day without paying attention to her. Fortunately, everyone in the family dotes on her. Grandma Wang and old Wei too even treated her as their own granddaughter. Gradually, Lin Yuan Yuan became more cheerful and could occasionally say a few words. Everyone was obviously very happy to see her change. "Is your Hongwon embroidery shop not doing well recently?" Wei Hong suddenly asked. "Yes." Xiuju said with a sad face, "I don't know what happened recently, but people have been harassing the embroidery workshop. Several managers have been beaten. We are worried every day when we work, and the second lady is also worried." "Second lady?" Wei Hong was surprised. "Yes." Xiuju explained patiently, "Our Hongwon embroidery workshop was originally under the Hongyun Chamber of Commerce. There was some turmoil in the Chamber of Commerce some time ago. I don't know why the owner was so angry that he vomited blood. He died within a few days. At this time, the second lady stood up to take on the heavy responsibility, and also set up her own business with several shopkeepers under the Chamber of Commerce. Unfortunately, they have been suppressed, and the business of the embroidery workshop is becoming increasingly difficult." From Qiuju's rambling narration, Wei Hong roughly pieced together a summary of the incident. Hongwon embroidery workshop is in a difficult situation now, and the owner Fu Qingying is struggling to support it, so she will go to Wufeng for shelter. She doesn't have the money to hire a powerful master to rely on. Most of the blood-refining realm warriors with a little fame in Anlafang would give the Hongyun Chamber of Commerce a face and not get involved in this matter. She now offers a high price of several hundred taels a month, just to invite a blood-refining realm warrior to join, so that the Python gang will be afraid to harass the normal operation of the embroidery workshop. As for the Python gang, Wei Hong also knows it. It is just a small gang that has recently emerged in Anlafang. There are about 70 or 80 people, and only the gang leader is in the blood-refining realm. On weekdays, they are involved in protection fees, rent collection, loan lending, and forcing women into prostitution. They are a low-class gang that does all kinds of evil. As long as it is not a direct confrontation with the Hongyun Chamber of Commerce, it is just a Python gang, nothing more." Wei Hong silently lowered his head to eat, but he had already made up his mind to take this deal. Asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Early morning West Street, Hongwon embroidery shop. The front hall, filled with a large number of exquisite embroideries, was deserted. Dozens of female embroidery workers in the backyard also worked silently with sad faces, and the atmosphere was inexplicably dead. In the accounting room on the second floor, a beautiful girl with a graceful body, fair skin, and bright eyes, wearing a gauze green skirt, is frowning and playing with the abacus beads, and she can't help but sigh from time to time. "Second miss, what a great news." At this time, a middle-aged man dressed as a shopkeeper walked out of the accounting room and said excitedly, "What a great news, someone in Wufeng has accepted our registration card." "Seriously?" The girl raised her eyes in surprise. "Of course," the middle-aged shopkeeper said with excitement on his face, "I have confirmed again and again that there is indeed a blood-refining realm warrior who has taken the order, and he is downstairs now. Please quickly, no, I will go and greet you personally." The girl lifted up her skirt and walked downstairs. After a while, he saw a fierce and strong man in the hall. The person who came was naturally Wei Hong. He appeared in the unprovoked appearance of Gu Hong after his disguise, which immediately calmed the girl's mind. "Your Excellency, are you an expert in the 5 summits?" The girl was blessed and introduced herself. "I am Yan Xinghe, the owner of Hongwon Embroidery Workshop. Experts don't dare to take it." Wei Hong handed over 2 tokens in a stiff tone. One was a wooden sign for receiving orders, and the other was a bronze medal for his 5 summits. Yan Xinghe took the sign and compared it, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Master Gu was willing to take over the order from our embroidery workshop. He must be aware of our current situation, right? Yan Xinghe asked tentatively. "I know a little bit." Wei Hong nodded and said, "But I still want Miss Fu to tell me the details." "Of course, please take a seat." Yan Xinghe quickly greeted him to the side and sat down. Then he was served some tea, and then he explained the situation with a wry smile. Her description is more detailed. From the entanglement between Hongwon Embroidery Workshop and Hongyun Chamber of Commerce to the current predicament, everything was explained clearly,
but generally it was the same as what Wei Hong had heard, which proved that she did not lie.
Hongyun Chamber of Commerce was actually founded by my grandfather.
Yan Qinghe sighed and said with a wry smile, after my grandfather passed away, my uncles fought for power and profit in every possible way.
My father was so angry that he vomited blood and died. Now I can set up my own business with my embroidery workshop. It's inevitable to be suppressed overtly or covertly. But Master Gu, don't worry.
There are many old people in the Chamber of Commerce who have an old relationship with my father.
They don't dare to go too far. They secretly bribed the Python gang to suppress the embroidery workshop, just to force me to go back and get married.
You just need to help us withstand the Python gang's troubles. Yan Qinghe is a smart man. She pointed out the key points in a few words and comforted him a little. The last doubt in Wei Hong's heart was completely dispelled, and he immediately nodded and said, in that case, Gu will take this order.
Next, I will deal with the Python gang. If anyone causes trouble in the future, you can send someone to the left side of Kaisher Street. Use charcoal to draw a circle at the entrance of the 7th house, and I will come to the door the next day.
Okay,
thank you Master Gu. Yan Qinghe hesitated to speak, but in the end he didn't say much.
Wei Hong naturally knew what she meant. It's nothing more than wondering how to deal with the Python gang, and why they hide it and refuse to leave their real address.
He didn't bother to explain this. Kaisher Street is where his number 3 courtyard is located.
Wei Hong would pass by it every day when he was going to the butcher shop or going to the execution ground to behead his head. Once someone marks it, he can come in time and won't delay things at all. And without leaving his real address, it would be difficult for outsiders to track him. In this way, he can safely hide behind the scenes and deter potential enemies.
Master Gu, this is this month's fee.
Yan Qinghe took a stack of banknotes from the middle-aged shopkeeper and handed it over, saying, I hope you will take care of our affairs.
It should be.
Wei Hong assured in a deep voice, Miss Fu can be absolutely assured that I, a mighty blood-refining realm warrior, cannot go to great lengths just to defraud you of a few hundred taels.
Wufeng Summit can guarantee this. Thank you. Yan Qinghe was grateful again, and his words became much more relaxed.
Wei Hong nodded and was about to get up and leave when he happened to see a bunch of embroiderers in the backyard. He remembered that Chunlan Qiuju was working here and couldn't help but ask, can I go to the backyard to have a look?
Of course you can.
Yan Qinghe stood up quickly and said with a chuckle, it's my fault that the little girl is ignorant of etiquette and forgot to show Master Gu around, please.
Master Gu, please. The middle-aged shopkeeper also quickly moved out of the way.
Wei Hong had nothing to disguise, so he walked into the backyard of the embroidery workshop openly. A quick glance revealed that there are 4 embroidery rooms separated here. Each embroidery room has 7 or 8 female workers.
Each of them is holding a handkerchief or a belly band and is embroidering.
They are obviously rushing to make some relatively popular products. Seeing Wei Hong coming, many of the female workers peeked at him with curiosity, fear, and surprise, and naturally Chunlan Qiuju was among them. Faced with such a vicious person,
the female workers present were all frightened.
Especially the evil spirit that inadvertently escapes from his body is unknowingly creepy and makes people feel that they are not easy to mess with.
Don't panic, everyone.
The middle-aged shopkeeper said quickly, this is Master Gu who we invited to guard the place.
From now on, he will ensure that our Hongwon embroidery workshop is safe and free from harassment.
Don't worry about your work.
Really? That's great.
This martial artist looks very fierce, and he is definitely capable.
Yes, and he is a martial artist in the blood-refining realm. Now the gangsters of the Python gang dare not harass us. The female workers were talking excitedly. The dejection on everyone's face was swept away, and they became energetic again.
Wei Hong's eyes swept over Chunlan and Qiuju. On the surface, they were no different from other female workers, but because of the sufficient oil and water, they were also plumper than other female workers. However, Qiuju's attention was on embroidery most of the time. Although she occasionally chatted, her eyes never left the work in her hands.
Chunlan often looked at a young manager of the embroidery workshop. The two of them had a lingering look in their eyes.
It was unlikely that there was no private affair. A trace of surprise flashed in Wei Hong's eyes. Obviously, he never expected that Chunlan, who had just come of age, had already had a private affair with someone secretly. The temperaments of the two sisters were really different. But he was too lazy to care.
Everyone has their own destiny.
What kind of life the two sisters eventually live has nothing to do with him. Just let it go. Gu has never been to the backyard of an embroidery workshop. Today, I have broadened my horizons.
Wei Hong sighed with a smile. Most people in the embroidery workshop are women. It is normal that Master Guwu has never seen one. Yan Qinghe agreed softly. Yeah.
Wei Hong nodded, turned around and said goodbye. The chapter names of Chapter 98 and Chapter 97 are mixed up and cannot be modified, but the content is fine.
I hope everyone doesn't mind. Continue to subscribe and ask for all kinds of support. His grandma, does anyone really dare to take the order from Hongwon Embroidery Shop? I'm a martial artist. Keep your voice down and go back and report to the gang leader.
Near Hongwon Embroidery Square, two men with sharp mouths and monkey cheeks were hiding in an alley and watching over the place. They saw Wei Hong entering and exiting the embroidery workshop with their own eyes, and immediately after he left, the middle-aged shopkeeper hung an inconspicuous little flag with the words 5 Summits Gu Hong embroidered on it. This set a flag, proving that this store was covered. Any gangster on the street, or an official in a government office, will always be a little embarrassed when they see this flag, because it represents the face of a blood-refining realm martial artist. If you dare to do anything at will without going through this martial artist, it means openly stepping on the opponent's face, and you will have an undying hatred.
So after hanging this flag, the two idle men did not dare to harass them at will. He could only rush to the Anaconda Gang headquarters in despair.
After a while, the two arrived at a small courtyard near the slums. There were idle people coming and going, and there were people drinking and playing guessing games in the courtyard. The sound of martial arts training was coming from a training room.
Gang leader, someone from Hongwon Embroidery Shop has taken the order.
A timid report from an idle man. There was a pause in the voice in the practice room, and then a lean man who was sweating profusely walked out. He casually wiped the sweat with a towel, and his eyes had a daunting indifference and ferocity.
Who took the order? The lean man asked with a frown. Wu Feng, a guy named Gu Hong. Xian Han quickly replied, I have never heard of this person's name before.
He may be a new breakthrough blood-refining realm martial artist.
Gu Hong?
The lean man thought for a while and didn't remember that there was a martial artist named Gu Hong in Anlifang, and he felt relieved inexplicably. Since you are a martial artist who has made a new breakthrough, it is normal for you not to know the depth. The lean man snorted coldly and said, send someone to Mingyue Tower to find out something. If you find someone named Gu with my invitation, tell him that I, Li Hongdong, invite him.
Enjoy the feast. Guang leader, why bother?
Xian Han laughed and boasted, with your strength in the middle stage of the old blood-refining realm, you are also famous in Anlifang.
The opponent is just a blood-refining realm that has just broken through.
You can directly destroy him to establish your prestige. Just in case any cat or dog dares to mess with us.
Yes, destroy him. That's right, get his whole family. If you dare to mess with our Python gang, you are seeking death. The surrounding gang members all echoed and shouted.
Li Hongdong glanced around in disgust and shouted impatiently, shut up.
What do you know? The vitality of a blood-refining realm warrior is far beyond ordinary people.
Once he cannot be destroyed, the other party can hide in the dark and attack us at any time.
We, the whole family, are all don't risk your life, right?
When everyone heard this, they were immediately frightened into silence.
Only then did everyone remember an unspoken rule among warriors.
Once you reach the blood-refining realm or above, you must not make a deadly feud without absolute certainty, especially with a person of unknown origin, and you can't offend him without offending him.
This is also the reason why a blood-refining realm warrior can protect a merchant with just one flag.
After all, no one wants to be hated by an unknown strong person all the time. But before the Python gang came to the door, Wei Hong's sneer sounded from outside the door.
Who? Li Hongdong's expression changed drastically and he shouted fiercely.
With his strength, he could hear any footsteps within 10 feet, but he didn't notice the opponent approaching the gate at all.
It was obviously someone who was sent out and brought back the tail. The person who wants your life. Wei Hong opened the door expressionlessly and walked in.
The ferocious face and cold and indifferent eyes instantly calmed the entire audience.
Are you Wu Feng Gu Hong?
Li Hongdong twisted his neck and sneered, I haven't come to the door yet, but you came to the door first.
What's the matter? Do you want to talk or fight? Everyone in the Python gang saw this scene.
He immediately drew his weapon and made a fierce and threatening look, trying to scare him.
Wei Hong was amused by this charlatanism, and he sneered with a trace of ridicule at the corner of his mouth. So what if you want to talk? So what if you want to fight? You guys dare to use a knife in front of me?
Oops. Li Hongdong's expression suddenly turned ugly. He is also an old man, and there is nothing wrong with his momentum. The fact that the other party comes to the door and is alone means that he has absolute confidence in his own strength. I am afraid that he will not be able to do well today. Li Hongdong narrowed his eyes and combed down his anger, forced out a smile and said, Brother Gu, if you want to talk, we can sit down and talk.
Hongwon Embroidery Workshop is being moved by the Hongyun Chamber of Commerce. I'm afraid you won't be able to hold it back.
Whether you can carry it or not has nothing to do with you. Wei Hong shouted with a strong attitude, I just want to say once when I come here today, Hongwon Embroidery Shop has hung the flag of someone I care for, and I will chop up anyone who dares to touch him.
Pause, do you understand? Damn it! Li Hongdong also became angry. Could it be that the other party really thought he was a piece of cake? How dare you be so arrogant when you take the initiative to knock on your door? If you shrink back, how can you still hang out on the street in the future?
So Li Hongdong didn't say another word, but silently used his kung fu to gather energy and blood.
It seems that you are not convinced? Wei Hong sneered and said nothing more. He came here today to establish his authority and flag. If he doesn't show his authority, how can his flag stand? So it would be better if Li Hongdong didn't agree. Anyway, there is no need for such a evil-doing bastard to live. Die! Wei Hong's whole body was shaken and his blood was surging wildly.
The next moment, the boiling blood talent and the blood reversal technique started at the same time. One of them is a natural skill that burns blood and goes into a frenzy. The other is a forbidden technique that reverses blood and increases combat power. It is unprecedented to use both together.
Koku! Wei Hong's blood and bones were surging wildly.
He suddenly grew from an 8-foot-strong man to a 12-foot giant. The clothes on his body were torn apart, and the muscles of his arms and thighs were intertwined like rocks.
Powerful Vajra leg. Mountain collapse fist.
Wei Hong roared in his heart. The next moment, his feet stomped on the ground.
With a loud boom, the ground seemed to explode.
Not only were Wei Hong's cloth shoes crushed by the huge force, but even a deep pit was kicked out on the ground, and the surrounding soil was cracked inch by inch. And he himself rushed out like a cannonball. In an instant, he appeared in front of Li Hongdong and punched him fiercely.
Li Hongdong gasped in shock. An expert can tell the outcome of a move with just one move.
The moment Wei Hong moved, he realized that something was wrong, but it was too late to dodge, so he could only grit his teeth and punch him.
Puff! No! The two men's fists met.
Li Hongdong only had time to groan and scream. Then his fists and arms instantly turned into blood mist and shattered, and his body slammed into the wall behind him, until he smashed the entire training room into ruins, and then he opened his mouth and vomited blood crazily.
The power of one move was so terrifying. Everyone in the audience was completely silent with fear. Puff! Puff!
Li Hongdong fell into the ruins with his eyes wide open.
Blood spurted out of his mouth as if for free, with many internal organ fragments mixed in.
The appearance was miserable and terrifying, and it scared everyone present to the point of pissing. You? Li Hongdong murmured as if he wanted to say something. But Wei Hong's palm had already shattered his internal organs. In the end, he could only die with hatred in his eyes. Regardless of the blood-refining realm or the dark power, they are all scum in the face of absolute power. How can Wei Hong's attack with the blessing of several forbidden arts be resisted by a small gang leader?
Grandpa, have mercy on me, Grandpa, have mercy on me. We are all innocent, don't kill us.
When all the Python gang members saw this horrific scene, they were so frightened that they peed their pants. One by one, they dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground with a bang.
Wei Hong did not come here to kill people today.
He just wanted to establish his authority, so he did not kill them. He just brushed his clothes and said casually, "Excuse me, please talk to the brothers on the street. Hongwon Embroidery Square, Ruifu the wine shop and Songji dental store have already hung the flag of my care, and if anyone dares to mess with you without being wise, I won't mind beating him to death."
Yes, don't worry, we will remember.
The idle men were so frightened that they hurriedly made promises. They are all low-class people, how can they have the courage to go head-to-head with real blood-refining realm warriors? Therefore, it is natural to hide as far away as possible.
I believe that within half a day, Gu Heng's name will spread throughout Anlafang.
From now on, unless a big gang takes action or someone wants to form a deadly feud with Wei Hong, the 3 shops he is affiliated with will definitely be safe and sound, and no one who is reckless will dare to bully him casually.
Final.
After Wei Hong plundered the belongings in the Python gang's warehouse, he turned around and left in a swagger, leaving only a mess and frightened people. Only more than 3,000 taels, so poor. Wei Hong's dissatisfied voice dissipated in the wind. Everyone in the Python gang was so depressed that they almost wanted to vomit blood. Hongwon Embroidery Workshop. A boy rushed from the street to the backyard and shouted excitedly, "Second miss, I'm so happy, so happy." "Why are ghosts crying and wolves howling?" the middle-aged shopkeeper shouted dissatisfied. At this time, the attention of everyone in the embroidery workshop was also attracted. Yan Qinghe came over with a gentle step, and asked with a gentle face, "What's the matter with Xiao Wu? Speak slowly, don't be anxious." "Second miss," the boy said excitedly, "I just heard someone said that a fierce man broke into the Python gang's headquarters and punched Li Hongdong to death."
Now everyone in the Python gang is scared to death. Real? Everyone gasped. Wei Hong's ferocious appearance suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be him who killed the leader of the Python gang? Are you sure?
Yan Qinghe looked happy, but he suppressed his excitement and said, "Uncle Zhao, send someone out to have a look, and then confirm it."
Don't let your happiness be in vain. Good. The middle-aged shopkeeper nodded. He quickly led a few people out of the door.
As a result, within a moment of burning the incense, he left and came back with a weird look on his face. "Second miss, Li Hongdong is really dead," the middle-aged shopkeeper said in a low voice. "He was indeed punched to death by Master Gu.
Many people saw it.
He came to the door and punched him to death. The body of the man named Li is still on display at the Python gang headquarters."
So powerful? Yan Qinghe took a breath of cold air.
She is also a well-informed person. She doesn't understand what it means to kill Li Hongdong, who was in the middle stage of the blood-refining realm, with one punch. This proves that Wei Hong has the ultimate strength of the middle stage of the blood-refining realm. Their Hongwon embroidery shop found a treasure this time. Other merchants affiliated with blood-refining realm warriors may take action when encountering trivial matters, but they will often distance themselves from the relationship when encountering major problems.
How can there be someone like Wei Hong who kills people to establish his authority at every turn? 450 taels a month, not a loss.
Yan Qinghe said happily. Uncle Zhao prepared a batch of gifts and sent them immediately to thank Master Gu.
"Miss, we don't know where Master Gu lives."
The middle-aged shopkeeper reminded in a low voice. "He has made it clear that he does not want to reveal his true identity, so why should we bother again?
This will easily make him unhappy." "That's right."
Yan Qinghe couldn't help but nodded. It would be better for Master Gu to hide behind the scenes.
For such a ruthless blood-refining realm martial artist, outsiders can't figure out his true identity, and he won't do anything to our embroidery workshop. Even if those white-eyed wolves in the Yin family had to take action, and we finally got through this difficulty.
Congratulations, miss. The middle-aged shopkeeper excitedly raised his hands.
Same joy, same joy.
Yan Qinghe wiped away some fog from the corner of his eyes, turned to look at everyone with a smile, and said, "Everyone, Master Gu has solved the dilemma for our Hongwon embroidery workshop.
From now on, our embroidery workshop can finally feel at ease.
Doing business, this is a great joy. The reward for each person will be doubled this month."
"Very good. Thank you, Miss Second." The entire embroidery workshop was filled with joy.
At the same time in Mingyue Tower, Zhuanping, who was settling accounts, suddenly stopped and looked at the girl in red who was walking quickly.
She has a beautiful face and cunning eyes. Like an ignorant fairy who strayed into the world. Zhuanping asked with a doting look on his face, "Sanyang, why did you come here during the day?"
"I'm looking for a reward from you."
The girl in red pouted and said, "Do you know what kind of talented people I have brought to our 5 summits this time? Do you want to get rid of me with just 100 points of contribution?" "Humph, no way. You mean Gu Hong?" Zhuanping was confused.
"Of course," the girl in red said with a smile. "Do you know what he just did? After he took over the Hongwon embroidery shop sign, he immediately single-handedly killed the Python gang station and knocked out Li Hongdong, who was in the middle stage of the blood-refining realm, with one punch kill, who on the streets of Anlafang doesn't know his reputation."
"Really?"
Zhuanping narrowed his eyes with a complex expression.
If the news was true, he was mistaken.
A fierce man who can kill the mid-level blood-refining realm with one punch just after breaking through. Searching the entire city of God may not be able to find a few, even if there are geniuses accumulated by the descendants of some powerful people with thousands of resources.
With such talents in the 5 summits, they would naturally take advantage of them.
Okay. Zhuanping couldn't help but beam with joy. At that time, I just thought that this kid had extraordinary bearing.
I never thought that he actually had some abilities. He destroyed the Python gang with thunderous means.
This time he established a great reputation.
Hongwon embroidery shop is just out of luck. Do you want to send someone to check his background? The girl in red asked in a low voice.
I just accidentally recruited this person in the black market street.
Doesn't he have any other origins?
Whatever. Zhuanping shook his head and chuckled. We, the Five Summits, are a loose organization to begin with.
Why do we check people's origins? Who among us doesn't have any secrets?
That's right. The girl in red nodded in agreement, but there was a hint of interest in her eyes. We have a fierce person coming to the Five Summits this time.
It is unknown whether a bone refining realm will emerge in the future.
Hopefully. Zhuanping sighed and sighed. 3 years of training and 10 years of skin refining, and more than 10 years of hard work before I entered the blood refining realm. Every step forward after that is extremely difficult.
How can it be so easy to reach the bone refining realm?
Zui Xian Tower in a private room by the window. Cheng Qinghan, Chui Yangfu, Xiang Hao and other 7 or 8 Iron Fist martial arts school disciples were sitting together drinking. Lu Ming was also sitting among them, and everyone was enjoying themselves while pushing cups and cups.
Come on, come on.
Chui Yangfu raised his glass and said with a smile, we are all gathered here today mainly to celebrate Brother Xiang's breakthrough to the blood refining realm.
He is the first one among us to break through. Big White. Brother Xiang is awesome.
He is a 23-year-old blood refining realm martial artist with a bright future.
Yes, among us juniors, you are probably the most powerful. Yes, there is a successor to the Xiang family. Come, congratulate Brother Xiang.
Everyone was complimenting him, and their words were a little more reserved and flattering. After all, Xiang Hao, who had broken through to the blood refining realm, was already on an equal footing with their fathers. He was no longer a brother they could hang around with at will, so they naturally had to support him.
What am I?
I'm still far behind the real children of powerful people. Xiang Hao laughed deliberately modestly, but he was proud enough inside and outside his words.
Brother Xiang can't say that. Chui Yangfu continued to compliment. Who in our Anlafang can have your talent? There is hope for the bone refining realm in the future.
Yes, Brother Xiang is indeed the most powerful among us.
We idiots don't know when we will be able to stand up to you. Everyone boasted again.
Xiang Hao coughed slightly and changed the subject and said, you can't say that. Recently, there has been a ruthless person on the street. It is said that he has just broken through to the blood refining realm. He killed Li Hongdong, the leader of the Python gang, with one punch.
He is so powerful. Very good. Isn't Li Hongdong in the middle stage of blood refining?
Yeah, how is this possible? Although the person named Li is from an ordinary background, he is in his 40s and has been in the blood refining realm for many years.
How could he be beaten to death by someone's punch? Everyone became interested and started discussing it.
Neither the words nor the words believe this outrageous rumor.
I don't believe it either.
Xiang Hao sipped a glass of wine and sneered disdainfully. You may not know that every small level in the blood refining territory has completely different changes.
A blood exchange is like a different person. Yes, the strength has increased exponentially. Take me as an example.
I should have a relatively strong foundation when I was in the skin refining realm. Although I can't compare to a monster like Meng Kaishan, I can still be considered a little genius. But after I broke through, I learned superior martial arts. When I was sparring with my old uncle, whose vitality had declined in the middle stage of the blood refining realm, I was still easily defeated by him, so this should be just a rumor.
Everyone nodded after hearing this. Obviously everyone agrees with this statement. But Cheng Qingshuang, who had been drinking sullenly, sneered and said, it's not a rumor, it's true, and this person's background should be average.
What?
This is impossible.
Everyone exclaimed, and Xiang Hao's face looked a little ugly.
Ha ha.
Cheng Qingshuang said with a sneer, I have a clan uncle who likes to inquire about news from major alliances. He said that this person's name is Gu Hong. He is a newcomer who has just been accepted by Wufeng Summit, and he is even in the blood refining realm. The martial arts are all just redeemed from the meeting. After the meeting that day, he took over the registration card of Hongwan Embroidery Workshop, and contacted the embroidery workshop the next day. Then Li Hongdong was killed in public in less than a stick of incense.
You guys, can you tell me that this kind of thing can be faked?
I don't know how many small forces are trying to win over him openly or secretly, but it's a pity that he is too lazy to pay attention to it, and his whereabouts are also very hidden. Otherwise, our Cheng family would have to be the first to win over him. Everyone looked at each other in shock when they heard this. Xiang Hao, who was proud and complacent just now, instantly turned pale. He muttered for a long time without saying a word, obviously unwilling to believe that he was actually outcompeted by a person from an ordinary background. Thinking that he had used countless resources from his family to achieve his current achievements, he couldn't help but feel a little discouraged.
The atmosphere is awkward. Chui Yangfu quickly smoothed things over and said, "There are so many geniuses in the world. It is normal for one or two monsters to appear among the common people, but the one who laughs last is the king, right?
With Brother Xiang's talent and family background, sooner or later he will be better than this Gu Hong if you go further. Maybe when Brother Xiang enters the bone refining realm one day, this guy is still wandering around in the early stage of the blood refining realm."
Yes, talking about geniuses, Wei Hong, who was a sparring partner in the martial arts gym last year, is also a genius, but what about now? He has disappeared from everyone. Yes, when it comes to Wei Hong, I feel ridiculous. He is so talented but he refused our recruitment.
He kills pigs every day to make ends meet without making any progress.
It's a pity.
I heard that he is now affiliated with the Ministry of Justice and is an executioner. He is willing to do such nasty things.
I wonder what he thinks.
He comes from a small family and has no brains. I thought he would improve, but I didn't expect that he would still be in the middle stage of the skin refining realm after hanging around for a long time.
It's really boring. Everyone sneered at every word you said and me.
As if interacting with Wei Hong in the past was something worthy of shame. Lu Ming was hesitant to speak but finally said nothing.
Only then did he understand why they suddenly distanced themselves from Wei Hong.
It turned out that they just saw that he had lost his dazzling talent, and they somewhat despised him in his heart. Our friendship in the past was all due to talent. Now we abandon each other just because of low talent. How ridiculous is such friendship? But if you think about it carefully, Wei Hong has no friendship with them. Ever since he cheated a lot of money in the gambling house of the Blood Crow Gang, he started to work as a sparring partner in the Iron Fist martial arts school. He earns little money and would rather drink tea and listen to books than go to the martial arts school most of the time. Therefore, his personal connections have naturally become more distant.
This guy is really annoying.
Chui Yangfu suddenly chuckled and looked at the street, only to see Wei Hong's figure heading towards the horse market street. After the breakthrough, his thousand changes art has become more and more perfect. It is easy to change bones and flesh, and it is no problem to simulate anyone. When he appeared as Gu Hong, he was a fierce and evil person who was not easy to mess with. When he walked on the street as Wei Hong, he deliberately reduced his presence, so that he now seems a little inconspicuous. It's really him, nothing special.
TSK.
I thought he was a big shot, but now I see he's nothing special.
Everyone, do you want to invite Brother Wei up to drink some wine?
Let him share in the joy of our brother Xiang's breakthrough. It's a blessing he's earned in his 8 lifetimes.
Forget it, lest he bother us. Everyone teased. Only Lu Ming's face became uglier.
Compared to these people, he was just a small family. Wei Hong was once admired by them for his talent, but once he fell into decline, he was abandoned. Even if he was the second in command of Zhuji Meat Shop, no one cared about him because he had no future in martial arts.
Will he be kicked away by these people one day when he is powerless? Is this human nature?
Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Only then did he realize how shrewd Wei Hong was. Never cling to the powerful, never seek external forces.
Even being abandoned will not have any impact on him. This is the true thinking of a strong person.